Having grown weary of the monotonous life akin to that of beasts of burden, Chen Dong finally laid his cards on the table who would no longer toil relentlessly. He resolved to retire early and return to the fishing village to enjoy his twilight years. With the sound of a chime, the magic began to unfold from this very moment. A pair of eyes revealed the presence of all marine creatures without exception. A sand shovel allowed him to excavate every grain from a beach. A fishing rod enabled him to capture the bounty of the sea. Each excursion to the shore yielded a bountiful harvest. Blue crabs, razor clams, and little lobsters. Grouper, Titan triggerfish, and yellow croaker. As the catches multiplied, so too did the points accumulated within the system. Not only could he purchase tools from the system, but he could also upgrade his skills or unlock even more formidable abilities. Contract a bull shark as a steed and an orca as a subordinate. Instantaneous capture golden crabs in Australian waters and fish for tuna in equatorial seas. Summon it is time to give that small island a rejuvenating spa treatment. From that day forth, Chen Dong embarked on a leisurely life filled with boundless joy and freedom. Chapter 1. Homecoming. An unexpected windfall. We've arrived at Zhonggong village. Please gather your belongings and prepare to disembark. With the driver's call, the minibus gradually came to a halt. Chen Dong withdrew his gaze, stood up, and shouldered his bag as he exited the vehicle. Refreshing. The salty sea breeze caressed his face, invigorating his spirit. Standing by the roadside, Chen Dong surveyed the familiar Zhonggong village, which appeared largely unchanged. Following the concrete path beneath his feet, he would soon reach home. However, it was not without its challenges. The first obstacle upon entering the village was the information station at the entrance. The information station buzzed with activity, groups of elderly men and women engaged in chess, card games, and lively chatter. The elderly folks beneath the large tree had evidently spotted Chen Dong, each craning their necks to catch a glimpse of him. Chen Dong struck a pose, gathering his strength, and swiftly ran past with his suitcase. Despite his haste, a sharp-eyed ant recognized him. Isn't that the second son of the Chen family? Why has he returned at this time? That little rascal runs so fast, even a fly that buzzed past Zhonggong village I would recognize. I heard that graduates in the city are facing unemployment. Many layoffs. They either become delivery workers or couriers. Such a lack of decorum, he doesn't even offer a cigarette to his uncle. The villagers exchanged their thoughts with great enthusiasm. Every young person returning to the village was a particular subject of their concern. Phew! Chen Dong, panting heavily, finally arrived at his doorstep. The sight of the 3 brick houses with red tiles filled him with warmth. He retrieved the key he had prepared from his pocket, unlocked the door, and stepped inside. Although his parents were no longer there, the courtyard remained tidy and well-kept, likely due to the frequent visits of his older brother and sister. So hot, I need to wash my face first. Chen Dong filled a basin with cool water and plunged his head into it. At that moment, a crisp voice echoed in his ear. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have acquired the Ocean Harvest System. Would you like to bind it? A system? Huh! Having read numerous web novels, Chen Dong was well aware of what a system entailed. Bind. However, just as the words were about to escape his lips, he swallowed them back. He was familiar with the notion that some systems impose binding tasks, with penalties for failure. System. Are there any mandatory tasks? Will there be penalties for failing to complete them? For instance, wax dripping, fire burning, or whiplashes. System. The system is about to depart 1098. Bind. Chen Dong hurriedly shouted, fearing the system might truly vanish. It seemed this system had a temper. As for the penalties, he decided not to dwell on them. Having something was better than having nothing. Binding complete. As the voice faded, Chen Dong felt as if a jolt of electricity coursed through him, as though something had awakened in his mind. Subsequently, a virtual panel materialized before his eyes, resembling a shop within a game. It featured 2 options, a toolbar and a skill bar. Toolbar, dip net, sand shovel, fish trap, fishing net, beach clamp, bucket, gloves. Skill bar, turtle breath technique, instantaneous technique, contract technique, summon technique. Each tool and skill bore a corresponding point redemption value beneath it. Points, 0. At the very bottom, a line of small text read. For every catch sold by the host, the system will grant points based on the rarity and value of the species. Points can be used to purchase tools or skills from the system shop. Not bad, quite detailed. Chen Dong glanced at the system's description and was about to rise when the system's voice rang out once more. System, issuing the beginner's gift pack. Water Eye Golden Eye? Huh, another one. Chen Dong's body convulsed again as he received it. Simultaneously, he discovered a spiritual spring within his dantian. Chen Dong muttered in dissatisfaction, "Damn system. System. Hmm? Oh, esteemed system, you are truly magnificent. System, it's good that you know." Chen Dong thought to himself, why must binding a system involve 2 electric shocks? Though he was disgruntled, he still intended to make use of it. How do I use this water-eye golden eye? Please tell me. System. The host can activate it using their mind. The water-eye golden eye enables the host to see all marine life clearly and swiftly lock onto their exact locations. Even in murky environments or deep caves, visibility remains crystal clear. After hearing the system's explanation, it seemed quite simple. And what on earth is that spiritual spring? System. The spiritual spring secretes spiritual liquid, which is automatically stored in a space. The host can retrieve it using their mind. The spiritual tears have multiple effects, such as enhancing physical strength, increasing agility, and healing injuries. Oh, dear system, you are incredibly considerate. What man doesn't wish to grow stronger? Chen Dong immediately showered compliments, then asked, why is it called a bit of a billion? Will I receive a billion as long as I harvest from the sea? After speaking, he checked his bank account, finding no unexpected zeros added. System. This system is a positive energy system, forbidding unearned gains. Please, host, go harvest from the sea, and there will be a bit of a billion surprises for you. This. Upon reflection, while there were no sudden riches, with the system in place, he would surely thrive in the village. Chen Dong was no stranger to harvesting from the sea. He casually grabbed a bucket. Exiting his home, he turned right, following a bumpy concrete road, and after a few dozen meters downhill, he arrived at the seaside. Upon reaching the beach, he saw many others carrying buckets to harvest from the sea, along with a few wild tourists playing in the sand and water. Coming to a halt, Chen Dong gazed at the muddy beach, slightly closing his eyes before slowly reopening them. A flicker of blue light danced in his pupils, then vanished in an instant. Simultaneously, the scene before Chen Dong underwent a dramatic transformation. The muddy sand and seawater seemed to vanish, leaving an extraordinarily clear view. Before my eyes lies a vibrant array of seafood, as if I have been granted the gift of clairvoyance, unveiling the hidden treasures beneath the silt. Scallops, clams, green-lipped mussels, noodle fish, stone crabs. Furthermore, I can perceive the graceful movements of small fish and shrimp darting among the crevices of the rocks, as well as the crabs scuttling across the ocean floor. I then cast my gaze to other areas. Mantis shrimp, whelks, scallops, clams. Wait a moment. Is this what the system refers to as a myriad of delightful surprises? There is nothing particularly extraordinary while the variety of seafood is indeed extensive. Most of it holds little value. The clams and stone crabs are rather diminutive. If they were larger, they might fetch a decent price. Green-lipped mussels and clams are commonplace and rather abundant seafood, seldom collected, and their prices remain exceedingly low. The system advises, please be patient. Host, all that you desire will eventually reveal itself. All right, money, come to me. I shall amass great wealth. Chen Dong murmured to himself, examining the seafood nestled within the sand as he walked. After all, he possesses a golden finger. His luck should not be too poor. A few elderly women nearby observed Chen Dong and began to whisper amongst themselves. The second son of the Chen family is truly diligent. He just returned and has already come to scour the beach. He must be unemployed otherwise. Why would he endure such toil at the shore? Who could argue otherwise? How much can one earn from beachcombing? It relies on experience. And what does a mere lad like him know? Such tidbits circulate swiftly in the village, and Chen Dong could hardly be bothered to engage with them as he briskly moved along. Just as he walked a short distance, he suddenly noticed a multitude of small burrows beneath his feet. Chapter 2. The sandworm burst forth. Chen Dong glanced around, suddenly filled with exhilaration. Through his keen eyes, he discerned that beneath the muddy sands lay a plethora of sandworms, densely packed and nearly invisible to the untrained eye. Goodness, so many sandworms. And they are quite sizable too. The system does not deceive me. The sandworm, also known as the sandbug, goes by various names in different coastal regions, with some referring to it as sea intestines. The sandworm, scientifically termed as the naked square starworm, is also known as marine cordyceps. High-quality specimens fetch at least 100 yuan per pound, while dried sandworms can command prices ranging from 1,000 to 1,500 yuan, with the finest specimens exceeding 1,500 yuan. If I were to excavate them all, I could easily earn several thousand yuan. Chen Dong's excitement peaked, only to be swiftly dashed in his haste to venture outside. He had grabbed only a bucket and forgotten his sand shovel. Glancing around, he noticed two children playing in the sand. "Hey kids, come over here. I have some cat's eye snails," he called out. The children dashed over eagerly. "Really? Where are the snails?" They looked around, searching. "They're right beneath this sand. But I need you to lend me your shovel," Chen Dong proposed. One of the boys hesitated, gripping the shovel tightly. "What if you run off with it?" Chen Dong chuckled at the question. "I am from this village. Why would I run away?" He then produced 2 Wangzai milk candies from his pocket. Knowing well that children adore sweets, the boy's eyes sparkled at the sight of the candy, and with a generous spirit, they handed over the shovel. "Here." With the shovel in hand, Chen Dong exerted a forceful scoop, unearthing a cat's eye snail the size of his palm. "Wow, this is enormous. Bigger than my fist." One of the boys exclaimed, his eyes nearly popping out. "A man has gotta have big things." Chen Dong teased, shaking the snail in his hand. It was slick and moist, a delightful tactile experience. He then rinsed the snail in seawater, revealing its plump and succulent flesh. When touched lightly, the snail's body quickly retracted. As if shy, upon squeezing it firmly, water sprayed in all directions. The water splashed on my face." The boy complained. "Is that comfortable?" Chen Dong asked with a grin. "Not at all. If only we could play with it." The boy replied. "Yeah, weren't you supposed to give us some?" The other chimed in, accusingly. Chen Dong, taking the remaining 2 snails, cleaned them and handed them over. The boys were overjoyed, initially thinking it was a trick, but now realizing he was genuinely gifting them the snails. "Uncle, you're a good person. All right, now go play over there." The 2 little rascals scampered off, fearing that Chen Dong might change his mind. Let the digging begin. Chen Dong's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the sandworm burrows, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully using a skill for the first time and obtaining high-quality seafood. Reward points, 50 points. Just as I was about to doze off, a pillow arrives. Chen Dong thought, relieved that the system provided him points just as he needed tools. He mentally opened the system store, locating the section for sand shovels, which required exactly 50 points. After ensuring no one was around, he whispered the exchange command. Better be cautious, he reminded himself. Ding! Exchange successful. Obtained sand shovel, consumed 50 points. System, to prevent unnecessary panic, the exchange tool is in an invisible state. Please. Host, silently command. Reveal. Quite considerate. Chen Dong used. He silently commanded the shovel to appear, and soon, a sand shovel materialized in his hand. It appeared unremarkable. A common shovel devoid of any insignia. However, it felt remarkably light, almost weightless. Just as he pondered its capabilities, the system chimed in again. System, this sand shovel can effortlessly excavate sand, allowing the host to dig through the entire beach without fatigue. As long as the host is bold enough, you can easily excavate the whole blue star. Chen Dong's mouth twitched. He certainly did not possess such audacity. Let us test its effectiveness. Eager to see the results, he grasped the shovel in one hand and began to dig into the small burrow before him. It was astonishingly easy and required no effort. A product of the system must be of superior quality. Chen Dong rejoiced. Soon, a soft, long, pale red worm emerged from the sand. It was adorable, its length exceeding a dozen centimeters. Chen Dong pinched it, and the sandworm quickly withdrew, becoming rigid. Oh, you have quite the reaction, don't you? He chuckled. The sandworm is a marine creature valued for both culinary and medicinal purposes, rich in proteins and amino acids. Fresh sandworm flesh is tender and delicious, and it is also utilized for its health benefits, such as nourishing yin, reducing fire, enhancing lung health, regulating immunity, and delaying aging. Many proprietors, especially female ones, hold a particular fondness for it. Why wait? Let us dig. 10 worms, 100 worms. Chen Dong exclaimed, getting down to business. Humming a tune as he excavated on the expansive beach. The pink sandworms gradually transformed into a creamier hue, indicating a higher quality. Time flew by, and before he knew it, an hour had passed. The ease of using the sand shovel had allowed him to focus solely on digging. When he finally looked up, he was astonished to see that his bucket was nearly full. Goodness, how did I collect so many? The bucket is almost overflowing. While digging for sandworms does not consume much physical energy, maintaining a bent or squatting position for too long can lead to soreness in the legs and back. That's enough for today. The tide is coming in, Chen Dong declared, straightening up and wiping the sweat from his brow, feeling surprisingly unexhausted. Perhaps it was the effect of the elixir. He could noticeably sense an improvement in his physical condition. Even the bucket brimming with sandworms felt light as he effortlessly lifted it, despite its weight of 50 pounds. Just imagine how much these sandworms could sell for. With a full bucket of sandworms in hand, Chen Dong strolled along the beach, his spirits soaring. Several older women, returning from the sea, noticed the dark mass in his bucket and immediately expressed interest. Wow, you gathered so many green mussels. You could eat them fresh without needing to fill a bucket. One remarked. Indeed, I still have plenty dried at home. If you want some, I can give you a bit, another chimed in. As the women approached, their eyesight, not as keen due to their age, improved as they drew near. Upon seeing clearly, their eyes widened in astonishment. My goodness, so many sandworms. I haven't seen them in years. Oh my heavens, you've struck luck, young man. Where did you dig these up? I want to share in your fortune. Chen Dong, nonchalantly, pointed in a random direction. I dug them over there. With that, he turned and walked away. Oh dear, my husband has been craving sandworms for ages. I must go and try my luck. One woman exclaimed. Mine wants some too. I'll go with you, another added. The afterglow of the setting sun cast a warm hue upon the earth, elongating the shadow of the young boy. Whistling a tune from Sailor, he leisurely strolled toward the village dock. Chapter 3. Old Mo's thoughts upon arriving at the dock. The evening was upon him, and the crowd was sparse. A handful of villagers wandered about, most having just finished their dinner and venturing out for a leisurely stroll to aid digestion. There were also some women setting up stalls, calling out to sell the day's catch of seafood. Selling to passers-by would yield a higher profit than selling to the seafood procurement station. However, Chen Dong had no such intentions. Seafood's true value lies in its freshness. He needed to sell a large bucket of sandworms promptly. Otherwise, he would incur a significant loss if they lost their freshness. Just as he was about to leave, a woman approached him. Dongzi, what's in that bucket? Let me take a look. Nothing much, just goodbye. Chen Dong replied, lifting the bucket and heading directly to Old Mo's seafood procurement station on the east side of the dock. Inside the station, a few individuals were selling seafood. Chen Dong heard a familiar voice. It was Zhao Bilian, the station head of the intelligence bureau. Old Mo, we're neighbors. There's no need to be so calculative. Just weigh it quickly. No. If you want to round it up, I'll accept 9 taels as a pound, but this is only 6 taels. That's excessive. Mo Gaoshan remained steadfast. Zhao Bilian continued. Let us put this on credit for now, and I'll settle it next time. Upon hearing this, the surrounding crowd erupted in laughter. That won't he do? Next, please. Mo Gaoshan waved his hand dismissively. Chen Dong glanced over. Zhao Bilian's bucket contained merely a few common clams, some cockles, and 2 or 3 rock crabs. The other villagers had little of value in their buckets as well, filled instead with unremarkable oysters, flower clams, scallops, and mantis shrimp. With a thud, Chen Dong set his bucket down with a dull thump. There was simply too much to carry. Placing it down was a relief. Wow, look at all these sandworms, and they're quite large. Goodness. They must weigh 30 or 40 pounds. You didn't happen to disturb a sandworm nest, did you? Old Mo, take care. These things can be quite vigorous. Several individuals quickly gathered around, their eyes wide with excitement. Uncle Zhang, Uncle Wang, and Zhao. Chen Dong greeted them politely, offering a cigarette to each. Zhao Bilian gazed at the sandworms with fervor. Xiaodong, where did you dig these up? Chen Dong shrugged and directly shared the location, knowing he had the system to easily find them. Zhao Bilian gasped, oh, I wanted to go there yesterday. I must leave now. With that, she and the other villagers hurriedly grabbed their buckets and dashed toward the beach. Mo Gaoshan looked on, stunned, mouth agape. Boss Missouri? Uncle Mo, Chen Dong called out. Mo Gaoshan snapped back to reality, smiling as he asked, Xiaodong, when did you return? Just today? Returned just in time to go to the sea? And you've dug up a massive bucket of sandworms? You're incredibly lucky. No, I just happened to dig a few. Chen Dong said nonchalantly. Listen to you. Just a few? Is that even a proper expression? Uncle Mo, will you buy these? Chen Dong stated his intent directly. He had just returned and bound himself to the system, and overwhelmed with excitement, he rushed to the sea without eating. Now, his stomach rumbled in hunger, and he was eager to dispose of the sandworms to have a proper meal. Xiaodong, I will buy these sandworms. Don't worry about the price, I assure you. You won't suffer any losses, Mo Gaoshan hurriedly assured him. Such wild sandworms were a rarity, and this would certainly bring him a nice profit. What's the price then? Chen Dong inquired directly. The regular price for sandworms is around 60 to 80 yuan per pound, but yours are high quality. So I'll give you 120 yuan per pound. How does that sound? Chen Dong pondered briefly. This price was approximately what he had estimated. Selling to a large hotel in the city would yield even higher returns. However, he understood that the buyers needed to profit as well. Seeing Chen Dong hesitate, Mo Gaoshan added, Xiaodong, if you're unsure, you can ask around town or in the city. No need. Uncle Mo, let us go with this price. Let us get it weighed. Chen Dong waved his hand decisively. He was not worried about being deceived by Mo Gaoshan. If it were indeed the case, he could simply choose not to sell to him in the future. Moreover, his elder brother and uncle were in the village, so there was no need for Mo Gaoshan to deceive him. Ha, you're quite straightforward. All right, let us weigh it. Mo Gaoshan placed the bucket on the scales, and the weighing was soon completed. Xiaodong, subtracting the bucket's weight, The net weight is exactly 45 pounds. Chen Dong nodded, satisfied with the weight. Mo Gaoshan took out a calculator. Reset, 45, 120, 5,400. Xiaodong, that totals 5,400 yuan. Would you prefer a bank transfer or cash? Cash, Uncle Mo. It's more convenient, Chen Dong replied. He had considered a bank transfer since most transactions were electronic these days. But he thought it would be easier to have cash in the village, especially for the older folks who still found electronic payments unreliable. All right. After saying this, Mo Gaoshan took out a stack of bills and began counting. Soon, he had counted out 5,400 yuan and handed it to Chen Dong. Holding the thick wad of cash, Chen Dong felt a surge of emotions. This was equivalent to nearly a month's salary from his previous job, and he anticipated earning it in just 2 or 3 hours today. Indeed, a man with a golden finger could only be described with one word: exhilarating. Elation coursed through him. With the transaction complete, Chen Dong stuffed the money into his pocket and picked up the bucket. Uncle Mo, you're busy. I'll take my leave now. At this point, he was famished and only wished to eat. Dongzi, your aunt just made some noodles, still warm. There aren't many people around. Let her whip up a couple of dishes, and we can share a drink. Given that this bucket could earn him a considerable sum, Mo Gaoshan was particularly pleased and saw it as an opportunity to strengthen his bond with Chen Dong. Maybe next time. I need to go to my brother's place shortly. Chen Dong smiled and politely declined, feeling it was inappropriate to trouble someone at night. He was also not used to dining in the homes of those he wasn't familiar with. Although they were very welcoming, it felt somewhat awkward. True. It's good to gather after coming back. Mo Gaoshan didn't press further and instead took out 2 juicy peaches, handing them to Chen Dong. These peaches are fresh and succulent. Eat them to tide you over. Thank you, Uncle Mo. No need for thanks. If you come across any good finds in the future, remember your Uncle Mo. Rest assured, I will not let you suffer any losses. All right, no problem. Take care. As soon as Chen Dong exited the procurement station, he heard Mo Gaoshan's voice on the phone behind him. Hello, Boss Yang. I just bought a bucket of sandworms, long and plump, very lively. Do you want to come take a look? How big is the bucket? How much is there? 35 pounds. Such a quantity. I'll be there shortly. Chen Dong couldn't help but smirk. It was clearly 45 pounds, but Mo Gaoshan had conveniently kept 10 pounds for himself. He mused to himself, how shameless can one get? It seems that men of that age cannot resist the allure of sandworms. Not long after, Chen Dong arrived at a noodle shop. He rubbed his empty stomach, preparing to enter when suddenly, a shadow darted out, leaping towards him. Chapter 4, Sister-in-law's culinary skills. With the light from the entrance illuminating the scene, Chen Dong focused his gaze and instantly felt joy. Lifeful. Woof woof woof. The moment the dog caught sight of Chen Dong, a spark of wisdom gleamed in its clear, expressive eyes. Without hesitation, it bounded towards him, emitting a series of delightful whimpers. Lai Fu, I've missed you so much. Come here for a hug. Chen Dong embraced the dog as he sat on the ground, while Lai Fu circled around him excitedly, its tail wagging vigorously. Whimper, whimper, whimper. The dog extended its long, dark tongue, eagerly licking Chen Dong's hand. This dog was a stray that Chen Dong had rescued, said to be the sole survivor of its litter. The owners deemed it unlucky and abandoned it. Chen Dong named it Lai Fu, hoping it would bring good fortune. You truly are becoming more handsome by the day. Lai Fu was a robust golden yellow dog, a genuine Chinese rural breed, intelligent and strong, just 2.5 years old. Not only was it remarkably loyal, but its intelligence was also quite exceptional. After his parents passed away, Chen Dong had to work outside and entrusted Lai Fu to his elder brother's care. Come on, let's grab a bite. Chen Dong patted the dog's head, smiling. Woof, woof, woof. Lai Fu turned and barked a few times at the back. Chen Dong glanced up and was amused to see several other dogs trailing behind, including 2 spotted females. Chen Dong remarked, Lai Fu, what can I say? This damn charm of mine is simply irresistible. It must be said that Lai Fu's looks were indeed striking, resembling a domineering CEO of the canine world. The other dogs, responding to their leader's signal, dispersed. As Chen Dong and Lai Fu entered the noodle shop, they found it empty of patrons. Upon their arrival, a graceful figure emerged from the kitchen. It was a woman in her 30s, wearing a cute bare apron, exuding warmth and charm. This was none other than his sister-in-law, Li Xiuli. Upon seeing Chen Dong, she paused momentarily before breaking into a warm smile. Dongzi, when did you return? You didn't even give us a heads up. Sister-in-law? I just got back today, Chen Dong replied with a grin. Does your brother know? Not yet, he said. Sister-in-law, I'm starving. Could you please whip me up a bowl of noodles? Chen Dong rubbed his rumbling stomach. Of course. Have a seat. It will be ready shortly. With that, Li Xiuli turned and headed into the kitchen. Chen Dong began surveying the modest establishment, which had 8 tables. The decor remained unchanged, and the environment was clean and fresh. Thanks to his sister-in-law's diligent upkeep, The restaurant primarily catered to the dock workers and nearby villagers, and business was decent. However, the flavors of his sister-in-law's noodles were exceptional, particularly the seafood noodles, which were fragrant and delicious. For the fisherman, after a long day of toil, a steaming bowl of seafood noodles was both economical and comforting. Here comes the seafood noodles. Li Xioli beamed as she brought out a generously portioned bowl filled with shrimp, clams, razor clams, small white octopuses, and greens. She also served a plate of cold dishes, including beef, cucumber, and lotus root. It smells divine. Chen Dong gulped in anticipation and quickly began devouring the meal. Your cooking is truly remarkable. Oh, it's just home-cooked fare, not comparable to a hotel chef, Li Xioli modestly replied. Sister-in-law, you're being too humble. Even the best hotel chefs can't match your culinary skills, Chen Dong mumbled with his mouth full, clearly famished. As the saying goes, flattery is never unwelcome. Li Xioli's cheeks flushed with a hint of color at Chen Dong's compliments. You flatterer. Now eat up. In no time, the bowl of noodles was devoured, leaving Chen Dong feeling content and satisfied. Especially when hunger was intense, and he could enjoy a meal made by family, the feeling was truly blissful. Lai Fu lay quietly by Chen Dong's feet, not causing any commotion. Lai Fu, open your mouth. Chen Dong picked up a small octopus and placed it in the dog's mouth. Lai Fu looked at Chen Dong, then at Li Xioli, hesitating to eat. Go ahead. As soon as Chen Dong spoke, the dog began to chew, prompting both Chen Dong and Li Xioli to chuckle. Lai Fu is incredibly intelligent. It truly understands. Li Xioli added. Just then, an electric bike pulled up outside, and in walked his elder brother Chen Ming and his young nephew Chen Jianhao. Elder brother Xiao Hao. Chen Dong greeted cheerfully. Uncle. Chen Jianhao rushed up to Chen Dong and called out. Chen Dong picked him up effortlessly, as the boy had just turned 2 years old. Chen Ming paused for a moment before regaining his composure, feigning annoyance. When did you come back, you rascal? You didn't say a word. I just returned today. Came back from the sea. Look, Chen Dong said, pointing to the water bucket. Chen Ming looked down and his eyes widened in surprise. After a moment, he looked at Chen Dong with astonishment. Did you really catch all this? Of course I did. Do you think I went and stole it? Chen Dong rolled his eyes, recalling how difficult it would have been to catch so much before. Now, with his newfound abilities, it was a breeze. Tell the truth, did you buy it? Chen Ming still seemed skeptical. You just got back and managed to catch this much sandworm? Chen Dong, noting his brother's lingering doubts, confidently replied. If you don't believe me, go ask Uncle Amo. This is what was left over, just for you. At that moment, Li Xioli approached, and her eyes sparkled with excitement upon seeing the bounty. So many sandworms. She had been too busy to notice the bucket before. Wow, look how big and long they are. Chen Jianhao exclaimed, picking one up. What is so big and long? Go play with your toys, Chen Ming chided. Hey, I just want to play, Chen Jianhao retorted. Chen Dong found it amusing how boys were so drawn to cylindrical objects. Here, take this, Chen Ming said, tossing a handful of sandworms onto the ground. There's plenty, just keep a few. We can sell the rest for a good amount. The sandworms weighed an estimated 3 to 4 kilograms, potentially fetching a few hundred, while the noodle shop barely made that much in a day. Just then, a villager who had just returned from the sea walked in. Daming, I'd like a bowl of noodles, add noodles, seafood, and 2 portions of beef and 2 portions of pig's head meat. Zhangshu, what treasures did you find today? Chen Ming greeted. Just some sandworms. Oh, Xiao Dong is here. Zhangshu acknowledged. Thanks to your good fortune, I've managed to gather some sandworms and sold them for 300. He then turned to Chen Ming. Daming, your brother caught a bucket full of sandworms today, dozens of pounds. His luck is incredible. Chen Ming, Li Xioli, and Chen Jianhao all expressed their surprise. What's with you adults? Why are you all so astonished? Chen Jianhao asked. What, dozens of pounds? Chapter 5, I truly am the milkman. Chen Dong shrugged. It's absolutely true. Come on, brother, just accept it. Chen Ming hesitated for a moment before bursting into laughter. All right, no selling. Tomorrow, let your sister-in-law prepare a sandworm feast. Is that really necessary? I thought you wanted me to sell it. Chen Dong replied, rolling his eyes. You brat. You talk too much. It's settled then. Chen Ming instructed Li Xioli to take the sandworms to the kitchen. Chen Dong noticed a slight smile at the corners of his sister-in-law's lips. Subsequently, the two brothers exchanged knowing glances, each comprehending the unspoken understanding between them. The applause that followed was music to their ears. Chen Ming then pointed to his watch, stating, I'm on the evening shift today. Come over for dinner tomorrow night. It's been 2 years since you last visited. All right, brother. Chen Ming exclaimed before cycling away. After chatting with his sister-in-law for a while longer, Chen Dong finally stepped outside, preparing to return home. Suddenly, Wong. Lai Fu, his dog, trotted up, took a few steps, then turned back to glance at his sister-in-law. As if faced with a choice, Chen Dong approached and affectionately ruffled the dog's head, saying, Big brother's home is also yours. I won't be leaving this time. I'll play with you tomorrow. Lai Fu responded with a series of excited yips, circling around Chen Dong, his head nudging against his shins. Chen Dong pondered, wondering what effect the spiritual liquid would have on Lai Fu. He then produced a drop of the liquid and administered it to Lai Fu. All right, you little winner. Chen Dong teased as he strode purposefully towards home. Meanwhile, at the Mo Seafood Acquisition Station, a portly middle-aged man was conversing with Mo Gaoshan, accompanied by an elegantly proportioned woman. The woman adorned in gold and silver, her beige bodycon dress accentuating her graceful figure, clearly hailed from a wealthy background. Boss Yang, isn't this the sandworm you mentioned wanting? I kept an eye out for you, and today, someone delivered a batch, high quality and very fresh. Come take a look. Mo Gaoshan smiled amiably, hoping Boss Yang would offer a handsome price. All right, let me see. The Yang referred to was Yang Wei, who ran a seafood restaurant in town. As he reached middle age, he found himself wanting to maintain his health. Wow, old Mo, these are quite large, Yang Wei exclaimed, pulling out one of the worms with a look of delight. Such a plethora of wild sandworms is rare. I'll take them all. Yang Wei picked up on the underlying implication of Mo Gaoshan's words. Old Mo, you're quite considerate. Here's the deal. I'll give you 200 yuan per kilogram. How does that sound? Mo Gaoshan grimaced inwardly. His psychological price was 220 yuan, meaning he'd lose 1,000 yuan. However, since the quantity wasn't vast and future cooperation was anticipated, he refrained from pressing the matter further. All right, I'll load them into your vehicle. After the money changed hands, Yang Wei drove off. On the way, he called the chef at his restaurant, instructing him to delay closing for a bit. Gazing at the succulent sandworms, he resolved to reclaim his former dignity. Back at home, Chen Dong took a quick shower. Lying on his bed, he began to contemplate his future. While he could dine at his brother's house without issue, prolonged stays could be inappropriate. Moreover, he now had the means to improve his situation. Relying on the tides was merely a temporary solution. To secure a prosperous future, he needed to own his fishing boat. After checking his bank balance, he found only 30,000 yuan, his savings from 2 years of work. Adding the few thousand yuan earned from selling sandworms, he barely had 40,000 yuan, likely enough to purchase a modest vessel. He needed to earn more quickly. Tomorrow morning, he would head to the mangrove forest to seek his fortune. There were large blue crabs to be found, and if luck was on his side, he might even encounter some butter crabs, which were quite valuable. Chen Dong glanced at his system panel, noting he had accumulated 50 points, just enough to purchase a beach grabber and a pair of gloves. He then opened the Sheetsy novel app to read a few chapters about beachcombing. Captivated, he was engrossed, preferring this to gaming. After just a few chapters, he clicked to request a new update and left a comment. Dear author, please update quickly. It's simply not enough to read. The night in the fishing village was tranquil, with the distant waves lapping at the shore, producing a soothing sound. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Dong soon drifted into a deep slumber. The next morning, at 6 o'clock, the crowing of roosters and the ringing of his alarm clock harmonized in a cacophony. Chen Dong slowly opened his eyes. Hey, I'm awake. Ah, the early riser gets the worm, he mused. Stretching lazily, he sprang out of bed, freshened up, and began preparing breakfast. It was a simple affair, a warm glass of milk and a boiled egg. After finishing his meal, he grabbed his water bottle, fishing tools, and a bucket, heading out the door. As he opened the door, he was startled by a dark figure lunging towards him. What on earth? In an instant, he felt a shiver run down his spine. Through the dim light, he discerned what appeared to be a human face. He quickly stepped back, exclaiming, "Who is there?" Almost immediately, a hearty voice responded, "Dong Ge, it's me, De Chun." What? De Chun? Chen Dong finally recognized his childhood friend, Chen De Chun. What are you doing lurking at my doorstep so early? You nearly scared me to death. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Dong playfully smacked him on the head. Chen De Chun was Chen Dong's childhood friend, honest, simple-minded, and kind-hearted. He was warm-hearted towards his good friends, loyal and dependable, though he sometimes came off as a bit simple. Wow, Dong Ge, it really is you. I thought they were pulling my leg. De Chun laughed, beaming at Chen Dong. Who else would it be? Chen Dong replied, slightly annoyed but amused. He then glanced at the dilapidated electric bike parked nearby, which had a large box on the back. What are you up to? He inquired. De Chun scratched his head. Brother, I'm delivering milk. Chen Dong raised an eyebrow. You're really delivering milk? And you're sneaking around at someone's door? As he spoke, De Chun pulled a bottle of milk from his bag. Brother, this is for you. In the village, some families with children and elderly folks order breakfast milk, and we have designated delivery people. Chen Dong waved his hand. I've already had some. Take it back for yourself. He knew this was meant for De Chun's grandmother, so he couldn't accept it. Have you finished your deliveries? Not yet. Then go finish up, and come find me afterward. All right, brother, I'm off. De Chun grinned at Chen Dong. Take care. As Chen Dong watched De Chun ride away, he turned to see his sister-in-law approaching with a lunchbox in hand. Fu trailing behind her. Sister-in-law up so early? Chen Dong greeted with a smile. I'm heading to the store to prepare ingredients, so I brought you some breakfast. I thought you'd still be asleep, but it seems you're already awake. Saying this, Li handed the lunchbox to Chen Dong. Chen Dong accepted it, fabricating an excuse. Thanks, sister-in-law. I couldn't sleep, just adjusting to the time difference. Li chuckled at his words about time adjustment and replied, All right, eat it while it's warm. I'll be off now. Okay, sister-in-law. After seeing his sister-in-law leave, Chen Dong opened the lunchbox to find eggs, congee, steamed buns, and pickles. He took a bite of a bun, delicious. His sister-in-law's buns were soft and fragrant. Chen Dong tossed half of the remaining bun into the air. Fu, catch. Fu leaped, deftly snagging it mid-air. Wow, that jump was nearly 2 meters. Could it be the effect of the spiritual liquid? Chen Dong patted Fu's head, saying, Come on, buddy, let us go make some money. Chapter 6, The Big Blue Crabs Are Here. On the path to the beach, Chen Dong greeted the familiar uncles and aunts he encountered along the way. At this moment, as dawn's light gradually illuminated the horizon, villagers were already scouring the beach for marine treasures. Most of them were women from the village, who did not harbor great expectations of significant earnings from their endeavors. They merely sought to collect a few items to supplement their household expenses. Some, clad in rubber overalls, busied themselves in the shallows, their bodies smeared with mud and sand. After walking along the coastline for about an hour, Chen Dong arrived at the confluence of 2 villages, where a patch of mangrove forest awaited him. The dense mangrove vegetation concealed a complicated underwater landscape, occasionally revealing the presence of sea snakes, thus deterring many from venturing into this area. With a slight shift of his gaze, Chen Dong activated his keen eyesight, and a fleeting glimmer of blue light caught his attention. In an instant, the seafood resources on this tidal flat were registered in his mind. Suddenly, Fu, his loyal dog, began barking at a nearby rock formation. Chen Dong focused his gaze and discovered a large blue crab quietly nestled within a crevice. Although the crab had concealed itself well, it was no match for Chen Dong's sharp eyes. Well done, Fu, he exclaimed with satisfaction. Without delay, he accessed the system's shop, navigated to the section for harvesting tools and gloves, and silently initiated an exchange. Ding. Exchange successful. Obtained a universal harvesting claw and gloves, consuming 50 points. Upon the item's manifestation, he found himself holding a pair of gloves and a harvesting claw that appeared rather unremarkable, yet felt extraordinarily light in his hands. A system notification chimed in. Harvesting claw, capable of grasping all fish, shellfish, snails, and crabs without risk of escape. Gloves. Once donned, they prevent pinching, cuts, and are impervious to damage. Excellent. Quite formidable, I must say, Chen Dong remarked, grasping the claw and reaching towards the blue crab, which he promptly captured. The wild blue crab exhibited a furious struggle upon being ensnared. Come here, he declared as he extracted it, its formidable pincers flailing wildly. Yet, no matter how fiercely the crab fought, it was futile. Chen Dong felt no tremor in his arms. Wow, this one must weigh over a pound, Chen Dong thought, his heart swelling with joy. Such a crab would fetch no less than 100 yuan in the market. He swiftly retrieved a rope, tied the crab's pincers and legs securely, and tossed it into his bucket. This one will serve as your midnight snack, he said to Fu. The dog's eye sparkled, and it performed a joyful flip on the rocks. Soon, the pair ventured into the mangrove forest. A glance around filled Chen Dong with delight, as the area teemed with the silhouettes of large blue crabs. Gulp! The sight of the densely packed crabs made Chen Dong swallow hard. Unbelievable. So many blue crabs. I'm about to strike it rich. His excitement mounted as he estimated that there were at least dozens, each of considerable size. If he managed to capture them all, he could potentially earn thousands. Fu, let us get to work, he declared, brandishing the harvesting claw and reaching into a hole, successfully capturing one crab after another. For those that were not deeply concealed, he simply used his hands to seize them. Thanks to the treasure gloves, he had no fear of being pinched. With each crab he caught, he tied its pincers and legs to prevent them from fighting amongst themselves in the bucket, which could lead to injuries and affect their market value. Fu, too, was diligently pawing at the burrows, engaging in a battle of wits with the crabs. Regardless of how vigorously the crabs flailed their pincers, they could not catch him. Perhaps the effect of the essence had sharpened Fu's intelligence. As time passed, Chen Dong amassed dozens of large blue crabs, and to his astonishment, the plastic bucket was nearly filled to capacity, with each crab weighing well over a pound. He was overwhelmed with the bounty. Just then, he encountered a crab that was entirely different from the previous ones. Its appearance closely resembled that of the blue crab, yet its shell bore a pale yellow hue. What? Is this a butter crab? Chen Dong exclaimed, elated, as he recognized it instantly. Having grown up by the sea, the joints of its legs and pincers gleamed with a bright yellow. The butter crab is a variant of the blue crab. known for its rarity and shorter storage lifespan, thus making it less common. Its price far exceeds that of ordinary blue crabs, earning it the title of the finest among crabs. Indeed, a single butter crab can be worth 10 times that of its blue counterpart. This was not merely crab collecting. It was akin to gathering money. Carefully securing the butter crab, aware of its preciousness, Chen Dong prepared to separate his catches. Lai Fu, go fetch another bucket from home, he instructed. With a swift bark, Lai Fu darted away and quickly returned with a bucket in its mouth. After depositing the butter crab into the new bucket, it resumed its enthusiastic search for blue crabs. Upon inspection, he found yet another butter crab, then another, and yet another. Goodness, I must be incredibly lucky today, Chen Dong exclaimed, nearly jumping in excitement. Some people might go decades without encountering a butter crab, yet he had caught 6 in a single morning. Resolute, he decided to continue until he had unearthed all the blue crabs, opting to release any smaller ones to ensure their continued propagation, thus maintaining a sustainable ecosystem. Half an hour slipped by unnoticed as he bound each butter crab and placed them into the bucket. This binding method is quite effective. Sitting on the ground, he surveyed the neatly arranged blue crabs, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction. If each commanded a price of 1,000 yuan, the 20 or so butter crabs amounted to over 20,000 yuan. Earning such a sum in just 2 or 3 hours was beyond the wildest dreams of an ordinary beachcomber. It would take months of toil to earn such a fortune previously. That will suffice for today. Let us head back. After completing his crab harvest, Chen Dong departed the mangrove forest, accompanied by Lai Fu. The sky gradually transitioned from dark to light, and at the horizon where sea met sky, a delicate fishbelly white hue emerged. A refreshing sea breeze swept through as the duo strolled along the beach. Just a short distance into their walk, a familiar voice called out from behind, Xiao Dong, up so early to harvest crabs? Chen Dong turned to see a kind-looking grandmother with slightly graying hair approaching. Though she appeared to be in her 60s, her spirit was vibrant, and she stood tall and strong. This was Chun Dachuan's grandmother, Zhang Xuemei, a warm-hearted and benevolent woman. Indeed, as I grow older, sleep eludes me. However, with nothing pressing to attend to, I thought I might venture to the seaside to gather some seafood to supplement the household expenses, Zhang Xuemei chirped merrily. Grandma, you are still quite youthful in my eyes. In my heart, you are only in your early 40s, Chen Dong replied with a grin. Haha, you sweet-talking lad. Zhang Xuemei laughed heartily, then produced a plastic bag. You haven't had breakfast yet, have you? Here are the tea eggs I made. Eat one while it's warm. Grandma, I've already eaten. Chen Dong waved his hand dismissively. Without waiting for his response, Zhang Xuemei insisted on stuffing the egg into his embrace. You're the only one at home. Who else will cook for you? If you don't feel like cooking, just come home for a meal. It's merely an extra pair of chopsticks, and Chun often mentions you. Chen Dong felt a warm glow in his heart. Grandma Chun had always treated him kindly, and he was indeed the best friend of Chen Dachuan. All right, Chen Dong nodded. Then his gaze wandered to the beach ahead, where he spotted several clams. Grandma, I just saw some clams over there, while the coast is clear. Why not go dig for them? Really? Are there truly clams? Zhang Xuemei's face brightened at the mention of the clams. A pound of clams costs quite a fortune. Far more than some sea snails and scallops. Yes, I saw quite a few just now. Oh, thank you, Xiao Dong. No need for thanks. Just go quickly, Grandma. All right, I will heed your advice. With that, Zhang Xuemei hurried towards the beach. After parting ways with her, Chen Dong made his way to the pier. The pier was bustling with activity, with numerous people already hawking their seafood. Groups of 3 or 5 huddled together, the sounds of bargaining creating a lively atmosphere. Among them were both sellers and buyers, restaurant managers, casual customers, and seafood traders. These traders often ventured from the town or county to the village pier to scour for seafood, as purchasing directly from fishermen offered better prices and sometimes yielded excellent finds. Beachcombers preferred selling their catch to these buyers, as the prices were slightly higher than those offered by seafood collection stations. The villagers engaged in such practices merely to earn a bit more. I'm feeling a bit parched. Time for a drink, Chen Dong thought, feeling slightly dehydrated. He first bought a bottle of electrolyte water from a small shop, then shared a few photos of large blue crabs in the seafood trading group. After finding a spot, he settled in, awaiting potential buyers. At that moment, a voice reached his ears. He turned to see Zhao Billion, the head of the information station. Purely wild blue crabs, large and plump, you won't regret buying. Nor will you be deceived. Her booming voice effectively drew the attention of nearby buyers. How much are you selling these crabs for? A middle-aged man inquired directly. 90 yuan each. That's a bit steep. Steep? For wild crabs? Just look at the size. Zhao Billion added. This one weighs around 7 or 8 taels, such a rarity. The 2 women nearby began to chatter. Oh, Billion, such large crabs? Their size is impressive, and their quality is superb. Where did you find them? You're quite lucky. Hearing their praise, Zhao Billion beamed with pride. Typically, everyone gathered only small, inexpensive sea snails and scallops, yielding meager returns of merely a few dozen yuan. Today, however, she had stumbled upon 3 blue crabs, which would net her around 200 yuan, filling her with delight. The middle-aged man continued to haggle. How about 70 yuan each? Zhao Billion's expression soured. The lowest I will go is 90 yuan each. Not a penny less. All right then. The man shook his head and walked away towards other stalls. Zhao Billion scoffed, muttering, come back later, and the price won't be the same. Meanwhile, Chen Dong spread several plastic bags on the ground, taking a few large blue crabs from the bucket and arranging them atop. Before he could finish, a crowd had already gathered around him. Wow, what enormous blue crabs. Did you strike a crab nest? Hey, is your entire bucket filled with blue crabs? Brother, what's the price for these crabs? Give us a quote. A cacophony of voices surrounded Chen Dong, their eyes brimming with envy. Although crabs and blue crabs were common at the pier, such large, succulent specimens of high quality were indeed rare. Brother, I want this one. How much? A tall, slender man reached to grab one. Chen Dong immediately blocked his hand. Sorry, my friend, I'm not selling them individually. If you wish to buy, you must take them all. Selling them one by one is too cumbersome. He did not recognize the tall man. What if he tried to run off with one? Even if he didn't run, if one crab were to be damaged, who would be responsible? Each crab was a masterpiece, and Chen Dong was not about to take any chances. Upon hearing that Chen Dong was not selling individually, the tall man's eyes dimmed, yet he remained. Brother, I'll take all of these. What's the price? The earlier middle-aged man chimed in. Chen Dong regarded him thoughtfully before replying earnestly, one flat price, 160 yuan per gene. The crowd around him was taken aback, their expressions stunned. They were aware that blue crab prices were high, but they had not anticipated such a figure. Those who had intended to buy now appeared deflated. Yet none left the scene. Onlookers seemed intrigued, eager to see who would dare to pay such a price. At that moment, Chen Dong spotted Zhao Billion alongside the middle-aged man. Her eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, her face a picture of dismay as she beheld the blue crabs. Her own catch paled in comparison. Good heavens, 160 yuan? Is that money just falling from the sky? My word, I've never heard of such a high price. Young man, don't be so greedy in business. Listening to the murmurs around him, Chen Dong merely smiled in silence, understanding their intent to negotiate. However, there would be no reductions. Brother, that's a bit pricey. How about 120 yuan per gene? The middle-aged man suggested with a grin. Chen Dong's mouth twitched in disbelief. Are you serious? You want to slash off 40 yuan just like that? He chose not to respond, confident in the quality of his goods, knowing they would sell. Especially now, during the fishing ban, wild seafood was a hot commodity. For crabs of this size, doubling the price was entirely feasible. Many restaurants would sell them at a premium, flaunting them as signature dishes. Just then, his phone buzzed. Checking it, he saw a friend request on WeixIn. The profile picture featured a striking Chinese rural dog with a white face and yellow body. Chen Dong opened the friend's moments and noticed most of the content was advertisements for Hongyun Hotel. Hongyun Hotel, that's a well-known seafood restaurant in the city. A time-honored establishment. After accepting the request, the other party immediately sent a voice message. Brother, are the mantis shrimp still available? The tone was urgent. They are. May I ask who this is? I'm Zhang Fei, the executive manager at Hongyun Hotel. I'm on my way, please wait for me. Please hurry. If you take too long, someone else might buy them. Chen Dong spoke the truth. If someone offered a high price, he certainly would not wait. Wild seafood. The fresher and livelier it is, the more valuable it becomes. All right, I'll be right there. He hung up the phone and immediately received a notification on WeChat regarding a transfer of a 2,000 yuan deposit. Brother, let me take the deposit first. Rest assured, the price will surely satisfy you. Chen Dong refrained from accepting it. If he were to negotiate down by 30 or 50 yuan like this person, wouldn't that be a significant loss for him? The middle-aged man spoke again. How about this? Brother, I'll add 20 yuan for each crab. What do you think? He was unwilling to be outmaneuvered. Currently, his restaurant also needed some high-end seafood to enhance its reputation. Just moments ago, he thought that the people around him wouldn't be buying and decided to press down the prices. Now, with a competitor in the mix, uncertain of their capabilities, he felt the urgency to secure the deal swiftly. After a short while, the phone rang again. It was Zhang Fei, the administrative manager of Hongyun Hotel. Brother, I've arrived, where are you? I'm under the large tree to the west of the dock, surrounded by a crowd. I see you, I'm on my way. Upon seeing the transportation vehicle of Hongyun Hotel, the crowd instantly gathered around. As a well-known seafood establishment in the city, their purchasing prices were typically quite high. Naturally, the quality requirements were also stringent. Wild and fresh were prerequisites. Zhang Fei waved his hand and walked straight to Chen Dong's stall. Soon, two men stood beside Chen Dong's stall. Hello, I am Zhang Fei, the administrative manager of Hongyan Hotel. May I know your name? Zhang Fei smiled and extended his hand in greeting, accompanied by a young man clad in the hotel's uniform. Hello, Manager Zhang. I'm honored. My surname is Chen, and my given name is Dong. Zhao Billion stared at the enthusiastic Zhang Fei, momentarily taken aback. How did this lad know someone from Hongyan Hotel? Previously, it was always the purchasing staff from the hotel who came to the dock. This Zhang Fei was a first-time encounter. How inconsiderate, indulging in exclusivity. We are from the same village, and he doesn't even introduce himself. Manager Zhang, everything is here, Chen Dong remarked as he lifted the lid, revealing a bucket filled with large blue crabs. Zhang Fei's eyes lit up instantly, all exquisite large blue crabs before him. Holding one, it weighed at least a pound. Plump and juicy. The manner in which they were tied was meticulous, ensuring their freshness. Brother, these are all top-notch goods. Name your price. 160 yuan per pound. Chen Dong reiterated his earlier price. Zhang Fei laughed heartily and responded with enthusiasm. Brother, I'll take all these blue crabs. Are you that generous? No haggling at all. To be honest, this price for crabs of such size wasn't exorbitant. Furthermore, since Hongyan Hotel is a major seafood establishment in the city, they would certainly make a greater profit. It seemed he had undervalued his goods. However, it would be inappropriate to retract his offer. One must adhere to principles of integrity. Chen Dong smiled and said, all right, it's a deal. Haha, you're quite straightforward. Let us proceed to weigh them. Okay, let us weigh. The earlier middle-aged man sighed. He had anticipated the sudden appearance of Hongyan Hotel. Aware of their higher offer, he begrudgingly departed for other stalls. It's all about making money. No need to be modest. Manager Zhang, I didn't bring a scale. Chen Dong suddenly remembered that he had forgotten to bring one. No worries, Shaoli. Go fetch the scale, Zhang Fei instructed the young man beside him. Chen Dong accepted the scale and began weighing the large blue crabs. Fei go, it totals 60 pounds. Minus 1 pound for the bucket, so it's 59 pounds. Chen Dong quickly finished weighing the crabs. Haha, you're quite honest. Zhang Fei pulled out his phone to calculate the price. That'll be a total of 9,440 yuan. Would you prefer cash or a bank transfer? Chen Dong pondered briefly. Cash, please, Fei go, it's more convenient. Zhang Fei then pulled out a stack of cash from his bag, untied the bundle, took out 5 bills, and handed the rest to Chen Dong. Chen Dong returned 60 yuan as change. All right, we're all settled. Thank you for your patronage, Chen Dong said politely. Looking at the thick stack of cash, Chen Dong was elated. In just a morning's work, he had earned nearly 10,000 yuan. The system does not deceive me. At this rate, 1 billion might not be far off. Zhang Fei continued. Brother, how come I've never seen you before? I was working away from here and just returned. I thought you looked unfamiliar. But you're quite lucky, returning just in time to catch so many large blue crabs. It's merely coincidence. Chen Dong chuckled, thinking to himself that could he really disclose the secret of his fortune? This is my business card. If you have any high-quality seafood in the future, feel free to call me directly. As for prices, you can rest assured, you won't be at a loss. Zhang Fei handed his business card to Chen Dong. No problem, Fei go. I'm younger than you, so just call me Xiao Dong from now on. Chen Dong said as he accepted the card. Haha, all right. Just as Zhang Fei was about to take his leave, Chen Dong called out to him. Fei go. I have some butter crabs as well. Would you be interested? Seeing that Zhang Fei was generous and offered a fair price, it wouldn't hurt to sell them all to him. Butter crabs? What kind of butter crabs are you talking about? Let me take a look. Upon hearing about the more rare butter crabs, Zhang Fei's eyes sparkled. Hongyan Hotel, being a benchmark seafood establishment in the county, often hosted business events. Now, during the fishing ban, they were in urgent need of high-quality and rare seafood to display. The sight of so many large blue crabs had already astonished him. He never anticipated there would be butter crabs as well. This young man was quite remarkable. Without further ado, Chen Dong opened the lid of another bucket and retrieved a butter crab. Under the sunlight, the butter crab shimmered brilliantly, nearly blinding Zhang Fei's eyes. After a moment of astonishment, Zhang Fei quickly inquired, Xiao Dong, how much do you plan to sell this butter crab for? Chen Dong pondered briefly. He was uncertain of the exact price for butter crabs. Earlier, while at the dock, he had checked the prices online. The premium quality. Larger-sized butter crabs can fetch between 1,000 to 2,000 yuan each. However, the prices vary across different regions, and he is uncertain of the specific price here. Fei Gu, being a professional seafood dealer, was encouraged to propose a price. If it aligns with their expectations, they would proceed with the transaction. If not, they would part amicably. Chen Dong directly urged him to make an offer, having already formulated his own plan. Should the quoted price exceed his mental threshold, he would sell regardless of the profit margin. After a brief contemplation, Zhang Fei earnestly stated, these butter crabs are substantial and of high quality, with their rich, creamy roe being quite abundant. Thus, I'll offer you one, 600 yuan each. How does that sound? This price is indeed quite favorable and represents the highest he could propose. If it fails to meet Chen Dong's expectations, they would have to abandon the negotiation. Although Hanyun Restaurant is financially robust, profitability remains a priority. Deal. That price is agreeable. Chen Dong declared exuberantly with a wave of his hand. The sum of 600 yuan per crab was precisely within his anticipated range. Zhang Fei, slightly puzzled, remarked, Brother Chen, did you agree so readily because I overquoted? His expression reflected his concern. Chen Dong, with a slight smirk, replied, if sold at a hotel, it would likely command a higher price. They shared a knowing laugh, understanding the unspoken truths that could still allow for friendship. Chen Dong requested to keep 4 crabs to take home, and Zhang Fei acquiesced, recognizing that the selling price of others is their own concern. After calculating the total amount, 600 multiplied by 4, Zhang Fei handed over the cash, saying, Brother, feel free to reach out whenever you procure quality goods. Hanyun Restaurant is at your service 24/7. Chen Dong responded with a hearty laugh, assuring him he would. With the transaction complete, Zhang Fei drove away promptly, as the seafood needed to be transported back quickly to ensure freshness, which is paramount in the seafood industry. Chen Dong gazed at the over 40,000 yuan in the bucket, feeling as though he were in a dream. This amount was equivalent to the income he would typically earn in 6 months. Who would have thought such a fortune could be amassed in a single morning? Indeed, only by harvesting the sea could one find such joy. As he contemplated, Laifu circled the water bucket, and Chen Dong playfully tapped its head, saying, I haven't forgotten. Look, this big green crab is still here. Upon seeing the large green crab he had caught in the morning, Laifu's eyes sparkled, and drool began to drip. Isn't the little master reliable? What are we waiting for? Let us steam it now. I'm quite hungry, Laifu exclaimed eagerly. Subsequently, the duo made their way from the dock towards sister-in-law's noodle shop. Meanwhile, in stark contrast, Zhao Bilian's green crabs appeared utterly unremarkable compared to Chen Dong's. After calling out for quite some time, she had failed to sell any. Some even joked, let us go in together for a meal. I'll provide the wine. You bring the crabs, and we can steam them up. This taunt infuriated Zhao Bilian, who muttered curses under her breath. Ultimately, with tears in her eyes, she sold her green crabs for merely 65 yuan each, casting a venomous glance at Chen Dong, who had overshadowed her sales. What luck does this brat have, I wonder? She thought resentfully. Upon reaching the noodle shop during the bustling lunch hour, she found many customers dining. Sister Li Shioli was busy, while her nephew Chen Jianhao entertained himself by playing with Ultraman fighting small monsters. Uncle, Chen Jianhao called affectionately as he ran up to Chen Dong. Chen Dong opened the bucket and allowed his nephew a glimpse. Wow, such a big green crab. Chen Jianhao's eyes widened in amazement, nearly drooling. Do you want to eat it? Chen Dong inquired. Absolutely. Chen Jianhao nodded enthusiastically. Let us head to Uncle S' house then, Chen Dong replied, opting not to have his sister prepare noodles for him. After bidding her farewell, he stopped by the supermarket to purchase some vegetables, eggs, and meat. He thought it impractical to dine solely at the noodle shop, as eating noodles every day could become tiresome. Upon returning home, Chen Dong first set the green crab to steam, then prepared a pot of shredded pork noodles while also boiling some pig offal. After completing the cooking, he settled comfortably into a lounge chair beneath the trees in his yard, enjoying the refreshing sea breeze that enveloped him, bringing about a sense of tranquility. Jianhao played joyfully with Laifu, occasionally tugging at its ears or lifting its mouth. Laifu, gazing intently at Chen Dong, seemed to think, I just want some peace. Chen Dong chuckled, recognizing the age when both humans and dogs often find each other bothersome. He then opened the system panel, noting he had earned 400 points today, enough to purchase more harvesting tools. Before he realized it, he dozed off. Meanwhile, Chen's grandmother, Zhang Xuemei, visited the beach Chen Dong had mentioned. Upon looking down, she discovered numerous clam holes. These are indeed clam holes. She rejoiced. She sprinkled a bit of salt at the entrance, and a jet of water shot up in response. Soon, a clam the thickness of a thumb emerged from the sand. Zhang Xuemei promptly pulled it out, estimating it to be around 10 centimeters long. After a moment of delight, she hurriedly placed the clam into her bucket and continued to sprinkle salt. One after another, clams began to surface. Time flew by, and before she knew it, half an hour had passed. By then, Zhang Xuemei had harvested 2 to 3 kilograms of clams. Fresh clams could sell for about 50 yuan per kilogram, meaning she had already earned over 100 yuan in that short span. What a good child, she thought, filled with gratitude for Chen Dong, and she resumed digging diligently. Uncle, wake up, barked Laifu, who was also persistently yapping in Chen Dong's ear, rousing him from sleep. What is that smell? Chen Dong awoke to a pungent, acrid odor, while Laifu was eagerly wagging its head toward the kitchen. Oh no, My crabs. Chen Dong sprang up, instantly alert, and dashed to the kitchen. Upon arrival, he was met with the sight of thick black smoke billowing from the pot. Lifting the lid unleashed a cloud of smoke, causing him to cough. Why is there black smoke? What monstrosity is inside? Chen Dong sheepishly laughed. I was careless. I didn't keep an eye on it. Let me show you a magic trick, he said, presenting the charred crab. The moment it touched the table, it shattered with a crunching sound. The crab's eyes stared blankly ahead, as if refusing to close even in death. Chen Dong's forehead was lined with 3 dark lines. That's it. It's completely ruined. He lamented. Woof woof woof. Lai Fu barked at the charred remains. What kind of abomination is this? Where's my green crab? Chen Dong mischievously grinned at Lai Fu. Lai Fu, this is your green crab. Enjoy. It's crunchy. Woof woof woof. Lai Fu retorted. What kind of green crab is this? Are you trying to harm me, little master? Uncle, come here. Chen Jinhao piped up, and seizing the moment while Chen Dong was distracted, he smeared a hefty dollop of black soot across Chen Dong's face. Giggling, the laughter echoed through the kitchen. Chen Dong immediately retaliated, painting a black eye on Lai Fu. Woof woof. The large and small, along with the dog, were having a delightful time. All right. I will cook for you later tonight. After dinner, we'll head into the city this afternoon. Sounds great, uncle. I want to eat something delicious. Chen Jinhao waved his little hands excitedly. Following this, Chen Dong served the food, and the trio commenced their meal. After they finished dining, the hour was still early, and they did not set off for the county town immediately. Chen Dong reclined in his chair, contemplating the path that lay ahead. Initially, he had intended to return home for a brief respite, but unexpectedly, he awakened the system. With the newfound ability to gather seafood, it was clear that he would develop in the fishing village. Currently, he had over 60,000 yuan in hand, which was insufficient to purchase a boat. Yet he could acquire an electric tricycle. The beach was vast, and he certainly could not walk there every day to gather seafood. With a mode of transportation, he could venture farther afield, widening his options while avoiding the prying eyes of some gossips in the village. An electric tricycle proved highly practical in rural areas, capable of transporting both people and goods, extremely useful indeed. Having made up his mind, he then went to his elder brother's house to borrow an electric bike, taking his young nephew and Lai Fu along to the county town. Upon reaching the county town, it was precisely 4:30. Chen Dong headed straight to the Xiaodao electric vehicle store, taking half an hour to choose before finally selecting a pro version of the bike. The vehicle had a range of 60 kilometers, and fearing the battery might not suffice, he opted to add 2 more batteries, enabling a total distance of 160 kilometers. With a trade-in policy in place, Chen Dong spent an additional 2,000 yuan to exchange his old 2-wheeled electric bike for a new one. After a round of haggling, the total cost came to 9,800 yuan. With limited funds remaining, he needed to plan his expenditures carefully. Subsequently, the owner gifted him various items, a pump, a raincoat, a helmet, and a thermos, among other inexpensive goods, which Chen Dong gratefully packed onto his vehicle. As he was leaving, the store clerk even set off 2 firecrackers, enhancing the festive atmosphere. Wishing the owner continued success, we look forward to your next visit. Chen Dong's lips twitched at the words, thinking, what next visit? This is a legitimate transaction. Uncle, are you thirsty? I still have 10 yuan in my pocket. Let's south go across the street, and I'll buy you a bottle of water. Chen Jinhao pointed at Zhang Erming's snack shop across from the electric bike store. Oh ho, the little rascal has learned to take the initiative. Let us go take a look. Chen Dong parked the bike across the street, and as soon as he entered, he spotted his high school classmate, Zhang Erming. Zhang Erming recognized Chen Dong immediately. Wow, Chen Dong, is that really you? Oh my, Erming, what brings you here? Zhang Erming, who had a good relationship with Chen Dong during school, exclaimed, haha, this is my snack shop. What wind blew you here? Just came to the city to buy some things. Look at you, running your own shop. Hey, it's going all right, just making a living, Zhang Erming chuckled, handing over a bottle of water. What are you up to these days? Just returned, taking a break, and occasionally gathering seafood, Chen Dong replied candidly. Really? Gathering seafood? How much can you earn from that? You might want to consider opening a snack shop. The income is decent enough, you 1T starve, but you 1T get rich either. Zhang Erming spoke sincerely. Chen Dong laughed heartily, no need for that. I think gathering seafood suits me just fine. Your business seems to be thriving. The shop appeared to be around 50 square meters, primarily selling snacks, with a considerable variety of products. At that moment, several girls were perusing the snacks, likely students, and some parents were shopping with their children. Ugh, all aimlessly wandering. I co-own this shop, and today just happens to be my workday. All right, you should be content. You don't know how many people envy you, Zhang Erming remarked. Haha, it's going all right. By the way, there's a class reunion in a few days. Are you going? Many people will attend. What else? Oh, you'll find out when the time comes. You're being cryptic. Chen Dong teased. All right, I'll definitely come. At this point, Chun Jinhao approached with a basket full of snacks, blinking his bright eyes. Uncle, I've picked out everything. Chen Dong looked down and exclaimed, good heavens. What a glutton. Wong Wong snow cakes, teddy bear biscuits, cotton candy, Rice Krispie bars, beef jerky, and lollipops. Following that, Chen Dong grabbed 2 boxes of pure milk and 2 boxes of Wangzai milk. Old Zhang, I'm here to settle the bill. Despite Zhang Erming's insistence on not accepting Chen Dong's money, he firmly pressed it into his hands. Take it. A deal is a deal. You're making me feel awkward coming here. All right, I'll give you a discount. After chatting for a while about past memories, both had their own tasks to attend to, so they exchanged phone numbers before Chen Dong took his leave. Next, he visited a supermarket to purchase some vegetables, fruits, and meat, planning to cook at home for a healthier meal. With everything gathered, Chen Dong finally drove back home. As he passed the village information station, a wave of gossip ensued, as if it were a village tradition. Meanwhile, within a residence, a woman abruptly snatched the cigarette from Chen Jiangwo's mouth. You just know how to smoke, don't you? Smoke yourself to death. Chen Jiangwo looked bewildered at the woman before him. This woman, Zhang Hohat, was Chen Dong's aunt, while the man was his uncle, Chen Jiangwo. Zhang Hohat had just returned from gathering seafood and had heard that Chen Dong sold nearly 10,000 yuan worth of large crabs today. Looking at the meager fish and shrimp in her bucket, she felt a pang of dissatisfaction. Did you know that Dongzi made 10,000 yuan today gathering seafood? And he even bought a new tricycle? Zhang Hohat said, her expression sour. While she could only envy others earning money, seeing Chen Dong profit and purchase things made her feel worse than losing money herself. This discomfort stemmed from the fact that Chen Dong still owed their family a debt of 100,000 yuan. Let him earn. If Xiao Dong can make money, that's his skill. Why make a fuss about it? Chen Jiangwo lit another cigarette, speaking nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hohat became agitated. Are you truly a living Buddha? I ask you, do we need to renovate our house? Does Xiao Kai need to buy a house for his wedding? Chapter 11. Are you feeling mischievous again? Initially, Chen Jingwo had lent 10,000 yuan from their family to assist his younger brother, Chen Dong's father, Chen Jianqi. Due to unforeseen circumstances in Chen Dong's family, the money had never been repaid, leaving her feeling disgruntled. Just yesterday, Chen Dong had returned, digging up sandworms, and today he caught large crabs, making over 10,000 yuan. He joyfully bought things, yet the repayment was nowhere in sight. Her frustration boiled over, prompting her to lash out at her husband. Am I not earning money? What's wrong? Do you want me to resort to theft? Chen Jiangwo retorted. I think you've lost your mind. Now that Dongzi is making money, shouldn't we repay our debt? While he still has it, we should get it back quickly. If we wait any longer, we might end up with nothing. As Zhang Hohat spoke, a cunning glint flickered in her eyes. I trust Xiao Dong. Besides, he just returned, and I, as his uncle, cannot lose face. Are you foolish? He has money to buy a new bike in the city, but doesn't he think about repaying the debt to you, his uncle? Zhang Hohat continued to press. Enough. Let us not discuss this matter for now. Chen Jingwo shot a glare at Zhang Hohat. All right, you are so high-minded. After uttering those words, Zhang Hohat stormed out in a huff. Meanwhile, Chen Dong returned home. He mounted his new electric scooter and placed the 4 butter crabs he had caught earlier that morning onto the vehicle, taking his little nephew, Xiao Hao, along to his elder brother's house. At that moment, his elder brother and sister-in-law were busy in the kitchen preparing a meal. Upon seeing Chen Dong's arrival, his brother, Chen Ming, stepped out of the kitchen. Ah, a new electric bike. A Xiaodao model. Quite impressive, Chen Ming remarked while picking chives, his gaze fixed on the gleaming scooter. His own bike had been in use for several years, and he too wished to acquire a new one. Brother, I took the liberty of selling your old clunker and added some cash to get this new one, Chen Dong said with a grin. That's fine. You can use it since you're back without a vehicle. No need. I've already purchased a tricycle. By the way, brother, please steam these crabs as well. It's been ages since I've had crab, Chen Dong said as he handed the bucket to his brother. Wow, such large butter crabs. Where did you get these from? Xiao Dong. Chen Ming was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the crabs in the bucket. He then pulled one out, estimating it to weigh over a pound. Hearing about the butter crabs, his sister-in-law, Li Xioli, also emerged from the kitchen. Upon seeing the enormous crabs, she exclaimed, Oh my, they are indeed quite large. Xiao Dong, where did you procure them? Both of them simultaneously spoke, their eyes fixed intently on Chen Dong, as if trying to discern some hidden truth from his expression. Chen Ming shrugged and recounted the entire ordeal. He then pointed to the bucket of butter crabs, stating, These are specifically reserved for tonight's feast. What? Eat these. Chen Ming immediately rejected the idea, exclaiming, No way, butter crabs are quite precious. What kind of family are we to indulge in such luxury? It wasn't that he was being stingy. A single butter crab could fetch 1 to 2,000 yuan. Working at the seafood processing plant in town, he earned only a few thousand yuan a month. The 4 butter crabs were worth his entire monthly salary, and thus he was reluctant to consume them. Li Xiuli chimed in. Indeed, Xiao Dong, it would be too wasteful. Brother and sister-in-law, the purpose of earning money is to enhance our lives. If one only earns without spending, wouldn't that make us slaves to money? Chen Dong continued. Money is endless. While we earn, we must also relish life. Moreover, some fishermen may never encounter a single butter crab in their lifetime. Today, let us indulge ourselves. Eventually, Chen Ming and Li Xiuli could not counter Chen Dong's arguments and reluctantly agreed, returning to the kitchen to resume their preparations. Before long, the meal was ready. The dinner spread was lavish. Cucumber with century egg, assorted cold cuts, spicy beef, stir-fried clams, stir-fried sandworms with chives, steamed butter crabs, and a pot of seafood congee. Wow, such long clams! Chun Jianhao exclaimed, reaching out to grab one, only to have his mother swat his hand away. Look at your filthy hands. Go wash them first. Chen Dong couldn't help but smirk at the boy's antics. Once everything was on the table, the family enjoyed a delightful meal together. Chen Dong and his brother sipped on liquor and exchanged pleasantries. After several rounds, both men began to feel slightly tipsy. They polished off a bottle of baijiu. And although there was another bottle, his sister-in-law adamantly refused to allow more drinking. What's this? Didn't we just settle the tab last night? Chen Ming suddenly remarked. Chen Dong, Li Xiuli, Daming, are you feeling a bit too cheeky? Li Xiuli's cheeks flushed slightly as she playfully pinched Chen Ming's thigh, clearing his throat. Chen Dong addressed them, brother and sister-in-law, I've earned some money from my recent fishing trips. I know you could use some, so please take this. As he spoke, Chen Dong stood up and produced a stack of cash he had prepared in advance. This was also the reason he insisted on cash transactions while selling seafood. Xiao Dong, what are you doing? Quickly take the money back. Chen Ming declined to accept. Wait until you earn a fortune, then you can give it to us, his sister-in-law added. Chen Dong, however, firmly insisted, brother and sister-in-law, you have helped me immensely. Besides, I still have debts to settle. It's not easy for you either. Previously, the family had taken on significant loans to secure a home for Chen Dong in the big city, only for the development to go awry, resulting in a complete loss of their investment and his girlfriend leaving him. For these past few years, it had been his brother bearing the burden, with the noodle shop's business being mediocre, all while supporting little Hao, which added to the pressure. You aren't married yet, and you'll need to date. There will be plenty of expenses. Chen Ming still did not accept the money. Chen Dong forcefully pressed the cash into his hands, saying, brother and sister-in-law, I can earn now, so please take it. I will consider it a deposit with you. With a newfound confidence in his financial prospects, Chen Dong felt no anxiety, believing he would soon earn more. All right, we will keep this money for now, and you can take it when you need it, Chen Ming conceded, no longer insisting otherwise. He then inquired about Chen Dong's future plans. Chen Dong contemplated taking a short break, dedicating his days to fishing until he earned enough to buy a fishing boat. Very well, just make sure to plan accordingly, Chen Ming instructed, choosing to remain silent thereafter. In the past, Chen Ming would have offered several words of advice. But now that his younger brother had matured, he felt it was important to respect his decisions. The two then shared a few more bottles of beer before Chen Dong finally left, feeling satisfied and full. The night air was slightly cool. Upon returning home, it was precisely 10 o'clock. Chen Dong took a quick shower, lay on his bed, scrolled through his phone for a bit, and read a few chapters of a novel before drifting off to sleep. After all, he had been busy all day and was genuinely exhausted. The following morning, a ray of sunlight streamed into the room. Oh. Chen Dong stretched and glanced at his phone. It was precisely 7 o'clock. The tide was set to come in at 8, just the right time. After getting up and washing up, he heard a series of knocks on the door. Chapter 12. Brother, you've become inflated. Just as he was about to prepare breakfast, the knocking suddenly echoed. Brother, it's me, De-chun. Are you awake? Chen Dong walked over to open the door and found Chun De-chun standing at the entrance, a smile on his face and a lunchbox in hand. De-chun always appeared spirited and cheerful. Upon seeing Chen Dong, he beamed. Brother, I just delivered milk, and this is breakfast made by my grandmother. You should eat it while it's hot. Oh, that's so kind of her. Chen Dong initially intended to decline, but upon reflection, he accepted the offering, saying, please thank Grandma for me when you return. It was fortunate as he needed to prepare breakfast anyway, and De-chun's delivery saved him the effort. Brother, it's no trouble. My grandma says she wants to thank you too. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have harvested so many clams yesterday. Oh, there's no need for thanks. I'll visit your home and have a chat with your grandma later, Chen Dong replied. As De-chun opened the lunchbox, it revealed 3 flavor buns, nutritious millet porridge, and eggs. Have you eaten yet? Chen Dong inquired. Not yet, De-chun replied honestly. All right, let us eat together, and then we can go clam digging. Huh. Clam digging is so boring. It's much better to go to the arcade in town and play games. Upon hearing Chen Dong mention clam digging, De-chun's enthusiasm waned. Smack. Chen Dong playfully swatted his head, saying, "All you think about is games. Have you seen how old you are? I think your grandma is nearly going insane from wanting a grandson. Brother, what's so great about women? They only slow me down in my gaming." Chen Dong pouted, feeling wronged. Smack. Chen Dong was lost in thought. Your grandmother is getting older. If you don't earn money properly, how will you take care of her in the future? Upon hearing Chen Dong's words, Chen Dachuan began to ponder. Brother, it seems I've had an epiphany. Playing games to earn money and support grandma. Chen Dong interjected, enough. Hurry up and eat. After breakfast, follow me to the beach. The 3 flavor buns prepared by Grandma Chun were aromatic and delicious. And enjoying steaming hot dishes in the early morning was indeed a form of happiness. Soon, the two finished their breakfast. After gathering their beachcombing tools, Chen Dong hopped onto his tricycle, taking Dachuan with him. The sun gracefully ascended from the horizon, its golden rays shimmering upon the undulating sea, a sight to behold. After a half-hour journey, Chen Dong finally discovered a relatively tranquil beach. Scanning the surroundings, he noticed few people, which was to his liking as it meant they would not be disturbed. Chen Dong activated his keen eyesight, continuously surveying the area. Brother, do you think we can find some treasure today? Of course we can, just stick with me. Not long after, they stumbled upon a pile of rocks, where a few green mussels were nestled within the crevices. Dachuan excitedly leapt from the vehicle and quickly turned to Chen Dong, exclaiming, Brother, you struck gold. There are so many green mussels here. Chen Dong approached and was taken aback by the sight, an abundance of dark, glistening mussels filling the rocky crevices. Weighing perhaps hundreds of pounds, green mussels, also known as sea rainbow, are relatively inexpensive seafood, costing just a few dollars per pound. Fortunately, their quantity was substantial. If they brought them all back, they could sell for a few $100. For an average beachcomber, it was a significant find. Chen Dong shook his head, unimpressed. Dachuan, this isn't our target. Let's keep searching. Brother, you've become picky. You look down on such money now? Go on, take these back, and we'll tire ourselves out. Save your strength for something bigger. Oh right. After saying that, Dachuan jumped down from the rocks. Just a few steps later, Chen Dong spotted 2 large crabs hiding beneath a rock. The crabs lay there quietly, appearing quite sizable, with formidable claws. Quick as a flash, Chen Dong seized one, grasping its flailing claws, which were quite aggressive. Let us go. Wow, brother, that's a huge crab. It must weigh about a pound. Dachuan exclaimed in delight, staring at the crab as large as his face. Thwack. Chen Dong playfully tapped him on the head. If you're going to call me brother, can you leave out the exclamations? Dachuan scratched his head. Got it, brother. Wow, what a big crab. Why does that still sound the same? Chen Dong sighed. Forget it. Call me whatever you like. He quickly bound the large crab and tossed it into the bucket. Once the crab was secured, Chen Dong looked up to see some cat's eye snails nestled beneath a rock to his left. There are cat's eye snails under that rock. Let us check it out. Chen Dong instructed Dachuan. Together, they lifted the rock, revealing a cluster of fist-sized cat's eye snails. Wow, brother, look at the size of these cat's eye snails. Dachuan's eyes widened in astonishment. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and collect them. Chen Dong urged him. He weighed one in his hand. It must be around half a pound. A pound of cat's eye snails could fetch about $80, indicating they were looking at a minimum of $1,000 in hand. While collecting the snails, Chen Dong mentally accessed the system shop, locating the sections for sand shovels and gloves, and silently wished to exchange. Ding. Exchange successful. Obtained a sand shovel and gloves, consuming 70 points. Chen Dong silently invoked their appearance, and a sand shovel and a pair of gloves materialized in his hands. Brother, where did you get that sand shovel? Dachuan asked curiously upon seeing the shovel. I conjured it. Put on the gloves, Chen Dong replied, handing them to him. Wow, brother. You're amazing. You can even perform magic. Chen Dong twitched his lips. Did he really believe he conjured it? Yet, Dachuan's unwavering trust brought him comfort. All right, let's get collecting. A family should be united. They tossed dozens of cat's eye snails into the bucket. Just a few steps later, Chen Dong spotted familiar large claws beneath another rock. Dachuan, there are flower crabs over there. Chen Dong pointed to a rock. Dachuan donned the gloves and immediately lifted the rock. Suddenly, a flurry of flower crabs scurried in all directions, and Chen Dong swiftly pressed them down one by one. With the protective gloves, he felt no pain at all. Dachuan, hurry and catch them. Dachuan, too, grabbed them with his hands, his speed surpassing Chen Dong's. In no time, they caught over a dozen flower crabs, each substantial, weighing over a pound. Brother, we're going to strike it rich with so many flower crabs. Dachuan exclaimed excitedly, gazing at their haul. This is just the beginning. Chen Dong rolled his eyes and added, our luck today must be good. Let us keep exploring. Soon, they arrived at the other side of the rocks, where they were greeted by a dense cluster of barnacles. Brother, look at all these barnacles. Chapter 13, Exquisite Buddha's Hand Snail. Barnacles, also known as horse teeth, grow on rocky shores in humid coastal areas, encased in a layer of grayish-white shells. They resemble stones, but are a unique type of crustacean. Barnacles also possess significant medicinal value, known for detoxifying and treating wounds and alleviating pain. Ordinary barnacles can sell for around $100, while higher quality ones may fetch around $200. Among them, a variety known as gooseneck barnacles holds even greater value. However, that was not the target for today. Chen Dong had just discovered that numerous dog-s foot snails were growing on these barnacles through his keen eyesight. Wait, there are dog-s foot snails too. Wow. So many dog-s foot snails. Dachuan exclaimed excitedly, rushing towards Chen Dong. Dog-s foot snails, also known as Buddha-s hand snails, are renowned for their exquisite taste. Referred to as a delicacy from hell, they are also a medicinal ingredient, potentially useful for drug development. High-quality dog-s foot snails start at $1,000, and even those of average quality can sell for around $500. In Europe and America, they can even fetch prices exceeding $10,000 per pound. This seafood is exceptionally sensitive to its growing environment. Only in pristine waters can Buddha-s hand snails thrive. Unfortunately, dog-s foot snails are rare and can only be caught in the wild. Brother, we're going to get rich, Dachuan exclaimed, pulling one out and shaking it in his hand. Hurry and collect them. There's a whole patch of barnacles here. We're set to make a fortune. All right, brother. With that, the two began carefully prying off the barnacles with their sand shovels. This task required caution. If damaged, their value would significantly decrease. Ideally, they should remove them in large, intact clusters, as the round shapes were the most aesthetically pleasing and valuable. As time passed, an hour slipped by unnoticed. The barnacles on the rocky surface were visibly diminishing, and their bucket was now brimming. They had indeed gathered a considerable amount. Upon weighing it casually, it seemed they had about 20 pounds. Dog-s foot snails are in high demand, so let us check if Brother Fei is buying. If one were to sell at the acquisition station, the price would undoubtedly be significantly reduced, as they too must turn a profit. Conversely, selling directly to the hotel eliminates the intermediary, allowing for a naturally higher price. However, large hotels often have multiple suppliers, if they are not in need. Selling to the seafood acquisition station might result in a minor loss, but it is a loss one can accept. Chen Dong took out his phone and called Zhang Fei. Hello, Xiaodong. You've called quite swiftly. Have you procured some fine goods? The bustling atmosphere at the hotel was evident, yet Zhang Fei's mood seemed quite buoyant. I've just acquired 20 pounds of Buddha's hand snails, dozens of cat's eye snails, and a dozen orchid crabs. What? Buddha's hand snails? How is the quality? Upon hearing of such a rare seafood, Zhang Fei's expression brightened. He added, if they are of good quality and sizable, you shall not suffer in terms of price. They are indeed of fine quality, large and plump. Rest assured, Chen Dong replied honestly. This was not mere flattery. The quality of the Buddha's hand snails was genuinely commendable. All right, I trust your word. Send me your location, and we will dispatch a vehicle. Zhang Fei's generosity was evident. No need to trouble you, Brother Fei. I happen to be heading to the county town shortly. I will deliver them myself. Very well, we shall meet shortly. After concluding the call, Chen Dong hung up. Freshness is the essence of seafood, and it must arrive at the hotel promptly. Chun, would you care to accompany me to the county town? Of course. I'd like to play a few games at the arcade. All you think about is gaming. Work hard in the sea, earn some money, and I shall buy you a machine to play to your heart's content. Really? Brother, you are my true brother. Quit the nonsense. Hurry and load the seafood onto the vehicle. All right, brother. As the two were about to leave, they suddenly noticed a splash in a nearby waterhole formed by rocks. There is something big. The commotion is quite significant. Chen Dong's eyes lit up as he dashed over. Upon closer inspection, he discovered an eastern starry grouper. What a delightful surprise. I nearly overlooked this one. Chen Dong swiftly netted the fish, weighing it at approximately 3 to 4 pounds. The price for wild eastern starry grouper ranges from 300 to 600 yuan. Although not particularly large, it is a decent catch. Chun, fetch some water. While Chun went to collect water, Chen Dong activated the system's shop, located the water bucket section, and silently invoked the exchange. Beep. Exchange successful. Obtained a water bucket. Cost, 100 points. Chen Dong's lips twitched. A water bucket costs 100 points? Is it made of gold? The system's prompt chimed. This water bucket simulates marine ecology. Any seafood placed within will remain alive. No need for water or oxygenation. Chen Dong smiled slightly. This was much more acceptable. It was akin to a miniature ocean. He then silently invoked the appearance command, and a plain water bucket materialized in his hand. Wow, brother, you conjured another water bucket? Chun asked curiously upon seeing the additional bucket. Indeed, you'll get used to it. Soon. The two had carefully packaged the seafood and loaded it onto the tricycle, setting off for the county town. On the way, Chun, like a curious child, bombarded Chen Dong with questions. Brother, I've heard that the magic city is very developed. Is that true? Chen gazed at Chen Dong with eager anticipation, revealing his longing for life in a big city. They were of similar age, and most young people at this stage were working in distant places, fueling his excitement. It's all right. Life in the big city is quite convenient and bustling, but the pressure is immense. Moreover, this prosperity has no bearing on us, ordinary workers. Chen Dong replied with a wry smile. Oh, how long will you be staying this time? Chen asked. I won't be leaving this time. I plan to stay and develop in the village, Chen Dong said with a smile. Now that he had his golden opportunity, remaining in the fishing village was the best course of action. As for the allure of the big city, let those who wish to indulge do so. Wow, brother, really? Finally, someone to play with. Chen exclaimed, thrilled at Chen Dong's decision to stay. Due to personal and family circumstances, Chen had to remain in the village. And almost no one his age stayed home, leading to a sense of boredom over time. Not playing, but working in the sea. Once we earn money, enjoying ourselves will be simple, Chen Dong corrected. He envisioned a future where he could relish in his own prosperity. Right, working in the sea to earn money. Brother, I've heard people in the magic city are quite wealthy, spending 4,000 on a meal of elephant dung. I also heard that a plate with a blade of grass and a sprinkle of salt can sell for 8,000. Chen continued to ask questions, and Chen Dong patiently answered each one, surprised by the boy's curiosity. As they chatted, they soon arrived at the county town. Chapter 14, earned 10,000 yuan. After about an hour's journey on the tricycle, Chen Dong and Chen finally reached Hongyan Hotel. Upon arriving at the hotel's rear warehouse, Chen Dong made a call, and Zhang Fei quickly emerged. Xiao Dong, you've worked hard. Here, have some water. Zhang Fei handed each of them a bottle. Brother Fei, it's no trouble. Your willingness to purchase my seafood is a favor to my business. This is merely my duty, Chen Dong replied with a smile, accepting the water. Haha, you have a way with words. As long as the goods are good, feel free to deliver them to the hotel, Zhang Fei said generously. Due to Zhang Fei's numerous responsibilities, hotel staff continuously approached him with updates. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they proceeded to weigh the seafood. Buddha's hand snails, 20 pounds. Cat's eye snails, 15 pounds. Orchid crabs, 20 pounds. Since there wasn't too much seafood, and it had already been sorted prior to arrival, the weighing process was completed swiftly. Xiao Dong, the quality of these Buddha's hand snails is indeed commendable. I'll purchase them at 500 yuan per pound. The cat's eye snails are quite large, at 80 yuan per pound. The orchid crabs are also sizable, at 160 yuan per pound. What do you think of these prices? Zhang Fei quoted. Upon hearing Zhang Fei's offers, Chen Dong found them acceptable and in line with his expectations. Although the Buddha's hand snails were relatively pricey, they were not exorbitantly so. Most prices were inflated, and today's offer was quite reasonable. The prices for the cat's eye snails and orchid crabs also fell within a fair range. No issue, Brother Fei, let us go with these prices, Chen Dong nodded decisively. With that, Zhang Fei began to tally the figures. Xiao Dong, 20 pounds of Buddha's hand snails at 500 yuan each totals 10,000 yuan. 15 pounds of cat's eye snails at 80 yuan each totals 1,200 yuan. 20 pounds of orchid crabs at 160 yuan each totals 3,200 yuan. The total for all seafood comes to 14,400 yuan. Would you prefer cash or a bank transfer? Brother Fei, I prefer cash. Chen Dong opted for cash. Haha. You still have a fondness for cash, huh? Chen Dong felt that having cash on hand was more convenient for now, especially since the amount wasn't too substantial. He would certainly opt for a transfer for larger sums in the future. With that, Zhang Fei proceeded to count out the cash. With a substantial stack of cash in hand, Chen Dong calmly stuffed it into his pocket. However, Chen stood by, his eyes wide with astonishment. He had not anticipated earning over 10,000 yuan in just a single morning. His own laborious routine of delivering milk earned him merely 3,000 to 4,000 yuan a month, a sum that could now be equated to 3 months' worth of his earnings. Xiao Dong, my brother, today has indeed been quite hectic, so I shan't keep you for dinner. Do come to the city another day, and we shall enjoy a proper gathering, Zhang Fei remarked with a hint of embarrassment, smiling as he spoke. Chen Dong laughed heartily. Not a problem, Brother Fei. You carry on with your work. We shall take our leave. With that, the two mounted their bicycles and departed from the hotel. Zhang Fei watched their retreating figures. Sensing that this young man possessed an extraordinary quality, capable of surprising others from time to time, he was certain that he would achieve great things in the future. Wow. Bro, earning over 10,000 yuan in a single morning? You're incredible. Chen exclaimed excitedly as they exited the hotel. Remember, Chen, a man cannot be without money. Wealth is the courage of a man. With money comes the confidence. Though money may not be omnipotent in this society, it serves as a universal passport. Brother, I want to join you in harvesting the sea, Chen declared, clenching his fist. Of course, but I must first discuss it with your grandmother. Harvesting the sea is somewhat unpredictable, and even with a lucky streak, one cannot rely on fortune alone. To amass significant wealth, one must venture out to sea. Yet that entails certain dangers. Additionally, you are the only male in your family, so we must approach this with caution, Chen Dong advised. Chun nodded in agreement. All right, brother, let's check our phones. I wish to buy my grandmother a senior-friendly mobile phone. Chen Dong waved his hand. Buy it. Choose a good one. Before long, they arrived at a mobile phone store and selected a high-quality device for seniors. The attendant assured them it would last for 20 years, costing them 800 yuan. Subsequently, they went to a market to purchase some vegetables, meat, and alcohol. The recent harvest had been satisfactory, justifying a little indulgence and providing an opportunity for a chat with Chun. The objective of earning money is to enhance one's quality of life. It is essential not to dwell on the past or fret about the future, but to savor the present moment. Next, they visited a fishing tackle shop where they acquired several traps and 2 fishing nets, intending to set them at the rocky shore, which promised a more substantial catch. Once all these errands were completed, the two found a restaurant in the city and casually enjoyed a meal before indulging in a few games at an arcade before heading home. By the time they returned home, it was precisely 5 o'clock. Brother, I'll head back now, Chun announced as he turned to leave. But Chen Dong called him back, handing him a stack of money. Chun, this totals 20,500 yuan. Take it. What do you mean, brother? Chun was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head in refusal. This is to return your money, and the 500 is your reward for today, Chen Dong explained. Previously, when Chen Dong was buying a house, Chun had unhesitatingly lent him all his savings of 20,000 yuan, a sum accumulated from countless days and nights of delivering milk. Chen Dong was deeply touched to have such a brother and resolved that in the future, he would help him in return. Stop hesitating. Take what is yours, Chen Dong insisted, pushing the money into Chun's hands. Chun still wanted to refuse, but upon seeing Chen Dong's displeasure, he relented. All right, brother, I'll come back later this evening. After Chun departed, Chen Dong began preparing the ingredients for dinner. Meanwhile, in a tidy courtyard enclosed by a fence, Chun called out as he entered, Grandma, I'm back. Hearing his voice, a slightly graying woman with a kind demeanor emerged. Though she appeared to be nearing 70, she was spirited and still quite robust. This was Chun's grandmother. Zhang Xuemei. Chun, where have you been? Why are you back so late? Zhang Xuemei inquired with concern. I went to the county with Xiao Dong to sell seafood. We just returned, Chun explained, pulling out a stack of money from his pocket with pride. Grandma, Xiao Dong returned my money and even gave me 500 yuan as a reward. 500 yuan. That is quite a sum, Zhang Xuemei exclaimed, both surprised and delighted at the sight of the money in her grandson's hands. Yesterday, Chen Dong had assisted her in digging up clams, yielding 200 yuan, and now he had given Chun this considerable amount, making her feel as if she were in a dream. Chun recounted the day's events, and after listening, Zhang Xuemei said with sincerity, Xiao Dong is a remarkable young man. We must remember this kindness, and you should help him whenever you can. I know, Grandma. Xiao Dong is my best friend, Chun replied, nodding. With Chun having few friends, Zhang Xuemei felt reassured that Chen Dong was willing to take him under his wing. By the way, Grandma, Xiao Dong invited me for dinner tonight. Good. It seems you two get along well. You've had a long day. Rest for a bit. It's still early, Zhang Xuemei said with a smile. Afterward, Chun took a moment to rest, while Zhang Xuemei busied herself in the kitchen. By 7 in the evening, she had prepared all the ingredients for the hot pot, and Chun arrived carrying supplies. Brother, it smells amazing. I could smell it even before reaching the door. It's the lamb broth, isn't it? Chun remarked, entering the courtyard and inhaling deeply. Come over. Everything is ready, and we can start soon, Chen Dong responded, then noticed what Chun was carrying. What have you brought? Chun grinned. Brother, this is a sweet and sour pork rib dish that my grandma just made. I brought you some. You're too kind to your grandmother, Chen Dong replied, though he genuinely craved to taste Zhang Xuemei's sweet and sour ribs. With that, Chun opened the food container, revealing the bright red, aromatic ribs. Chen Dong's eyes lit up, and he quickly picked up a piece, savoring its crispy exterior and tender interior. As he chewed, he exclaimed, Grandma's ribs are simply divine. They are exquisite. Please thank her for me. Soon, the two gathered around the table and began to eat. The spread was bountiful, featuring beef and lamb, prawns, clams, tripe, duck intestines, squid, sea cucumbers, and an array of vegetables. Cheers. Chun filled 2 cups with beer. Brother, a deep bond deserves a hearty toast. Cheers. They clinked their glasses together and downed their drinks in one go. The icy beer flowed smoothly down their throats, providing a sense of comfort. After a long day of toil, enjoying a cold beer accompanied by a brother was indeed a pleasurable experience. Brother, I toast to you. Chun lifted his glass and drank it all in one go. Cheers. Chen Dong followed suit without uttering a word. Everything that needed to be said was conveyed through their glasses. After a moment of blissful silence, Chen poured another round, and they both drank it down. Chen, don't just drink. Come, eat some more. Brother, this sea cucumber is delightful, and the squid is also fresh and bouncy. These ribs are truly delicious. The two enjoyed their hot pot until 10 o'clock at night. Though the ingredients were commonplace, Chen Dong felt exceptionally content. Having consumed an entire crate of beer, they were both slightly tipsy, a sensation that felt wonderfully liberating. Glancing around the courtyard, Chen Dong contemplated renovating the house in the future, ensuring it had a view of the sea. Eating hot pot and singing songs while overlooking the ocean would be quite marvelous. After they finished their meal, Chen took the initiative to clean up, and in no time, everything was tidied up. Brother, it's getting late. I'm heading back. You should rest early too. At that moment, Chen prepared to return home. Chen, have you spoken to Grandma about joining me for the tide gathering? Chen Dong called out to him. Chen's rosy cheeks glowed with excitement. Brother, she agreed immediately. She trusts me to go with you. He added, tomorrow. I'll quit my milk delivery job and focus solely on gathering at the shore with you. Chen had few friends and earned a modest income. Chen Dong's willingness to take him along delighted Zhang Xuemei immensely. All right, you head back for now. After you finish your milk delivery tomorrow morning, we'll continue our tide gathering. Chen Dong initially contemplated discussing the distribution of earnings, but decided against it for the moment. Okay, I'm off, brother. With that, Chen turned to leave. After Chen departed, Chen Dong took a quick shower, caressed his round belly, and contentedly lay on his bed. He opened the system panel, noting he had earned another 100 points today, bringing his total to 450. What should he purchase? After some contemplation, he decided on 2 crab traps and a bucket. Although he had bought crab traps today, he wanted to compare the system's version with the ones he had purchased. Ding. Exchange successful. Acquired crab trap, consumed 200 points. Acquired bucket, consumed 100 points. The system's voice chimed. The crab trap possesses an active adsorption function, ensuring that any seafood that enters it cannot escape. Chen Dong felt a pang of regret as his points dwindled to 150. It seemed he needed to gather more at the shore to earn more. Next, he opened the Sheetsy app and read several chapters of a novel before drifting off to sleep. The night in the fishing village was serene, allowing for a restful slumber. The following morning at 8 o'clock, Chen Dong slowly rose, relishing the feeling of waking up naturally. After a brief wash, he began to gather his tide-gathering tools. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. Brother, are you awake? It was Chen. Chen Dong opened the door, and Chen entered, carrying a lunchbox. Brother, Grandma specially cooked white fungus and lotus seed porridge for you. Ah, Chen Dong felt a warm current flow through him, deeply grateful to Grandma Zhang. She knew the hot pot from the previous night was rich, so she made porridge to soothe his stomach. I've already eaten. You enjoy it while it's hot. There are also buns and eggs. Sure. Chen Dong then devoured the meal ravenously. Although it was a simple home-cooked dish, it tasted particularly delightful. After eating, the two set off on their tricycle. The sun cast its golden rays upon the shimmering sea, a breathtaking sight. The golden sand sparkled under the sunlight, radiating brilliance. Brother, where are we going? Are we heading to the rocky shore again? Chen inquired, recalling the treasures found there the previous day. Chen Dong shook his head. Not today. I doubt there will be anything valuable there. Let us explore the eastern stretch of beach instead. Chen readily agreed, trusting that following Chen Dong would lead them to success. After exploring the beach for a while, they found a relatively open area with fewer people around. A gentle sea breeze swept over them, imparting a sense of freedom and comfort. Once they parked the tricycle, the two unloaded their gathering tools. Chen Dong closed his eyes momentarily, then opened them slowly, taking in the array of seafood before him. The variety of seafood was plentiful, though it mainly consisted of inexpensive clams, scallops, and rock crabs. Chen Dong began to walk forward slowly, scanning the surroundings. After 10 minutes of exploration, he finally stumbled upon something valuable. Chen, over there. There is something good. Chen Dong pointed to a spot not far away. Chen nodded eagerly. Brother, wherever you say to go, I'll follow. Having witnessed Chen Dong's prowess the day before, he had complete faith in his judgment. The two hurriedly grabbed their buckets and made their way to the spot. As they approached, Chen's face lit up with surprise. Wow, brother, look at all these little 8-shaped holes. Weave struck gold. The sight of numerous tiny burrows filled Chen with exhilaration. Chapter 16, The Zebra-Striped Shrimp. As a native of the seaside, Chen recognized that such 8-shaped holes likely indicated the presence of clams. The size of the holes suggested that the clams below were of considerable size. Yes, they must be clams. Let us dig quickly before someone else arrives. All right. Clams were relatively common along the beach, but most were average-sized bamboo clams with limited quantities. However, upon closer inspection, this area was filled with larger clam varieties, promising a bountiful harvest. Chen Dong took out a bottle of salt and sprinkled it into the holes, causing water jets to erupt from each burrow. Ha ha ha. Look at that. Chen Dong chuckled, and then asked Dachuan, how does that feel? Brother, it's cool and quite refreshing. Then what are we waiting for? Let us dig. Within half a minute, Dachuan triumphantly pulled out the first clam, its shell still spraying water. Excitedly, he held it up, showcasing its impressive size to Chen Dong. Brother, look. It's a long, big clam. The clam measured about 10 centimeters in length and was as thick as a finger. However, the king clams usually reached lengths of over 10 centimeters and were generally thicker than an adult's thumb. Chen Dong glanced at it disdainfully. Is that really big? It pales in comparison to mine. He then raised his oversized clam, causing Dachuan's eyes to nearly pop out. He burst into laughter. Brother, yours has lost its nose. Wow. It truly has. The clam's shell featured a soft tissue at the bottom, which was known as the clam's nose, used for breathing. I can't let that slide, brother. I must dig up one even bigger than yours. With that, Dachuan began to dig earnestly, as no man takes pleasure in being outdone. Observing Dachuan's determined effort, Chen Dong quickened his pace as well. Before long, another large king clam was unearthed, and unsurprisingly, Dachuan's finds could not rival Chen Dong's. As time passed, their buckets began to fill with clams. The beach was dotted with holes of varying sizes, creating a chaotic appearance. At this point, Dachuan resembled a tireless bull, showing no signs of fatigue, rather feeling exhilarated. He had never encountered such large and plump clams in all his years of gathering at the shore. An hour and a half passed unnoticed, and the nearby beach had nearly been stripped bare by the two. Brother, I can't dig anymore. I need a break. Oh, my poor back. Dachuan finally reached his limit, dropping his shovel and collapsing onto the sand. Chen Dong understood that it wasn't the digging that exhausted him, but the constant bending and straightening. After all, the shovel he bought from the system store felt light and manageable. All right, take a breather. I'll fetch some water. Chen Dong felt no fatigue, aware that his body had been nourished and strengthened by the spirit essence. On his way back, he summoned a drop of spirit liquid into his water bottle. Drinking it should alleviate some fatigue. Brother, where else are we going? Although I'm a bit tired. I'm not done yet. Dachuan gazed at the bucket filled with clam kings, his face alight with excitement. At this moment, the beach had been thoroughly combed by the two of them, with the bucket containing at least 30 to 40 pounds of clams. Chen Dong, observing with keen eyes, noticed that the clams had mostly been excavated, leaving only a few smaller clam kings behind, and he decided against continuing the dig. Let us explore other areas. With that, the two of them carried their bucket and proceeded onward. After a brief interval of about 10 minutes, they arrived at another stretch of beach. Chen Dong lifted his gaze to survey the surroundings, finding nothing of value, merely common flower clams, scallops, and jumping fish. Dachuan, let us check over there. There might be something worthwhile, he suggested, pointing toward a nearby rocky tidal flat. Such rocky areas often harbored crabs, and with a stroke of luck, they could catch some grouper, blood eels, or crabs. Wow, there's treasure. Just a few steps in, Chen Dong discovered a hole beneath his feet. These cavities were slightly larger than the previous clams, and through his water eye vision, he discerned that a number of mantis shrimp were concealed within, and they were quite sizable. Upon reaching the first entrance, Chen Dong brandished a sand shovel and directly removed the top layer of mud, revealing a substantial air hole. This aperture was evidently much larger than that of the clams, easily the size of a fist and considerably deeper. However, this posed no challenge for him. Wow, such a large hole, Dachuan exclaimed in astonishment. Chen Dong rolled up his sleeves and plunged his arm into the cavity, effortlessly retrieving a mantis shrimp. Incredible, so robust. Dachuan marveled at the mantis shrimp, which appeared as thick as an arm. The mantis shrimp and the shrimp lady are essentially the same creature, merely differing in nomenclature. The mantis shrimp writhed vigorously, showcasing its strength, estimating its weight to be around a pound and measuring approximately 20 centimeters in length. This was no ordinary mantis shrimp, but the rarer zebra mantis shrimp, characterized not only by its size, but also by its striking striped pattern. Ordinary mantis shrimp might fetch around 50 to 70 yuan per pound, while the zebra variety could command between 200 to 600 yuan per pound. The larger the specimen, the higher the price. Currently, during the closed fishing season, all fishing vessels were prohibited from venturing out. Hence, any wild seafood available at this time would be exceedingly valuable. Brother, your technique for probing these holes is truly remarkable. Chen Dong's lips quirked slightly. This is merely one-handed probing, mind you. Watch closely. As he spoke, he swiftly extracted another mantis shrimp and tossed it into the bucket, glancing around to ensure they were unobserved. No one is coming. Let us hurry. Right. Dachuan replied enthusiastically. With another scoop, Chen Dong reached into the hole and directly drew out another mantis shrimp. The mantis shrimp bore spines on either side, but with his protective gloves, he felt no fear of being pricked. Upon examining it, he noticed its translucent belly was filled with vibrant orange roe. Mantis shrimp with roe were even more valuable. Weave struck gold. This one also has roe. Before long, the two had excavated all the mantis shrimp in the vicinity, totaling 12, each weighing no less than half a pound. As for the smaller ones, he refrained from digging them up, believing it prudent to leave some behind for them to reproduce. It was essential not to be too ruthless. Brother, this is exhilarating. You're truly amazing. How did I not realize how fun beachcombing could be before? Dachuan gazed at Chen Dong with admiration. Chen Dong's lips twitched. It's all about the money, isn't it? This is just the beginning. Come, let us check over there by the rocky shore. I have a feeling there's more treasure to be found. All right, I'll follow your lead, Dachuan replied, brimming with excitement. Although Dachuan felt a bit fatigued, the continuous surprises Chen Dong provided had given him a newfound appreciation for beachcombing. Discovering clam kings and zebra mantis shrimp had led Dachuan to unconditionally trust Chen Dong. Seeing that no one was around, the two hastily made their way toward the rocky tidal flat ahead. Chapter 17. Another 2,000 earned. As their feet sank into the soft sand, a gentle sea breeze caressed their skin, evoking a sense of serenity. This place is truly beautiful, Chen Dong could not help but exclaim, pondering why he had never noticed it before. Now that he possessed a golden finger, spending a lifetime here would not be a bad prospect at all. Brother, there's a swimming crab over there. Upon arriving at the rocky shore, Dachuan spotted a swimming crab. The crab waved its large claws and began to scuttle toward the safety of the rocks. With quick reflexes, Dachuan seized a beachcombing clamp and deftly captured the crab. Brother, it's a female. It's laden with roe, Dachuan remarked, eyeing the crab's belly. This swimming crab was quite sizable, weighing around 7 to 8 tails. While it wasn't as large as the blue crab they had previously caught, it would still fetch a decent price. Brother, there are more over there. Indeed. Wow. So many. As he spoke, Chen Dong noticed several swimming crabs in the vicinity, their numbers substantial. The two began to collect them, and soon they had caught a dozen swimming crabs, all plump and hefty. After quickly binding them with string and tossing them into the bucket to prevent them from fighting and losing claws, a sudden splash erupted from the previously tranquil waterhole ahead, sending droplets flying as a gray shadow darted past. Brother, there's big game. Dachuan noticed the commotion in the waterhole. Let us go take a look. Upon reaching the edge of the pit, Chen Dong observed cautiously, refraining from leaping into the water recklessly. At that moment, the dark shadow provocatively swayed in the water. Chen Dong, with swift reflexes, positioned the beachcombing clamp towards the shadow and snapped it shut, capturing a snake-like eel. Bravo, brother. It's a sea eel, Dachuan exclaimed, astonished at the writhing creature before them. The sea eel bore a resemblance to a snake, exhibiting a fiercely aggressive temperament, and its sharp teeth posed a significant threat. Once it bit, it would not easily let go. Subsequently, the two managed to capture several more sea eels from the waterhole. Unfortunately, no other valuable seafood was found. Just some small fish and shrimp. Dachuan, go check near that rock. There might be something good there, Chen Dong instructed, pointing to a rock about 3 meters away. Sure thing, brother. Dachuan approached the rocky pile without hesitation. As he reached the spot, his voice rang out in surprise. Brother, it's a tiger crab. Chen Dong hurried over to find Dachuan had uncovered several crabs resembling frogs beneath the rock. These crabs, known as tiger crabs, bore a shape akin to frogs and were quite sizable, each over a pound, fetching more than 100 yuan per pound, comparable to blue crabs. In no time, they had captured a dozen tiger crabs, binding them and tossing them into the bucket. The two continued to explore several other beaches, but fortune was not in their favor, and they encountered no further treasures. Meanwhile, their buckets were nearly full, making their haul for the day commendable. Dachuan, let us call it a day. After several hours of beachcombing, both were feeling a bit weary. Chen Dong pulled out his phone to record a video and send it to Zhang Fei to see if the hotel would accept their catch. Since these weren't particularly rare seafood items, if the hotel declined, he would sell them to a collection station, even if it meant a lower price. Moments later, a reply from Zhang Fei arrived. Brother Dong, the catch looks good. The hotel will take it. Please wait a moment. I'll send a car over. All right. After exchanging messages, the two agreed to meet at the dock for a transaction. Chen Dong rode his bicycle to the dock and waited. Before long, a seafood transport vehicle from Hongyuan Hotel slowly approached and parked beside them. Hello, Boss Chun. I am Li Meng, the one who came with Brother Fei last time. Hello. Yes, I remember. Brother Fei is on a business trip today, so he sent me to coordinate with you. All right, let us get started. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they proceeded to weigh the seafood. The clams weighed 40 pounds, the mantis shrimp 26 pounds, the pike crabs 22 pounds, the tiger crabs 25 pounds, and the eel 20 pounds. Soon, all the seafood was weighed, and Li Ming reported the details to Zhang Fei, who subsequently presented his prices. Boss Chun, The clams are priced at 130 yuan per pound, the mantis shrimp at 450 yuan each, the pike and tiger crabs at 120 yuan per pound, and the eel at 180 yuan per pound. Are these prices acceptable? After considering the quotes, Chen Dong found them agreeable. Through several transactions, he felt that Zhang Fei was a man of integrity, as he did not attempt to undercut the prices and even offered higher rates for some seafood. It seemed they could establish a long-term partnership. That works, let us settle the accounts. Li Meng took out a calculator to compute the total, zeroing it out. Eventually, the final amount was determined to be 19,840 yuan. The prices on both sides matched perfectly, with no discrepancies. Although De Chun displayed a glimmer of joy, he remained notably composed, having experienced this feeling just the day before. Boss Chen, is it still cash? Yes, cash would be preferable. I find it more useful. Shortly thereafter, Li Meng counted out 199 crisp banknotes, and Chen Dong provided 60 yuan in change. With the transaction complete, Li Meng drove away. The two then headed to Daming Noodle House for a bowl of noodles before returning home. After a long day of labor, Chen Dong lay on his bed for a brief rest, only to awaken at 6 p.m. After washing his face, he made his way to the village convenience store. Upon seeing Chen Dong enter, Li Wangkai greeted him with a smile. Little Dong, what can I get for you today? Uncle Li, please get me 2 packs of Huazi cigarettes, 2 bottles of Heiselen, a box of whole milk, and a box of ham sausages. Hearing Chen Dong's substantial order, Li Wangkai was overjoyed, confirming the village gossip. Oh, Little Dong, it seems you've struck it rich. I heard you've earned hundreds of thousands from your recent sea ventures. Chen Dong couldn't help but twitch his mouth at the absurdity of hundreds of thousands. If he had truly made that much, he would wake up laughing in his dreams. Uncle Li, that's just hearsay, don't listen to their nonsense. Chen Dong replied nonchalantly. If you insist there's nothing to it, then they must be talking nonsense. Li Wangkai, sensing the mood, changed the subject and prepared Chen Dong's items. Would you like me to help carry these home? No need, I can manage. After paying, Chen Dong carried the items towards his uncle's house. His uncle had contributed significantly to his house purchase and boat acquisition, a kindness Chen Dong would never forget. Although his aunt had a somewhat narrow perspective, his uncle was always quite considerate towards their family. Upon entering the yard, Uncle Chen Jiangwo was smoking, but Aunt Zhang Hohot was nowhere to be seen. Uncle, what are you up to at home? Chen Dong greeted with a smile. Little Dong, come in. Why are you bringing things when you visit your uncle? Chen Jiangwo chuckled as he took the items from Chen Dong's hands. Uncle, this is just a small token of my appreciation. I hope you don't mind. Chen Dong said earnestly. Chapter 18. Discussing money doesn't harm relationships. Uncle feigned annoyance, saying, what are you talking about? How could I possibly mind? Even if you brought nothing, I would still be delighted. Is your uncle that kind of person? Hearing his uncle's words warmed Chen Dong's heart. This is what family affection feels like. Though his aunt was somewhat materialistic, his uncle treated their family well. After chatting for a while, Aunt Zhang Hohot entered from outside. Go prepare a few dishes. Tonight I want to have a good drink with Little Dong, Chen Jiangwo said to Zhang Hohot. Zhang Hohot glanced at the items on the ground and shot her husband a knowing look before heading to the kitchen. No need, uncle. I just came to chat. Chen Dong smiled and waved his hand. He then stood up, took out 30,000 yuan from his pocket, and said earnestly, Uncle, thank you for your care in the past. I've earned a bit of money from my recent sea ventures, and I know you might need it right now. So please take this for now, and I'll bring the rest later. This was the reason he insisted on cash these past few days. Little Dong, what are you doing? Quickly take it back. Seeing the thick stack of money placed on the table, Chen Jiangwo suddenly felt displeased and added, you just returned. And there are expenses everywhere. Your uncle is not in a hurry. Upon seeing the thick stack of money in Chen Dong's hand, Zhang Hohot's face lit up with joy. Surprised that the young man truly came to repay his debt, she then walked out of the kitchen, speaking to Chen Dong, Little Dong, stay for dinner and chat with your uncle. She then turned to her husband. Since Little Dong has said so, you shouldn't refuse. You have no say here. Hurry and cook, Chen Jiangwo impatiently remarked. After being chided by her husband, Zhang Hohot grumbled as she walked away. No, I have other matters to attend to. Uncle, Aunt, I'll be going now. Let us gather another time. With that, Chen Dong waved his hand and dashed out, disregarding his uncle's attempts to keep him. He had decided to find a chance later to reminisce with his uncle. As he reached his doorstep, De Chun approached him. Brother, my grandma asked me to invite you over for dinner. All right, I also wanted to have a chat with grandma. Chen Dong nodded. The 20,000 yuan earned from selling seafood today was the result of both his and De Chun's efforts, and they hadn't yet divided the earnings, making it a perfect opportunity to clarify things with his grandmother. Soon, the two arrived at an old house with a fenced courtyard. This was De Chun's home. The yard was not very large, with 3 main rooms to the north, a storage room to the east, and a kitchen to the west. The house was a typical north-facing structure, with a jujube tree on the right. Upon entering, and a small vegetable garden on the left filled with fresh fruits and vegetables. Compared to Chen Dong's family situation, the Chun's was evidently more modest. However, the little courtyard was clean and exuded warmth. "Grandma, we're back." Upon entering, the Chun called out into the house. Hearing this, a slightly gray-haired but lively old woman came out. This was the Chun's grandmother, Zhang Xuemei. Upon seeing little Dong, Zhang Xuemei greeted him warmly. "Little Dong, you've come. Hurry, come inside." "Sure, Grandma." Chen Dong promptly smiled and nodded in response. As he walked into the house, he was greeted by a table laden with an array of dishes: stewed pig trotters with yellow beans, stir-fried small white clams, sautéed clams, pan-fried prawns, cucumber with century egg, sweet and sour ribs, stir-fried seasonal vegetables, and a platter of assorted marinated items. Chen Dong couldn't help but swallow hard. It was already 7 p.m., and his stomach was growling. "Hey, Grandma, where are the 2 crabs?" The crabs the Chun had instructed his grandmother to prepare were not on the table. Zhang Xuemei chuckled. "I sold those 2 crabs. They are quite expensive and yield little meat. It's better to sell them and buy something else." In her eyes, exchanging the extravagant yet impractical crabs for such a grand feast was the epitome of thriftiness. With the household income being modest, their daily routine consisted of foraging along the shore or assisting others for a meager wage. Moreover, as she aged, it became imperative to save more for Dachuan's future bride. "Oh dear, that was brought back specifically for you by Xiao Dong," Dachuan remarked, a hint of displeasure crossing his face, coupled with a twinge of concern for his grandmother. In his memory, she had always been reluctant to indulge herself, often prioritizing her own needs over her desires. Zhang Xuemei retorted sharply, "What do you know, young man? Those 2 crabs may look appealing, but they're not worth much. The money from selling them could sustain us for several days." Dachuan was about to argue when Chen Dong interjected. "Dachuan, catching crabs isn't difficult. We can always catch more another day." He continued, addressing Zhang Xuemei, "Grandma, I may lack many skills, but crab catching is my forte. Crabs tend to shy away when they see me." Indeed. Grandma, Xiao Dong is exceptional at catching crabs. We managed to catch dozens today," Dachuan chimed in. Chen Dong's words brought a smile to Zhang Xuemei's face, instantly warming the atmosphere. All right. You 2 have worked hard all day. Sit down and eat well," she urged, cheerfully serving them dishes. "Brother, let us toast. Cheers." With a clink of glasses, the cool beer slid down, bringing a refreshing comfort. The 2 soon devoured their meal ravenously, having gone without proper sustenance throughout the day. Laughter and conversation filled the air, and the meal was particularly satisfying, with the dishes nearly cleared. "Ah, that feels wonderful," Chen Dong sighed, patting his round belly in contentment. "Brother, shall we open another bottle?" "No, I can't drink anymore." Chen Dong waved off Dachuan's suggestion. "By the way, now that we've eaten, let us divide today's earnings." It was already 9:30 p.m., and Chen Dong intended to distribute the day's profits, briefly discussing the division with his grandmother before retiring for the night. "Grandma, here's how we'll share the proceeds from our foraging. I'll pay Dachuan a guaranteed wage of 200 yuan per day, plus a 2 share of the profits. What do you think?" This wage and profit-sharing arrangement had been carefully considered by Chen Dong. With his unique abilities, earning money in the future would be effortless. Therefore, a daily wage of 200 yuan was hardly burdensome for him. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xuemei paused momentarily before responding. "Xiao Dong, isn't that a bit too generous? Perhaps we should forego the profit share." She was aware that adults working at the dock earned only a little over 100 yuan a day, and even Dachuan's monthly salary from delivering milk was just over 3,000 yuan. Chen Dong's proposed base salary was already 6,000 yuan, making her question if he was being too hasty. "Not at all, Grandma. Please don't be modest. This is how it will be," Chen Dong replied with unwavering resolve. Seeing his determination, Zhang Xuemei ceased to argue. She recognized her grandson's capabilities. Lacking significant skills, she felt nothing but gratitude for his willingness to help Dachuan earn money. Dachuan, too, understood his situation. Even without dividends, he was keen to follow Chen Dong. "Since there are no objections, let us proceed as agreed. Today, our total earnings from foraging amount to 19,840 yuan. With a 2 profit share, that is 396 yuan. Adding the guaranteed 200 yuan, the total comes to 596 yuan. As he spoke, Chen Dong counted out 600 yuan and handed it to Zhang Xuemei. "What a generous sum. Thank you, Xiao Dong. I'm truly grateful," Zhang Xuemei exclaimed, clasping the money tightly, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Tears threatened to spill from her eyes multiple times, but she held them back. Although the amount wasn't vast, it was more than they could earn in several days. Seeing her joy, Chen Dong smiled reassuringly. "Grandma, please don't be so formal. This is all earned through Dachuan's hard work. As long as you're satisfied, that's what matters. It's more than enough, truly." Zhang Xuemei quickly shook her head. The guaranteed wage alone was satisfying for her, and the 2 profit share was a delightful bonus. She understood this was Chen Dong's way of caring for them. She felt no inclination to complain about the amount. Then I can rest easy. Chen Dong replied with a smile. After chatting a while longer, it was soon 10 o'clock in the evening. Since they needed to forage again early the next morning, Chen Dong rose to head home. Once back, he took a quick shower and reclined on his spacious bed, feeling immensely content. Opening the system panel, he noted he had 350 points. What should he purchase? Perusing the system store, he was captivated by a skill called Beast Language, but upon noticing it required 5,000 points, he realized he couldn't afford it. Knowing that luck wouldn't always favor him while foraging daily, perhaps he should buy a fishing rod to experience the joys of angling? Scrolling to the fishing rod section, he was relieved to find it required only 1,000 points. With a couple more successful foraging trips, he could manage it. The fishing village was tranquil at night, and before he realized it, Jiang Chuan drifted into a deep slumber. Cock-a-doodle-doo. The rooster crowed in the village. Chen Dong stretched and glanced at his phone. It was 7 o'clock. After a quick wash-up, he heard a knock at the door. Brother, are you awake? It was Dachuan, punctual as always. Chen Dong opened the door to find Dachuan grinning sheepishly, holding a lunchbox. Brother, my grandma asked me to bring you breakfast. Eat it while it's hot. Chen Dong accepted the lunchbox and replied, Dachuan, in the future, don't make your grandma wake up early to cook. Let her sleep a bit longer. He felt a twinge of guilt, realizing it was rather inappropriate for a grown man to have his grandmother preparing meals for him daily. It's fine, brother. My grandma says she can't sleep if it's time to get up. Lying in bed is uncomfortable for her. Plus, she mentioned that cooking for one is a hassle, so it's easier to do it together. That made sense. After a moment's thought, he realized that the elderly often had their own routines, and preparing an extra meal wouldn't be much trouble. Moreover, it was a kind gesture from his grandmother. Refusing it continuously would seem rather ungrateful, so he decided not to press the matter further. Before long, Chen Dong finished the breakfast Dachuan brought. The two tidied up their foraging tools, loaded them onto the tricycle, and set off. Driving the electric tricycle for a full hour, they finally arrived at a relatively open beach. At this hour, the number of foragers was sparse, as some fishermen had already returned home to help their families. With few people around, Chen Dong and Dachuan enjoyed a bit of solitude. After parking the tricycle, they quickly made their way onto the beach. The golden sand sparkled under the sun, and stepping onto it felt delightful. The surroundings were tranquil and spacious, with the sea breeze creating a leisurely atmosphere. Refreshing, Dachuan exclaimed, approaching Chen Dong and waving his hand in front of his face. What are you doing? Nothing much, just taking a look. Haven't you seen enough already? Go play somewhere else, Chen Dong teased with a chuckle. Subsequently, Chen Dong gradually closed his eyes, only to suddenly open them again, taking in the myriad of seafood scattered across the beach before him. Shells, conchs, and small stone crabs constituted the array of diminutive marine treasures. Dachun, quietly trailing beside Chen Dong, sensed that his companion was in pursuit of valuable marine goods. After walking a little further, Chen Dong finally discovered something of worth. Dachun, check out that shallow area over there. There should be some good finds. All right, brother. Dachun nodded, convinced by Chen Dong's earnest expression. The two of them then hurriedly made their way towards that section of the beach, buckets in hand. Upon reaching the sandy stretch, Dachun's face lit up with delight. Brother, look at all these little holes. There must be something beneath. His excitement surged at the sight of the numerous small apertures. A couple of tiny holes were unremarkable, but such a multitude hinted at an abundance of seafood for the fishermen. What are you waiting for? Let us get to work. Chen Dong wasted no time, pulling out a sand shovel and starting to dig. Okay, brother. Dachun nodded in agreement and began to excavate as well. After half a minute, Dachun unearthed his first sandworm. Brother, look, it's a remarkably long sandworm. He proudly displayed it to Chen Dong. Chen Dong glanced over. Indeed, it was lengthy, yet still paled in comparison to his own find, which was also noticeably thinner. Soon after, Chen Dong excavated a high-quality sandworm, its entire body a milky white, similar to what he had unearthed 2 days prior. Wow, brother, yours is even longer and larger, and it's milky white, Dachun exclaimed enviously, eyeing Chen Dong's superior specimen. High-quality sandworms exhibit a milky white hue, while lesser varieties are pinkish. No way, brother. I must find one that's both long and thick. With that, Dachun bent down earnestly, digging with fervor. After all, men have an innate tendency to compare themselves when they encounter such lengthy objects. An hour later, the two had completely excavated all the sandworms beneath their feet. The surrounding beach was now dotted with numerous pits of varying depths. At that moment, Chen Dong lifted his gaze ahead, and with his keen eyes, he spotted more sandworms not far off. Dachun, bring the water bottle. Let us take a break and have a drink. You've done enough digging for today, Chen Dong instructed. On their way, He had deliberately dropped a drop of essence into the water bottle, which possesses the ability to enhance physical strength, alleviating their fatigue. All right, brother. Chen turned towards the vehicle. Chapter 20. The exquisite double-headed abalone. Gulp. Chen Dong took a hearty swig from the water bottle, the cool mung bean water sliding refreshingly down his throat. After a brief respite, bolstered by the essence, their energy was quickly replenished. Chen Dong and Chen ventured to another stretch of beach rich with sandworms. Brother, you take a break. I'll handle this area, Chen said, stretching his arms. He was pleasantly surprised. Not only did the shovel feel light in his hands, but he also felt no fatigue. Following Chen Dong had not only yielded good finds, but seemed to have also transformed his own physical condition, leaving him exhilarated. Without waiting for Chen Dong's response, Chen brandished the shovel, humming as he dug into the sand. I'll help you. Chen Dong rolled up his sleeves and began to excavate as well. This region teemed with sandworms, but the repetitive bending and straightening was somewhat tiring, especially as others began to arrive at the beach. The beach is a public resource, and if they discovered the sandworms first, it would be a significant loss. Time swiftly passed. After another half hour, the two had successfully excavated all the sandworms in that section of the beach and organized them into buckets. The once orderly and flat sandy expanse now appeared chaotic, resembling a trench after a battle. Brother, how about we check out the rock piles over there? Chen suggested, pointing towards the rocky outcrop. They had essentially scoured this section of the beach, and it seemed there were no more treasures to be found. They had encountered good finds at the rocky beach yesterday, and today might yield similar results. All right, let us take a look. Chen Dong nodded, observing that Chen was clearly still eager, reveling in the thrill of discovery. The two then made their way towards the rocky beach, buckets in tow. Along the way, Chen Dong scanned the surrounding sands with his eyes, but found nothing particularly valuable. Only cat's eye snails, moonshells, drill snails, scallops, and clams. Brother, there's a green crab over there. As they reached the rocky beach, Chen made a new discovery. Chen Dong approached and noticed a yellow claw protruding from beneath a rock. The crab's claw blended seamlessly with the color of the nearby rock, making it well camouflaged. Got you. The green crab, sensing danger, attempted to escape, but Chen Dong was quick, snatching it with a beach clamp. This crab was significantly smaller than the one they had caught the day before, weighing about half a pound. It was a female crab, looking quite plump with a belly full of crab roe. After securing its claws, he placed it directly into the bucket. Chen, there are more behind you. Chen Dong called out. As soon as the words left his mouth, Chen turned to see 3 green crabs scuttling towards the crevices of the rocks. Where do you think you're going? Chen lunged forward, capturing all 3 crabs, a male and 2 females. Their sizes were comparable to the previous catch, and since his grandmother had not allowed him to eat the last green crab, this was a perfect opportunity to bring some home for her. With his golden touch, finding crabs was a breeze. The two then discovered a small tiger grouper in a nearby waterhole, although it was relatively small, weighing around 2 pounds. After some more exploration, Chen Dong spotted a flower snail nestled within the rocky crevices. The flower snail, also known as the east wind snail, possesses an exterior shell adorned with irregular yellow-brown stripes and typically resides several meters deep in sandy bottoms. They are usually only found during high tide. The meat of the flower snail is known for its exquisite flavor and delicate texture, fetching a higher price than the cat's eye snail. Chen Dong promptly collected all the flower snails into the bucket. Moments later, while exploring the rocky piles, they heard Chen's excited exclamation from the right side of a larger rock. Upon hearing the call, Chen Dong quickly made his way over to him. Brother, there are so many abalones. We've struck gold. Chen joyfully waved at Chen Dong. Chen Dong gazed at the rock, where a dense cluster of abalones clung, his heart racing with excitement. Moreover, these abalones were quite sizable, some weighed around half a pound, classifying them as double-headed abalones. Such wild abalones are exceedingly rare and command a high price. Ordinary individuals seldom purchase this caliber of abalone. Most of the abalones found in restaurants or the market are farmed, with wild varieties being exceedingly scarce, especially double-headed ones, which are seldom seen in most regions. Chen, let us finish these up and head back. All right, brother. Chen nodded eagerly. If they managed to collect all of these, they would undoubtedly have a haul of dozens of pounds, and they would both be bursting at the seams of their buckets. Although it was still early, the bounty of abalones alone was already quite impressive. Without further hesitation, the two immediately seized their shovels and began prying the abalones loose. Brother, take a look at this one. It seems a bit different. Chen held up a double-headed abalone. What is different about it? Chen Dong inquired curiously. Aside from its size, Chen Dong could discern little that was different. Look closely again. This abalone exhibits remarkably clear patterns with numerous surface wrinkles, and it appears far more tender and succulent, Chen asserted earnestly. With a swift motion, Chen Dong delivered a sharp thump to De Chun's head, retorting, "Enough with the chatter, let's get digging." Observing De Chun's cheeky demeanor, Chen Dong was tempted to kick him into the sea. Time flowed swiftly. An hour later, all the abalones had been pried off the rocks. Chen Dong extracted his phone to record a video of the sandworms and abalones, sending it to Zhang Fei to ascertain whether the hotel would make a purchase. The other seafood was not particularly rare. The smaller abalones and sandworms would simply be sold to the collection station, accepting a lower price if necessary. Soon, Zhang Fei responded, "Brother Xiao Dong, these sandworms are excellent. The hotel will buy them. Please hold on a moment. I'll send a car over." "All right." After replying, they agreed to meet at the old spot by the dock for the transaction, and Chen Dong along with De Chun made their way there to wait. Before long, the seafood transport vehicle from Hongyun Hotel halted beside them. "Boss Li, sorry to keep you waiting," Li Ming greeted with a smile. "Brother Li, we just arrived as well. Shall we commence the weighing?" "Certainly." After exchanging pleasantries, they proceeded to weigh the sandworms. The sandworms totaled 20 pounds, at 150 yuan per pound, amounting to 3,000 yuan. The double-headed abalones weighed 15 pounds, priced at 600 yuan per pound, totaling 9,000 yuan. Given the relatively meager haul today, Chen Dong opted to sell only the high-quality sandworms and abalones. He was unconcerned about the pricing, thus he raised no objections. "Cash again?" "Yes, cash would be preferable. I find it more useful." Before long, Li Ming had counted out 120 crisp banknotes. With the transaction complete, he drove away, gazing at the thick stack of cash. Both men felt little excitement. After all, this had become a routine harvest. "Let us head to Lao Mos and see how much we can sell these for," Chen Dong remarked as he tucked the money into his pocket. The two then drove towards Lao Mos seafood collection station. Chapter 21. Boss Yang's happiness renewed. "All right, brother." De Chun nodded eagerly. Despite the beach surrounding them yielding little in terms of quality finds, his face radiated with excitement. Aside from the goods just sold to Hongyun Hotel, the remaining catch was still quite commendable, and the income would not be less than before. If everything sold, it meant he could earn nearly 1,000 yuan today, a sum previously unimaginable. 10 minutes later, they arrived at Lao Mos seafood collection station. "Dongzi De Chun, come here. I've just cut up some watermelons. They're thick and juicy." Mo Gaoshan beamed upon seeing them. Naturally, he was warm, as the sandworms Chen Dong had caught a few days prior had netted him a tidy profit. Catching such a bounty of sandworms was no simple feat. He was skeptical of the notion that it was purely luck, thus he sought to foster a good relationship with Chen Dong. "Uncle Mo," Chen Dong greeted with a smile. And without hesitation, he accepted a slice of watermelon, devouring it eagerly. One bite revealed its succulent freshness. He then noticed a man and a woman at the collection station. The man was rotund, while the woman exuded allure, adorned in gold and silver. Her fitted skirt accentuated her curvaceous figure, unmistakably signaling her affluent background. "What treasures have you brought today?" Mo Gaoshan inquired once they finished eating. "Uncle Mo, today's haul is rather average," Chen Dong replied with a smile. Hearing this, Mo Gaoshan offered comforting words. "No worries, that's the nature of beachcombing. Fortune ebbs and flows, and one cannot expect a bounty every day. If today is lacking, perhaps tomorrow will be better." Mo Gaoshan, being a businessman, spoke in a manner that was quite agreeable. "Indeed, a balanced mindset is essential," Chen Dong nodded. "Now, let me see what seafood you've gathered today." With that, Mo Gaoshan lifted the lid from a bucket, revealing the abalones within. "Goodness, have you gone astray? With so many fine specimens, you dare say it's an average haul?" Mo Gaoshan's eyes widened in astonishment. It appeared to weigh 30 to 40 pounds. And the size was impressive. This catch alone could yield nearly 10,000 yuan, equating to the earnings of an average beachcomber over 2 months. At this moment, De Chun brought over another bucket. Lifting the lid revealed a dense mass of sandworms. "Heavens, so many sandworms again," Mo Gaoshan exclaimed, nearly dropping his eyes to the ground. Simultaneously, the man and woman drew closer. The quality is excellent," the middle-aged man remarked, his eyes gleaming with delight. The woman beside him also radiated joy. "Oh my, they are both large and long. Your skills are impressive." She smiled seductively. Chen Dong's lips twitched. "Are you referring to beachcombing skills? This must weigh around 30 to 40 pounds, right?" Mo Gaoshan queried again. "The quality of these sandworms is comparable to the last batch. They are indeed top-notch," Chen Dong shrugged, "but the exact weight will be confirmed upon weighing." "All right," Mo Gaoshan added. "Let me introduce you. Xiao Dong, this is Yang Wei, the owner of a wealthy hotel in the city. Yang boss, this is Chen Dong, who sold sandworms the other day." "Hello, young brother," Yang Wei greeted. "Hello." Chen Dong replied politely, though he held little interest in the man. The woman beside him exuded an air of sophistication and allure. To be candid, her figure was indeed quite voluptuous. "Xiao Dong, The last batch of sandworms was all purchased by Yang Boss. Let us sell this batch to him directly at the same price. What do you think? Mo Gaoshan inquired with a smile. That works. Let us weigh them. Chen Dong agreed readily. Coming to the collection station was about selling goods. As long as the price was fair, he had no qualms about to whom he sold. Both Chen Dong and De Chun's stomachs growled with hunger, eager to finish the transaction and return for a meal. Mo Gaoshan promptly began weighing all the seafood. Sandworms at 32 pounds, abalones at 20 pounds, and flower snails at 30 pounds. Once all the seafood had been weighed, Mo Gaoshan presented his prices. Xiaodong, the sandworms will be at the original price of 120 yuan per pound, the three-headed abalones at 320 yuan per pound, and the flower snails at 80 yuan per pound. How does that sound? Chen Dong pondered briefly. The prices were indeed slightly lower than those in the city, but not substantially so, as he understood that they too needed to make a profit. With a grand wave of his hand, he declared, no problem. Let us proceed with these prices. Upon hearing this, Mo Gaoshan's expression brightened instantly. He was aware that his offer was lower than the city's. Yet he hoped Chen Dong would sell to him, as he too sought to earn. Ha ha, I appreciate your generous demeanor, Mo Gaoshan exclaimed joyously, knowing that this seafood would provide him with another profitable venture. With the prices set, it was time to calculate the total earnings. Xiaodong, another 10,000 plus in income. You truly excel. In a single day, you can match the earnings of fishermen over 2 to 3 months, Mo Gaoshan remarked with envy. Chen Dong chuckled. There's no special trick. I merely consider myself fortunate. Now both Chen Dong and De Chun found themselves quite famished, urging Mo Gaoshan to hasten with the bill. As there was no need for change, Mo Gaoshan promptly retrieved 122 crisp red banknotes from his bag. With the transaction complete, the group exchanged a few casual pleasantries before Chen Dong and De Chun prepared to depart. Brother, should there be any exceptional sandworms in the future, do not hesitate to give me a call. I assure you, I shall not shortchange you, Yang Wei remarked. Exhaling a puff of smoke and casting a knowing glance at Chen Dong, his demeanor imbued with an air of wisdom beyond his years. All right, let us save that for next time, Chen Dong replied succinctly as he and De Chun exited the purchasing station. Old Mo, if only there were an abundance of sandworms every day, Yang, the proprietor, expressed with a sense of satisfaction while surveying the plentiful catch. At his age, he believed that to bring joy to the lovely woman beside him, he must rely on such wild treasures. Then do be cautious tonight, young boss. Mo Gaoshan jested from the side. The woman, overhearing, felt her cheeks flush. Ever since witnessing the formidable prowess of the sandworms, her fondness for them had only grown. Old Mo, I will require as many sandworms as you can procure in the future. Consider it a reservation, Yang declared, fixing his gaze on Mo Gaoshan. Rest assured, I shall keep them aside for you, Mo Gaoshan affirmed. Shall I load them into your vehicle? Indeed, that would be splendid. After exchanging a few more light-hearted remarks, Yang drove away. On the road, De Chun spoke up. Brother, come dine at my home tonight. My grandmother has prepared a 2.5-year-old rooster. Sounds delightful. Chen Dong readily agreed. Having not savored chicken in quite some time, he reminisced about his grandmother Zhang's spicy, fragrant chicken dish, which he had longed for. As the hour was still early, the two friends parted ways to head home. Chapter 22. I miss you so much. Upon returning home, Chen Dong washed his face and languidly reclined on his bed, pondering the gains of the past few days. Since his return, he had amassed a total of 120,000 yuan from harvesting the sea, setting aside 20,000 yuan each for his elder brother and uncle, and spending 10,000 yuan on a vehicle, leaving him with a remaining sum of 70,000 yuan. Though the amount seemed substantial, expenses dwindled rapidly. He thought it would barely cover renovations, let alone purchasing decent appliances or furniture. The idea of acquiring a boat felt even more distant. He could only contemplate a small, second-hand wooden vessel, with a new one being entirely out of the question. He opened the system marketplace to check his points, which totaled a mere 600. It became clear that he needed to earn more from his coastal ventures. Before he realized it, Chen Dong's eyes fluttered shut as he gradually slipped into slumber. An hour later, in a state of drowsiness, Chen Dong sensed something licking at his arm. This peculiar sensation jolted him upright in bed. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of a majestic yellow dog with a white face. Lai Fu. Woof, woof, woof. Lai Fu, where have you been, little master? Were you hiding from me while enjoying delicious treats? I must take a good sniff. Come here, Lai Fu, Chen Dong called, feeling an ache of longing for the dog after 2 days apart. Whimper, whimper, Lai Fu affectionately rubbed against Chen Dong's legs. Tonight, we're heading to De Chun's for a feast, Chen Dong informed Lai Fu. Woof, woof, woof. Upon hearing about the impending feast, Lai Fu joyfully wagged his tail, thumping it against Chen Dong's leg with considerable enthusiasm. even causing a slight sting. Open wide, Lai Fu. At Chen Dong's command, Lai Fu obediently sat and opened his mouth, breathing cautiously. Truly, he was a testament to ancestral breeding, exceedingly loyal and remarkably intelligent. In an instant, Chen Dong summoned a drop of spiritual liquid and let it fall into Lai Fu's mouth. The moment the elixir slid down his throat, Lai Fu's expression transformed into one of sheer delight, his coat gleaming with newfound luster. Woof, woof, woof. Lai Fu continued to wag his tail, clearly relishing the spiritual essence. Just then, De Chun's voice echoed from the courtyard. Brother, my grandmother has finished cooking. Let me call for you. As De Chun entered the house, Chen Dong remarked, a text would suffice. There's no need to come all this way. Although De Chun harbored no ulterior motives, Chen Dong felt a touch of embarrassment. It's nothing, brother. I have little else to do, De Chun chuckled. Very well, let us be off. With that, the trio, 2 friends and a dog, set forth towards De Chun's home. Upon reaching the entrance, De Chun called out, Grandma, we're back. In the next moment, Zhang Xuemei, clad in an apron, emerged from the kitchen. Chen Dong greeted her with a smile. Thank you for your hard work, Grandma. Not at all. It's nothing compared to the efforts you both put in. You are the ones truly laboring, she replied with a warm smile. Come in. Just one more dish is nearly ready. All right. Chen Dong and De Chun quickly washed their hands before entering, greeted by a sumptuous spread laid out before them. The table overflowed with an array of dishes, including Chen Dong's favorite sweet and sour ribs, white shrimp, steamed blue crab, spicy chicken, assorted marinated delicacies, seafood porridge, and stir-fried seasonal vegetables. Every time Chen Dong visited, Zhang Xuemei prepared a grand feast, a veritable luxury for a rural family. As they admired the spread, De Chun filled glasses with wine, pouring a glass for his grandmother as well. With the final dish of garlic vegetable hearts being served, all were seated, ready to indulge. The aroma of Grandma's cooking is divine. Her culinary skills surpass those of 5-star chefs, Chen Dong eagerly praised. Zhang Xuemei chuckled, you needn't flatter me. As long as you don't mind, I'm content. Come, Xiao Dong, enjoy some ribs, she said, serving a piece to both Chen Dong and De Chun. The ribs were fragrant and succulent, devoid of any unpleasant meatiness, offering a delightful, tender texture. Thank you, Grandma, Chen Dong responded, gratefully accepting. No need for formality. Treat this place as your own home. From now on, just come here for meals. Cooking for one can be quite a hassle, Zhang Xuemei suggested. Her words bore truth. Cooking alone could indeed be cumbersome. Oftentimes, what one referred to as cooking was merely a matter of throwing together whatever ingredients were at hand. I appreciate it, Grandma, but I can manage on my own, Chen Dong smiled, gently declining. He felt it inappropriate to burden his aging grandmother with additional responsibilities. Xiao Dong, Grandma means it. Don't feel like a bother. I may lack other skills, but I have been cooking for decades. One more person merely means a few extra chopsticks, Zhang Xuemei encouraged. Indeed, brother. It will be livelier with 3 of us dining together, De Chun chimed in. All right, if I ever grow weary of cooking, I shall simply come to share a meal, Chen Dong chuckled, nodding in agreement. Ha! At Chen Dong's words, both Zhang Xuemei and De Chun erupted into joyous laughter. Let us raise a toast, De Chun declared, lifting his glass. Cheers. Clink. Ah, hiccup. The trio conversed and dined, the feast stretching over 2 hours. With the table nearly cleared of all dishes, Chen Dong, rubbing his round belly, felt a warm contentment envelop him. Grandma, in the future, let us keep it to simpler home-cooked meals. Please don't indulge me too much. I'll eat whatever you prepare, he said, feeling a tad bashful. Eating like this every day may lead to gaining several pounds in a month, and it can be quite the hassle, he added. Zhang Xuemei nodded, indicating that each time he returned from the sea with a bountiful catch, it was worth celebrating, but on other occasions, they could keep it simple. Ah, indeed. Time has flown by, and it is time for us to divide the earnings from today. As the clock strikes 9:30, Chen Dong prepares to distribute today as profits before retiring for the night. Upon hearing that they had sold over 20,000 yuan from their seaside venture, Zhang Xuemei's spirits brightened instantly, though not with the same fervor as before, having witnessed such success previously. Chen Dong began to tally the earnings. The total amount from sales today was 24,200 yuan, with a 2 commission amounting to 484 yuan, plus a base salary of 200 yuan, culminating in a total of 684 yuan. He then pulled out 7 crisp 100 yuan bills and placed them in Zhang Xuemei's hands. As she clutched the 700 yuan, a glimmer of excitement flickered across her face. While it was not an astronomical sum, it signified that if this trend continued, their monthly income might hover around 20,000 yuan. For them, this was already a substantial satisfaction, and it meant they could eventually save up to build a house for De Chun and secure a bride. Finally, Zhang Xuemei reminded De Chun to heed Chen Dong's advice and to work diligently without slacking. Chen nodded earnestly, having long regarded Chen Dong as an elder brother in his heart. The three of them exchanged pleasantries for a while longer before Chen Dong took his leave to return home. Chapter 23. The Exquisite Blood Eel. Upon arriving home, Chen Dong took a quick shower and then lay down on the warm, expansive bed. The comfort of a 2-meter-wide bed all to himself was truly delightful. Glancing at his bank account balance, he felt the urgency to generate more income. System, dear master, may tomorrow's seaside excursion lead me to immense wealth, he declared with vigor, hoping for his dreams to materialize. The system responded, it shall come to pass. All will manifest, as long as your heart desires it. Chen Dong smirked, thinking to himself that this was mere platitude. What he truly yearned for was to be granted wealth. He then opened a novel on his phone and read a few chapters before drifting into a deep slumber. The next morning, at 8 o'clock, Chen Dong had just risen when he heard a knock at the door. He quickly dressed and opened it to find Chen standing outside, holding a lunchbox. Brother, it's time for breakfast, Chen said with a grin. All right, come in, Chen Dong replied. After a brief wash-up, he began to eat breakfast. Since Chen had already eaten, Chen Dong did not linger and quickly finished his meal. The two then loaded their seaside tools into the vehicle and set off toward the beach. Chen, let us explore a bit first, Chen Dong suggested. Sure, brother. Wherever you say, Chen replied. Having experienced multiple successful outings, Chen was thoroughly impressed by Chen Dong's seaside skills and harbored no doubts. After more than an hour of driving on their tricycle, they finally selected a relatively quiet beach. Once parked, they stepped onto the soft sand, which crunched beneath their feet. The surroundings were adorned with verdant hills and the azure sea, creating a breathtaking vista that was hard to leave behind. At that moment, Chen Dong closed his eyes briefly before opening them, activating his water eye to survey the beach. The shore was teeming with various seafood, scallops, clams, snails, and jumping fish, most of which were of little monetary value. The two of them walked forward with buckets in hand while Chen Dong meticulously examined the beach's conditions. After approximately 10 minutes of exploration, a smile of delight spread across Chen Dong's face. Chen, there is something valuable over there. Let us go, he called out. Okay. Chen eagerly nodded upon seeing Chen Dong's animated expression. The two hastened toward that section of the beach. As anticipated, upon reaching it, Chen exclaimed with excitement. Brother, look at all these little holes. They resemble clam holes. Could they be clams? Seeing the multitude of small holes, Chen was instantly filled with wonder, his instincts telling him that treasures lay beneath. Although they had previously excavated clams, the thrill of seaside foraging was akin to treasure hunting. Discovering good finds felt like unearthing gems. Those holes seem rather large. They likely aren't clam holes, Chen Dong remarked as he approached. Just then, using his water eye, he discerned that beneath the surface lay blood eels. Let us dig in. Get to work, Chen Dong declared, grabbing a sand shovel and diving in. All right. Chen immediately followed suit. After about half a minute, the first blood eel was unearthed. Wow, brother, this isn't a clam, it's a blood eel, Chen exclaimed, holding up a blood eel that had been cut open, his face glowing with excitement. The blood eel was elongated, its skin smooth and scaleless, with a bluish-gray back and a blood-red underside. The eel contained a high blood content, and when cut, it would bleed profusely. It possessed significant medicinal and culinary value, known for its ability to replenish energy and blood. As they spoke, Chen Dong unearthed another blood eel, measuring over 20 centimeters in length. This one is even larger, Chen remarked enviously. Yes, let us dig quickly while no one else is around. Blood eels are not social creatures, and finding so many small holes is indeed rare, especially wild ones. They are even scarcer, and each one we dig up is one less to be found. The two then settled into a rhythm, digging diligently in the vast expanse of sand. Time flew by swiftly, and before long, they had turned over a substantial portion of the beach. With the aid of their system-provided sand shovels and the invigorating liquid nourishing their bodies, the task felt effortless. Upon surveying the area, the once dense network of small holes was now nearly invisible. Half an hour later, after collecting all the blood eels into their buckets, the two sat down on the beach to rest. Chen Dong pulled out his phone to check the time. It was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. His stomach grumbled at that moment, having consumed only 2 buns and a bowl of porridge that morning, which had fully digested by now. Chen, go grab some food and drinks from the car. Let us take a break, Chen Dong instructed. Chen stood up, stretching his back with a pained expression. My poor back. You little rascal, what back pain? Hurry up, Chen Dong chuckled. Chen laughed and cheerfully went to fetch something to eat. Although his back felt sore, the bounty of blood eels they had gathered made it all worthwhile. Each of them had dug up around 10 to 20 kilograms of blood eels, which could fetch about 400 yuan per kilogram in the wild, promising a handsome profit. Soon, they finished their packed lunch. Although they had successfully collected all the blood eels, Chen Dong knew that if they searched once more, they could likely find some stragglers. However, he decided against it. He preferred to leave some for future growth, as he had no desire to exhaust the resources completely. Let us head over to that rocky shore and see what we can find. Sure thing, brother. Upon reaching the rocky area, they discovered numerous green mussels nestled within the crevices of the rocks. Brother, look at all these green mussels. Chun's face lit up with excitement. Green mussels are quite common and hold little value. Even the higher quality ones typically sell for only 2 to 3 yuan per kilogram, making them largely ignored by seaside foragers. However, the sight of these mussels, possibly amounting to hundreds of kilograms, could yield a few hundred yuan if taken back. For an average forager, this would be a decent haul. Yet, these were clearly not Chen Dong's target. What is so special about these? My instincts tell me something substantial is on the horizon, he said, waving Chun off to maintain some decorum. Just then, Chun spotted a large blue crab waving its pincers, preparing to make its escape from the rocky crevice. Brother, we have found blue crabs. Your instincts are truly remarkable. Chun exclaimed, showering compliments. In the blink of an eye, he deftly captured a large blue crab with a beach grabber. After swiftly securing it with a rope, he weighed it in his hands, estimating it to be over a pound. There were still 2 more to be found. Chen Dong also discovered a pair of blue crabs beneath a rocky outcrop, a male and a female, engaged in a precarious embrace. Upon noticing their intruders, the male crab swiftly scurried away, while the female remained, brandishing her formidable pincers in defiance. Truly, they were like a pair of birds in the same forest, fleeing at the first sign of danger. Come here. Chen Dong sighed in exasperation before promptly collecting the 2 crabs. With 3 blue crabs in hand, they would surely enjoy a delightful evening feast paired with drinks. Chapter 24. Sea cucumbers worth more than diamonds. The 2 continued their trek, with Chen Dong scanning the surroundings with keen eyes. Surprisingly, he found little of value, mostly shells, oysters, and barnacles. After walking several dozen meters, excitement flickered across Chen Dong's face as he spotted a dense patch of dark matter on the beach. Chun, look, there's something promising ahead, he exclaimed eagerly. Brother, it wouldn't be more blue mussels, would it? Chun squinted, straining his vision to see. At such a distance, the average person would struggle to discern details. But with his keen eyesight, Chen Dong quickly recognized the dark shapes as robust sea cucumbers. Let us go take a closer look, he urged. And they hastened towards the intriguing sight. Upon arrival, their eyes widened at the sight of a vast expanse of sea cucumbers. Brother, it's all sea cucumbers. So many of them. We struck gold. Chun squealed in exhilaration, trembling with excitement as he waved his sand shovel. The bounty weighed several hundred pounds, and if they collected them all, they would fetch a handsome sum. Let us gather them quickly, before anyone else arrives, Chen Dong instructed, bending down to pick one up, estimating its length to be comparable to an adult's hand. These were high-quality sea cucumbers, and being wild-caught, their value was undoubtedly significant. It appears the system is quite generous today. Moments later, time flew by as they continued to collect the sea cucumbers, laughter echoing between them, oblivious to fatigue. An hour passed swiftly, and soon, the once dense cluster of sea cucumbers was completely harvested, their buckets brimming. Chun had even retrieved 2 snakeskin bags from the car. With 2 full buckets and 2 bags, they amassed nearly 300 pounds. At a price of 150 yuan per pound, their haul could yield an impressive income of 40,000 yuan. After quenching their thirst, they took a moment to rest on the ground. Chun, drive the car over. We need to load up, Chen Dong instructed, recognizing the need to secure their bounty. All right, brother, Chun replied, promptly heading to the vehicle. Before long, he returned, and together they loaded the sea cucumbers. They then continued to explore the area. Rocky shores often yielded substantial finds, especially following storms when deep-sea fish were swept ashore. Given their success with the sea cucumbers, Chen Dong speculated that they might also uncover treasures like abalone, three-knife fish, or yellow croaker. As they meticulously scanned the beach and rocky outcrops, 2 more sea cucumbers came into view. However, these were strikingly different, pure white in color. Incredible! They are white jade sea cucumbers. Chen Dong gasped in astonishment. They rushed over. And indeed, they confirmed their remarkable find. Brother, these are genuinely white jade sea cucumbers. We hit the jackpot. Chun exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Although neither had encountered white jade sea cucumbers before, their coastal upbringing had provided them with enough knowledge to appreciate their rarity. White jade sea cucumbers are considered the finest of their kind and are among the most expensive in the world. They are the result of genetic mutations, making them a rare treasure in nature. It is said that for every 100,000 sea cucumbers, one might find such a variant. Typically, these would be sold directly to affluent buyers or at auction, fetching astronomical prices. In a previous auction, a mere 2-pound specimen had sold for an astonishing 300,000 yuan, beyond the reach of most households. After a brief moment of exhilaration, Chen Dong exhaled deeply. He picked up the 2 white jade sea cucumbers, weighing them in his hands, each at least a pound. If sold at auction prices, each could command at least 200,000 yuan. With such earnings, he could not only settle his debts from purchasing a home, but also acquire a modest fishing boat, providing him the freedom to fish and explore the sea, where the rewards far exceeded those of coastal waters. Imagining himself as the captain of his own vessel, adorned with a flag, filled him with excitement. "Brother, this time we're bound to make a fortune," Chen remarked, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he gazed at the white jade sea cucumbers. "Yes. Let us wrap this up for today. I'll call Brother Fei. If he is interested, we can deliver them directly to the hotel." Realizing time was of the essence, Chen Dong swiftly concluded that the fresher the seafood, the more valuable it would be. They loaded the seafood into the car, and Chen Dong pulled out his phone, recording a video to send to Zhang Fei. He then dialed his number. The phone rang a few times before connecting. "Brother Dong, what treasures have you unearthed this time?" Zhang Fei inquired with a smile. "Brother Fei, today I managed to gather some blood eels and sea cucumbers. I've sent you a video. Let me know if the hotel will take them. If so, I can deliver them right away," Chen Dong stated directly, cutting to the chase. "Great. I was just about to check the video when your call came in," Zhang Fei replied, opening the video. A moment later, he was left speechless, stunned for half a minute before responding. "Brother Dong, how many sea cucumbers did you collect? This is astonishing." Chen Dong smiled calmly. "Oh, just around 200 to 300 pounds. He added nonchalantly, "And there are also 2 white sea cucumbers." Zhang Fei gasped sharply. "You found several hundred pounds of sea cucumbers? And 2 white ones?" "Indeed," Chen Dong confirmed, nodding. "And there are also dozens of pounds of blood eels." "Ha ha, Brother Dong, you truly are something else." Zhang Fei laughed heartily. "But, Brother Fei, is there an issue?" Chen Dong inquired directly. With such a significant haul, he understood the urgency of selling quickly. No, I am currently out, and will take a while to return. I'm afraid you'll have to wait for me," Zhang Fei apologetically remarked. Chapter 25. Call me Sister Lin. Chen Dong and Chen, well acquainted with the route, arrived at the back courtyard of the hotel. As it was not their first visit, upon entering the hotel's back area, they were warmly greeted by Li Meng. En route, Zhang Fei had called to inform them he would be delayed, asking Li Meng to attend to them in the meantime. "Mr. Chen, please follow me to the reception room," Li Meng said with a smile, gesturing invitingly with one hand. "All right." Chen Dong nodded and followed Li Meng to the reception room on the first floor. "Please wait a moment. Manager Zhang will arrive shortly. Here are some refreshments and snacks for you to enjoy," Li Meng said cheerfully. "Thank you for your hospitality," Chen Dong replied politely. With that, Li Meng stepped out. Chen Dong wasted no time and tore open a Wong Wong snow cake, popping it into his mouth. It was already past 4 o'clock, and he was ravenous, so he relished the snack. 10 minutes later, a sleek black Mercedes-Benz entered the courtyard. Zhang Fei emerged from the driver's seat, prompting Chen Dong and Chen to hastily exit the reception room. "Brother, this car is truly magnificent," Chen exclaimed, his eyes fixed on the Mercedes with admiration. There is scarcely a young man who does not harbor a fondness for automobiles, let alone one as luxurious as this. Worth several $100,000. For many, whether in urban or rural settings, the aspiration to someday drive such a high-end vehicle is a mark of accomplishment. "What is there to worry about? It won't be long before we can drive cars like this," Chen Dong interjected. "Really, brother? It would be quite fitting for me to take it for a foot bath, wouldn't it?" With a swift motion, Chen Dong playfully slapped the back of his head. "What nonsense are you thinking, you rascal?" Zhang Fei greeted the two with a smile and gently opened the rear door of the car. At that moment, a pair of elegantly proportioned legs, adorned in high heels, gracefully descended to the ground. Following this, a woman clad in a cream-colored professional dress, exuding an exceptional aura, emerged from the vehicle. Her features were exquisitely defined, her skin fair, and she appeared to be in her 20s. Her figure was strikingly alluring, tall, and curvaceous, especially with her shapely legs accentuated by sheer, flesh-toned stockings, embodying a cold yet captivating beauty, a quintessential mature woman. "She is truly stunning." Chen chuckled foolishly beside him. Chen Dong retorted, "Keep your gaze in check. What else with that drooling expression?" For a moment, Chen Dong was taken aback. It was hard for any young man to resist the allure of such beauty. Although he had encountered many attractive women in the big city, most were adorned with superficial charm, entirely incomparable to this mature beauty. His instincts suggested that she was a higher-ranking hotel executive or perhaps the owner herself. As he pondered, the two approached Chen Dong, and Zhang Fei spoke first. "Apologies for the delay, my brother Xiao Dong. Allow me to introduce you to our hotel's owner, Lin Yuetong." "Owner, this is Chen Dong from Zhonggong Village, my brother Chen. Recently, he has been supplying our hotel with high-quality seafood." Lin Yuetong nodded, extending her graceful hand with a gentle smile. "Hello, brother Chen. I am Lin Yuetong, the owner of Hongyun Hotel. Chen Dong was momentarily taken aback by her delicate hand. As a fisherman, he often carried the scent of the sea, yet she offered her hand without a hint of disdain for his humble profession. This amiable demeanor endeared her to Chen Dong, who felt an instant warmth in her presence. Hello, owner Lin. You may also call me Xiao Dong, he replied, extending his hand for a brief shake, aware that he hadn't had time to wash his hands properly. Lin Yuetong chuckled lightly. Very well, brother Xiao Dong. You seem a few years younger than me, so you may refer to me as Sister Lin. Sister Lin, that sounds good, Chen Dong replied with a bright smile. Xiao Dong, what about those 2 white sea cucumbers? Zhang Fei inquired eagerly, rubbing his hands together, unable to contain his excitement at the prospect of seeing the prized delicacies. Lin Yuetong shared his anticipation. I'll retrieve them from the car, Chen Dong replied. With that, he and Chun unloaded all the seafood from the vehicle, opening the container to reveal the 2 white sea cucumbers. Upon seeing them, both men's eyes widened in astonishment. The sea cucumbers, resembling white jade, were irresistibly enticing. Moreover, the 2 cucumbers looked like identical twins, perfectly matched in size. How large and thick they are, Zhang Fei exclaimed, his self-esteem momentarily deflated upon witnessing their impressive size. Chen Dong interjected, What are you spouting, brother Fei? He glanced at Lin Yuetong, who appeared unfazed, her eyes fixed on the white sea cucumbers. Ha ha ha, what a treasure. Brother Xiao Dong, indeed these are white jade sea cucumbers, and their size is remarkable, Zhang Fei exclaimed with hearty laughter, praising the quality of the sea cucumbers before him. These are certainly impressive. Their appearance is exceptional. Brother Xiao Dong, what price did you have in mind for them? Lin Yuetong inquired, her expression brimming with enthusiasm. Well, Chen Dong pondered for a moment before continuing. Brother Fei, Sister Lin, I'm not entirely certain about the price of white sea cucumbers. After all, you're the professionals in the seafood business. I'd like to hear your offer. If the price is reasonable, we can close the deal. If not, we can collaborate another time. He candidly expressed his thoughts, tossing the question back to them. The 2 exchanged glances. Zhang Fei remained silent, as it was best for the owner to make the decision. Lin Yuetong contemplated briefly before responding, Brother Xiao Dong, we have previously procured white sea cucumbers, but none were as large as yours. Our acquisition price was 200 yuan per gram. Given the high quality of these 2, we would offer 260 yuan per gram. What do you think? Lin Yuetong stated her price directly. Upon hearing this figure, Chen Dong considered it carefully, estimating the weight. These 2 sea cucumbers must weigh over a kilogram. At that rate, he would receive 260,000 yuan, which seemed quite fair. Additionally, prices vary by region, and online prices serve merely as a reference. He smiled and replied, All right, I trust Brother Fei and Sister Lin's integrity. We shall go with the price you mentioned. Sister Lin. Lin Yuetong beamed at his swift agreement. Brother Xiao Dong is indeed straightforward. I enjoy dealing with forthright individuals. Lao Zhang, let us weigh them. Certainly. Zhang Fei promptly fetched the scale and weighed the 2 sea cucumbers, totaling 1,300 grams. Would you like to weigh them again, young man? Lin Yuetong asked. Aware that for fishermen, every penny counts, especially with premium products like white jade sea cucumbers, where even a few grams could mean a significant monetary difference. No need. Chen Dong waved dismissively. I trust the reputation of Hongyun Hotel. Let us proceed to settle the accounts. Chapter 26. A profitable gain of 400,000. Very well. Lin Yuetong replied with a sweet smile, transforming her demeanor entirely. The 2 white sea cucumbers were quickly calculated. 1,300 grams at 260 yuan per gram, totaling 338,000 yuan. Upon hearing the crisp sound of the calculator, Chen Dong and Chun could not help but draw in a sharp breath. Although both had mentally prepared themselves for the price, they still felt a flutter of excitement at the moment it was revealed. Lin Yuetong inquired, Little Dong, will you be paying in cash or via bank transfer? Chen Dong replied, Sister Lin, what do you think of these ordinary sea cucumbers and blood eels? If the hotel finds them satisfactory, we can weigh and settle the payment together later. Oh dear, these 2 white sea cucumbers have quite taken my breath away. I apologize. Little brother, Lin Yuetong said with an apologetic smile. It was undeniable. Their allure was simply irresistible, and no one could resist such a white temptation, especially these sizable specimens. Known for their beauty-enhancing and anti-aging properties, were particularly adored by women. Lin Yuetong approached the barrel, using a sea-gathering clamp to sift through, and after a moment of observation, a satisfied smile graced her face. The quality is excellent, brother. These will definitely do for the hotel, she remarked, signaling a nearby hotel staff member to proceed with the weighing. Soon, the weighing was completed, and Lin Yuetong presented her quotation. The sea cucumbers totaled 260 jin at 150 yuan per jin, amounting to 39,000 yuan. The blood eels weighed in at 30 jin at 550 yuan per jin, totaling 16,500 yuan. Chen Dong expressed no objections to the prices, noting that Lin had even raised them slightly. Ultimately, the grand total came to 165,003, 900, 033, 800, 039, 3,500 yuan. With a chime, Chen Dong glanced at his phone to see a bank deposit of 395,000 yuan. Sister Lin, it seems there's an extra one. 500 yuan. I'll return it to you, he said, noticing the surplus. However, she stopped him. Brother, I prefer to conduct business with someone like you, amiable and generous. You and this young fellow are quite straightforward, and I have no wish to be stingy. Consider the extra as my treat for tea, Lin Yuetong insisted. On one hand, she found this young man to be quite trustworthy. On the other, she aimed to establish a foundation for future collaborations. Chen Dong's lips twitched at the mention of tea, noting the sum of 500 yuan. Yet, he appreciated the personable nature of the boss. He decided not to insist further. Very well, thank you, Sister Lin. He replied courteously. You're welcome. If you ever procure high-quality seafood again, just contact me or Brother Fei directly, Lin Yuetong smiled. Understood. Chen Dong nodded in agreement. The group engaged in further conversation until Chen Dong stood to take his leave. Just as he turned, Lin Yuetong called out to him, her voice as gentle as orchids. Brother, may I ask a favor? Chen Dong paused, pondering that as a hotel owner, she likely had numerous connections. What could an ordinary fisherman like him possibly assist with? Sister Lin, feel free to tell me. I will do my utmost if it's within my capabilities, he responded directly. Well, the hotel is expecting some guests soon and requires high-quality seafood. Should you catch any, please reach out to me immediately. I assure you the price will be fair. Lin Yuetong explained. Hearing this, Chen Dong felt a wave of relief, thinking it was nothing of great significance. No problem, Sister Lin, you can rest easy, he assured her. Thank you, brother. By the way, what would you like to eat? I'll have the hotel prepare something for you, Lin Yuetong said cheerfully. No need, Sister Lin. I have some matters to attend to. Perhaps next time, he replied. The excitement of having made such a substantial sale today had left both men exhilarated. Moreover, it was getting late, and they needed to purchase a few more items. Staying at the hotel for dinner would hinder their other plans. All right then, travel safely, she said. Absolutely, Chen Dong replied. Afterward, he and Chun rode off, exiting the hotel's backyard. In the hotel's backyard, Zhang Fei remarked. Little Dong is quite a decent fellow, generous and unpretentious. You have a good eye. Indeed, this lad is sincere and pleasant to be around. He instills a sense of reliability. Plus, he is rather handsome, Zhang Fei added. He doesn't appear very old, perhaps just in his early 20s. I feel ancient at 30, Lin Yuetong sighed. Nonsense, boss. You both look to be of the same age group. If anything, you appear younger. What do you say, consider it? Zhang Fei teased. What are you talking about? Let us go. We still have a meeting to attend, and it's quite bothersome, Lin Yuetong pouted in discontent. Haha, all right. Zhang Fei chuckled, and they both made their way to the conference room. Brother, we just sold for hundreds of thousands. I can hardly believe we made so much money. Chun exclaimed excitedly as they exited the hotel's backyard. Although they had been earning 1,000 or 2,000 daily in the past few days, making tens of thousands in a single day was a first for them. It would be disingenuous to say he wasn't thrilled. Chen Dong felt a rush of joy as well. Just wait, Chun. We will only get better from here. And soon we'll be able to buy a Mercedes in a day, Chen Dong declared confidently. Brother, I believe in you. This is exhilarating, Chun exclaimed, standing up on the bike and raising his fist triumphantly into the air. The two then proceeded to the Haitong Mobile City, where they each spent 4,000 yuan to purchase 2 domestically made smartphones. Their previous phones were relics from 4 years ago, barely managing to run simple games or video calls without lag. Moreover, when they had special viewing needs, the phones often fell short, significantly dampening their spirits. After leaving the mobile store, they visited a large supermarket to buy some cooked food, meat, eggs, and milk, so that the nanny wouldn't have to cook that evening. They also strolled through the 3rd floor to purchase a complete outfit for Grandma Zhang. The staff at the mall greeted them warmly, showing no disdain for them being fishermen. Once everything was settled, they drove homeward. As they neared their doorstep, night had completely fallen. Despite the poor visibility, Chen Dong spotted Zhang Xuemei standing at the entrance. As the car came to a stop, Zhang Xuemei's face lit up with a warm smile upon seeing Chen Dong and Chun. Grandma, there are mosquitoes outside. Why aren't you staying inside? Chun expressed concern. I couldn't sit still in the house while you were away, Zhang Xuemei replied with a smile, her face softening as she added. You must be starving. Hurry inside and wash your hands for dinner. Of course, they responded in unison, unloading the items from the car before heading to the kitchen to prepare the cooked food. Soon, the three gathered around the table to enjoy their meal. with drinks naturally included. After a long day of hard work, the pleasure of returning home to drink and dine was utterly delightful. Watching the two eat ravenously brought great joy to Zhang Xuemei. Chapter 27. My goodness, how expensive. Burp. Downing a cold beer was a sheer delight. At that moment, De Chun looked at Chen Dong with a mischievous grin. Chen Dong shot him a glance, asking, "What are you staring at me for, you rascal?" "Brother, can we talk about what happened today?" De Chun inquired. "What is there to discuss?" Chen Dong replied, taking another sip of his beer. Observing their cryptic exchange, Zhang Xuemei interjected, "What is it? Why so secretive?" "Grandma, guess how much money little Dong and I made selling seafood today?" De Chun chimed in. 10,000 yuan. Zhang Xuemei responded, her face lighting up with joy. "Not quite right. You've underestimated it. Could it be 20,000? Enough. Stop teasing me and tell me the truth." Observing De Chun's mischievous expression, Chen Dong interjected directly. "Grandma, today we earned a total of 395,000 yuan. A sharp intake of breath escaped Zhang Xuemei's lips, her mind reeling at the figure. 390,000? Am I dreaming? I've never seen so much money in my life. And it's what the two of you made in a single day? Goodness, did you truly sell that much? You two aren't just pulling my leg, are you?" Her voice trembled as she gazed at the pair in astonishment. Although she hadn't witnessed the thick stack of cash earlier, the number still left her utterly flabbergasted. She had thought earning a few hundred yuan in a day would be satisfactory, yet here they were, having made such a fortune. Their luck was simply astounding. De Chun nodded emphatically, absolutely certain. "It ba," Zhang Xuemei murmured, unsteadily placing her bowl on the table and turning her trembling body. It took several moments for her to regain her composure. Chen Dong then spoke earnestly. "Grandma, we indeed made 395,000 yuan today. De Chun's base salary is 200 yuan a day, plus a 2% commission, which amounts to 7,900 yuan, totaling 8,100 yuan. He then produced 81 red bills, presenting them to Zhang Xuemei. "Xiaodong, this is far too much," she exclaimed. "You both bought new phones today and got me some clothes. This money should be deducted from De Chun's earnings." Zhang Xuemei looked at the money Chen Dong offered, hesitating to accept it. She was already immensely grateful that Chen Dong and De Chun could earn money together. Now, not only had he bought things for himself, but he was also sharing nearly 10,000 yuan in dividends with De Chun. She felt she couldn't accept such a favor. Chen Dong smiled. "Grandma, these items are my personal choice, belonging to me, so there's no need to deduct anything from De Chun's earnings. Besides, you both take such good care of me. Let this be my token of appreciation." Both Zhang Xuemei and De Chun were kind-hearted individuals who had selflessly helped him before. If he were to nitpick over such matters, it would reflect poorly on his understanding. "Yes, Grandma, this is Xiaodong's goodwill. You should accept it," De Chun chimed in. "Indeed, Grandma. You've both been so wonderful to me. This is my gift to you," Chen Dong insisted, placing the money firmly before Zhang Xuemei. "Why are you crying, Grandma?" De Chun asked. Puzzled. "I'm not crying. These are tears of joy," Zhang Xuemei replied. "Seeing you both like this fills my heart with immense happiness." Tears sparkled in her eyes, yet her face radiated with a joyful smile. This amount of 8,000 yuan was equivalent to what they had earned in 2 to 3 months. To think they had made it in just one day? Yet, she understood that it was all thanks to Chen Dong. "Xiaodong, I hardly know what to say. I can only express my gratitude," she exclaimed. "Ha ha ha." Chen Dong laughed at the exhilarated Zhang Xuemei. "Grandma, this is all De Chun's hard work. No one should be receiving anything without effort, so there's really no need to thank me." Very well then," Zhang Xuemei said, excitedly wiping away her tears. "You, young man, must always listen to Xiaodong from now on." "Grandma, I always listen to Xiaodong go," De Chun replied. The trio chatted and dined, and before they knew it, the clock struck 10:30 in the evening. After bidding farewell to the two, Chen Dong made his way home. Upon returning, he took a quick shower and lay on his bed, glancing at his bank balance. 486,000 yuan. He thought it might be time to visit the shipyard. Although he could still only afford a small boat, he opened the system's shop. With today's earnings, his points had reached 4,500. Perusing the offerings, he could purchase a fishing rod and a water pump. It was time to experience the joy of fishing. The next morning, Chen Dong awoke at 9 o'clock. After freshening up, De Chun joined him in the yard. The previous day, Chen Dong had already informed De Chun that they would be going to the shipyard together today. After about an hour, they rode their bikes to the county town. Since they hadn't eaten breakfast, they first found a small eatery to enjoy some porridge and buns, then followed the navigation to Dali's shipyard. Upon learning that someone was coming to order a boat, the staff at the shipyard eagerly took Chen Dong and De Chun on a tour of the boat-building workshop. Seeing the various boats before him, Chen Dong felt a rush of excitement. "Brother, this boat is fantastic. Sailing out to sea in it would be exhilarating," De Chun exclaimed, pointing at a 50-meter fishing vessel. Chen Dong couldn't help but smirk. You've got quite the discerning eye. This is a deep-sea fishing trawler, weighing several hundred tons. It would indeed be thrilling to operate. But it also comes with a hefty price tag, several million, if not tens of millions. With only about 300,000 on hand, we can only afford a 6-meter small wooden fishing boat. And that's just the shell with a cockpit. A step up would be an 8-meter boat equipped with radar and rescue gear, yet it would cost over 500,000. If the hull materials were upgraded to stainless steel or fiberglass with sonar, trawling nets, high-powered engines, and generators, the price would climb even higher, clearly beyond Chen Dong's current budget. What kind of boat are you two looking for? The shipyard staff inquired, enthusiastically sharing knowledge about fishing vessels. However, with their limited funds, Chen Dong had a brief conversation with the staff and exchanged WeChat contacts before making an excuse to leave the shipyard. Brother, I didn't expect a wooden boat to be so expensive, De Chun remarked in surprise outside the shipyard. Indeed, but let us hold off on making any decisions for now. After a few more fishing trips, we can consider purchasing a larger, better-equipped vessel, Chen Dong replied resolutely. When it came to buying a boat, he didn't want to compromise, especially since it would be his first. It needed to be well-equipped and of good quality. With 300,000 in hand, he could always undertake a few more fishing trips. After making up his mind, they went shopping for some items. Before they knew it, noon had arrived, and they ordered a KFC family bucket at the mall. Fully satisfied, they then drove back home. Chapter 28. Sister, you're so wonderful. Back home, Chen Dong planned to visit his second sister in Shigang village later. After spending several days in the village, he and De Chun had been too focused on fishing to check in on her. It was time for both of them to take a break. A balance between work and rest is the key to a fulfilling life. De Chun, we want to be fishing today. Let us go set some traps and do some sea fishing tonight. All right, brother. I'll head back home first. Good. With that, De Chun headed home. Chen Dong lay on his bed for a short nap, waking up at 2 in the afternoon. After washing his face, he packed the gifts into his vehicle and then went to pick up Xiao Hao from his elder brother's house. Uncle, so much delicious food. Chen Jianhao exclaimed, his eyes lighting up at the sight of the bounty, drool almost spilling from his mouth. Want some? Yes, I really do. Here, hold on tight. Uncle love you. Sending hearts. You rascal. You've learned to send hearts now. Chen Dong affectionately ruffled Xiao Hao's hair. Indeed, children become instantly exhilarated upon sighting delectable treats. Subsequently, Chen Dong retrieved a gift from the vehicle and presented it to Li Xiuli. He had deliberately purchased 2 gifts, one for his elder brother and another for his second sister. Sister-in-law, I shall take Xiao Hao to my second sister's house for a brief visit and return shortly. Chen Dong informed his sister-in-law, Li Xiuli. All right, do be cautious on the road, she replied. Very well, we are off then, Chen Dong called out, twisting the ignition. And their 3-wheeled vehicle surged forth like a wild stallion, carrying Xiao Hao along. Xiao Hao, sit tight, and do not fidget, Chen Dong admonished. On the road, he glanced back and saw Xiao Hao clutching the edge of the vehicle, his wide eyes brimming with curiosity as he gazed at the scenery passing by. Understood, Uncle, Chen Jianhao replied, settling back into the middle of the seat. Uncle, look at all those seagulls over there. Where are they headed? Uncle, look at the hillside. There are so many wildflowers. They are so beautifully colorful. Chen Jianhao, seated in the vehicle, resembled an inquisitive little one, marveling at everything and posing questions one after another. Chen Dong then slowed the vehicle, answering each of his nephew's queries in turn. Before long, they traversed through the town. Today, the town was bustling with a gathering, teeming with people, creating a lively atmosphere. Stalls lined the streets, displaying a myriad of goods, predominantly agricultural products, with the sounds of hawking and bargaining resonating, creating a vibrant ambience. Wow, Uncle, there's cotton candy over there. It's so delicious. Uncle, look, there are candied hawthorns. You like them too, right? Xiao Hao's eyes lit up at the sight of these sweet treats, almost drooling in anticipation. Chen Dong couldn't help but chuckle, then parked the vehicle in front of the candied hawthorn stall, playfully chiding, You little rascal, just finished eating and now you want more. You glutton. Ha ha. Chen Jianhao laughed. Having been seen through by Chen Dong. Young man, do buy one for the little friend. They are all fruits on top and quite tasty. The kindly old man selling the candied hawthorns remarked. How much for a skewer? 5 yuan for hawthorns, 8 yuan for those with fruits. All right. I'll take 2 skewers of hawthorns and 2 with fruits, Chen Dong decided. Both he and Xiao Hao indulged in 1 skewer each, leaving the remaining for their niece, Qianqian. Following that, Chen Dong purchased 2 cotton candies and then proceeded to a fruit stall to acquire some bananas and apples. The ribs at the adjacent meat stall also looked quite appealing, prompting him to order a few pounds. After moving a little further, they arrived at the beef stall, where he procured several pounds of cooked beef. Once all the purchases were made, they gradually maneuvered through the streets towards Shigang village. Xiao Hao, hold on tight. Uncle is about to drive. Chen Dong cheerfully beckoned. I'm ready, Uncle, Xiao Hao replied, reclining in the center of the vehicle, leisurely savoring his cotton candy. 20 minutes later, they finally reached Shigong village. Chen Dong's second sister, Chen Hong, resided on the western edge of the village, in a spacious four-room flat-roofed house that was brightly lit. Beep, beep, beep. Noticing the main gate was closed, Chen Dong honked a few times. He then disembarked and lifted Xiao Hao out of the vehicle. Xiao Hao, quickly call out to your aunt, Chen Dong instructed. Xiao Hao promptly shouted at the top of his lungs, Aunt, it's me, Xiao Hao. Open the door, Aunt. Bang, bang. Bang coming. The door was swung open by a woman in her 30s, who was none other than Chen Dong's second sister, Chen Hong. Aunt, Chen Dong exclaimed with a smile. Ah, Xiao Dong, Xiao Hao, what brings you here? Why have you bought so many things? Chen Hong's face lit up with a joyful smile. Chen Dong drove the vehicle into the courtyard, for the items aboard were far too numerous, nearly forming a small mountain. As soon as they entered, a lively 5-year-old girl bounded out, resembling a little rabbit, utterly adorable. She was Chen Dong's niece, Zhang Qianqian. Uncle, Xiao Hao Gij. Upon seeing Chen Dong, Qianqian excitedly rushed towards him. Qianqian, you've grown taller. Come, let Uncle have a look. Chen Dong scooped her up, his face radiating affection. Qianqian, look, Uncle bought you candied hawthorns and cotton candy. They are delicious. Xiao Hao waved his candied hawthorn. Ah, I want to eat. Uncle, I want candied hawthorn. Upon seeing the treats, Zhang Qianqian exclaimed with excitement, her eyes sparkling with desire. All right, Chen Dong set Qianqian down, and the little girl hurriedly ran over, grabbing a candied hawthorn and stuffing it into her mouth. Uncle, it's so sweet. You eat. I've had enough. You enjoy it. Watching his niece being so considerate warmed Chen Dong's heart, and he smiled in appreciation. The little girl then presented the candied hawthorn to Xiao Hao. Xiao Hao Gij, you eat. Sister Qianqian, I've already had some. Just then, Chen Hong entered the house with tea, saying, You little girl, your teeth are still fragile. How can you not control your cravings upon seeing delicious food? Hee hee mama, just one skewer. Qianqian giggled, then ran off to play with Xiao Hao. Chen Dong remarked, Indeed, children playing together is the best way to engage. Xiao Dong, have some water. Sure, sister, Chen Dong replied, taking the tea Chen Hong offered and gulping it down. Feeling quite parched. When did you return, Xiao Dong? Is it a holiday? Chen Hong inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Given the time, Chen Dong should have been at work. Why had he suddenly returned? Was there another matter at hand? Sister, here's the situation. Chen Dong then recounted everything that had transpired leading up to his return to the village. He had acquired a golden opportunity and was determined to develop in the fishing village. Although the big city was appealing, without family and friends, and devoid of sunshine and beaches, he found it lacking. After listening to Chen Dong's narrative, Chen Hong spoke. Xiao Dong, I support you. Pursue your aspirations. Life in the big city is tough. I've heard many are unemployed and struggling to find work. Moreover, it's rare to engage in something one truly enjoys. Once you've decided, commit to it fully. Even if it doesn't go well, it's all right. You can always start over. The greatest fear is losing one's drive. Chen Hong encouraged him. Taken aback by his sister's words, Chen Dong grinned widely. Sister, you are truly wonderful. You are indeed my dear sister. Thank you for understanding me. He had anticipated his sister's disapproval and had braced himself for a lecture, especially since he was the only university graduate in the family. The entire family had aspired for him to escape the small fishing village and establish himself in the big city. He never imagined he would circle back to the village. And to his surprise, his elder brother was indifferent, while his second sister was so understanding and supportive. Chen Dong felt a warmth in his heart. Having empathetic family members brought more joy than mere financial success. Sister, here is 60,000 yuan. Take it, Chen Dong said, pulling out a stack of red bills from his bag and offering them to Chen Hong. Xiao Dong, what is this for? I have money. Keep it for yourself. Chen Hong replied, not accepting the vibrant bills. She knew these were the funds she had previously given him for purchasing a house. Although she needed money at home, her brother had just returned and was merely catching fish in the village, so he likely had little money on hand. Sister, over the past few days, I have been foraging along the shore and have earned a considerable sum. To dispel any doubts from my sister, Chen Dong added, Sister, can you guess how much I made yesterday? Upon finishing his sentence, he extended 4 fingers. Chen Hong rolled her eyes at him and replied, 400 yuan? Is it possible you earned 4,000 instead? No, guess again. Chen Dong shook his head, wearing a playful grin. Could it really be 4,000? Chen Hong scoffed, casually remarking. It wasn't that she doubted Chen Dong's abilities, but typically, foraging along the coast yielded amounts in the hundreds. And to strike it lucky with a few hundred, or even 1,000 was quite rare. A full 400,000, Chen Dong declared. What? 400,000? That's an astonishing amount. Chen Hong's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Chen Dong. He nodded emphatically. Indeed, for 100,000. So, sister, you should take this money. I'm now capable of earning. As she looked at the wad of cash before her, emotions swelled within Chen Dong, prompting her to turn away and gently wipe away the tears at the corners of her eyes. Oh dear sister, why are you crying? Chen Dong teased, noticing her tears. You little rascal, I am simply overwhelmed with joy. You are earning money and making something of yourself. I am truly happy for you, Chen Dong replied, wiping her tears away with a smile. Hee hee, that's wonderful. This 50,000 is the leftover from the house money you gave me. Keep the extra 10,000 for yourself. No, I refuse. You should keep it for your own use, Chen Dong insisted. She understood that foraging was a gamble, and while this time had yielded a good profit, it was uncertain if luck would favor her again. Seeing that his sister would not accept the money, Chen Dong firmly placed it in her arms. Just take it. I insist. With a chuckle, Chen Dong couldn't help but laugh at her brother's serious demeanor. She hadn't expected him to appear so earnest, exuding an air of authority that complemented his already handsome features. Eventually, she relented. All right, I shall accept it for now. When the time comes for you to marry, I will return it to you. Chen Dong waved his hand dismissively. We'll see about that. There's plenty of time ahead. After a while of sibling conversation, they glanced at the clock, which read 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Due to evening commitments, Chen Dong decided not to stay for dinner. As he prepared to leave, little Chi-Chi clung to his leg, refusing to let him go. Uncle, don't leave, play with me, she pleaded with her sweet, childlike voice. Looking into her bright, expressive eyes, Chen Dong affectionately patted her head. Be good, Chi-Chi. Next time, Uncle will take you to my house and buy you lots and lots of delicious treats. Really? Uncle loves you, oh, Chi-Chi exclaimed, planting a kiss on Chen Dong's cheek. Of course, it's true. Soon after, Chen Dong lifted little Hao into the car and climbed in himself. Hao, sit tight. We're heading home, Chen Dong instructed. Goodbye, Aunt. Goodbye, Chi-Chi. We're leaving now. Drive safely. Goodbye, Uncle. Goodbye, Brother Hao. All right then. Goodbye, Chi-Chi. After bidding farewell, Chen Dong turned the ignition and drove homeward with little Hao. At that moment, a sturdy man with a buzz cut and dark complexion entered the courtyard, his expression somber. Daddy, Chi-Chi exclaimed, rushing towards him. The man was none other than Chen Dong's brother-in-law, Zhang Fuqiang. Hey, Zhang Fuqiang scooped Chi-Chi into his arms and playfully rubbed his stubbly face against hers. Hee hee hee. The little girl giggled uncontrollably as his beard tickled her. Daddy, that's so itchy. You smell like smoke, it's stinky. Daddy, come inside. I want to show you something cool, Chi-Chi said mysteriously. Zhang Fuqiang, momentarily dispelling his earlier gloom, smiled at his daughter's antics. What is this cool thing? Hurry. Let us see. Once inside, Chi-Chi pointed at the mountain of gifts piled on the table, exclaiming, Tada! Zhang Fuqiang was taken aback by the sight of so many presents. Where did all this come from? Did we have guests over? He inquired. Daddy, they're all from Uncle. He just left, Chi-Chi replied, her eyes sparkling. Just then, Chen Dong entered the room, announcing, Xiaodong came by. I invited him for dinner, but he said he had other matters to attend to. Why didn't he call me? Zhang Fuqiang said, visibly displeased. Chen Dong shot him an exasperated look. If I had called, I feared you would have indulged in drink again. Zhang Fuqiang chuckled and remarked. When my brother-in-law visits, it's always a time for celebration. Daddy, can I have that fruit can? Chi-Chi asked, her bright eyes fixed on Zhang Fuqiang. Of course. But remember, when there are guests, you must behave and don't rummage through their gifts, Zhang Fuqiang said, giving her a serious look. Okay, I understand, Chi-Chi said, sticking her tongue out playfully. Zhang Fuqiang then opened the fruit can and handed it to her. Glancing at the box next to it, he suddenly beamed with joy. Haha. Xiaodong has certainly been thinking of me. He picked up a pack of cigarettes and 2 bottles of liquor, murmuring to himself, not bad, not bad. I like this kid. Zhang Fuqiang, initially feeling down, found a moment of relief upon seeing the alcohol and cigarettes. Chen Dong shot him another disapproving glance. You're clearly being led astray by your fondness for drink. Zhang Fuqiang laughed it off and sat on a stool, lighting a cigarette, his brow furrowing. Sigh. Chapter 30, Night Fishing. What's wrong? Chen Dong asked with concern. What else could it be? I still owe money for the fish pond, Zhang Fuqiang sighed. He had taken on the lease for 2 fish ponds, but profits had dwindled over the past 2 years. Coupled with expenses for fish fry, bait, oxygen machines, and other necessities, he had nearly depleted his funds and still hadn't paid the landlord. Here, take this for your use, Chen Dong said, placing a stack of cash on the table. So much money. Where did it come from? Zhang Fuqiang's eyes lit up at the sight of the cash. This money would perfectly alleviate his current predicament. Xiaodong returned the several thousand yuan he borrowed for the house. Chen Dong explained candidly. Wow, that kid seems to have struck it rich. I need to go see what he's up to nowadays, Zhang Fuqiang said, planting a kiss on Chen Dong's cheek. Oh, Daddy, how embarrassing, Chi-Chi remarked, watching her parents' affectionate display, scrunching her little hands over her face. Shoo, shoo, what do you know, little one? Go play. At that moment, the noodle shop was bustling with customers. Chen Dong set little Hao down and greeted his sister-in-law, Li Xioli, before heading home. Upon arriving, he sent a message to Dachuan and began preparing dinner. Tonight's meal would be hot pot. He intended to keep it simple before heading out to check his fishing nets. Having dined at Dachuan's for the past few days, he didn't want to trouble Grandma Zhang Xuemei tonight. While cooking, Chen Dong opened the system shop in his mind and navigated to the fishing rod section. He noted that the cheapest rod required 200 points, while the most expensive reached up to 10,000 points. Chen Dong's lips twitched slightly. After toiling tirelessly at the shore, he had only managed to earn a few thousand points, yet this single fishing rod was priced at an astonishing 10,000 points, far beyond his means. It must be said, however, that the quality of this rod was quite impressive, capable of withstanding a pull of 5 tons. For avid anglers who relish the thrill of catching fish, it was nothing short of a divine artifact. This rod was indeed the stuff of dreams for sea fishing enthusiasts. Unable to restrain himself, Chen Dong murmured a comment before turning his attention to another fishing rod. Powerful sea rod, crafted from a special material. It can be used to haul any fish under 2,000 pounds using any method of pulling. Chen Dong's eyes lit up. What is the greatest fear of a fisherman? It is the disheartening scenario of finally reeling in a significant catch, only to have inferior equipment fail, resulting in broken lines or rods. With this sea rod, such dilemmas could be entirely mitigated. After all, who could possibly catch a 1,000-pound behemoth? Even if one did, they could simply use the winch on their boat to hoist it aboard. Excellent choice, indeed. Chen Dong hesitated no longer and promptly made his selection for redemption. Ding! Redemption successful. Acquired powerful sea rod. Consumed 2,000 points. Watching his points diminish by 2,000 in an instant, Chen Dong felt a pang of regret. After murmuring a command, a black package materialized before him. Unzipping it revealed a dark gray fishing rod, along with fishing line and hooks. The rod appeared rather unremarkable, akin to many others on the market, and was even less aesthetically pleasing than the current models. Yet, it was surprisingly lightweight, comparable to a pair of chopsticks. With this, could he really catch a 1,000-pound monster? Chen Dong's lips twitched again, but he reassured himself that the system's products should be reliable. He then spent another 100 points to exchange for a bottle of bait, finally completing his gear. At that moment, De Chun entered the courtyard. Brother, I just killed a free-range chicken that's 2.5 years old. De Chun waved a black plastic bag in his hand and grinned. Perfect for a chicken hot pot. All right, you handle that while I load up the gear, Chen Dong replied, beginning to pack the shore fishing equipment. Soon, both were engrossed in their tasks, and as they finished preparing, the chicken hot pot was also ready. The meat of a 2.5-year-old chicken was just right. Before they knew it, an hour had slipped by, and both had eaten until their stomachs were full. It was precisely 8 p.m. After loading all the traps into the vehicle, Chen Dong set off for the beach. Riding the tricycle for nearly an hour, he finally discovered a relatively large rocky beach. This spot was quite promising. The rocks were fairly level, and with few people around, there was no worry about competition. De Chun, let us set up here. Before long, they placed all the traps, filling them with some chicken and duck entrails along with a few small bait fish. Chen Dong then took out the bait he had redeemed from the system store and evenly distributed it among the traps. Brother, everything is set. Now we just wait for the harvest after the tide recedes tomorrow, De Chun said as he approached Chen Dong. If luck is on our side, we may be in for some unexpected surprises. All right, let us go fishing, Chen Dong replied. Okay, brother. De Chun's eyes sparkled at the mention of fishing. He had been itching for it for some time. Moments later, they rode to a fishing spot. This location bordered Bay Gang Village, typically devoid of visitors. However, 3 fishermen were already present on the dam. They sat motionless, exhaling clouds of smoke, resembling statues. With a keen eye, Chen Dong quickly appraised the fishing gear of those anglers. Each item was undoubtedly of considerable value. In contrast, De Chun's fishing rod was clearly a subpar, makeshift contraption. Indeed, fishing enthusiasts were often affluent. Subsequently, the two chose a spot and took out their folding stools. Chen Dong unzipped the bag and assembled the fishing rod piece by piece. Brother, where did you get this fishing rod? I found it rummaging through the storage room at home. Is it reliable? It looks quite low end. Trust me, it's fine. Stop wasting time and get the bait on. Oh right. Chen Dong retrieved a small dried fish from the bucket and cast it with a vigorous flick. Ugh. Ha. De Chun laughed heartlessly. Brother, try this shrimp bait instead. Taking the shrimp bait from De Chun, Chen Dong affixed it to the hook. Though he was not an expert angler, he had a golden finger, so he couldn't afford to be too absurd. It appeared he was a novice. The fishermen nearby, while not directly addressing them, kept a watchful eye on their antics. For a professional angler, being aware of one's surroundings was fundamental. Whoosh. No sooner had Chen Dong set the bait than one of the nearby fishermen reeled in a stone bass, weighing about a pound. After removing the catch, the angler shot a smile in Chen Dong's direction. "Brother, wait until I catch a grouper to put them in their place," Chen remarked eagerly. "Just wait. We'll be reeling in big fish soon," Chen Dong said seriously. He then stood and walked towards the edge of the dam, activating the system store in his mind and spending 100 points to redeem another bottle of bait. "Chen, cast over there." Chen Dong pointed to the spot where they had just placed the bait. "Got it, brother." Chen swung his arm, sending the hook soaring through the air in a graceful arc before it landed solidly in the water. As soon as the hook touched the surface, Chen felt a tug on the rod. "Whoa, brother, I've got a bite." Chapter 31. "Brother, lend me your fish." Chen's rod bent sharply as the line quickly unspooled. Judging by the force of the pull and the speed of the reel, it was clear that a sizable fish was on the line. "Brother, this fish is wild and strong. It must be a sea bass," Chen exclaimed excitedly. "Reel it in slowly. If it's too much, let me take over," Chen Dong replied, feeling a thrill himself. He hadn't expected Chen to hook a fish so quickly after baiting. "Brother, I'm fine," Chen grunted as the line tightened, the reel protesting with a squeak. He adjusted his stance repeatedly, skillfully maneuvering to tire the fish out. The fish, sensing danger, fought fiercely, thrashing about in the water. Beads of sweat dotted Chen's forehead as he adjusted the drag. His antics might have looked comical, yet his face radiated joy. After 10 minutes, Chen felt the fish weakening and quickly began reeling it in. A sleek, white wolf fish emerged, its elongated form glistening in the light. The wolf fish, also known as pike, possessed a mouth lined with sharp teeth, making it a formidable creature. However, its flavor was mediocre, and its flesh was somewhat flaky, fetching a low price of around 30 yuan per pound. Thankfully, this particular wolf fish was sizable, about half a meter long and weighing around 30 pounds, capable of earning them a few hundred yuan. "Brother, I thought I had a grouper. Turns out it's this worthless thing," Chen said, feigning disappointment. Chen Dong shot him an incredulous look. "This so-called worthless fish can still sell for a few hundred yuan, and you're starting to act all high and mighty? Hee, brother. Just a little jest to lighten the mood." "Whoa." At that moment, Chen Dong exclaimed in surprise. As Chen Dong spoke, a tremendous force tugged at the fishing rod in his hands, bending it sharply downward as the fishing line snapped taut. The reel emitted a series of sharp clicks, spinning wildly as it relinquished line. "Brother, this one is far more impressive than mine," Chen exclaimed, gazing at the bowed fishing rod with excitement, as if he were the one who had hooked it. His exuberant voice drew the attention of nearby anglers. At that moment, the fish in the sea was exerting its strength, rolling and thrashing in the water, sending sprays of white froth into the air. The immense sensation of resistance surged through the rod, which had taken on a crescent shape. Chen Dong gripped the rod tightly, easing the line to begin the process of playing the fish. Although he could have hauled it in directly without damaging the rod, the sport of playing the fish was quite exhilarating. The back-and-forth tugging between man and fish created a delightful tension. "Wow, it looks like a sea bass. Perhaps it's a soft-shelled turtle." The surrounding anglers speculated about the fish beneath the surface. Chen Dong felt a wave of annoyance. Could they not suggest something more thrilling? Sea bass and soft-shelled turtles were hardly valuable catches, especially compared to the wolf fish that Chen had reeled in. After a good 10 minutes of struggle, the fish began to tire, and Chen Dong slowly reeled in the line, rotating the reel in his hands. With a firm upward lift of the rod, a massive creature landed at his feet, flopping vigorously. "Damn," Chen Dong couldn't help but curse. It truly was a sea bass. Despite its lack of monetary value, its size was impressive, approximately half a meter long and weighing around 30 pounds. The nearby anglers, upon seeing the sea bass, turned back to their own spots, recognizing it as a common catch. "Brother, this is a good omen. It seems the fish here are plentiful. We're in for a good haul," Chen grinned widely. "Indeed, the next cast is bound to yield something exceptional," Chen Dong replied with unwavering confidence. With the system's bait at their disposal, how could they fail to catch a big fish? Once again, Chen Dong and Chen cast their lines, the hooks tracing elegant arcs through the air before plunging into the water. Half a minute later, both rods bent downward simultaneously, the lines drawn tight. "Wow, brother, we've both hooked something." "Yes, reel it in quickly." This time, it was clear that the fish were not as sizable as before. Although the line was frantically unwinding, the resistance felt considerably lighter. A few minutes later, the fish in the sea appeared to have grown lethargic. Simultaneously, the two anglers lifted their rods, pulling the fish from the water. Thud, thud. A black sea bream and a grouper landed at their feet, flopping joyfully. The black sea bream, also known as the black snapper, is oval-shaped with a flattened belly and a prominent head, making it one of the more prized species of sea fish. Its delectable flesh is also recognized for its medicinal properties, aiding in digestion and invigorating the body. Look, it's a star grouper. Chen exclaimed with delight as he admired the fish on the ground. Your black bream is quite impressive too, Chen Dong chuckled. Each fish weighed approximately 7 to 8 pounds, and both were wild-caught. The black bream typically sells for around 150 yuan per pound, while the star grouper fetches approximately 600, together yielding several thousand yuan in profit. Upon hearing about the star grouper, nearby anglers approached with envy. Wow, what a magnificent star grouper. Young man, you're quite lucky. One angler chuckled, pulling out a cigarette and revealing his ulterior motive. Brother, could I borrow your fish for a photo? Just for my social media, you know. Sure. Go ahead, Chen Dong said, waving his hand generously. For anglers, there is nothing more intolerable than returning empty-handed. A meal can be missed, but a fishing trip without a catch is unacceptable. Snap, snap, snap. The anglers switched hands repeatedly, striking poses for a non-stop barrage of photographs. Others followed suit, each capturing their own moments. In the following hour, whenever Chen Dong and Chen cast their lines, it wasn't long before they hooked another fish. Soon, their buckets were nearly overflowing, leading Chen Dong to suspect that his bait was drawing in all the fish in the vicinity. The other anglers, aside from a few newly arrived small sea bass and some pearl groupers, had not caught anything substantial. Observing the impressive haul in Chen Dong and Chen's buckets, the other anglers wore expressions of jealousy and admiration. Star groupers, black bream, emperor fish, and stonefish. These seasoned anglers, equipped with quality gear, had initially intended to show off in front of the newcomers, but found themselves schooled instead. Witnessing the duo's extraordinary catch rate was truly an eye-opener. There's always someone better out there, they mused, realizing the importance of remaining humble while fishing. While the other anglers were momentarily dazzled, Chen shouted from his side. Brother, I've got a stonefish. Brother, I've hooked a big green grouper. The anglers gaped in envy, their mouths agape, nearly drooling at the sight. It was unclear just how these two had hit such a lucky streak, reeling in fish after fish. Meanwhile, Chen Dong decided to call it a day, opting to enjoy the refreshing sea breeze. After Chen caught the last yellowmouth fish, Chen Dong resolved to pack up. Realizing that time was slipping away, they needed to return, as they had to check their crab traps in the morning. Chen, let us tidy up, it's time to head back. Chen Dong called out. All right, brother. Chen replied, his face brimming with excitement from the exhilarating experience of a bountiful fishing trip. Chapter 32. Sister Lin pays a personal visit. The two loaded their catches and fishing gear into the car. Thanks to the rejuvenating liquid they had consumed, they felt remarkably unexhausted despite the lengthy outing. Brother, should we deliver these fish to Hanyun Hotel? No need. I'll call them to come pick it up. It's too late to bring it over now. He originally planned to wait until the next day to deliver the fish after checking the crab traps. With the aerobic water buckets purchased from the system store, he had no worries about the fish losing freshness overnight. Yet, upon gazing at the 3 full buckets of exquisite catches, he felt an irresistible urge to sell them immediately. Chen Dong then retrieved his phone and dialed Zhang Fei's number. Meanwhile, on the 8th floor of Hanyun Hotel, in the general manager's office, Lin Yuetong sat in a spacious executive chair, her brows furrowed in concern. Opposite her, Zhang Fei fidgeted under her scrutinizing gaze, his hands nervously rubbing together. Old Zhang, have all the channels been explored? Yes, Manager Lin. The suppliers have stated that the earliest they can deliver is the day after tomorrow. It's just a few knife fish and yellow croakers. They're not rare commodities. Why haven't any of the seafood vendors been able to procure them? Lin Yuetong's voice was icy as she directed her frustration at Zhang Fei. This afternoon, the hotel had hosted banquets for clients from Modu and the county's investment promotion office. The clients from Modu insisted on wild yellow croakers, while those from the investment office, who had traveled from Xianjiang, specifically requested wild knife fish. As the largest long-established seafood hotel in the county, the investment office expected the hotel to make adequate preparations. Lin Yuetong had assumed it would be a straightforward task to obtain a few knife fish and yellow croakers, but after a fruitless afternoon of searching, she discovered that all the seafood stations were out of stock, with the earliest deliveries not arriving until the day after tomorrow. However, the banquets were scheduled for tomorrow, leaving insufficient time to procure the needed fish. The upcoming banquet holds significant importance for the hotel, as it not only reflects the establishment's capabilities, but also pertains to the Lin family's evaluation criteria regarding Lin Yuetong's management of the restaurant. Sighing, Lin Yuetong stood before the floor-to-ceiling window and said, Old Zhang, think of a solution. Zhang Fei replied, What can I do? I find myself in a dilemma too. If only I could fish. How could I have forgotten? He slapped his thigh, suddenly beaming with joy. Perhaps Brother Chen can help us? Are you referring to Chen Dong? Yes, that's him. I believe he is no ordinary individual. At the very least, his luck seems extraordinary. Zhang Fei sprang to his feet, as if he had grasped a lifeline. I'll make a call right now. Is it appropriate to do so at this late hour? Ah, Brother Chen is quite generous. It will be fine. Well, it seems we have no other choice. Lin Yuedong recalled their previous conversation regarding seafood supply with Chen Dong. But whether he would be willing to assist was uncertain. After all, the quantity of seafood required for a hotel of their size was immense, and ensuring a continuous supply would be quite taxing. Just as she finished speaking, Zhang Fei pulled out his phone. As he unlocked the screen, a call from Chen Dong came through. Brother Chen, I was just about to call you. Zhang Fei answered immediately, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. Could it be we share a telepathic bond? Chen Dong replied. What telepathy are you talking about, you rascal? Fei Go, I'm only interested in women. Lin Yuedong couldn't help but laugh upon hearing Chen Dong's witty remark, surprised by his humor. Ha! Hearing Chen Dong's response, Zhang Fei chuckled heartily. Brother Chen, what brings you to call me at this late hour? Chen Dong replied, can't you tell? You're quite the smooth talker, hiding it well. Fei Go. De Chun and I just caught some seafood, and there are quite a few good specimens. I'm not sure if the hotel would be interested. What kind of good specimens? Do you have knife fish and yellow croaker? Zhang Fei inquired eagerly, his excitement palpable. If they had yellow croaker and knife fish, the current dilemma would be resolved. I believe we have a variety. There are quite a few species, Chen Dong casually remarked. He then listed several catches: East Star Grouper, Mouse Grouper, Black Sea Bream, Yellow Croaker. Apart from the two sizable sea bass and wolf fish, the other fish filled 2 barrels to the brim, and he could hardly check each one individually. Xiaodong, where are you now? We're on our way. Zhang Fei interrupted Chen Dong, urgency evident in his tone. Although they hadn't heard of knife fish, the confirmation of yellow croaker was promising, and there might be other surprises as well. I'm at home. I'll send you my location. Chen Dong promptly sent Zhang Fei a location pin. After doing so, the sound of hurried footsteps could be heard before the call ended. On the way, Zhang Fei pressed the accelerator. What would typically take half an hour was accomplished in under 15 minutes. A Mercedes and a seafood transport vehicle from Hongyun Hotel came to a halt at Chen Dong's doorstep. Lin Yuedong and Zhang Fei exited the car, followed by 2 hotel staff members. Chen Dong hurried out to greet them. Sister Lin, Brother Fei, please come in. The 4 entered the courtyard, where Zhang Fei immediately asked, Brother Chen, where are the catches? His tone was impatient. Why are you so anxious? Lin Yuedong teased. You dive straight into the topic upon entering, as if you're here for nothing else. Zhang Fei sheepishly scratched his head. Apologies, Brother Chen, I'm just a bit anxious. No worries, I'm an easygoing person. No rigid rules here, Chen Dong replied with a light smile. You must be in urgent need of certain seafood. He had clearly sensed their eagerness during the call, otherwise they wouldn't have been so direct. Sister Lin, Brother Fei, please have some tea to warm yourselves. At that moment, De Chun approached with tea. The evening sea breeze in the fishing village was still slightly chilly. A cup of tea warmed them instantly. Shall we take a look at the catches? Chen Dong suggested. Absolutely. Zhang Fei grinned widely. Chen Dong and De Chun placed the barrels in a well-lit area and removed the lids. Upon seeing the catches, Lin Yuedong's face instantly radiated surprise. Did you catch all this seafood? Goodness, so much, she exclaimed, incredulous. These 3 barrels must hold around 200 pounds of fish. What luck to catch so many, more than some fishermen at sea, and they did it in just an hour? Yes, indeed. We have a variety of catches, Chen Dong affirmed with a smile. Xiaoli, Xiaozhong, please sort these catches, Zhang Fei instructed the nearby hotel staff. The 2 young men swiftly sorted through the 2 large barrels. 5 East Star Groupers, 6 Pearl Groupers, 6 Mouse Groupers, 10 Yellow Croakers, 10 Black Sea Breams, 5 Emperor Fish, and 1 each of Wolf Fish and Sea Bass. Hey, where are the knife fish? Zhang Fei leaned in, scrutinizing the catches. Checking twice, but finding no knife fish. Lin Yuedong hurried over to take a look as well, her previously bright expression dimming slightly. Xiaodong, there are no knife fish. Lin Yuedong murmured, a hint of disappointment crossing her eyes. Oh, then it seems we don't have any, Chen Dong shrugged, adding. De Chun and I were just fishing casually. What? Casually fishing? And you caught this much? Is that even humanly possible? Lin Yuedong thought aloud. However, she and Brother Fei were quite interested in the knife fish. What do you need it for? Chen Dong inquired, puzzled, as some hotels customize seafood based on guests' preferences. That's right, Xiaodong. The hotel has 2 business events tomorrow, and the client specifically requested wild yellow croaker and knife fish. We scoured every seafood procurement station in the county but couldn't find any knife fish. This business event is hosted by the county's investment promotion office for guests from Xiangjiang, so the knife fish is quite important to us, Lin Yuedong explained earnestly. I see. Chen Dong stroked his chin thoughtfully. But having wild yellow croaker is already quite good. Lin Yuedong smiled warmly, appreciating that Chen Dong prioritized the hotel over selling to others, demonstrating his trust in them. Ha! Chen Dong chuckled at Lin Yuedong's anxious demeanor. Sister Lin, I also set some traps at the rocky shore, but But what? Lin Yuetong's eyes instantly sparkled. But we can only collect it by tomorrow. Isn't the banquet starting in the evening? Don't rush. Perhaps there will be 3 knife fish? Chen Dong smiled reassuringly. Well, borrowing your good fortune, I hope there will be, Li Yuetong replied, her smile light and carefree. At this point, she could only console herself in such a manner. Xiao Dong had always been lucky, and she believed that there would indeed be fish. There certainly would be. With this thought, Lin Yuetong couldn't help but smile. Chen Dong gazed at her exquisite smile, especially under the dim lighting, which sent a delightful shiver through him. Let's weigh the seafood. Lin Yuetong instructed the hotel staff. As the seafood was being weighed, the prices were also announced. The East Star grouper weighed 15 pounds at 600 yuan per pound, totaling 9,000 yuan. The mouse grouper weighed 20 pounds at 1,200 yuan per pound, amounting to 24,000 yuan. The yellow croaker weighed 30 pounds at 800 yuan per pound, summing up to 24,000 yuan. The black sea bream weighed 60 pounds at 120 yuan per pound, totaling 7,200 yuan. The pearl grouper weighed 20 pounds at 700 yuan per pound, bringing in 14,000 yuan. The emperor fish weighed 50 pounds at 600 yuan per pound, totaling 30,000 yuan. The sea bass and wolf fish each weighed 60 pounds, together costing 1,500 yuan. Thus, the total amount came to 109,700 yuan. Gulping at the sight of the 100,000 yuan worth of fish, the two hotel staff members exchanged envious glances. Their monthly salary barely reached a few thousand yuan, making this one evening's earnings comparable to what they would earn in an entire year. Truly, comparing one person to another can be disheartening. However, Dachuan remained remarkably composed. Having witnessed grand occasions before. Still cash, right? Lin Yuetong said with a sly smile. Chen Dong scratched his head. Sister Lin, let us do a bank transfer for 100,000 and the rest in cash. All right, Lao Zhang, go get the cash from the car, Lin Yuetong instructed Zhang Fei. With a chime, the 100,000 yuan was credited to the bank card. At that moment, Zhang Fei also handed Chen Dong 10,000 yuan in cash. The additional 300 yuan was a token of gratitude from Lin Yuetong for his hard work. The catch was indeed remarkable, and these seafood had resolved her immediate needs. She also hoped that Chen Dong could procure some 3 knife fish tomorrow. Chen, I genuinely envy you. Just fishing casually, and the money comes rolling in, with no costs involved. Plus, there is hardly any pressure or complicated relationships. Carefree, I almost want to become a fisherman myself, Zhang Fei sighed, his face full of envy. Chen Dong chuckled, remaining silent. How can that be compared? I rely solely on my lucky charm. Otherwise, I would have been left out in the cold long ago. Lin Yuetong retorted, Lao Zhang, have I shortchanged you? Or has the hotel? Zhang Fei grinned sheepishly. Oh, Ms. Lin, I was just joking, hee. Lin Jia. Fei go, how about we go out for a late-night snack together? Chen Dong tentatively suggested. After a night of fishing with Dachuan, coupled with the exertion of reeling in the fish, he felt quite hungry. However, the awkwardness lay in the fact that there was hardly anything to eat at home. Furthermore, having dined at Dachuan's home for so long, he had almost forgotten how to cook. Now, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening, and as the host, he should extend some hospitality. Ha. Upon noticing Chen Dong's embarrassment, Lin Yuetong let out a melodious laugh. No need, Xiao Dong. You've worked hard fishing all night. Besides, this place is not like the county. There is hardly anything to eat outside. Well, that is not quite right. Chen Dong awkwardly scratched his head. Lin Yuetong was not wrong. At this hour, unless he cooked, there wasn't much food available. It seemed a bit inappropriate to not offer a meal to someone visiting for the first time. What's the big deal? Next time you come to the county, just give me a heads up, and I'll treat you. We can have a good drink together, Lin Yuetong said grandly. Hearing her say this, Chen Dong felt less hesitant. Agreeing, hee. All right then, Lin Jia. We'll be off now. There are still matters waiting for me to arrange at the hotel. Next time you deliver to the hotel, don't leave. We should have a proper gathering then. Lin Yuetong smiled sweetly. This smile was utterly enchanting, akin to a celestial maiden, making one feel a delightful warmth all over. So beautiful. That smile late at night was enough to keep one awake. After all, as the proprietor of the largest hotel in the county, she had a multitude of affairs to manage daily. Hence, she couldn't indulge freely in merriment like they could. No problem, Lin Jia. Chen Dong responded with a smile and a nod. The group made their way outside. Virum. The car roared to life as they waved goodbye to one another. Chen Dong and Dachuan watched as the group departed, then returned indoors. Chapter 34 Xiao Dong. You must deliver. In the car, Lin Yuetong reclined slightly, saying, Lao Zhang, do you think Chen Dong can procure the 3 knife fish tomorrow? Zhang Fei chuckled, Ms. Lin. Hasn't Xiao Dong promised you? Since we began collaborating, this kid has surprised us time and again. With such extraordinary luck. I believe he will certainly manage to get the three-knife fish. Let us hope so, Lin Yuetong sighed, though her heart was still uneasy. Even though Chen Dong appeared confident in his ability to catch the three-knife fish, she couldn't shake the feeling of uncertainty. After all, he wasn't the mythical dragon king, able to command all creatures of the sea and acquire whatever he desired. Yet at this juncture, she had no alternative but to hope for the best. Ms. Lin, you should relax, Zhang Fei continued to reassure her, fully aware of the pressure she was under and trying to alleviate her worries. All right. With that, Lin Yuetong gently closed her eyes, beginning to rest. After all, natural beauties require care. Chen Dong and Dachuan returned indoors, tidying up their fishing gear. The two then each prepared a bowl of instant noodles, adding a sausage and 2 fried eggs. It was late, so they decided to make do without cooking anything elaborate. Dachuan, call Grandma to let her know you're safe, Chen Dong instructed. It then dawned on him that it was already quite late, and Grandma would surely worry if Dachuan hadn't returned home. Got it, bro? Just as Dachuan pulled out his phone, a call from Zhang Xuemei came through. Dachuan, are you at your brother's place? Why haven't you come home so late? Zhang Xuemei's voice was filled with concern. Earlier in the evening, Dachuan had mentioned going fishing with Chen Dong, and given the rising tide and strong winds at the seaside, she couldn't help but worry. Yes, Grandma, I'm at Xiaodong's house. I'll head back soon, Dachuan reassured her. Hearing her grandson's slightly excited voice eased Zhang Xuemei's worries. Have you eaten? I just made some buns. I'll bring a few over. That would be perfect. Let Grandma come over. It's a great opportunity for us to share, Chen Dong remarked to Dachuan. He initially thought it was a bit inappropriate to have Grandma come over at such a late hour, but it was indeed a moment worth celebrating, as it was the first time they had sold fish at such a high price in the village, and she should share in the joy. Grandma, we were just about to eat. Come over now. Just now, we sold the catch, and Xiaodong said he wanted you to come and divide the money. All right. I'll be there shortly, I replied, promptly ending the call. Although Zhang Xuemei was nearing her 70s, her vitality was remarkable, often more sprightly than some young men. 10 minutes later, Zhang Xuemei entered the courtyard carrying a bag of steamed buns. Look at you two, so happy. Today's haul must have been quite good. Grandma Chen Dong and Do exclaimed in unison. Seeing the smiles on their faces, Zhang Xuemei felt reassured that their earnings were commendable. Dachuan was particularly elated, as it was his first time sharing such a bounty with his grandmother. Zhang Xuemei then noticed the instant noodle containers beside them. Oh dear. Why are you eating instant noodles? They lack nutrition. Let me prepare a proper meal for you, she said, her heart aching at the sight of them consuming such fare. After placing the buns down, she made her way toward the kitchen. Chen Dong immediately intercepted her, chuckling. Grandma, we've already eaten. This is just a late-night snack, not something we have often. With Chen Dong's gentle insistence, Zhang Xuemei relinquished her cooking intentions. Grandma, my brother and I just sold the catch for 100,000 yuan. Dachuan exclaimed excitedly, gazing at Zhang Xuemei. What? 100,000 yuan? You caught fish worth that much? Goodness. Upon hearing their earnings, Zhang Xuemei felt a surge of excitement herself. These two boys had just sold for several 100,000 yesterday, and now another 100,000 today. What a stroke of fortune. Surely, it must be the blessing of Mazu, the goddess of the sea. Chen Dong smiled at her, but remained silent. Yes, Grandma, and we caught it in just 2 hours, Dachuan continued. Why emphasize the 2 hours? Chen Dong interjected, teasing him. Oh, the amount of money doesn't matter as long as my dear grandchildren are healthy and safe. That brings me joy. Zhang Xuemei replied with a beaming face. Although she spoke lightly, her heart was full of happiness, feeling sweeter than honey as she witnessed her grandson earning money. Before long, they finished their instant noodles, and both Chen Dong and Dachuan devoured another 3-flavor bun. It must be said, Zhang Xuemei's 3-flavor buns were indeed delectable. Meanwhile, Zhang Xuemei gazed at the two young men with a kind and tender expression, her heart brimming with joy. At that moment, Chen Dong spoke up. Grandma, let us now divide today's earnings. Dachuan's base salary was 200 yuan daily, plus a 2 commission. Therefore, with the fish sold for 110,000 yuan, Dachuan's total earnings amounted to 400 yuan. As he spoke, Chen Dong meticulously counted the money, revealing a total of 24 red bills. The most magnificent color in the world, red. When Chen Dong handed the money to Zhang Xuemei, he could distinctly feel her hands tremble slightly. Although she had received more than this the day before, the thought of earning several thousand yuan in a single day was still somewhat overwhelming for her. Grandma, be sure to keep this money safe. Don't let Dachuan squander it, Chen Dong joked. Brother, I haven't squandered anything. I've given it all to Grandma. Dachuan feigned indignation. That's how it should be. It will help you when it's time to marry, Zhang Xuemei chimed in, looking gratefully at Chen Dong. No, it should be thanks to you, Xiaodong. Thank you. My dear, I may lack education, but I can only say thank you. Grandma, you needn't be so formal. I am just like Dachuan, your grandson, Chen Dong replied with a smile. As long as you find a way to use my wife's skills. Don't hesitate to ask, Zhang Xuemei said, also smiling. The greatest fear for a person is to be of no use. Gaining others' recognition signifies one still holds value. The three continued to chat and laugh for a while, and before they knew it, it was already noon. After bidding farewell to Chen Dong, Zhang Xuemei and Dachuan departed. After seeing them off, Chen Dong took a quick shower and lay on his bed. After a long day, the warmth of the bed felt exceptionally comforting. Chen Dong glanced at his bank card balance, which stood at a neat 410,000 yuan. With the traps to be collected tomorrow, he should be able to purchase a boat. He then opened the system shop, where his points had also accumulated to 4,600. The increase in points was somewhat slow, indicating he needed to buy a boat and head out to sea as soon as possible. As he perused the myriad of skills and coastal tools available in the shop, Chen Dong's curiosity was piqued. His attention was soon captured by a water pump. There are many rocky beaches where the traps are located. It would be quite useful to drain the water afterward. With determination, he decided to redeem it. Beep. Redemption successful. Obtained a water pump, consuming 1,000 points. Chen Dong felt a pang of regret, but silently acknowledged the necessity. Upon its manifestation on the ground, the water pump appeared rather unremarkable, lacking even a nameplate, truly a product devoid of distinction. System, nuclear-powered water pump, requiring no fuel, ready for immediate use, and will never malfunction. Quite satisfactory. Let us see how it performs tomorrow. Chen Dong nodded with approval. Before he knew it, he had succumbed to a deep slumber. The next morning, Chen Dong, still half asleep, felt an itching sensation on his face, reminiscent of being poked by hair. The soft yet firm touch prompted him to instinctively reach up, instantly jolting him awake. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of a robust, golden-haired dog. Lai Fu. Chen Dong exhaled, relieved, momentarily thinking he was ensnared in a peculiar dream. Woof, woof, woof. Lai Fu exclaimed, Little master, where have you been these past few days? Have you been hogging all the food? I must sniff you thoroughly. With a swift motion, Chen Dong playfully slapped Lai Fu on the head, reproachfully saying, Dare to eat my strawberry tart? Just wait and see how I'll deal with you. Lai Fu immediately lowered his head, ears flopping like airplane wings, grinning and licking Chen Dong's hand. Complaints aside, I must still show affection. Chen Dong reached into Lai Fu's mouth, extracting 2 drops of spiritual liquid. You handsome rascal, you're becoming more striking by the day. After a few days apart, Lai Fu appeared even more spirited, his coat glistening with health. Originally, this golden-haired rural dog had a solid foundation, and with the nourishment of the spiritual liquid, he looked even more imposing and regal. Just then, as Chen Dong stepped out of his room, he nearly collided with Dachuan. Whoa, Dachuan! Spotting Dachuan startled him, making him instinctively take a step back, feeling as if he had encountered a ghost. Brother, seeing your door ajar and you still asleep. I heated your meal for you, Dachuan said cheerfully, carrying the food. Chen Dong smacked his forehead, realizing he must have forgotten to close the door last night. Allowing the wind to push it open. The food is ready. Eat while it's hot. Sure, Chen Dong replied with a smile, feeling fully awake now. Dachuan, much like Lai Fu, was consistently punctual and always thought of him, filling Chen Dong's heart with warmth. After quickly freshening up, he savored the steaming large buns and sipped on the seafood porridge. Truly delightful. Soon, the two individuals finished their breakfast and loaded their beachcombing tools into the vehicle. Approximately an hour later, the trio, 2 humans and a dog, finally arrived at the rocky shore. Splash! Lo and behold, a sizable blackfish leaped from the water, creating quite a splash. After a brief flurry in the air, it gracefully re-entered the sea. Lai Fu, how about this blackfish for your dinner? Chen Dong affectionately patted Lai Fu's head as he spoke. Woof, woof, woof. Upon hearing that Chen Dong intended to treat him to the blackfish, Lai Fu joyfully wagged his tail. Lai Fu thought to himself, following my young master is indeed a delight. Such an extravagant blackfish means I shall feast as well. Chen Dong quickly made his way to the spot where the traps were set, finding 5 neatly arranged traps in their designated places. Not a single one was missing, nor were there any signs of tampering. He glanced around and noticed no one was approaching their direction. Chen, gather the traps. I have a strong premonition that today will yield a bountiful harvest, Chen Dong said with a smile. Just moments ago, his keen eyes had spotted that each trap was brimming with seafood. Moreover, the catch in the nearby tidal pool was also plentiful, and once they finished with the traps, they would check that as well. All right, brother. Chen nodded in agreement, his faith unwavering. If little Dong claimed it would be a fruitful day, it must surely be so. The 2 men each grasped a trap and began to drag them from the water. Since these traps were acquired through Chen Dong's system, they were remarkably easy to handle and came out effortlessly. Wow, brother, this trap is filled with blue crabs. Chun exclaimed. Not just blue crabs, but also flower crabs and mud crabs. What a windfall. The sight of a trap overflowing with crabs made Chun's mouth water with excitement. Typically, they could barely catch a few crabs, and now they had an entire trap full. What a shock. As they spoke, Chen Dong also pulled his trap out. Oh my goodness. So many grouper. Chun, who was busy tying ropes, turned to look, astonished to find the trap was entirely filled with grouper. The sunlight glinted off the colorful scales, creating a dazzling display. As the saying goes, dragon meat from the heavens, donkey meat from the earth. Grouper is often referred to as the gentleman's meat of the sea, akin to dragon meat. Regardless of whether it is steamed or braised, it is undeniably delicious. Brother, your mouth is truly remarkable. Have you been blessed? Chun chuckled. Chen Dong's lips twitched with amusement. Blessed? No, it's all thanks to my golden finger. Now stop dawdling, tie these up quickly, and help me with the fish. Chen Dong teased. They proceeded to remove the grouper from the trap. What exquisite colors. Chen Dong marveled at the red-spotted grouper in his hands. Known as the aristocrat among grouper, the red-spotted variety boasts vibrant red spots resembling natural tattoos. Its flesh is delicate and melts in the mouth. However, due to overfishing, wild red-spotted grouper has become exceedingly rare. Eating it is akin to winning the lottery, and to have caught so many was beyond his expectations. Earlier, while sorting, Chen Dong had noted that he had caught a total of 10 red-spotted grouper. Having never tasted it before, he was determined to savor it this time. With a splash, Chen Dong tossed the fish into the bucket. Brother, this tiger grouper is also quite substantial, Chun pointed out, indicating the mouse grouper in the trap. Chun was not only punctual, but also efficient in his work. In no time, he had tied all the blue crabs securely. Let's cook up a couple of red-spotted grouper when we get back and treat ourselves, Chen Dong suggested with a smile. The purpose of earning money is to enjoy life. Being a miser is simply unfulfilling. Absolutely, brother. Chun replied eagerly as he pulled out the remaining traps. One trap was filled with large mantis shrimp, another with yellow croaker, and the last contained less valuable seafood such as octopus, small eels, stone crabs, and juvenile mantis shrimp. Chun swiftly categorized and packed the catch into buckets. Brother, leave these to me. You take a breather, he said, taking the trap from Chen Dong's hands. Chen Dong, feeling no need to be polite, sat upon a rock and began to scrutinize the catches from the tidal pool. Chapter 36. You're amazing. Sister likes it yesterday. He had promised Lin Yuetong to procure some knife fish, and now, as he approached the last trap, it seemed to contain only grouper. No way, no way. Chen Dong murmured to himself. Suddenly, a fish leapt out of the water, and the pattern on its body immediately caught Chen Dong's attention. Upon closer inspection, he gasped in astonishment. Holy cow, it's a knife fish. Indeed, it was the knife fish. Its distinctive diagonal stripes make it incredibly easy to identify. The system bait was truly impressive. After a successful night of sea fishing, today's trap harvest was equally rewarding. This was bound to be a lucrative endeavor. Imagining future outings filled with certainty only added to his excitement. Chen Dong couldn't help but smile. In the midst of his exhilaration, Chun had cleared his catch as well. Brother, let us load these seafood into the car, he said, his face alight with joy. All right, Chen Dong replied, snapping back to reality as he joined Chun in loading the bountiful catch into the vehicle. Goodness, just the blue crabs and flower crabs filled 2 large sacks. The grouper catch was also quite substantial, filling nearly 2 small buckets. The mantis shrimp and yellow croaker each filled a bucket, and there were also plenty of small octopuses, prawns, sea urchins, and shrimp. Though not particularly valuable, they could be dropped off at Second Brothers Restaurant for some seafood snacks. Before long, the 2 men had loaded all the seafood into the vehicle, transforming the spacious truck bed into a cramped space. The little truck now resembled a small mountain. Brother, I feel like I'm not tired at all, regardless of what I do these past few days. I might just break a little sweat. But you don't even seem to sweat at all. That's because I regularly exercise, so I don't feel fatigued. If you're tired, take a break. Don't push yourself too hard, Chen Dong advised with a smile. I'm fine, brother. I can load a few more buckets, Chun said confidently, thumping his chest. The reason he didn't feel exhausted was due to the invigorating effects of the spiritual liquid. Otherwise, with their fervent beachcombing efforts, they would have been utterly fatigued by now. They both took a moment to drink some water infused with spiritual liquid. Brother, should we deliver this seafood to the hotel now? I'm worried it won't be fresh by the time we're done with the tidal pool. Chen Dong chuckled. No worries. I'll video call Lin Jie and have them come pick it up. What Chun did not realize was that these buckets were no ordinary containers. They were marine ecological buckets exchanged from the system, capable of simulating real ocean environments. In essence, these buckets represented a complete marine ecosystem, allowing any seafood placed inside to remain lively and vibrant. Of course, the purpose of the call was to inform them about the knife fish in the tidal pool. Meanwhile, at Hanyan Hotel, Lin Yuetong and Lin Wanqing were clad in yoga attire, engaging in a morning workout at the hotel gym. The two women knelt on the ground, their four delicate, rosy feet brought together, stretching forward with their faces pressed against the yoga mat. Upon completing a graceful pose, she rose to her feet, her yoga attire accentuating her exquisite figure. Subsequently, she elevated her rounded and well-proportioned right leg towards the sky, clasping it with both hands. Just then, the phone on the table rang, prompting Lin Yuetong to lower her leg and hasten over. Her alluring curves stirred a palpable excitement. As the call connected, a sweet, rosy visage appeared on the screen. "Good morning, Sister Lin," Chen Dong greeted, his mood lifted by her beauty. "Good morning, Xiao Dong. This is your first call to me. And so early too? You must have some delightful news," Lin Yuetong replied with a charming smile. "Sister Lin, you are truly astute," Chen Dong complimented before continuing. "Indeed. While we were setting the traps, we discovered some knife fish." "What? Knife fish? Is it truly knife fish?" Lin Yuetong interjected, her previously flushed cheeks now glowing with heightened excitement. "Indeed. There should be quite a few in that pit," Chen Dong affirmed earnestly, turning his camera towards the waterhole. In the next moment, a knife fish leaped from the surface, tracing a graceful arc through the air before landing back in the water. "It really is a knife fish. Xiao Dong, you are remarkable," Lin Yuetong exclaimed, her exhilaration evident. She then fluttered her beautiful eyes and playfully remarked, "Sister is growing fonder of you. So direct, huh?" "The younger brother is quite fond of his sister too," Chen Dong joked in return. "Ha ha." Lin Yuetong's laughter chimed like silver bells. "Where are you now? Send me your location, and we shall arrive shortly." "All right, I'll send it to your phone," he replied before ending the call. "Dachuan, let's begin clearing the pit," Chen Dong instructed. "Understood, brother," Dachuan responded, swiftly retrieving the pump from the vehicle. "Brother, this pump is remarkably light. Where did you acquire it?" "I found it in the storage room at home. Don't mind the weight. Hurry and clear the pit. Sister Lin and the others will be here soon," Chen Dong urged. "Got it," Dachuan replied, and set the pump in motion. Chen Dong then called his elder brother to arrange for several nearby pits to be cleared as well. Meanwhile, Chen Ming was at home catching up on sleep. Upon seeing Chen Dong's call, he quickly answered. "What's up, Xiao Dong? Brother, are you at work?" "Not yet. I'm on the late shift today. Brother, Dachuan and I are at the western rocky beach clearing a pit, and there's an abundance of seafood. Could you ride over and bring another pump?" Chen Dong stated directly. "Ah, too much. How much are we talking about?" Chen Ming yawned, seemingly unconcerned. "Usually, if we gather a bucket, it's quite a lot. How much would need a vehicle? We have a whole truckload." "What? A truckload of seafood? You rascal. That is impressive. All right, I'll be right over," Chen Ming responded, his lethargy instantly vanishing at the thought of a truckload of seafood. He then rummaged through his belongings before disconnecting the call. 15 minutes later, Chen Ming arrived driving a three-wheeled vehicle. "What brings you two here to gather seafood? Is there anything worthwhile?" he exclaimed. "Wow, this truck is filled with the seafood you two caught?" "Indeed, brother. Why else would we have you drive here?" Chen Dong replied with a grin. Chen Ming's face lit up with astonishment as he spotted 4 large white buckets and 2 hefty bags of crabs. "Brother, take a look," Chen Dong urged excitedly. As Chen Ming lifted the lid, revealing a bucket brimming with grouper, his eyes widened in disbelief. He opened another to find yellow croakers and large mantis shrimp. "Incredible. This is absolutely phenomenal." After a moment of stunned silence, he finally regained his composure. "You two must have struck it lucky. My goodness. Brother, let us clear those 2 pits as well. Just leave the pump there for now," Chen Dong indicated, gesturing towards another waterhole. "Understood," Chen Ming replied, snapping back to focus as he carried the pump towards the next pit. Just then, Lin Yuetong and her entourage arrived at the rocky beach, including not only Lin Yuetong and Zhang Fei, but also 2 other hotel staff members. Among them was a strikingly beautiful young woman with flowing hair, dressed in a light blue sailor outfit that elegantly highlighted her figure. Her fair skin shimmered in the morning light, and as her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, her smile radiated freshness and sweetness. The sea breeze danced around her skirt, revealing her well-toned, fair calves, captivating all who beheld her. "Lin Jie, Fei Gu," Chen Dong greeted eagerly. "Good morning, Xiao Dong. Allow me to introduce my cousin, Lin Wanqing." "Wanqing, this is Xiao Dong," Lin Yuetong said. "Hello." Lin Wanqing extended her delicate hand with a gentle smile. "Ah, hello," Chen Dong replied, hastily reaching for her fingertips, which felt remarkably soft, akin to touching cotton. He hadn't anticipated Lin Wanqing would offer her hand, especially considering he had just dirted his hands while handling the catch. She, like Lin Yuetong, seemed to possess a very approachable demeanor. Suddenly, Lin Wanqing withdrew her hand. "Oh, I'm sorry, I had static." Chen Dong scratched his head, offering an awkward smile. "What is this? Meeting for the first time, and you two already have a connection?" Lin Yuetong teased from the side. "Sister, what are you saying? Lin Wanqing's cheeks flushed as she playfully chided. She then stole a glance at Chen Dong, having just realized how striking his eyes were, despite it being their first encounter. The color and allure of his gaze captivated her completely. All right. Lin Yuetong chuckled sweetly. Chen Dong's lips twitched as he remarked, Sister Lin, I didn't expect you to play matchmaker. You're quite the schemer. Xiaodong, where are the knife fish? Lin Yuetong promptly inquired, her focus returning to the task at hand. Right in this pit. Once the water is drained, we'll be able to see them, he assured. As the water level in the pit quickly receded, the fish began to surface, creating a bubbling frenzy. Wow, so much seafood, Lin Wanqing exclaimed, gazing in wonder. Just then, Laifu dashed out from behind the rocks, barking excitedly at the fish. What a handsome dog. What's his name? Lin Wanqing's interest in the seafood vanished upon seeing Laifu, clearly captivated by the charming creature. His name is Laifu, a genuine Chinese rural dog. Laifu. Come over here. Lin Wanqing waved her small hand and called out. Laifu glanced at Lin Wanqing, then lowered his head to observe the water below. Laifu thought, you little enchantress, with empty hands, you expect me to come over? I see what you're thinking. The water contained some delectable black fish, and he needed to keep an eye on it. Tap. Chen Dong lightly tapped Laifu on the head, saying, go on, and I'll throw in a grouper for you. Woof woof woof. Upon hearing the mention of grouper, Laifu instantly perked up. He then leapt across to the opposite bank, landing gracefully at Lin Wanqing's feet. Chen Dong remarked, is this spiritual liquid really that incredible? The straight line distance from here to the other side is at least 8 meters, yet he jumped across in an instant. If I keep feeding Laifu this spiritual liquid, he might just evolve into a divine beast. Oh dear. Lin Wanqing stepped back, nearly losing her balance. Laifu commented, city girls are so delicate. He then comfortably reveled in the gentle caresses from the beautiful girl. As the water was drained, the seafood began to reveal itself. Wow. Brother Chen, look at all these knife fish. Zhang Fei exclaimed excitedly at Lin Yuetong. Lin Yuetong also leaned in, her face alight with enthusiasm as she gazed at the knife fish in the pit. Though the fish were muddy, their striking patterns still shone through. Goodness, the catch here is astonishing. Chen Ming exclaimed, awestruck. The haul from the truck had already left him speechless, and he was taken aback to find such an abundance of seafood in this pit as well. No wonder Chen Dong had insisted he bring a water pump. This was not merely water extraction, it was akin to money-making. While knife fish do not fetch a high price domestically, averaging around 300 yuan per kilogram, those exceeding 1 kilogram are sold by the piece and do not command exorbitant prices. However, in Hong Kong, they can sell for over 1,000 yuan per kilogram, illustrating the locals' fondness for knife fish. De Chun, brother, let us work together to haul up this seafood, Chen Dong declared, seizing a net and leaping into the pit. De Chun and Chen Ming followed closely behind. Lin Yuetong suggested they all join in to catch seafood together, believing that many hands would make light work. But Chen Dong declined. On one hand, he felt it was inappropriate to have a guest do work. On the other, there were submerged rocks in the pit that posed a risk of cuts and bruises. Additionally, some seafood could be toxic, such as the spines of stonefish, which contain neurotoxins capable of piercing gloves or shoe soles. Chen Dong was naturally cautious and unwilling to take unnecessary risks. Before long, the nets of the three were brimming with various seafood. The variety was astounding. Aside from the fish in the shallow pit, many could be found nestled in the crevices of the rocks. There were black fish, knife fish, octopi, black sea bream, and flower eels. The black fish, also known as vegetable fish in some places, are purely wild and typically weigh around 1 to 2 kilograms, with larger specimens reaching up to 5 kilograms, selling for about 150 yuan per kilogram, and those over 5 kilograms selling for around 300 yuan. The black fish before them were all well over 5 kilograms. Laifu catch. Chen Dong tossed a black fish towards Laifu. With a leap, Laifu caught it in his mouth and then dropped it into the water bucket. Wow, Laifu is amazing. Lin Wanqing's eyes widened with delight as she watched Laifu leap so high. She had a particular fondness for dogs. Laifu, look, meat jerky, catch. Lin Wanqing held up a piece of beef jerky, enticing Laifu. However, Laifu showed no interest at all. Chen Dong chuckled inwardly. Is this all it takes? After such a short time, you think you can entice Laifu? Little do you know that this ungrateful dog only shows affection for his master. Chapter 38. An Unexpected Delight. Exquisite beauty pearls. Time flew by, and the three were working fervently. The seafood in the pit visibly diminished, filling bucket after bucket. Keep it up. Lin Yuetong cheered from the sidelines, her demeanor shifting from a graceful lady to an adorable girl in an instant. Indeed, a beautiful exterior can be deceiving. Zhang Fei directed the hotel staff nearby to assist with processing the catch, while Lin Wanqing continued to play with Laifu. Laifu catch. As she spoke, Lin Wanqing threw a frisbee into the air. Laifu leaped and caught it deftly. Chen Dong observed with a furrowed brow. It seemed even this fickle dog could not resist the allure of a beautiful girl. Wow, look at all these stone crabs. In a shallow pool, Chen discovered an abundance of stone crabs, also known as tiger-head fish, a variant of grouper. Their bodies were a vibrant red, resembling the East Star grouper but lacking its vivid coloration. Their flesh is exceptionally delicious, making them ideal for soups, spicy grilled fish, or steaming. These fish grow at a slow pace, and pure wild specimens are rare, typically reaching only around half a kilogram. Consequently, they command a respectable price of around 200 yuan per kilogram. However, care must be taken when capturing them due to their venomous spines, which contain neurotoxins. Stand back. Let me handle this. Chun Ming interjected, blocking Chen, who was eager to grab the stone crabs. Those spines are toxic. You young ones lack experience, and it would be troublesome if you got pricked. All right then, brother Chen Ming, I'll leave it to you, Chen replied with a grin, turning his attention to another shallow pool. With a splash, an eel flipped in the water, swiftly swimming towards Chen Dong. Brother, look at this massive flower eel, Chen exclaimed excitedly. The eel's size was remarkable, roughly the thickness of a person's forearm. Flower eels resemble snakes, and typically feed on small fish and shrimp. They possess sharp teeth, and once they bite, they do not let go easily. With a swift motion, Chen Dong skillfully extended the net, capturing the eel in one fluid action. Splash! He tossed the wriggling eel into the bucket, where it thrashed wildly, exhibiting its untamed spirit. Brother, you're incredible. Chen watched in awe, immediately singing Chen Dong's praises. As the catch in the pit dwindled, Chen Dong instructed Chen, check the crevices in the rocks. There are plenty of treasures to be found there. He had spotted several sea snails nestled in the rock crevices. Got it, brother. Chen responded enthusiastically, diving into the rock crevices. A minute later, he called out, Brother, come quick, there are so many red snails and conch. Chen shouted with excitement, prompting Chen Ming to rush over. There are also plenty of jade snails, Chen Ming added after taking a look. The two then reached into the crevices, beginning to gather the bounty. Before long, the collection of sea snails was nearly piled into a small mountain. The spiritual liquid truly is a remarkable substance. Not only does it bolster one's health, but it also invigorates the spirit and even speeds up one's reflexes significantly. Chen Dong arrived at the rear of the reef, hoping to uncover some abalone or sea cucumbers. After all, the rocky shore often yielded treasures. Goodness, what a colossal conch! As he lifted a stone, he stumbled upon a magnificent coconut snail. The sizable flesh of the snail was quite conspicuous. While the meat of the coconut snail isn't particularly valuable, the potential for discovering a rare mellow pearl within is enticing. Mellow pearls are an exceedingly rare and entirely wild type of pearl, with an incredibly low probability of being produced and cannot be cultivated. Thus, their market value is astonishing. Should one find a top-quality mellow pearl, it would be essentially priceless. Given its rarity, could it be that inside the shell? A look of unrestrained joy spread across Chen Dong's face. After all, he was a man endowed with a golden finger. If this coconut snail indeed contained a mellow pearl, it would be a windfall. It was said that a 10-gram mellow pearl had fetched a staggering 1.8 million in Magic City. Of course, to the ordinary eye, such treasures might seem merely objects. But to collectors, or the affluent, they are invaluable gems. Come forth, little treasure. Clenching the coconut snail in one hand, Chen Dong smashed it against the stone with fervor. Crack! Under the immense impact, the robust shell shattered instantly. Soon, a round, orange-red pearl emerged from the fragmented shell. Holy moly! A mellow pearl, indeed. Upon seeing that vibrant orb, Chen Dong's eyes widened, his pupils slightly contracting. What extraordinary luck! After all, it would take thousands, even tens of thousands of coconut snails to yield a single mellow pearl. In his hand, it felt cool, approximately the size of a dime. Weighing in at nearly 10 grams, it boasted a pure orange-red hue, and its surface was remarkably smooth and rounded. The combination of the orange-red color and the perfect roundness rendered it a prime mellow pearl. Taking a deep breath, Chen Dong endeavored to calm his racing heart. He then carefully picked up the pearl, scrutinizing it with great attention. He noticed several distinct flame-like structures within the orange-red pearl. No wonder such pearls are referred to as flame pearls. I wonder if this pearl could fetch 1.5 million. If so, I could directly order a boat at the shipyard today, he mused with delight. Subsequently, Chen Dong placed the pearl in his pocket and glanced around. Aside from some insignificant seafood, there were no other substantial finds. He returned to the water pit, where Chun Ming and Chen had already gathered all the fish. Brother, it's all done. Have some water, Chen offered, handing Chen Dong a water bottle. All right. Chen Dong, feeling parched, accepted the bottle and gulped down some water. Oh, I'm exhausted. Hey, how come you all look so unbothered? Zhang Fei wiped the sweat from his brow. The other two hotel staff members were panting as well. They had merely assisted in lifting a few buckets and sorting some seafood, which was a breeze compared to Chen Dong and his crew's efforts. Haha, we're fishermen. We're used to it. You city folks aren't quite accustomed to this sudden exertion, Chen Ming explained with a smile. Chen Dong's lips twitched. Most of this was due to the effects of the elixir. Although the villagers often engaged in strenuous labor, their stamina was indeed superior to that of city dwellers. Nevertheless, catching an entire pit full of fish was still quite exhausting. As he observed that all the fish had been caught, and the clock struck 11. Chen Dong approached Lin Yuetong. Sister Lin, let's weigh the catch. Chapter 39. A profit of nearly 1 million. With the 3-knife fish already caught, and the hotel set to host important guests that evening, Chen Dong aimed to expedite the weighing process. As for the remaining 2 pits, should there be any valuable finds, they could be delivered directly to the hotel later. Sure, Lin Yuetong replied with a sweet smile, revealing 2 adorable dimples. She was simply stunning. She then instructed the hotel staff to commence weighing the seafood. Chen Ming and De Chun were beaming with excitement at the sight of 6 large buckets brimming with seafood and 2 hefty jute bags filled with crabs. This was their first time harvesting such a colossal quantity from a pit, which was exceedingly rare for ordinary folks. Particularly for Chen Ming, he was utterly astounded, shattering his previous notions of beachcombing. The hotel staff quickly got to work. 100 pounds of East Star grouper, 60 pounds of red grouper, 60 pounds of mouse grouper. The 2 young workers swiftly weighed a bucket of seafood and then proceeded to the next one. Zhang Fei stood nearby, rapidly calculating the prices on his calculator. 120 pounds of blue dragon fish, 80 pounds of black-furred fish, 110 pounds of black bream. The other buckets were weighed in succession. 60 pounds of blue crabs, 50 pounds of orchid crabs, 100 pounds of sea eels, 70 pounds of stonefish, 55 pounds of sea urchins, 90 pounds of conch, 120 pounds of red conch, 100 pounds of jade conch. Finally, the star of the day, the 3-knife fish, weighed in at 75 pounds. As the weighing of the 3-knife fish concluded, the total prices for all the seafood were calculated. Chen Dong felt the air around him gradually solidify, for the haul was simply staggering. To have amassed such a bounty in just one morning was almost unfathomable. The total revenue for this endeavor amounted to 854,600. Zhang Fei announced the final figure with a trembling voice, his hands quivering slightly as he spoke. Even he, with his extensive experience, could not help but be astonished. This was the yield from merely 3 to 4 hours of work. It was no exaggeration to say that this speed of earning was akin to picking up money. De Chun was equally ecstatic, declaring that today's harvest was absolutely explosive. Chen Ming, standing beside them, looked as if his eyes were about to pop out. Mouth agape as he gasped for air. To earn nearly 1 million in a single morning was comparable to the earnings of a fishing family over several decades. What kind of luck had this young man stumbled upon? No, I must go to the Mazu temple tomorrow to pray, hoping for blessings for my little Dong. With that thought, Chen Ming turned away, hands clasped together, silently praying in his heart. With all the seafood weighed, Lin Yuetong let out a long sigh of relief. Especially with the 3-knife fish, this would finally satisfy the requirements of the investment department. Little Dong, should we transfer the full amount and pay the remaining in cash? Lin Yuetong adjusted her breath, her previously surging emotions now gradually settling. Yes, thank you, Sister Lin, Chen Dong replied quickly, smiling. Although the nearly million cash had a striking visual impact, such a large sum could not simply be withdrawn on a whim. Even if he managed to take it home, it would be imprudent. It's not the thieves I fear, but the thieves who covet. Old Zhang, please retrieve 60,000 cash from the car for Xiao Dong's younger brother, Lin Yuetong instructed Zhang Fei. The next moment, she also took out her phone to initiate a transfer. Ding dong. Chen Dong's phone chimed with a notification. Upon opening it, he discovered a message from the bank. 800,000 in transactions had been credited, leaving a balance of 1,238,000 yuan. Gazing at the substantial sum, Chen Dong felt a wave of joy swell within him, and his lips involuntarily curled into a smile. He never imagined that one day he would become a millionaire. The earnings of a single morning equated to a decade's worth of toil. How delightful it is to have wealth. Brother, may you earn 1 million daily, Lin Yuetong playfully remarked with a grin. Ha ha ha, I am truly grateful for Sister Lin's kindness. Sister Lin, let us dine together, Chen Dong proposed, noting the time approaching noon. It would be quite impolite to send him away just like that. All right. You've been a tremendous help today. I shall treat you, Lin Yuetong replied with a charming smile. That won't do. As the host, I must extend my hospitality. Sister Lin has taken such good care of me, so this meal is on me, Chen Dong asserted with earnestness. Oh my, brother, you're quite bold. I like it. Then you must perform well, Lin Yuetong said, her gaze lingering on Chen Dong's serious demeanor, which was oddly captivating. Especially those eyes, so strikingly beautiful, they seemed almost otherworldly. Sister, stop staring, or your eyes might get stuck. Lin Wanqing teased from the side. You little brat, what nonsense are you spouting? Just wait till I teach you a lesson. Lin Yuetong retorted, swiftly pinching the soft flesh at Lin Wanqing's waist. Oh dear, sister, I was wrong, Lin Wanqing squeaked. Witnessing the sudden antics of the two women, Chen Dong couldn't help but smirk. Women are as unpredictable as the weather by the sea. Surely, that soft waist must feel quite delightful as well. Lin Yuetong then instructed 2 hotel staff members to return to the hotel and store the seafood. Understood, Miss Lin. The 2 young men promptly started their transport vehicle towards the hotel. Subsequently, she arranged for the hotel chef to prepare the ingredients for the evening banquet. Once everything was settled, Lin Yuetong let out a long breath. Did you find anything special among the seafood? Perhaps pearls? At that moment, Lin Wanqing suddenly recalled her previous distraction and replied, My family deals in antiques and treasures, so I often scour flea markets for collectibles even while studying abroad. However, she lacked expertise in appraising them, usually just filming videos to send back to her family's company for verification. What kind of pearls does Miss Lin seek? Chen Dong inquired tentatively, knowing that besides mellow pearls, some abalones could also yield pearls. Both mellow and abalone pearls are exceedingly rare, let alone top-quality ones. Well, like abalone pearls or mellow pearls. I've heard that if one is lucky, some conchs can also yield pearls. Lin Wanqing pondered with her head tilted. I wonder if this type of pearl would catch Miss Lin's fancy. With that, Chen Dong retrieved the mellow pearl he had just obtained from the coconut shell from his pocket. Under the sunlight, the mellow pearl dazzled brilliantly. Heavens, is this a mellow pearl? Lin Wanqing gasped, her eyes widening in astonishment as she covered her mouth with her small hand, clearly incredulous. She recalled that her family had once acquired a mellow pearl for nearly $1 million, though that one was smaller and less pristine. Chen Dong stepped forward and placed the mellow pearl directly in her hand. What a stunning pearl! Lin Wanqing marveled at the mellow pearl, enamored as she admired it closely. May I take a video? She asked sweetly. Of course. Chen Dong shrugged, as the pearl was meant for sale, and Lin Wanqing's family was in the antique business. If the price was reasonable, it would save him the trouble of finding others. Even if the sale did not materialize, he could leverage his connection with Lin Wanqing to meet some influential figures in the antique community. Click. Lin Wanqing excitedly snapped photos. Sister Lin, let's take a break at the store, Chen Dong suggested. Indeed, it's been a fruitful day. We shall not return until we're thoroughly intoxicated. Chen Dong beamed with excitement. Not only had he met influential people, but he had also acquired a mellow pearl. Growing up by the sea, he was no stranger to mellow pearls, and he felt genuinely pleased. He then called Li Xiuli to prepare some dishes and asked Dachuan to contact Zhang Xuemei to assist at the restaurant. Soon, Dachuan rode ahead on his tricycle, with Lin Yuetong and Zhang Fei following closely behind, as they made their way to the elder brother's restaurant. Upon arriving, they found the restaurant devoid of customers. Sister-in-law Li Xiuli was teaching her nephew Chen Jin how to paint. Seeing the large group arrive, Li Xiuli quickly stood to greet them. Sister-in-law, let me introduce you. This is Lin Yuetong, the owner of Honyun Hotel, Miss Lin. Miss Lin, this is my sister-in-law, Li Xiuli. Hello, sister-in-law. Lin Yuetong greeted with a smile. Li Xiuli appeared slightly older than her, so she followed Chen Dong's lead in addressing her as sister-in-law. Oh, hello? Please, sit down. I'll fetch you some tea, she said, flustered by the unexpected visitors. As she turned to prepare the tea, she couldn't help but glance at the 2 young women, both of whom were exceptionally beautiful, rivaling the legendary Jiao Chan. She marveled at how her little Dong had befriended the owner of Honyun Hotel. He truly kept his cards close to his chest. Chen Ming promptly presented the menu for Lin Yuetong and the others to review. Since the restaurant primarily served noodles, the menu was limited, consisting mostly of simple home-cooked dishes. Miss Lin, we can't compare to your grand hotel. We only have some basic home-style dishes, Chen Ming said politely. Home-cooked dishes are delightful. I prefer them, Lin Yuetong replied with a smile. Sister Lin, if you enjoy them, you are welcome to visit my brother's little restaurant often. Chen Dong joked. Though he was jesting, the reality was that as a hotel owner, Lin Yuetong's busy schedule would prevent her from frequently visiting the village. Oh really? Sister's appetite must be quite large, Lin Yuetong responded with a flirtatious smile. That depends on whether Sister Lin can handle it, Chen Dong teased back. Ha ha. You are always welcome at my little establishment, Miss Lin, Chen Ming interjected, sensing the playful banter. With that, he discreetly excused himself to help Li Xiuli and Zhang Xuemei in the kitchen. Little Dong, this pearl is vibrantly colored and smooth in texture. It is of exceptionally high quality, Lin Wanqing observed, studying the mellow pearl in Chen Dong's hand with sincerity. As they engaged in casual conversation, the esteemed antique master at home had already formed a preliminary assessment of the pearl through video. Most of the beautiful pearls she had encountered before were irregularly oval in shape. Not only did their form starkly contrast with this one, but their hues also paled in comparison to its vibrant brilliance. "So, Miss Lin, what do you believe this pearl is worth?" Chen Dong inquired directly. "Let me check," Lin Wanqing replied, pulling out her phone and deftly tapping the keyboard with both hands. Soon, a message arrived. "It's approximately this amount," Lin Wanqing said, holding up 2 fingers. "The unit is in millions." Wow! Both Dachuan and Zhang Fei gasped in astonishment. They could hardly fathom that a single pearl could fetch 2 million. After all, it was merely a colored bead. How could it be valued so highly? This was utterly beyond their comprehension. The world of the affluent was truly inscrutable. Lin Yuetong, however, remained remarkably composed, as she had witnessed far more extravagant spectacles as a privileged young lady. After hearing the news, Chen Dong stroked his chin in contemplation. While he was unsure of the precise value, he could only refer to past transaction prices, which seemed comparable to what he had observed. It appeared that both Lin Wanqing and Lin Yuetong were earnest merchants, much like himself. "Xiaodong, are you interested in selling this pearl?" Lin Wanqing asked. "Absolutely. I would sell it." Chen Dong nodded without hesitation, adding, "To a fisherman, this pearl is merely an object. It holds no value for me. Cash is far more tangible." Chen Dong candidly expressed his thoughts. He was correct. Akin to ancient artworks and calligraphy, such items bore little worth in the eyes of ordinary people. Yet, in the hands of the wealthy and collectors, they were treasures of immeasurable worth. Ordinary individuals pursued material satisfaction, while the affluent sought fulfillment on a more spiritual level. Haha. Lin Wanqing laughed melodiously. "You are quite pragmatic." Chen Dong shrugged internally, thinking, "Apologies, but I am solely interested in money. All right, let's agree that I will reserve this pearl for now. However, our company's expert won't arrive until tomorrow. We can only ascertain its true value once we see the actual item. Rest assured, this pearl will certainly not lead you to loss," Lin Wanqing promptly assured him. "Very well, I wish us a pleasant collaboration," Chen Dong nodded, raising his teacup in a toast. As they spoke, the enticing aroma of dishes wafted from the kitchen. Sweet and sour ribs had arrived. Chun Ming emerged from the kitchen carrying a platter of the delightful dish, and the entire hall was filled with the mouth-watering scent of meat. This was one of the reasons Chen Dong had invited Zhang Xuemei, one must admit. The taste of these ribs was simply unparalleled. "Lin Jia, these ribs are made by Granny Zhang. They are especially delicious. Do try some," Chen Dong said, placing a piece of rib into Lin Yuetong's bowl. "I want some too." Lin Wanqing pouted, her lips painted a delicate pink, while Lin Yuetong's were adorned in a grapefruit hue. Each had its charm, and a gentle squeeze would surely reveal their softness. "Everyone gets a share," Chen Dong said, serving a piece to each. Delicious, they melted in the mouth, the meat tender and devoid of any fishy taste. "This is far better than what one finds in restaurants. Isn't it, old Zhang?" Lin Yuetong remarked, savoring a bite with a look of sheer bliss. "Indeed, quite impressive. The ones at the restaurant have a hint of fishiness. And the meat isn't nearly this tender," Zhang Fei agreed, smiling. "I must have a good chat with Granny about her cooking methods later." Yet, Lin Yuetong's earlier comment served as a subtle reminder for him to pay more attention to the restaurant's dishes. Chapter 41. Can you see through things? The power of numbers was undeniable. Soon, all the dishes were prepared. Braised small 100-legged shrimp, steamed grouper, braised black-haired chicken, dry-fried red snails, garlic oysters, and oil-braised large prawns adorned the table alongside pan-fried yellow flower fish and sautéed seasonal vegetables. Lin Yuetong could hardly believe her eyes at the lavish spread. Is this what you call home-cooked meals? Whose household serves such a sumptuous feast? Moreover, each dish was a feast for the senses, enticing all with their vibrant colors and aromas. As noon approached, everyone gathered around the table, which was bursting with food, having combined 2 tables to accommodate all. Laughter and chatter filled the air as they enjoyed their meal together, a harmonious scene of joy. During the meal, Chen Dong learned that Lin Wanqing had just returned from studying in Australia. Her family was engaged in the antique and jewelry business in the capital, and now that she had graduated, her father wished to cultivate her abilities in this field. However, the young lady was not yet inclined to consider this matter, so she had come to Ning'an County to visit her cousin, Lin Yuetong. By chance, she had joined Chen Dong and his crew in their fishing endeavors, drawn by her love for excitement. "Xiaodong, what are you all doing after the meal?" Lin Wanqing asked, her eyes sparkling. "Of course, we will rest," he replied. "What? Aren't we going to the beach? I haven't had enough fun yet," Lin Wanqing exclaimed. "Are you serious? You were too busy playing with Laifu earlier. I didn't see you show much interest in going to the beach," Chen Dong chuckled. "We can go tomorrow if you wish." "All right then." Lin Wanqing pouted her lips slightly. Meanwhile, Zhang Fei continued to inquire about the method for making sweet and sour ribs, and Zhang Xuemei smiled benevolently, generously sharing her secret recipe. At her age, to still feel useful brought her great joy. Zhang Fei diligently took notes in his notebook. realizing he had been too busy lately and needed to enhance training in the restaurant's kitchen upon returning. Before long, the table was cleared of all the delicious dishes, as everyone had relished the food to their heart's content. After a brief conversation, Lin Yuetong and her companions prepared to depart. In the Mercedes, Lin Wanqing exclaimed, "Sister, Chen Dong's luck is astounding. He made nearly $1 million in just one morning of fishing, and now he has discovered a beautiful pearl. You must understand. This type of pearl is exceedingly rare in the realm of natural gems. Most fishermen never encounter one in their lifetime." Lin Wanqing chattered excitedly. If this pearl is sold, it could conservatively fetch $2 million. That means Chen Dong earned almost $3 million in a single morning. A fisherman earning $3 million in one morning? That is simply astonishing. Indeed, Chen Dong possesses a unique talent. Since I met him, he has continually surprised me. It's as if the goddess of fortune herself has taken a liking to him. Lin Yuetong remarked, her tone contemplative. Given his recent fishing successes, it was hard not to think this way. Particularly today, he had been a tremendous help, and she felt compelled to find a suitable opportunity to express her gratitude. She just needed to discern what Chen Dong truly appreciated. Tomorrow, I shall observe him closely, Lin Wanqing declared, her small pink fist clenched. Will it be his fishing skills or something else? Oh dear, sister, what are you saying? Lin Wanqing's cheeks instantly flushed a delicate shade of crimson. Although today marked her first acquaintance with Chen Dong, she held a remarkably favorable impression of him. He was magnanimous, exhibited graceful demeanor, and was exceptionally courteous. Furthermore, she couldn't help but notice that Chen Dong's eyes were extraordinarily captivating. Not only was he handsome, but he also possessed a pair of enchanting irises that could easily render one breathless. Before long, the two women began playfully tossing dough at each other inside the car. At the noodle shop, Chen Ming scrutinized Chen Dong from every conceivable angle. Brother, is there something unsightly about me? Chen Dong, feeling slightly uneasy under his brother's intense gaze, inquired. What's going on, brother? You're circling around me without uttering a word. Wong wong wong, came the retort from Lai Fu. Isn't this merely my instinct? Why are you acting so coy? Chen Ming regarded Chen Dong with a serious expression. You rascal, you certainly know how to keep secrets. Out with it. Brother, what secrets are you demanding? Chen Dong scratched his head, utterly perplexed. Beside them, Li Xiuli and Zhang Xuemei shared a look of confusion, mirroring Chen Dong's bewilderment. De Chun stood nearby, chuckling foolishly. Still pretending. Have you suddenly mastered the art of beachcombing, leaving your brother in the dark? Chen Ming placed his hands on his hips. What skill? It's merely luck. Chen Dong responded with a laugh. Do you think I possess some sort of X-ray vision? Honestly, with your luck, it wouldn't be entirely implausible. Chen Dong's lips twitched. Oh no, he had inadvertently revealed the truth. As he spoke, Chen Ming leaned in to inspect Chen Dong's eyes. Hey, brother, stop fooling around. I'm a human, not a deity. What X-ray vision? That's just something out of a novel. Chen Dong rolled his eyes. Well, you make a valid point. After a brief moment of contemplation, Chen Ming conceded. Fine, for now, I shall let you off the hook. Realizing that he couldn't find any flaw in Chen Dong, he reluctantly dropped the matter. Then, with animated gestures, Chen Ming recounted the events of that morning. Upon hearing it, Zhang Xuemei and Li Xiuli were nearly overwhelmed with excitement. 900,000? Are you sure it's not 90,000? 900,000. That is an enormous sum of money. Even among fishermen who venture out to sea, few earn such a fortune in a year. It would be no exaggeration to say that it was akin to a drop in the ocean. One poor outing could leave them without even enough to cover fuel costs. Moreover, this was the fortune amassed by just two individuals in a single morning. What extraordinary luck! One would scarcely believe it, even if they stumbled upon it. Gasping for breath, the two women took a moment to compose themselves. What? Sold for over 900,000? My heavens! We have never seen so much money in our lives. Li Xiuli exclaimed, her voice trembling with disbelief. During lean times at the noodle shop, their monthly profits barely reached a few thousand. How many bowls of noodles would they need to sell to earn such a sum? Meanwhile, Zhang Xuemei's chest heaved, her eyes glistening with tears. Clearly, her astonishment was surpassed only by her joy. She was elated that Chen Dong could earn money, and even more grateful that he was able to bring De Chun along for the venture. Indeed, my brother is correct. Today, our combined efforts at the pit netted us a total of 900,000. Chen Dong stated calmly. The two water pits yielded only about 30,000 in total. Thus, their grand total reached 900,000. Next, Chen Dong retrieved 100,000 from his bag and placed it on the table to begin calculating their shares. Sharing joy with close ones during such moments is indeed a beautiful sentiment. Chapter 42. What? You intend to buy a boat to go to sea. De Chun earns a base salary of 200 a day plus a 2% commission. Therefore, the total profit from today's beachcombing is 18,200. Today was particularly fruitful, so I'll round it up to a total of 19,000. Here, take it. Consider the excess as a bonus. As he spoke, Chen Dong meticulously counted the money. Given the remarkable success of the day, he was unconcerned about a few hundred yuan. Nothing is more tangible than money, which can motivate individuals to exert themselves and even risk their lives for. As the money was placed in Zhang Xuemei's hands, Chen Dong distinctly felt her rough hands tremble slightly. Her eyes brimmed with gratitude. "Thank you, Xiao Dong. Grandma may lack eloquence, but I can only express my gratitude," Zhang Xuemei said, her eyes glistening with tears. "Nearly 20,000. We earned it in just one day? I never even dared to dream of such a thing." "Ha ha." Chen Dong chuckled lightly. "Grandma, I've always said this is all due to the Chun's hard work. No need for thanks going forward." "All right." Zhang Xuemei refrained from saying more, understanding that Xiao Dong was sincere. Speaking too much would only seem insincere. She produced a canvas bag, arranged the money neatly, and carefully placed it inside. Subsequently, Chen Dong turned his attention to Chen Ming. "Brother, here is 50,000 for you. Additionally, this 2,000 is for your efforts today. Don't think it's too little, just accept it," Chen Dong asserted, counting out 2,000 and stuffing it into Chen Ming's pocket. The 50,000 was from the earlier transaction when Chen Ming had helped him purchase a house. With the day's profits being substantial, it was only fitting to settle that debt. Furthermore, given that his elder brother had worked diligently all morning, it was only right to offer him some compensation. "What is the meaning of this, you brat? Do you think I'm out of money or something?" Chen Ming retorted with feigned irritation. As the elder brother, assisting his younger sibling was an inherent responsibility, and he had never anticipated any form of repayment. As the saying goes, an elder brother is like a father, an elder sister like a mother. With their parents no longer present, it was natural for him to fulfill his duties as the elder brother. "Brother, stop being so sentimental. This is merely a token of appreciation for your help," Chen Dong insisted, firmly pushing the money back into Chen Ming's pocket. Zhang Xuemei chimed in with a smile. "De Ming, this is Xiao Dong's heartfelt gesture. Just accept it. You two share a deep bond as brothers. Think of it as Xiao Dong treating you to a meal." De Chun hurriedly added, "Yes, brother, if you don't take it, Xiao Dong will be unhappy." Chen Ming furrowed his brow, glancing at the serious expression on Chen Dong's face, and after a moment of internal conflict, he relented. "All right then, I'll accept it for now. That's the spirit." Chen Dong beamed, turning his gaze to Li Xiuli. "Sister-in-law, here is 10,000 for you. You and brother have worked hard over the years. This is a special gift from me. We're family, so no need for formality." Chen Dong counted out 10,000 and handed it to Li Xiuli. She was momentarily taken aback, her face a picture of disbelief. 10,000 at once. Are you out of your mind? Xiao Dong, this is too much. She began to protest, but was swiftly silenced by Chen Dong's insistence. Now that he had the means, it was time to contribute to the family. This household couldn't rest solely on his elder brother's shoulders. With hope in one's heart and diligence in action, life would surely flourish. Although Zhang Xuemei and Dachuan were present, Chen Dong felt no sense of discomfort. Naturally, they would not overthink the situation. At this moment, radiant smiles of happiness adorned the faces of all present, and warmth filled each heart. The group exchanged light-hearted banter for a while, during which Chen Dong articulated his own aspirations. "Brother, I wish to purchase a boat and venture out to sea for fishing." Indeed, money emboldens a person. Gazing at the cold million in his account, Chen Dong could not resist the urge to immediately place an order at the shipyard. Cough cough, Chen Ming spluttered, nearly choking on his tea. "What? Buying a boat? Do you think beachcombing isn't thrilling enough, and now you desire to fish in the open sea?" Chen Ming's astonishment was palpable. Fishing at sea is no trivial matter. Having grown up by the coast, he knew all too well the realities of harvest. Today's bounty was evident, amounting to nearly 1 million in earnings, far surpassing the income of the fishermen who went out to sea. However, deep-sea fishing was a different story. As soon as the boat set sail, expenses began to accrue. The costs associated with various fishing equipment, labor, fuel, maintenance, and loading and unloading are substantial. In contrast, beachcombing does not require extensive gear and offers a better cost-to-benefit ratio. Moreover, when luck runs out at sea, one might not even recoup their fuel expenses. Additionally, experience in navigating the waters and discerning fish behavior is crucial. There is also an inherent danger in venturing out to sea. The unpredictable weather could swiftly turn treacherous, and misfortune could lead to calamity. Indeed, as a fisherman, if one cannot command a massive vessel and traverse the 5 oceans, what distinguishes them from a salted fish? Chen Dong chuckled. He genuinely harbored such thoughts, knowing that his current beachcombing success was attributed to a fortunate twist of fate. Yet, it was unrealistic to expect good fortune to last indefinitely. There would inevitably come a day when the nearshore resources would dwindle. Thus, going out to sea was a necessary endeavor. "You ambitious little rascal, it seems your aspirations are growing," Chen Ming remarked with a smirk. "What, is 1 million not enough for you?" This young man had spent 3 years working away from home. Not only had he matured considerably, but his ambitions had also expanded. One cannot expect to reap such bountiful returns every day. This was likely a unique occurrence. Besides, with so much beachcombing, how much money could one realistically earn? For a fisherman, owning a fishing boat and venturing out to sea would yield greater rewards, Chen Dong asserted earnestly. He possessed a lucky charm, so he was untroubled by concerns regarding the catch. Moreover, the fishing moratorium was soon to end. He had resolved to expedite the boat purchase. Oh, if you truly wish to go out to sea, it would be wiser to rent a fishing boat first, Chun Ming suggested with a sigh. I know you've earned some money beachcombing recently, but fishing at sea relies heavily on luck and experience. No one can guarantee a catch. Since the fishing moratorium is nearly over, it might be prudent to rent a boat for the interim. Chun Ming understood his brother well. Once he set his mind on something, he was stubborn as a mule. While it's commendable for young people to have dreams and aspirations, one must not take overly large strides lest they stumble. Little Dong, your brother speaks wisely. The sea's conditions are unpredictable, chimed in sister-in-law Li Xiuli. Renting a boat to gain some experience is also a viable option. Well, that's not out of the question. Chen Dong nodded, pondering for a moment. What my elder brother says makes sense. Renting a boat to get a feel for it could work. However, Chen Dong furrowed his brow in puzzlement. Are there any idle fishing boats in our village? Chapter 43. Exchange for beast language skill, contracting fortune. Indeed, there were quite a few fishing boats in the village, but most households relied on them for their livelihoods. With the fishing moratorium drawing to a close, most boats were undergoing maintenance and repairs. Therefore, finding an idle fishing boat to rent would prove quite challenging. Furthermore, having been away from home for an extended period, Chen Dong was not well acquainted with village affairs. Of course, there are some, Chen Ming mused after a moment's contemplation, but you can forget about renting a decent fishing boat. There is, however, Old Wang's boat at the village entrance. It has been idle for years, but it's only an 8-meter vessel, and it hasn't been used in quite some time. The equipment on it is likely outdated. I'm not sure if it's still functional. Chen Ming was correct. Most people in the fishing village depended on going out to sea for their sustenance. Their fishing boats were their livelihood, so there were naturally no idle boats lying around. Are you referring to Bald Wang the Hammer at the village entrance? Chen Dong recalled the individual. Wang the Hammer had suffered a severe injury from a swordfish that pierced his thigh, leaving him with a permanent limp. Yes, that's him. Chen Ming confirmed with a nod. All right, let us go check it out. If it's still operational, we'll see if we can rent it. Subsequently, Chen Dong, Da Chuan, and Zhang Xuemei departed from the restaurant, each heading homeward. After a busy morning, they were indeed a bit fatigued. Upon returning home, Chen Dong comfortably reclined on the old-fashioned bed. He recalled that this bed had accompanied him since he could remember, nearly 2 decades. It appeared somewhat worn now, the paint on the wood having chipped away and the mattress sagging. He then surveyed the room, contemplating that once he sold the Malay pearl, he would invest in some new furniture and appliances. After earning money from fishing, he intended to approach the village head to purchase a couple of plots of land and renovate his house. Building a 3-story villa and cultivating some flowers would be quite splendid. He then opened the system mall, where his points had accumulated to 15,000. Gazing at the shimmering points, Chen Dong began to ponder. With the fishing moratorium soon ending, exchanging for fishing nets, hooks, deep-sea crab traps, life jackets, and powerful flashlights seemed like prudent choices. What should he redeem? As he perused the items and skills in the mall, Chen Dong murmured to himself. Suddenly, a skill called beast language caught his eye. His gaze fixated on the skill listed above, beast language. Learning this skill allows you to contract a beast pet as your companion and communicate with it through mental connection. It has a total of 100 levels. Current level, 1. You can contract 1 beast pet. Required points, 10,000. Wow, this is an extraordinary item. Chen Dong exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. If he could contract a beast pet, wouldn't that grant him the ability to command myriad creatures? Why even venture out to sea? He could simply use his mental connection to have seafood delivered right to his doorstep. It was as if he could earn money while reclining. Filled with excitement at the prospect, he couldn't help but smile. Such a remarkable skill. Why hadn't he discovered it sooner? Chen Dong felt as though he had uncovered a new world. System, host. I see you're having some unrealistic thoughts. This system is the diligent wealth building system. All wealth must be earned through hard work, and unearned gains are strictly prohibited. If the host's thoughts deviate from the norm, the system will impose penalties as deemed appropriate. At this moment, the system reappeared to admonish Chen Dong. Dear system, you are truly the most formidable. As the situation grew increasingly peculiar, Chen Dong hastily showered praise upon the system. Well, it's good to know, he remarked. Following this, the system fell into a profound silence. A dark cloud of frustration loomed over Chen Dong's face. Indeed, the capricious system would not grant him unbridled satisfaction. However, With the acquisition of this skill, what truly distinguished it from merely taking advantage? Chen Dong found himself lost in delightful reverie. Woof woof woof, came the voice of Laifu. What is my young master grinning about? Contemplating what to eat for dinner, perhaps? My belly is growling again. With this thought in mind, Chen Dong cast a sly glance at Laifu, abandoning any hesitation, and promptly clicked to exchange. Instantly, a surge of enigmatic information flooded his mind, and the skill was automatically mastered. Beast Language Technique, Level 1, silently activated, enables mental control over contracted beast companions. Point cost, 10,000 points. A pang of regret shot through Chen Dong as he realized his points had plummeted to a mere 5,000. Once the fishing boat was sorted, he would procure additional tools. Without delay, Chen Dong employed the Beast Language Technique on Laifu. The contract was established swiftly, and through his consciousness, he felt an intimate connection with Laifu, as if he had merged with the canine. In that moment, every thought within Laifu's mind played out vividly before Chen Dong, like a cinematic experience. Smack! Chen Dong playfully tapped Laifu on the head, exclaiming, "You rascal! Are you still mumbling about me in your thoughts? You just finished eating, and already you're hungry again? Sit, rise, jump," Chen Dong commanded, and Laifu complied with remarkable enthusiasm, executing each action flawlessly. How does my young master know what I am thinking? I must investigate whether I've been possessed by a water spirit. Laifu pondered. Smack! Chen Dong playfully tapped Laifu's head again. Whether you wag your tail or not, I can discern your thoughts. Upon hearing this, Laifu recoiled in astonishment, tilting his head in disbelief at Chen Dong. Could it be that his young master could truly interpret his innermost feelings? Come here, Chen Dong commanded, channeling a mystical liquid that seeped from the tip of his finger. The golden-hued essence, precariously balanced, appeared highly enticing. Upon sighting the liquid, Laifu eagerly wagged his tail and scampered over, nearly shaking it off. Open wide, Chen Dong instructed, and Laifu promptly opened his mouth, eagerly licking Chen Dong's fingertip. What is this sensation? Ticklish and rather peculiar. After Laifu fully absorbed a drop of the essence, Chen Dong observed a remarkable transformation. Laifu's physique appeared significantly more robust, and his fur gleamed with newfound luster. Excellent, excellent, Chen Dong remarked, stroking Laifu's head in satisfaction. Suddenly, he noticed two small protrusions atop Laifu's head, feeling firm to the touch. Could these be tiny feet? Goodness gracious, will you evolve into a divine beast? Chen Dong mused, recalling the legendary creature, the Qilin. Laifu interjected. This dog is indeed of divine lineage. Prepare to tremble, young master. Chen Dong's lips twitched in amusement. Oh, Laifu, how long have you kept this secret from me? Laifu remained silent. Subsequently, the pair engaged in further interaction, and Chen Dong gradually grasped the nuances of the beast language technique. Before he realized it, he succumbed to slumber. Woof woof woof, Laifu's barks and the alarm clock's ringing harmonized, rousing Chen Dong from his dreams. Laifu persistently licked Chen Dong's arm. All right, you relentless licker. Chen Dong opened his eyes, stretched his limbs, and splashed some water on his face. Just then, Chun Ming entered the yard. Chapter 44, Preparing to Set Sail. Xiao Dong. Let us head over to Wang Dachui's place to check on that boat, Chen Ming stated directly. Sure. Chen Dong replied with a smile, pleasantly surprised by his brother's efficiency. Along the way, the two stopped by the village shop to purchase 2 packs of cigarettes. When it comes to getting things done, success is secondary. Etiquette must prevail. In the village, cigarettes served as a form of currency, often resolving troublesome matters with a single smoke. The shop was bustling with people, and Chen Dong exchanged greetings with acquaintances. Xiao Dong, you're quite lucky today, managing to gather so much seafood. Indeed. I've always said Xiao Dong is a promising child, clever and capable. Xiao Dong, my dear, we're making dumplings tonight. Do come over for dinner. If you're going out to fish tomorrow, please take us along. We'd like to learn from you. The older women chimed in with their flattering remarks. Chen Dong couldn't help but smirk. The news spread rapidly. Indeed, fame breeds attention. In just a few days, the villagers' attitudes shifted dramatically. When you become successful, you'll find everyone around you suddenly becomes a friend. If you remain poor, even a word from you feels like a waste of breath. It truly resonated with the saying, when poor in the bustling city, no one asks. When rich in the deep mountains, distant relatives appear. Chen Dong chuckled, attributing his fortune to mere luck. The two then hastened away. Before long, they arrived at Wang Dachui's home. The courtyard was modest, flanked by 2 simple brick houses to the north and east. Surrounding it was a low stone wall, only as tall as a person. A narrow stone path ran through the center of the yard, flanked by patches of soil where common fruits and vegetables were cultivated. Wang Gu, are you home? With the door ajar, Chun Ming called out as he stepped inside. Who is it? Came Wang Dachui's voice from within. It's me, Chen Ming, he replied. Wang Dachui limped out, warmly greeting the 2 brothers. Ah, it's you two. Come in, come in. After inviting them inside, he went to fetch tea. Wang Shu, have a smoke. Chen Ming quickly pulled out a cigarette and lit it for Wang Dachui. Wang Dachui was known for his honesty and kindness, always willing to help with village matters without expecting anything in return. His wife had passed away years ago, and during a fishing trip, he had suffered a serious injury when a swordfish pierced his thigh. Since then, his right leg had been compromised, making life somewhat difficult. He subsisted on mending fishing nets and foraging for seafood. It seems misfortune always seeks out the unfortunate. Who can predict when fate or calamity will strike? You've done quite well for yourself. I've heard you've had tremendous success with fishing these past few days. Wang Dachui exhaled a puff of smoke, smiling gently. Wang Shu, it's merely good fortune, Chen Dong replied with a smile. Don't be modest. Once or twice can be chalked up to luck, but if it happens daily, it's hard to believe there's no skill involved. But you've always been clever since childhood. You're certainly destined for great things. Hearing Wang Dachui's praise, Chen Dong smiled but remained silent. What could he possibly say? He couldn't very well admit he was just an ordinary fellow relying on a lucky break. After a lengthy chat about mundane matters, Chen Ming directly stated their purpose. Wang Shu, is that boat of yours still seaworthy? We'd like to rent it. Huh? You mean that old boat? If you can use it, just take it. Calling it a rental is too formal. With a grand flourish, Wang Dachui confidently declared, Uncle, that's out of the question. We are here to seek your assistance. It would be unreasonable to utilize your resources without due compensation. As he spoke, Chen Dong passed him a cigarette, offering the remainder of the pack to Wang Dachui. What is this, my boy? Wang Dachui protested, reluctant to accept. He cherished such packaged cigarettes, yet understood the principle of not taking anything without giving in return. Chen Dong, undeterred, forcibly returned the pack to him, laughing, Uncle Wang, let's do it this way. We would like to rent your boat for a few days. How about I pay you 200 yuan per day? What? 200? Wang Dachui waved his hand dismissively. Xiao Dong, listen to your uncle. It's merely an old boat, not worth that much. If you find it useful, just take it and use it. That won't do. You must accept this money, or I will rent from someone else, Chen Dong insisted firmly. At this moment, he genuinely needed a boat, and also wished to help Wang Dachui. In this world, the debt of gratitude is the hardest to repay, and regardless of others' sincerity, it is best to avoid being in anyone's debt. All right then, 150 per day. After persistent negotiation, Wang Dachui acquiesced, agreeing to the rate of 150 yuan. He recognized that Chen Dong was genuinely trying to assist him. You rascal. Fine, I'll fetch you a paddle. I also have 2 fishing nets and a drag net at home that should still be usable. I'll bring them along. Wang Dachui, somewhat unsteady on his feet, was followed by Chen Dong and his elder brother to the storage room. Soon, they unearthed 2 fishing nets, a drag net, 2 crab traps, a life buoy, and 2 sets of life jackets from a pile of clutter. All right, Uncle Wang, we'll take our leave for now. We'll come back to catch up another day. Hee sure. Wang Dachui smiled broadly. Together, Chen Dong and his brother loaded the equipment onto their tricycle and headed towards the dock. Upon arrival, following Wang Dachui's directions, the two quickly located the boat. It had been in use for several years and, lacking proper maintenance, appeared somewhat dilapidated. Inside the cabin, a thick layer of dust covered the control panel, yet all the instruments were well preserved. They lifted the fuel tank cover and added some oil. Then, Chen Dong attempted to start the fishing boat's engine. 1 ignition. 2 ignitions. The engine roared to life, belching black smoke like a slumbering giant awakened in an instant. Simultaneously, the radar screen in the cockpit flickered to life. Chen Dong and his brother exchanged excited glances. What they initially expected to be an empty vessel turned out to be fully functional, saving them considerable trouble. The only drawback was that the fish finder was somewhat outdated. However, Chen Dong was unperturbed, for he possessed a unique advantage that ensured he would locate the fish. After a thorough inspection, they found that minimal repairs were necessary. Once they secured the fishing gear, they rowed back to the noodle shop. By 7 in the evening, both of them enjoyed a bowl of seafood noodles. And then Chen Ming prepared to leave for work. Brother, Chen Dong hesitated. What is it? Just speak up. Chen Ming looked at Chen Dong, somewhat puzzled. Never mind. I'll mention it another day. All right then, I'm off. Chen Ming didn't pry further and rode away to work. Since Chen Dong chose not to speak, it indicated that the moment was not yet right. Chen Dong exchanged greetings with his sister-in-law, Li Xiuli, before returning home. Chapter 45, A Beachside Barbecue. Upon returning home, Chen Dong called Dachuan, planning a sea fishing trip. 5 minutes later, Dachuan arrived at Chen Dong's house, carrying a lunchbox. Brother, my grandmother slaughtered a free-range chicken today. I brought you some. Dachuan waved the lunchbox with glee. Chen Dong smiled. Dachuan always thought of him when there was something delicious. This brother, despite his tough exterior, was indeed a treasure. I already had some noodles at the shop. Let us go to the dam to fish and eat. All right, Dachuan agreed. and the two loaded their fishing gear into the vehicle. Then, they packed 2 cases of island beer, a barbecue grill, charcoal, and some seasonings. Chen Dong planned an impromptu beach barbecue party. Spicy chicken, barbecue, and beer, how delightful. The anticipation was palpable. As the night air turned cool, 20 minutes later, they arrived at the dam where they had fished previously. The tide was rising, and the refreshing scent of the salty sea breeze enveloped them. Apart from 2 slightly tanned fishermen nearby, the dam was nearly deserted. Chen Dong and Dachuan exchanged glances, not recognizing them, likely from a neighboring village. They chose an excellent spot and unloaded their fishing and barbecue gear. Dachuan lit the grill while Chen Dong baited the hooks. He then opened the system shop and spent 50 points on some bait. Unlike others who relied on skill to fish, Chen Dong depended on his unique abilities. After preparing everything, noticing that his fishing rod remained still, he took out his phone to read several chapters of a novel about beachcombing. Wong wong wong, Lifu barked. Why aren't the fish biting yet? This dog is starving. With a swift motion, Chen Dong playfully tapped Lifu on the head. Keep an eye on the rod. I'll make you grilled fish later, your favorite grouper. Upon hearing the promise of grouper, Lifu's eyes sparkled, and he nudged Chen Dong's hand eagerly. A seasoned beggar indeed. Brother, cheers. Cheers. They clinked their bottles and took hearty swigs, downing half a bottle in one go. Burp. They both belched in satisfaction. Now this is living. Just then, one of the fishermen behind them exclaimed. They turned to see him cut his line. Damn it, my fish. He lamented, excitedly slapping his thigh. It was no surprise, as the bottom was strewn with sharp rocks and plenty of oyster shells, easily severing fishing lines. Brother, here's a chicken leg for you. Dachuan handed Chen Dong a chicken leg. Chen Dong accepted it without hesitation, savoring its delightful flavor. Tun tun tun. They finished off the remaining half bottle of beer in one go. Just then, a tug on the fishing rod caught their attention. Lifu, quick on his feet, bit down. The fish put up a strong fight, pulling Lifu towards the shore. Wow, we've got a fish. Chen Dong reacted swiftly, snatching the rod from Lifu's mouth. The reel whirred noisily as the line spun out. Brother, this fish must weigh at least 10 pounds. Dachuan exclaimed, thrilled at the sight of the bent rod. The fish was wild, thrashing about in the water, but Chen Dong skillfully maneuvered to reel it in. While the fish was strong, its stamina was short-lived. After just a few minutes of struggle, it succumbed, exhausted. Chen Dong fervently spun the fishing reel with one hand before deftly flicking it upwards. With a resounding splash, a sizable creature, adorned in a yellow-brown hue and embellished with black spots, was drawn forth and landed steadily at his feet. Wow, a yellow-spotted grouper, weighing in at around 7 to 8 pounds. Chen Dong exclaimed with excitement. The yellow-spotted grouper, a variant of the grouper species, boasts a body of yellow-brown with striking black patterns reminiscent of a tiger's hide, hence its name. While not as pricey as the coveted starry grouper, it fetches approximately 200 yuan per pound, making it an excellent choice for steaming, braising, or grilling. Wong wong wong. Lifu, upon spotting the grouper, was visibly animated, his eyes sparkling with anticipation as drool began to trickle. Brother, let me handle it. Chun swiftly took the grouper, skillfully gutting it and rinsing it clean before sprinkling a touch of salt and placing it directly on the grill. With a brush of oil and a careful flip, the exquisite ingredient was transformed through the simplest of cooking methods. Soon, the delightful aroma of grilled fish wafted across the embankment. Chen Dong tore off a piece of fish flesh, tossed it into the air, and called out, Lifu, catch. The dog leaped and caught it deftly in his mouth, dropping back to the ground with an insatiable gaze fixed on Chen Dong. Is that it? You could at least chew a little, dog brother. Chen Dong teased with a chuckle. Wong wong wong. Hurry up, that fish head is driving me crazy. You silly dog, here you go, Chen Dong laughed, tossing the entire fish head to Lifu. This tastes delightful, he remarked, savoring the perfectly grilled fish, which retained its freshness and flavor, offering a wonderfully chewy texture. Without further ado, the trio indulged in their feast as if they had been starved for an eternity. As the moon hung high in the sky, waves rhythmically lapped against the shore, creating a soothing symphony. In this idyllic setting, the three sat by the sea, relishing grilled delicacies and sipping beer, utterly content. Chen Dong reclined comfortably in his chair, basking in the bliss of the moment. In the fishing village, there were no worries about soaring property prices or job security. Such tranquility was priceless. Brother, I've caught a fish too. Suddenly, Chun's fishing rod began to tremble. The fish, albeit smaller, struggled momentarily before being reeled in with ease. A stone fish, Chun exclaimed, known also as the stone dogfish. This fish is a master of disguise in the ocean, with an oval body, a large head, and a rather unappealing visage, featuring toxic spines on its back. However, its flesh is tender and delicate, making it one of the finest choices for grilling. Wong wong wong. Lifu, spotting the stone fish, licked his lips in anticipation. Chun soon prepared it for grilling, placing it alongside the grouper. Brother, the chives are ready. Try a skewer. The mushrooms are also done, and they taste delightful. Let us have another. The two downed another bottle of beer in one go. Burp. Brother, nothing beats finishing a bottle in one gulp. Chun chuckled. Indeed. Let us keep drinking. They fished for several more, grilling each catch with enthusiasm. Before long, the delectable barbecue and beer had vanished, leaving them with round bellies as they lounged in their chairs, utterly satisfied. Chen Dong suddenly recalled a poem. The moonlight shines on the window. Two pairs of shoes on the floor, a couple on the bed. One of them must be you. After a brief respite, he stretched lazily and said, Chun, let us tidy up and head home for some rest. The weather forecast predicts a storm tonight. At that moment, dark clouds began to roll over the distant sea, and the wind picked up. The two gathered their belongings and made their way home. Chapter 46. No worries, I just want to make money. Having consumed quite a bit of alcohol, Chen Dong first escorted Chun home. Along the way, Chun insisted on spending the night with him. Get lost. Are you sleeping with me or wanting to sleep with me? Chen Dong retorted with a playful grin. Before long, they arrived at Chun's home. After ensuring Chun was settled, Chen Dong wobbled his way back home, quickly washed up, and fell into a deep slumber. The following morning, as the alarm rang, Chen Dong rose from his bed, not truly awakened by the alarm, but rather by Lai Fu's enthusiastic licking. Open wide, here comes the nectar. Lai Fu eagerly opened his mouth, and Chen Dong dripped a couple of drops of essence into it. After savoring the divine liquid, Lai Fu licked Chen Dong's hand incessantly. This essence is delicious. I feel awful if I miss a day without it, Lai Fu exclaimed. Chen Dong noted that Lai Fu had not only adapted to the essence, but had also increased his dosage. After providing 2 more drops, Lai Fu finally ceased his licking. After a quick wash, Chun entered, carrying a food container. Chun, why are you out in this heavy rain? Shouldn't you be at home? Chen Dong frowned upon noticing Chun's drenched appearance, quickly accepting the food container. Brother, it's breakfast made by my grandma. Eggs, buns, and pickles. Eat while it's hot. Also, there's honey pomelo water, specially made by my grandma. We drank too much last night, so this will perk you up. Chun grinned sheepishly as he placed the breakfast on the table. Your clothes are soaked. Take them off and let them dry. Chen Dong urged. Chun, no matter the weather, always arrived punctually. Given the circumstances, Chen Dong wasted no time and devoured a 3-flavor bun ravenously, his stomach growling from the previous night's indulgence. The bun was delightfully soft with a rich wheat flavor, utterly scrumptious. A sip of honey water followed, its sweetness instantly revitalizing him. They had indeed consumed a fair amount of alcohol the previous night, leaving him with a slight headache. Before long, Chen Dong finished his breakfast. Due to the storm that had persisted since the night before, there would be no fishing or sea outings today. Just then, his phone rang. Checking the screen, he saw it was Lin Wanqing calling. Xiao Dong, are you home now? We're on our way and should arrive in about 20 minutes, Lin Wanqing said sweetly. All right, I'll be waiting for you, Chen Dong replied with a smile. Okay. The call ended shortly after. Soon, the sound of brakes echoed from outside. Wong wong wong. Lai Fu barked at the door. Chen Dong hurried outside, where a man and a woman emerged from a BMW. Lin Wanqing approached him with a radiant smile. Chen Dong noted that she was wearing a white, form-fitting dress that accentuated her graceful curves. Her hair was styled in a bun, and her face bore a light touch of makeup, with her lips painted a milky tea hue, looking exquisite and enchanting. She wore a pair of stylish sunglasses, exuding both youthful vibrancy and a playful charm. Good morning, Miss Lin. And who might this be? Chen Dong greeted politely, shifting his gaze to the middle-aged man beside her. The middle-aged gentleman, clad in a crisp suit, stood tall and exuded an air of shrewdness. Ah, Mr. Chen, allow me to introduce you to my second uncle, Lin Tianyi. Uncle, this is Chen Dong, Lin Wanqing warmly introduced. Hello, greetings. The two exchanged cordial handshakes. Subsequently, Chen Dong promptly invited them into the courtyard and brewed a cup of tea for both. Xiao Dong, after showing my second uncle your beautiful pearl yesterday, he expressed a keen desire to see it in person. I hope you don't mind, Lin Wanqing softly remarked as she gently sipped her tea. Mr. Chen, after viewing your pearl, I found myself quite enamored, which is why I decided to come see it in person, Lin Tianyi said with a smile. Oh, not at all. It is only natural to personally inspect something one fancies, Chen Dong replied in kind. Mr. Chen, seeing as you and Xiao Qing are of similar age, may I call you Xiao Dong? Certainly, it's merely a form of address. Any name will do, Chen Dong responded with a smile. The middle-aged man appeared significantly older, seemingly in his 60s, which in rural terms categorized him as a senior. A senior addressing him as Xiao Dong felt perfectly normal, and thus he bore no ill will. After a brief exchange, Lin Tianyi candidly stated, Xiao Dong, may I take a look at your pearl? I was utterly captivated by it after merely watching the video yesterday, and I can hardly wait any longer. After all, I came here primarily for that pearl. Of course, please hold on for a moment, Chen Dong nodded. Turning to enter the house, he soon returned, holding a beautifully crafted square box. With a flourish, he opened it, revealing the pearl enveloped in velvet. The moment they beheld the pearl, Lin Tianyi and Lin Wanqing's eyes sparkled with delight. Although they had seen it the previous day, the subtle change in their expressions did not escape Chen Dong's notice. Lin Tianyi rose slowly, hastily retrieving a magnifying glass from his toolkit to examine the pearl closely. Splendid. Splendid. The shape is full, the texture smooth, and the color vibrant. It is indeed a pearl of exceptional quality, Lin Tianyi murmured to himself as he scrutinized it. Meanwhile, De Chun, observing the excitement, hurried to refill their teacups. Chen Dong's gaze shifted to Lin Wanqing, who was equally entranced by the pearl. It was undeniable that women possess an irresistible allure towards jewelry. The pearl radiated a captivating orange-red hue, with its signature flame patterns clearly visible within, marking it as a top-tier specimen. Previously, she had encountered other pearls, most of which were irregularly shaped, and their colors ranged predominantly from yellow to brown. In terms of both luster and the internal flame patterns, none could compare to the one before her. Xiao Dong, may I weigh this pearl? Lin Tianyi inquired. His complexion flushed with excitement. Mr. Lin, feel free, Chen Dong waved his hand, showing no reluctance. Lin Tianyi then produced a delicate scale from his toolkit to weigh the pearl. 15 grams. He gasped, unable to suppress his astonishment. A pearl of such weight is indeed a rare gem. After a moment, Lin Tianyi asked, Xiao Dong, are you truly considering selling this pearl? Its quality is remarkable. I haven't seen one of this size in years. It possesses significant commercial value, and even as a collector's item, it holds great worth. Moreover, pearls are said to bring good fortune. Chapter 47. A firm offer of 2 million. For an ordinary person, the notion that a pearl could bring luck might seem ethereal. Yet, for businessmen, especially in the antiquities realm, one sometimes must concede to the mystique of such beliefs. Chen Dong nodded without hesitation. Indeed, Mr. Lin. I am merely an ordinary fisherman. For someone like me, material needs are the most tangible. To speak plainly, this pearl serves no purpose for me. Only by converting it into currency can its value be realized. I apologize if my words seem somewhat trite. For pearls of this quality, they possess substantial commercial and collectible value for the affluent. However, for an ordinary person, ensuring sustenance and alleviating life's burdens take precedence over spiritual pursuits, which are not currently in my considerations. Ha ha ha, Lin Tianyi chuckled heartily upon hearing Chen Dong's candid response. Your answer is refreshingly straightforward. You are correct, for an average person. Selling it is indeed the best option. Lin Wanqing fixed her gaze upon Chen Dong. Xiao Dong, how much do you intend to sell this pearl for? Chen Dong stroked his chin, pondering briefly. As Mr. Lin has observed, this pearl is of excellent quality, and one could say it is a top-tier specimen. However, regarding the price, I would like to first hear your thoughts. He directed the question towards Lin Tianyi, for he was uncertain of the pearl's specific value. By gauging their offer, he could form a better estimate. Should their price align with his expectations, he would proceed with the transaction. Otherwise, he would seek another fortunate buyer. Lin Tianyi contemplated for a moment before stating, Xiao Dong, this pearl is indeed a rare treasure. How about we offer you 2 million for it? Furthermore, times have changed. The demand for these natural pearls is not what it once was, and we would be taking on some risk in acquiring it. Upon hearing Lin Tianyi's offer, Chen Dong smiled but remained silent. What is the matter? Do you find that price to be unsatisfactory? Lin Wanqing interjected. The average price per gram has already surpassed 80,000. That is not low. Although she was uncertain of the pearl's exact worth, the offer of 2 million was evidently substantial. Chen Dong nodded. Yes, it deviates somewhat from my expectations. Oh, then what price does Xiao Dong wish to sell it for? Feel free to propose a figure, and we can negotiate. It is only natural in business to haggle, Lin Tianyi said with a grin. While internally wondering at Chen Dong's seemingly gentle demeanor, which belied a strong sense of conviction. Add another 100,000, making it 2 million, Chen Dong casually stated, raising his expected price. If negotiation was on the table, he would naturally aim higher. Gasp, Lin Tianyi was taken aback, momentarily stunned by the unexpectedly high figure. Meanwhile, Lin Wanqing stood frozen in disbelief, her pupils slightly constricting. Did he just increase the price by 1 million? Was he truly so audacious? After a fleeting moment of shock, Lin Wanqing's expression turned sour. Xiao Dong, you are simply raising the price arbitrarily. I feel you are not being sincere. While this pearl is indeed precious, it cannot possibly be worth such an exorbitant amount. After listening to Lin Wanqing's words, Chen Dong maintained a calm demeanor and smiled faintly, still refraining from speaking. For those who truly understood, it was Lin Tianyi who held the ultimate decision on whether to proceed. As his words lingered in the air, Lin Tianyi rose from his seat and walked a few steps within the room, stating, Xiao Dong. The price of 220,000 for this pearl is indeed rather steep, although I am quite fond of it. Acquiring it at this price would result in a loss for us. How about this? I shall offer you a fair price of 150,000. If you find that agreeable, we can conclude the deal now. If not, we shall have to wait for our next opportunity to collaborate. Lin Tianyi had not anticipated that what he initially perceived as a simple young man from a fishing village would possess such depth. Chen Dong remained cheerful and replied with ease, Boss Lin, Miss Lin, I shall speak plainly. 200,000 is my bottom line. If you can accept that, we can finalize the deal now. Otherwise, we will have to wait for another occasion. Upon hearing Chen Dong's lowest offer, Lin Tianyi and Lin Wanqing exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting a certain conflict. Lin Tianyi's conflict was particularly pronounced, as the room for negotiation had evaporated. Within their circle, this exquisite Malay pearl would undoubtedly find a buyer. However, the selling price would depend on the appreciation of potential buyers. After a brief contemplation, Lin Tianyi nodded and said, Very well, we shall proceed at your price of 200,000. Lin Wanqing opened her mouth, yet the words were swallowed back. She looked at Lin Tianyi in confusion, wondering why her uncle had agreed. She was uncertain whether they would incur a loss or profit from this pearl. All right, let us have a pleasant collaboration, Chen Dong said, standing up to shake hands with Lin Tianyi. Observing their expressions, Chen Dong was confident they would acquiesce. Given their connections, this Malay pearl would undoubtedly sell. The question merely concerned the extent of profit. With a chime, a notification on Chen Dong's phone signaled the arrival of 200,000 in his bank account. With a sense of satisfaction, he thought to himself, transaction complete, and both parties have been compensated. Boss Lin, Miss Lin, shall we gather for a meal together at my home? Chen Dong extended the invitation for lunch. Having successfully concluded the transaction, it was only fitting that he extend his hospitality. Oh, there's no need for trouble. We already had a meal before coming here. I must return to the capital shortly. There are numerous matters to attend to at the company. Lin Tianyi waved his hand and declined with a smile. Very well, if that is the case. I shall not insist. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Chen Dong escorted the two out. As they departed, Lin Tianyi remarked, Xiao Dong, should you encounter any more treasures in the future, do be sure to contact me at the earliest opportunity. You need not worry about the price. I will ensure it is fair. Understood, Boss Lin, Chen Dong replied. In the car, Lin Wanqing pouted, expressing her dissatisfaction. Uncle, did we buy it at too high a price? While I may not know the exact details, I feel that 200,000 is indeed quite excessive. Just yesterday, she had held a favorable impression of Chen Dong, finding him generous and straightforward. To her surprise, he had suddenly made such an exorbitant demand. Men, it is indeed a tad expensive. However, the value of this Malay pearl will undoubtedly surpass 200,000, Lin Tianyi smiled. For those who genuinely appreciate natural pearls, this Malay pearl is priceless. In our nation, there are countless hidden talents and even more wealthy individuals. Thus, a price of 200,000 is but a trifling sum for those affluent individuals. With the right marketing strategies, this Malay pearl could potentially double or triple in value. That lad appears quite courteous and charmingly innocent. I never would have guessed he possessed such shrewdness. Faced with 200,000, he displayed not a hint of unease. Lin Tianyi continued, stroking his chin. Uncle, that's not all. This fellow is also remarkably fortunate, which is truly enviable. Just yesterday, they earned nearly $1 million from fishing in the rocky pits, and now they have acquired a Malay pearl, Lin Wanqing added. Obtaining a Malay pearl is already a rarity, and to find one of such exceptional quality is even more uncommon. That lad must have stumbled into a stroke of good fortune before setting out. Goodness, this amounts to several million in value. I never imagined it could be this easy. Chen Dong grinned widely as he gazed at the substantial sum of over 300,000 in his bank account. He now considered himself somewhat affluent. Even without his lucky charm, he could simply deposit the money in the bank and live off the interest. However, he aimed to continue striving for further gains, hoping to achieve another modest target. At that point, he could truly live without worry. Brother, 200,000, my goodness. De Chun exclaimed, equally exhilarated. Earning $1 million in a single day was something he had never contemplated. Chen Dong chuckled. Once we venture out to sea, you too will soon become a millionaire. Brother, as long as I am with you, whether it's $1 million or not matters little, De Chun replied with a grin. We must celebrate this. Indeed, it is currently 11:30, and our stomachs are growling. Moreover, it's raining outside, so we cannot go anywhere, Chen Dong remarked. As they retrieved some beer and prepared ingredients for hot pot, he intended to have a light lunch, and if the rain ceased in the afternoon, they would go to the shore. It seemed unlikely that they would be able to go to sea today. Chen Dong did not share any profits from the sale of the Malay pearl with De Chun, as it was a discovery he had made independently, and thus, There was no rationale for sharing. Even without him stating it, Chen felt there was nothing amiss. He understood that his current ability to earn money was entirely thanks to Chen Dong, and he knew precisely how to conduct himself. Soon, after finishing their lunch, the two sat back in their chairs for a brief respite and engaged in a few rounds of gaming. "Brother, are we going to the shore or to sea today? I feel a bit restless after a day without going," Chen said, his tone revealing impatience. No wonder. The recent earnings had been remarkable, and Chen was experiencing the joy of being a fisherman like never before. "Today, we shall continue to the shore, and tomorrow we will set out to sea." "The boat has already been rented," Chen Dong announced, stretching his arms. "Wow, brother, you really secured a rental?" Chen exclaimed, his face lighting up with excitement. "Yes," Chen Dong replied with a smile and a nod. Chen jumped up in enthusiasm. Going to sea was far more thrilling and challenging than merely gathering at the shore. The two then spent their time chatting, reading novels, and playing games until around 5 in the afternoon when the wind and rain began to subside. "The rain has stopped. Chen, gather the tools. Let us head to the shore. With the rain just having fallen, we should find plenty of treasures, and our harvest today should be considerable," Chen Dong said, excitement bubbling within him. On one hand, he was elated about the recent sale of the Malay pearl for 200,000, and on the other, he had grown weary of staying indoors all day. A sense of discomfort enveloped him, compelling him to seek a stroll outdoors. His intuition whispered of forthcoming rewards. "All right then, brother. I've been awaiting those words from you." Dajong eagerly nodded, promptly loading the coastal gathering tools into the vehicle. The duo embarked on their bicycles. Even as a light drizzle graced the sky, a mere inconvenience that could not dampen their enthusiasm for the hunt along the shore. To be precise, it was their fervor for profit that propelled them forward. Before long, they arrived at the beach, where a few elderly women had already begun their foraging. They drove along the shoreline for nearly an hour until they discovered a relatively open stretch of sand. With tools in hand, they stepped onto the beach, the soft grains crunching beneath their feet. After a brief walk, they spotted a wealth of mussels nestled among the rocky crevices. "Brother, there are so many mussels," Dajong exclaimed, only to lose interest swiftly. "Never mind, let us search for other seafood. You've developed quite the appetite, haven't you? Are you turning your nose up at all these mussels?" The sheer quantity appeared to weigh several hundred pounds. If they were to gather them all, it would yield a substantial profit. "Haha, it's not that, brother, it's just that they take up so much space. I have a feeling we'll find something even better today, so we need to free up some room," Dajong chuckled, scratching his head. With that, they ventured another 100 meters forward. Chen Dong's keen eyes scanned the surroundings with diligence. In the next moment, a look of delight brightened his face as he spotted a vast expanse of sea cucumbers about 200 meters ahead. "Dajong, there is something good up ahead." They hastened their pace, jogging toward the site. "Wow, look at all those sea cucumbers." Dajong gulped at the sight of the dark mass. A bounty of sea cucumbers, if collected, could easily weigh 100 or 200 pounds. "We're going to strike it rich." The thrill of discovery surged within him. Even though they had encountered sea cucumbers before, the excitement remained palpable. Indeed, trusting Brother Dong is far more fruitful than relying on Brother Chen. "Stop dawdling. Let us start collecting," Chen Dong urged. Without hesitation, Dajong began to gather the sea cucumbers. One by one, they scooped them up, tossing them into their buckets. These sea cucumbers weren't particularly large nor of exceptional quality, yet their uniform size, about the length of a hand, was appealing, and being entirely wild, their market value was substantial. Time slipped away swiftly as they filled 2 large buckets to the brim with their haul. "Brother, take a break. I'll load this into the vehicle," Dajong offered. "All right," he replied, as Dajong carried the bucket toward the tricycle. Chen Dong took the opportunity to survey the area, hoping to spot any white sea cucumbers. 2 minutes later, aside from a few small squid, octopuses, and clams, there was little else of worth. As expected, their luck this time didn't team match the last. They found no white sea cucumbers. After all, it was unreasonable to expect such fortune every time. At that moment, Dajong returned, and they resumed their search along the beach. Suddenly, Chen Dong halted in his tracks, having spotted numerous sea worms beneath the sand. Chapter 49, Nighttime Coastal Foraging. Sea worms, also known as sea centipedes, referred to locally as sea maggots or sea leeches, can grow to about a meter long. Their bodies exhibit brown or bright red hues, which can be rather intimidating. Yet, they boast high nutritional value, and their price is equally attractive. Commonly, they are prepared with scallions or garlic, or fried with ginger, yielding a delightful crunch. The protein content in these sea centipedes is astonishingly high, several hundred times that of eggs. Beyond their culinary value, they also possess significant medicinal properties, aiding in blood replenishment and reducing swelling. Fresh sea centipedes sell for around 150 yuan, while dried ones can fetch over 1,000 yuan per pound, comparable to the price of sandworms. However, Most available in the market are farmed, with pure wild specimens being exceedingly rare, contributing to their high cost. Wow, brother. Look how long that is, Dazhong exclaimed, lifting a sea centipede straightened out for emphasis. Wow. Chen Dong responded with a smack to his forehead. You finally spoke the truth. With such length, even an African lad would feel inadequate. Gazing at the multitude of centipede legs sent chills down Chen Dong's spine. Though harmless, the sight was enough to unsettle those with a fear of clusters. Despite the eerie appearance, Chen Dong felt a rush of exhilaration. All right, let us grab them quickly. These are worth quite a bit, and the sun will set soon. He instructed Dazhong, who promptly began collecting the sea centipedes. Most fishermen prefer to catch them by hand for efficiency, yet Chen Dong opted for the gloves he had procured from the system store. Finding it difficult to grasp the creatures directly, hand them over, he called out, seizing the moment to catch 2 slippery sea centipedes. The once lively creatures began to thrash violently, their soft bodies suddenly stiffening. Whoa, brother, yours is thick and sturdy, Dazhong remarked enviously. Indeed, men often develop a sense of admiration for long and robust creatures. As time passed, the beach yielded an abundance of sea centipedes, and the two continued to extract them diligently. An hour slipped away, and they found themselves nearing the end of their efforts. Brother, we've gathered all the sea centipedes. Why don't you take a break? I'll fetch some water. All right. Chen Dong straightened up, lightly patting his back. Digging for sea centipedes was akin to hunting for blood eels, not particularly tiring, but the prolonged bending did bring about some discomfort. Let us call it a day, he decided. We've likely amassed a good number of sea centipedes, with over 100 pounds of sea cucumbers, coupled with several dozen pounds of sea centipedes. Their bounty was indeed impressive. What? We're heading back now? Dazhong frowned. Yes, the sun is nearly set. We've only just begun to find our rhythm. And now we must return. I'm not yet satisfied. Chen Dong chuckled at Dazhong's discontented expression. All right then, let us continue, he said with a smile. Given how late they had started, they had hardly warmed up to the task. Let us go, brother. Dazhong's face brightened with a radiant smile, clearly in high spirits. As the sun dipped below the horizon, golden rays bathed the beach, casting elongated shadows of the 2 figures against the shimmering sands. With their feet sinking into the golden grains of sand, they gazed at the seamless horizon where the sea met the sky, embodying tranquility and beauty. The two continued their exploration along the shore. Brother, look at all these tiny holes. There must be something good here. Upon spotting the multitude of small burrows, Chun was instantly filled with excitement. Growing up by the sea, he was well aware that treasures often lay beneath these small openings. However, he was uncertain about what precisely lay beneath. Perhaps clams, mantis shrimp, or sea cucumbers. It felt akin to unboxing a mystery package. Let us start digging. These holes appear quite substantial. The seafood beneath must be of considerable size, Chen Dong remarked with a smile. Having already discerned through the water's clarity what lay beneath the sediment, a particularly large clam. While clams are a common sight along the shore, most are rather small and do not qualify as giants. All right, Chun exclaimed eagerly, picking up a sand shovel to commence his excavation. Chen Dong wasted no time and joined him. Before long, Chun unearthed the first giant clam. Brother, look at this enormous clam. It's at least 20 centimeters long, he boasted, waving the freshly dug clam in triumph. Chen Dong glanced over and confirmed its impressive size, nearly comparable to his prized catch. Just as he spoke, Chen Dong too extracted his first giant clam, matching Chun's in length but noticeably thicker. With a gentle prod, he exposed a portion of its soft flesh, and a jet of water erupted from it. Well, look at that. A mere touch and it sprays. Chen Dong chuckled. Wow, brother, yours is even thicker than mine. I must dig out a longer and fatter one. Under this playful rivalry, Chun bent down earnestly, digging vigorously into the beach. By this time, the sun had completely dipped below the horizon, and darkness enveloped the surroundings. An hour later, they ceased their efforts only after the beach was devoid of clam holes. Oh, brother, let us take a break. My back is killing me, Chun complained. Little brat, what back do you have? Chen Dong replied teasingly. Oh, you're right. I suppose I'll just lie down for a bit. At this moment, the two youths reclined on the expansive beach, allowing the sea breeze to caress their faces. The once pristine shore now appeared pockmarked and disheveled, with 2 plastic buckets brimming with their bountiful catch beside them. After resting for half an hour, they felt their energy fully restored. Chen Dong was the first to rise, brushing off the sand from his clothes. Let us go, Chun, it's getting late. We should head back. Sure thing, brother, Chun quickly responded. They loaded all their seafood onto the vehicle and departed with satisfied hearts. On the way, Chun inquired, brother, should we deliver this to Hongyun Hotel? No need. These aren't particularly precious seafood, and their sizes are modest. We'll take them directly to Lao Mo's purchasing station. Chen Dong replied, shaking his head. He knew that the hotel would offer a higher price for the seafood, but it was too late. And he didn't want to trouble the hotel. So, selling them at the purchasing station, even at a lower profit, was acceptable. Chapter 50. Setting Sail. The moon hung high in the night sky as they returned to the village dock, the clock striking 9. The dock was eerily quiet. In a few days, once the fishing ban was lifted, it would bustle with activity again. They proceeded directly to Lao Mo's seafood purchasing station, which was deserted at that hour. Mo Gaoshan was inside, tallying up the day's catch. Upon seeing the two approach, a joyful smile spread across his face. Chen Dong always managed to bring him delightful surprises, and he wondered what treasures awaited him this time. "Ah, Xiaodong, it's been several days since your last visit." Mo Gaoshan greeted, his face beaming with warmth. Chen Dong smiled in return, saying, "Uncle Mo, I've been selling the fresh catch to Honyun Hotel in the city." He was candid, revealing that he wasn't one to steal or swindle. He simply sold to the highest bidder. "Honyun Hotel, you say? That's quite a reputable establishment." "Their acceptance of your goods speaks volumes about their quality," Mo Gaoshan remarked, chuckling. "You work hard at sea, and naturally, you wish to reap a good price." "We share the same sentiment." It was evident that Mo Gaoshan bore no ill will toward Chen Dong for not selling to him this time. Eagerly, he inquired, "What treasures did you manage to catch today?" "Let me see. Nothing too extravagant. Just over 100 pounds of sea cucumbers and a few dozen pounds of sea centipedes. Oh, and several dozen pounds of giant clams." Chen Dong shrugged casually. "What? Over 100 pounds of sea cucumbers? And dozens of sea centipedes and clams? You're quite the braggart," Mo Gaoshan exclaimed, rolling his eyes with a grin. To catch dozens of pounds of sea centipedes is a dream come true for many. He chuckled, realizing that Chen Dong had effortlessly become adept at the art of humble bragging. While an ordinary person would be elated to snag a few sea cucumbers or centipedes, this lad made it sound so nonchalant, having caught so much in one go, something most would never encounter in a lifetime. Mo Gaoshan, having managed a seafood shop for years, had never before met someone like Chen Dong, who regularly brought in such bountiful catches. "Haha, just a little embellishment for amusement," Chen Dong laughed. "Uncle Mo, let us get this weighed. I'm feeling a bit hungry." He rubbed his stomach with a smile, realizing that he hadn't felt hunger at first, but now his belly was growling, perhaps from all the clam digging. "All right then." Mo Gaoshan chuckled and wasted no time in starting the weighing process. Before long, all the seafood was weighed, and Mo Gaoshan disclosed the prices. "Xiaodong, I must inform you that my prices won't match those of the hotel. I hope you understand." As the owner of a purchasing station, he had to ensure profitability, and it was impossible for him to offer prices exceeding market rates, let alone rival the hotel's pricing. Chen Dong anticipated this and replied, "Uncle Mo, since we brought the seafood here, we trust you. Accepting a slightly lower price is acceptable. It merely means a smaller profit." "All right, you're quite straightforward." "I like that about you," Mo Gaoshan said, his expression brightening. While the seafood might not be top tier, selling it would still yield him a decent profit. "We have 150 pounds of sea cucumbers, plump and even. I'll offer 120 yuan per pound. The sea centipedes total 40 pounds. Wild ones are quite pricey, so I'll offer 150 yuan per pound. And for the giant clams, totaling 80 pounds. They're of good quality and will also be priced at 150 yuan per pound. How does that sound, Xiaodong?" This was the highest price Mo Gaoshan could offer. Chen Dong waved his hand with a smile. "That works, Uncle Mo. Let us go with that price." This pricing matched his expectations and was agreeable. They quickly settled on the price, and the next step was to calculate the total earnings. Mo Gaoshan pulled out a calculator and began tapping away. The final total revenue amounted to 36,000 yuan. Mo Gaoshan retrieved a thick stack of red banknotes from his bag and handed them to Chen Dong. With money exchanged and both parties satisfied, Chen Dong remarked, "You two are truly impressive. Effortlessly earning tens of thousands is indeed enviable. It's merely good fortune." Chen Dong chuckled in response. "Since it's so late, don't rush home just yet. Come inside. I'll have your aunt prepare a bowl of noodles for you." Mo Gaoshan invited with a smile. Observing the late hour, both men realized that returning home would only lead to a cold and empty kitchen. A bowl of noodles would take only a few minutes to prepare. "No need, Uncle Mo. We still have matters to attend to," Chen Dong casually declined, finding a convenient excuse. "It feels a bit impolite to trouble others at this hour. Besides, it's not as leisurely as dining with Dachuan." Hearing Chen Dong's words, Mo Gaoshan did not insist further and cheerfully replied, "All right then, do come by for a drink when you have time." "Sure," Chen Dong responded, turning to exit the purchasing station, and the two rode their bicycles homeward. Upon their return, they had a light meal. After distributing today's earnings, Dachuan headed home. Chen Dong took a quick shower and lay down on his bed. After reading a few chapters of a novel, he unknowingly drifted into slumber. The next morning, Chen Dong rose early. After a brief wash, Dachuan entered carrying a lunchbox and a plastic bag. This kid is even more punctual than a rooster, Chen Dong mused. Brother, we have buns, rice balls, 8 treasure porridge, and eggs. Let us eat them while they're hot. Dachuan grinned, opening the lunchbox and plastic bag. Why so much? Chen Dong questioned. Grandma said we should take it with us to eat on the boat, Dachuan replied. Well, she is quite thoughtful. Have you eaten yet? Chen Dong asked. Not yet, brother, Dachuan exclaimed. Then let us eat together before heading to the dock. Soon, the two finished their breakfast, loaded their tools onto the tricycle, and set off for the dock. Wow, brother, this boat is impressive, Dachuan exclaimed as he laid eyes on it. Initially, he had envisioned a small 2-person vessel, but instead, he discovered a boat equipped with a cabin. Although it appeared somewhat worn and was not particularly large, it was a legitimate fishing boat. Well, today we'll just get accustomed to it. Once we stabilize our operations, we can purchase a larger vessel, Chen Dong assured. Really, brother? Dachuan's face lit up with excitement. Yes, let us get the tools on board. In no time, they had organized their fishing equipment. Before setting off, the two paid their respects to Mazu at the dock, and Chen Dong ignited a string of firecrackers. In his words, when the firecrackers sound, gold will follow. After all, it was their first time at sea, and it was essential to seek good fortune. The engine roared to life, emitting black smoke from the boat's chimney. Chen Dong stood in the cabin, addressing Dachuan. Hold on tight. I'm about to accelerate. Setting sail, Chapter 51, A Fortuitous Start, the Silver Pomfret School. The ocean in the early morning was tranquil and refreshing. The sky bore a blush of dawn, with golden rays cascading from the horizon, shimmering on the waves as if the sea were adorned with a layer of golden cream. A fishing boat rode the waves, heading into the vastness beyond. On board, Chen Dong and Dachuan radiated excitement. After all, they had never truly ventured out to sea before. Upon witnessing the boundless ocean, a wave of exhilaration washed over them. Brother, I wish to wear a sword at my waist, don a hat, and raise a pirate flag, Dachuan exclaimed. Smack. Chen Dong playfully struck his head, exasperated. What? Do you wish to be a pirate or the infamous Captain Jack? Why not? Dachuan chuckled, scratching his head. You clever lad, your imagination runs wild. Fine, once we purchase a boat, I'll indulge your fantasy, Chen Dong replied with a smile. It seems every boy harbors a treasure-hunting dream within. After a brief period of acclimatization, Chen Dong entrusted the steering of the boat to Dachuan while he positioned himself at the bow, keenly observing the water's surface for signs of fish. However, since they were still near shore, the fishing resources were scarce. They occasionally spotted some sea bass or silver pomfret, as well as various small fish and shrimp. Yet, these were too trivial to pique Chen Dong's interest. Dachuan, let us head directly to Pearl Island to the north. The environment there is quite pleasant, and I believe we'll have a fruitful catch, Chen Dong suggested. Pearl Island was the closest island to Zhonggong village, surrounded by several small reefs. Typically, areas with reefs yielded good results. Chen Dong's primary aim for this outing was to acclimate to sea operations, so they would not venture too far. All right, brother. Dachuan turned the helm, steering towards Pearl Island. Unbeknownst to them, an hour passed as they sailed. Suddenly, a look of delight crossed Chen Dong's face. Oh my, is that silver pomfret? At that moment, Chen Dong spotted a school of flat, silvery fish rapidly swimming towards their boat. Dachuan, grab the cast net. Chen Dong shouted excitedly. Dachuan responded promptly, rushing to the side of the boat with the net in hand. Wow, brother, there are so many silver pomfret. We're going to strike it rich. Dachuan's face lit up with astonishment at the sight of the large school of fish. Those silver pomfret are gregarious creatures. Encountering such a massive school was indeed rare. To think, they had only just set sail and already stumbled upon a bounty. Dachuan, cast the net. Chen Dong urged at the opportune moment. Whoosh. The cast net flew through the air like an arrow, enveloping the passing silver pomfret. At that moment, the net grew heavy as the fish within began thrashing violently. Chen Dong and Dachuan exerted all their strength, straining to haul the net aboard. Even so, they were rocked back and forth. Fortunately, their bodies had been nourished with spiritual essence. A mere ordinary person would likely have been swept overboard by such force. Brother, this must weigh a couple of 100 pounds. Dachuan wiped the sweat from his brow. Hang in there. We can do this, Chen Dong encouraged. Thankfully, the fish, lacking endurance, surrendered after a few minutes of struggle. Together, they hoisted the net onto the boat. Wow, these silver pomfret are quite sizable. They should weigh around 200 pounds. Dachuan exclaimed, beaming at the catch. The fish appeared uniform in size, each likely weighing around 2 pounds. Such quality silver pomfret naturally commanded a higher market price. Silver pomfret, also known as flatfish, mirror fish, or straw hat fish, are gregarious deep-sea species. Typically, they inhabit depths of over 100 meters and are known for their gentle nature. In the early morning and late evening, they swim to the mid-upper layers of the water. The price of wild silver pomfret ranges between 100 to 200 yuan per pound. The larger the fish, the higher the price. In other words, this catch could yield at least 30,000 yuan. Although it pales in comparison to the earnings from yesterday's marrow pearl, a bountiful harvest on the first outing at sea is still commendable. With that thought, Chen nodded, and the two proceeded to place the entire haul of silver pomfret into the water tank. Subsequently, Chen Dong concentrated, and a drop of spiritual essence oozed from his fingertips, which he then let fall into the water tank. He discovered that the essence not only benefited humans, but also ensured the fish remained fresh. Remarkably, even without changing the water or providing oxygen, the fish thrived energetically. What a delightful experience. Brother, I never expected that in just 1 hour, we would net such exquisite silver pomfret. Chen grinned widely, revealing his gleaming white teeth. Initially, both believed they lacked experience on their first fishing expedition. However, they fortuitously stumbled upon a school of silver pomfret, filling their hearts with elation. The two navigated their boat onward towards Pearl Island. Unfortunately, luck was not on their side during the journey, as they encountered only small fish and shrimp. Half an hour later, they finally arrived at the reefs near Pearl Island, a location typically abundant with treasures. The surrounding waters were crystal clear, blending seamlessly with the sky, and the environment was exceptionally picturesque. With only their boat in sight, the area felt spacious and serene. Chen Dong directed Chen as he maneuvered the fishing vessel to a gradual halt. Chen, let us pause here. I sense there might be valuable finds nearby. Chen Dong instructed, having just spotted a wealth of seafood through his keen observation. Sure thing, brother. Chen replied, without a hint of doubt. Chen Dong instructed him to retrieve the fishing nets and boxes before casting them into the water. At the same time, he accessed the system's marketplace, locating the bait section to purchase a packet of bait. Suddenly, a skill called breath-holding technique caught his attention. His gaze fixated on the skill listed above. Breath-holding technique. By learning this skill, one can breathe freely underwater without the need for oxygen, allowing for unimpeded swimming and ignoring underwater pressure. Maximum level, 100. Current level, 1. Allowing for a diving depth of 100 meters. Required points, 10,000. In disbelief, Chen Dong's eyes widened in astonishment. If he could breathe underwater, wouldn't that mean he could catch seafood with his bare hands? There would be no need for fishing nets at all. It would be akin to plucking money from the sea. The mere thought filled him with anticipation. Excellent, excellent. Chen Dong felt a rush of joy. If he spent 1 or 2 hours underwater, he could only imagine Chen's reaction upon witnessing it. Chapter 52, Premium Lobster. With that thought, Chen Dong wasted no time and clicked to redeem the skill. Instantly, a wave of mysterious information surged into his mind, completing the automatic learning of the skill. Breath-holding technique. Level 1, silently activated, points consumed, 10,000. A pang of regret struck Chen Dong as his points plummeted to a mere 15,000. He then tossed all the bait into the water. At that moment, Chen had also brought over the fishing net, and the two of them cast the net into the water, along with several crab traps. Once all was set, they settled down to await their catch. Chen, how about a swim? Shall we have a race? Sure, brother. I was just thinking of swimming a couple of laps. In their childhood, they often competed in swimming and holding their breath underwater. Each time, Chen Dong swam further and stayed submerged longer than Chen. 3, 2, 1, go. As the words left Chen Dong's lips, Chen plunged into the water, creating a massive splash. Chen Dong, on the other hand, executed a graceful dive like a swimming athlete, entering the water without a single splash, his form perfect. The two swam towards the nearby reef, agreeing that whoever returned to the boat first would be the victor. Brother, this time I'm definitely going to win. Chen called out as he swam. All right, but you better give it your all. Chen Dong replied with a sly smile, submerging himself once more. 10 minutes later, Chen reached the reef first. Popping his head above the surface and glancing around, noticing that Chen Dong had yet to arrive, which filled him with joy. Brother, I told you I would win today. Chen exclaimed triumphantly. He quickly turned and swam back to the boat, feeling confident in his impending victory. Meanwhile, Chen Dong activated the breath-holding technique, exploring the underwater scenery. Surprisingly, he felt no discomfort. Not only could he see everything clearly beneath the water, but he also felt far more at ease than on land. In that moment, he felt akin to a free-spirited fish, experiencing no resistance, as if he were one with the ocean. Before long, Chen Dong spotted a group of red-colored grouper darting towards the fishing net. Instantly, he recognized them as East Star grouper. Following closely behind were some yellow-striped tiger grouper, easily identifiable by their distinctive yellow and black markings. Time swiftly elapsed, and in the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. Brother, where are you? Chen called out, growing anxious as he hadn't seen Chen Dong surface for quite some time. Brother, given that so much time had passed, It far exceeded the human limit for holding one's breath underwater. With a splash, upon hearing Chun's calls, Chen Dong hastily surfaced, inhaling fresh air. Phew. Seeing Chen Dong, Chun let out a heavy sigh of relief. Brother, are you a fish person? How could you stay underwater for so long? You nearly scared me to death. Chun exclaimed, utterly bewildered. It was as though he had encountered a ghost since Chen Dong had not emerged since diving in, meaning he had been underwater for a full half-hour. The most astonishing part was that upon surfacing, he appeared vibrant and full of energy, showing no signs of fatigue. Not even a hint of breathlessness. What's with that odd look, Chun? Is there something on my face? Chen Dong remarked, noticing Chun's unblinking gaze. Brother, you must confess, where did you secretly learn to dive? How could you stay underwater for so long? Have you been possessed by the Dragon King? Chun asked earnestly. Uffed. Chen Dong couldn't help but laugh at Chun's sudden seriousness. What do you mean possessed by the Dragon King? When I surfaced, you were busy swimming with all your might. I merely ventured underwater for a brief moment. Chen Dong casually fabricated an excuse. Chun, I've been waiting for you on the boat for half an hour. Where did you switch your air? Brother, be serious. Have you been possessed by a fish spirit? Clearly, Chun was skeptical. Get lost, you've read too many novels. Chen Dong retorted with a chuckle. He then added, hand me the fishing net, I shall dive again. There should be plenty of treasures below. Despite his lingering doubts, Chun swiftly retrieved the fishing net. I'll dive. You wait for me on the boat. With that, he plunged into the water with a splash. His hands glided effortlessly through the water. His body as agile as a fish, propelling him towards the ocean floor. Before long, he was greeted by a vibrant tapestry of coral reefs, surrounded by a myriad of fish that danced gracefully around him, a sight to behold. However, most of the fish were relatively small, akin to ornamental species. Chen Dong began to explore the coral reefs, recalling from television that many fish often concealed themselves within the corals. Suddenly, a vividly colored lobster came into view. Holy moly! Isn't that a flower-faced lobster? The flower-faced lobster, scientifically known as the splendid lobster, also referred to as the Yamato lobster or mountain lobster, can grow to over half a meter in length. Its long antennae bore a striking pattern of yellow-brown and yellow stripes, and its body was a riot of color. Though it had concealed itself quite well, its distinctive antennae betrayed its presence. Chen Dong felt a surge of excitement and swiftly swam toward the splendid lobster, which was attempting to retreat into the rocks. Quick as a flash, Chen Dong seized its antennae. The moment it was caught, the splendid lobster began to thrash about frantically. Wow, it's quite sizable, nearly half a meter long. Chen Dong exclaimed in astonishment. Such a large lobster would not easily part with its antennae. With a firm grip, he pulled it out with relative ease. Not bad at all. A wild, splendid lobster of this size could fetch a price of at least 100,000. Chen Dong gazed at the lobster with delight. It was rumored that a fisherman had previously caught a 6-pound splendid lobster that sold for 300,000. This one appeared to weigh around 4 to 5 pounds. He wondered how much it would sell for, knowing that seafood prices could vary significantly by region. Since he had found one so large, there must be more nearby. After securing the lobster in the net, Chen Dong resumed his search around the coral reefs. Chapter 53, A Culinary Showcase at Sea. One must admit, the coral beneath the sea was stunningly beautiful, a kaleidoscope of colors. Immersed in this underwater paradise, it felt as though he had entered a realm of enchantment. The marine environment of the open sea was undeniably superior to that of the coastal waters. Just as he was about to revel in the beauty, Chen Dong spotted another splendid lobster nestled in a crevice of the rocks, its vibrant colors revealing its presence. Employing the same technique, he grasped its antennae and swiftly pulled it free. Excellent, excellent. We must keep the family together. This lobster was not as large as the first, but still weighed approximately 3 pounds. He fantasized about capturing a few more splendid lobsters so that they could return home with a bountiful catch. Unbeknownst to him, 10 minutes had slipped away. As he had not encountered any additional splendid lobsters, he decided to head back to the boat. Just then, he caught sight of several striped lobsters lounging leisurely in the crevices of the coral on his left. The striped lobster, also known as the blue lobster or the great blue lobster, is a social nocturnal creature. By day, they hide in the crevices of rocks or coral reefs, emerging in groups at night to forage. At that moment, these striped lobsters lay quietly in their nook, their long antennae swaying gently in the water, seemingly playful and enticing potential predators. Come here, let us have the whole family together. Chen Dong, quick and nimble, captured each lobster and placed them into the cage. These lobsters were also substantial, each weighing around 2 pounds. Pure wild striped lobsters command a price of approximately 200 yuan per pound. With over 40 lobsters in the cage, he was looking at a potential income of around 10,000 yuan. As time ticked by, another 20 minutes passed. That should be enough. I'll head up now. Chen Dong turned, gripping the cage with his left hand and paddling towards the small boat with his right. With a splash, he emerged from the water, raising his head above the surface. "Brother, thank goodness you're back. I was about to start calling for you," Chen exclaimed with a look of concern. Although he had already witnessed Chen Dong's diving prowess, half an hour without his presence had made him anxious. "You brat. When I say there's no problem, there's no problem." Chen Dong chuckled, then instructed, "Pull the net up." As Chen eagerly took hold of the fishing net, he exclaimed, "Wow, brother, what treasures have you caught?" "2 splendid lobsters and dozens of striped lobsters," Chen Dong replied. "What? Splendid lobsters? Really?" Chen's face lit up with astonishment and joy. With the gradual deterioration of the marine environment, splendid lobsters had become increasingly rare in these waters. Even venturing into deeper regions, capturing splendid lobsters had become a daunting challenge. Yet, unexpectedly, Chen Dong had managed to catch 2, and of considerable size at that. Yes, the larger one weighs about 4 to 5 pounds, and the smaller one is around 2 to 3 pounds. As he spoke, Chen pulled the net out, captivated by the vibrant colors of the lobsters. "Wow, what enormous, splendid lobsters!" he exclaimed, his excitement palpable. He quickly took out his phone, snapping pictures enthusiastically. Afterward, he placed them in a live storage tank for safekeeping. "Be extremely careful not to damage the splendid lobster's antennae. Each one is worth quite a bit," Chen Dong cautioned earnestly. One antenna of a splendid lobster could fetch several thousand yuan. Moreover, the value of seafood lies in its freshness, especially for live lobsters. The price is naturally high. However, if they die or lose freshness, their value diminishes significantly. "Rest assured, brother," Chen assured him as he carefully placed the splendid lobsters into the live storage tank. As they turned back, he was holding a lunchbox. "Brother, let us eat something first. I'm starving." With a chuckle, Chen Dong couldn't help but smile at Chen's plaintive expression. It was already past 1 in the afternoon, and he too felt famished. Although they hadn't engaged in any physically exhausting work, an early breakfast followed by a missed lunch had left their stomachs growling. Chen opened the lunchbox prepared by Grandma Zhang and popped open 2 bottles of sparkling water. The sight of a steaming hot lunch brought a wave of contentment. After a long day of labor, indulging in a sumptuous meal left both of them in high spirits. "How is the food still warm?" Chen Dong questioned, casting a puzzled glance at the dishes before him, then at Chen. Logically speaking, after an entire morning had passed, it was hard to believe that the food could be steaming hot. "Brother, can you guess how I managed that?" Chen replied with an air of mystery. "Cut the nonsense. Just tell me." Chen Dong retorted with an eye roll. Chen chuckled. "I just discovered some cooking utensils and an electric stove in the cockpit. While you were in the water, I took the liberty of warming it up." For fishermen, living at sea meant being well prepared with daily necessities. From pots and bowls to essentials like rice, oil, salt, and sauces, nothing was lacking. "Impressive, kid," Chen Dong remarked. "Hee, I learned it all from you, brother," Chen boasted. "However, this boat hasn't been used for years. Can those items still be functional?" Chen Dong inquired, furrowing his brow. Chen beamed with pride. "Not only that, I even brought some spices from home, just in case we get hungry. We can cook fresh even if we don't have reheated food." Well thought out, Chen Dong acknowledged, seemingly struck by a thought. He turned and entered the cockpit, his face lighting up with excitement. "Chen, bring me a silver pomfret." "Huh, brother, what for?" Chen asked, though he still fetched a silver pomfret and brought it into the cockpit. "Brother is going to make you braised silver pomfret," Chen Dong said as he took the fish from Chen's hands. "Really? Brother, are you serious? Don't you want to eat?" "I do. I absolutely do," Chen Dong replied, his desire evident. "Brother, I'm so happy to have you," Chen said with a beaming smile. "Get lost. I'm not interested in male pomfrets." With that, Chen Dong skillfully gutted the fish, removing all its innards, then rinsed it with clean water. He instructed Chen to prepare some scallions, peppers, and garlic. As the oil sizzled in the hot pan, the aroma filled the air. Chen Dong placed the cut silver pomfret into the pan, quickly achieving a golden brown crisp on both sides. He then added the scallions, ginger, and garlic, and a rich fragrance wafted from the iron pot, whetting their appetites. "Wait, where's the cooking wine and bean paste?" "Brother, I got a bit careless," Chen admitted. "Not to worry. The fish was freshly caught and tastes exquisite even without excessive seasoning." Chen Dong continued to stir, adding sugar and water, then covered it to steam on high heat. 10 minutes later, a plate of aromatic braised silver pomfret emerged, a feast for the senses. "Wow, it smells amazing." Chen gulped eagerly, his eyes sparkling. "Brother, let us have a toast." With a playful smack to the back of Chen's head, Chen Dong replied, "We still have work to do. Save the drinking for tonight." Chen chuckled nervously. "You're right, brother. Let us clink glasses to celebrate a bountiful catch." "All right, you rascal." They clinked glasses and took a symbolic sip of sparkling water before diving into the delicious meal. The table was laden with sweet and sour ribs, braised silver pomfret, sautéed seasonal vegetables, and spicy diced chicken, meat, vegetables, and seafood all in abundance. The two savored every bite, their mouths greasy with satisfaction. Before long, they had devoured every morsel in the containers, their bellies full and round. "Brother, I'm stuffed," Chen said, patting his round belly contentedly. "Let us rest for a bit before we haul the nets," Chen Dong suggested as time flew by. Soon, it was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. "Chen, let us pull the nets. I have a feeling we're going to have a great catch today." Chen Dong stood up first, stretching his limbs. "Brother, if you say we will, then we definitely will," Chen exclaimed, leaping to his feet, excitement radiating from him. Pulling up the nets felt like unboxing a surprise. It was both thrilling and nerve-wracking. Together, they strained to lift the first net. Even with both of them working together, it felt particularly laborious. "What do you think is in the net?" Chen asked, both excited and curious. "You'll find out once we pull it up. Save your strength for the task," Chen Dong replied, silently contemplating the need for a net-lifting machine after selling today's catch. Manually pulling the nets was exhausting. With a machine, they would not only tire less, but also increase efficiency. If they encountered a haul weighing hundreds of pounds, they would be left helplessly staring otherwise. As the fishing net was gradually pulled onto the boat, the seafood appeared before them. "Wow, grouper! So many Eastern Star groupers, and even some yellowfin grouper," Chen exclaimed, nearly jumping with joy. To their astonishment, the first net was filled entirely with grouper, and their size promised a good price. "Not bad, not bad. Our luck today is still excellent," Chen Dong smiled in satisfaction. In truth, he had already seen numerous groupers swimming into the net while catching shrimp earlier. Many more had entered while they were eating. After they worked together to pull the net onto the boat, they placed the fish into the live well. This haul was estimated to weigh around 300 pounds. Next, they began to pull up the second net. Soon, with their combined efforts, the fish began to surface. The fish had skin that was predominantly orange-brown or reddish-brown, adorned with spots and patterns. Their dorsal fins were also lined with sharp spines. "Stonefish." Chen Dong recognized the species at first glance. "Brother, it's all stonefish. Our luck is phenomenal," Chen exclaimed, his face aglow with surprise. Stonefish, also known as tiger-head fish, typically exhibit a reddish-brown hue, with lighter colors on their bellies and various size spots on their fins, making them easy to identify. Caution was necessary when handling them due to the hard spines on their dorsal fins, which contain mild neurotoxins. Some people even keep these fish as ornamental pets. The flesh of stonefish is exceptionally delicious, making it a great choice for steaming, braising, or soup. Generally, they weigh around a pound and fetch approximately 100 yuan each. Most fish in this net weighed around 5 pounds. The heavier they were, the more valuable they became. Chen, put in some more effort. We're almost there," Chen Dong encouraged. Pulling several hundred pounds of fish from the water was indeed taxing. With a thud, the last of the fish was finally pulled onto the boat. Phew! Chen collapsed onto the deck, panting. Chen Dong wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling less fatigued, thanks to the nourishing effects of the elixir, which gave him greater stamina than Chen. "Brother, it's exhilarating yet exhausting," Chen said, sitting up with a hearty smile. "Do you enjoy this feeling?" "I do. Brother, as long as we can make money, what is a bit of fatigue?" Chen nodded vigorously. "Well, I'll make sure it gets even better for you in the future." After chatting for a while, they began sorting the catch. They sorted out some small fish and an array of colorful, unidentified fish from the net and tossed them back into the sea. After sipping a bit of the spiritual essence, the two prepared to haul up the remaining crab traps. "May Mazu bless us, let the last traps be overflowing." At that moment, Dachuan clasped his hands together in earnest prayer. Most fishermen along the coast have revered Mazu as their faith since childhood, praying for favorable winds and abundant catches. Though a myth, such devotion must be genuine. As the saying goes, sincerity begets miracles. "Dachuan, we will surely have an abundant catch," Chen Dong affirmed, noting Dachuan's serious demeanor. Soon, the last box net was pulled from the water, revealing the treasures within. "Wow, look at that colossal flower crab. And the offshore needle crab, not to mention some white-tipped lobsters," Dachuan exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement. The variety of seafood was impressive, and the size of the lobsters was remarkable, a rare sight indeed. "It seems Mazu still favors us. Brother, when we return, I must pay my respects at the temple, praying for our safe and bountiful voyages." "Agreed," Chen Dong replied with a smile. Together, they hoisted the box net, and as they approached the last one, Dachuan reached out eagerly to grab it. "Dachuan, wait," Chen Dong hurriedly cautioned. "What is it, brother?" Dachuan asked, puzzled. "It looks like there's a stonefish underneath," Chen Dong observed, eyeing the lump resembling a rocky formation. Upon closer inspection, the grotesque appearance confirmed it was indeed a stonefish. The stonefish, scientifically known as Sinensia, is also called the stone sculpin. It has an elongated, flattened body, and often hides beneath coral reefs, excelling at camouflage, resembling a rock. Hence earning the title of the underwater magician. Its eyes and chin protrude noticeably, and its body is bumpy and uneven, giving it an overall rocky appearance that many would deem unattractive. Yet, despite its hideousness, it is far from gentle. Its dorsal fin contains venomous spines, and a single poke could be fatal. Inadvertently pricked, one could succumb to an overdose of neurotoxins. Chapter 55. Let go of me, brother. Come at me. Despite its unappealing visage and lack of gentility, the stonefish is a delicacy among fish. Its flesh is tender, smooth, and highly nutritious. Whether steamed or in a soup, its flavor is exquisite. These qualities have made it a sought-after catch among fishermen, who are often willing to risk great danger to ensnare such a fish. Consequently, the stonefish has become so prized in the country that it now necessitates artificial breeding. Naturally, it commands a handsome price, ranging from 200 to 300 yuan per pound. At this moment, Chen Dong carefully transferred all the stonefish into a separate water tank. Then, they tidied up the fishing net. By the time they finished, it was already 4:30 in the afternoon. Dachuan, let us head to the county to sell our catch, Chen Dong instructed. Dachuan turned the boat towards the town's dock. As they neared the dock, Chen Dong called Zhang Fei. Xiaodong, have you caught something good? Zhang Fei's cheerful voice resonated as soon as the call connected. It had been 2 days since he last heard from this guy, and he was starting to feel a bit out of sorts. Given the timing of the call, he anticipated good news. Fei Ge, we just harvested several hundred pounds of pomfret, along with 200 pounds of stonefish and some lobsters. Do you think the hotel would be interested? Chen Dong reported the seafood haul. He opted not to go directly to the village dock, as such a bountiful catch would undoubtedly attract attention. While people generally appeared amicable, jealousy ran deep. They feared not only that he was doing well, but that he was doing better than they were. Ever since the last incident, it felt as if the villagers were watching him like hawks. If they learned of this catch, fishing would no longer feel secure for him. He had already devised a plan. If the hotel didn't need or could not consume such a vast quantity of seafood, he would sell it to other purchasing stations. I knew it. You must have had quite the haul. Just wait, we'll be there shortly, Zhang Fei chuckled before hanging up. Meanwhile, as their small boat sailed onward, the sun began to set slowly. A splash of crimson painted the distant skyline, reflecting upon the ocean, creating a breathtaking scene. Captivated by the beauty, Chen Dong quickly snapped a photo and shared it on his social media. Life in a small fishing village is tough. All I get to see are these sunsets, which pale in comparison to the dazzling lights of the big city. Before long, his social media exploded with comments. Wow, it's been ages since I've seen a sunset. Boo-hoo. The city is a deep trap. I want to return to the countryside. Wait for me. I don't want to go to this wretched class for a single day. To hell with it. I once dreamed of roaming the world with a sword, but alas, my plans were dashed. Chen Dong chuckled at the comments before exiting the chat application. Half an hour later, the fishing boat steadied itself at the dock. Brother, it's bustling at the dock. Well, it's the county, after all, Chen Dong casually remarked. The county dock was far livelier than the village one, with most of the fishing boats having returned. The dock was teeming with people, fishmongers hawking their catches, and vendors selling snacks, creating a vibrant and bustling atmosphere. Although lively, the scene appeared somewhat chaotic. Perhaps due to the abundance of catch, the air was thick with an unpleasant fishy odor. Brother, look over there. At that moment, Lin Yuetong's sweet voice rang out from the crowd. Chen Dong turned to see her waving at him, leading a group of people toward him. As they approached, Lin Yuetong wore a sleek and elegant esports outfit, white top paired with a black skirt that accentuated her graceful figure, exuding an air of mystery and allure. Lin Wonking donned a cream-colored tracksuit, her high ponytail lending her a fresh and adorable appearance, reminiscent of a charming neighbor girl. Sister Lin, Fei Ge. Sorry to keep you waiting. Chen Dong greeted enthusiastically. Not at all. We just arrived, Lin Yuetong replied cheerfully. Each time she met Chen Dong, she felt a sense of reassurance from this young man. He was handsome under the sunlight, spoke with elegance, and his deep, mesmerizing gaze seemed to bring her good fortune. Brother, your luck is incredible. You just found a beautiful pearl yesterday, and today, on your first outing, you caught so much seafood? Lin Wonking chimed in playfully. Zhang Fei quickly added, Yeah, you make me want to go out to sea with you. Well, I truly do not know. Chen Dong shrugged and continued. I initially intended to take a casual look, yet who would have thought I would end up with so much seafood? What? You merely went for a casual glance and ended up with all this seafood? Listen, does that even sound reasonable? Goodness, you rascal. Your nonchalance rivals that of the most refined aristocrats. Zhang Fei exclaimed with envy, his admiration palpable. With Zhang Fei's remark, the atmosphere lightened considerably. Chen Dong replied, What more can I say? It seems I possess a rather fortunate advantage. Then let us first inspect the seafood, he suggested, leading the group aboard the vessel. As they gazed upon the lively seafood in the water tank, Lin Yuetong's face radiated delight. With the hotel soon to host wedding banquets, this season demanded a substantial supply of seafood. Whenever Chen Dong needed it, he always managed to fulfill his cravings in the most unexpected ways. Wow! Look at all this seafood. Spiny lobsters, stonefish, and yellowfin grouper. Brother, you can't possibly be the chosen one of Mazu, can you? Lin Wanqing exclaimed, her eyes wide with envy as she beheld the tank brimming with fish. Chen Dong's mouth twitched. Her incessant calls of brother sent shivers down his spine. He hadn't anticipated Lin Wanqing's familiarity with such a variety of seafood. Perhaps Mazu takes pity on me and is looking out for me, he chuckled lightly. Really? Then I must share in your good fortune. With that, Lin Wanqing reached out playfully towards Chen Dong, who instinctively jumped back. Quickly now. This is not the time for such antics. It would be rather inappropriate to behave so frivolously in broad daylight. He then glanced at Chen, who was holding his hands tightly, seemingly signaling, leave my brother alone, come at me instead. Such vanity. Lin Wanqing shot Chen Dong a sidelong glance before walking away. All right, let us proceed with weighing the seafood. Lin Yuetong chimed in with a smile. The hotel workers promptly acknowledged her, beginning to weigh the stonefish and orchid crabs among other types of seafood. Due to the relatively small quantity, the weighing progressed swiftly. Xiaodong, we have a total of 30 stonefish, 8 of which are larger, weighing approximately 4 to 5 pounds each. I will estimate at 5 pounds, charging 500 per pound. The remainder weighs around 2 to 3 pounds, which I will price at 300 per pound. The orchid crabs are all above a pound, priced at 160 per pound. The spiny lobsters weigh in at 100 pounds, at 300 per pound, and the white-bearded lobsters at 60 pounds, at 260 per pound. Before long, the weighing of the lobsters and stonefish was complete, and Lin Yuetong relayed the prices. Xiaodong, what do you think of these prices? She asked earnestly. Absolutely fine. Sister Lin, the prices are quite reasonable. Chen Dong nodded in agreement. Lin Yuetong's pricing was slightly above market value, which naturally pleased Chen Dong. Sister Lin, with prices this high each time, aren't you worried about incurring losses? Chen Dong inquired with a smile. Previously, their catches had amounted to merely 100 pounds or so of fish. More or less did not matter. However, future outings could yield several tons of fish. This concern stemmed not from a desire to protect her interests, but rather from his own principles against taking advantage of others. Haha, rest assured, my dear brother. As a businesswoman, I have my ways, Lin Yuetong replied cheerfully. Very well, then, Chen Dong nodded, then recalled something. Sister Lin, I also have 2 magnificent lobsters, extraordinarily large. What? Magnificent lobsters? Just how large are we talking? Lin Yuetong's eyes sparkled at his words. Magnificent lobsters are quite rare and inherently expensive. Even deep-sea fishing boats seldom encounter them. However, for Lin Yuetong, these lobsters, while not overly precious, intrigued her due to their scarcity. They weigh around 5 pounds for the larger ones and 3 pounds for the smaller ones, Chen Dong stated. Such size? Lin Yuetong paused momentarily before regaining her composure. Xiaodong, why don't we head back to the hotel? We've come here so many times, yet I haven't treated you all to a meal. This time, let's not decline. Shall we eat and chat? Of course. Chen Dong agreed without hesitation. Not only had he never dined at the hotel, but accepting Lin Yuetong's invitation would also be a matter of courtesy. Moreover, all the seafood would ultimately need to be brought back to the hotel. Lin Yuetong instructed the hotel workers to pack the seafood, then prepared to turn away. Just then, oh no, she accidentally stepped into a gap in the wooden deck and tumbled toward the floor. Chen Dong, quick as lightning, dashed forward and caught her just before she fell. Upon contact with her skin, he found it smooth and pleasantly elastic. Having successfully caught her, he felt rather pleased. Yet, Lin Yuetong still ended up seated sideways on the deck. The scene was reminiscent of a familiar cinematic moment. A white shirt, black shorts, and black stockings. Chen Dong's mouth twitched as he recalled a particular film. Such an enchanting sight. No, this is wrong. He shook his head, dismissing the thought. Are you all right, Sister Lin? Chen Dong quickly inquired with concern. I'm fine, just twisted my ankle a bit, Lin Yuetong said, her brow furrowed as she touched her aching ankle. Upon hearing this, Chen Dong promptly removed her shoe. Instantly, a petite, delicate, and fair foot appeared before him. It looked quite delectable. Quite lovely. Chen Dong observed her slightly swollen right ankle, but he had no time to admire her foot. Instead, he pondered how to swiftly alleviate the swelling and pain. After all, she had fallen on his boat. Oh dear, it's already swollen. Lin Wanqing exclaimed anxiously from the side. I wonder if the essence has any anti-swelling or pain-relieving properties. With that thought, Chen Dong wasted no time. With a mere thought, a drop of essence oozed from his palm. He gently grasped Lin Yuetong's right ankle and began to massage it softly. Does it hurt? No, not at all, Lin Yuetong responded, feeling a strange sensation, neither quite itch nor numbness. as she instinctively recoiled slightly. Stay still. I'm helping you with the swelling, Chen Dong insisted earnestly. Okay, Lin Yuetong complied. Settling down to enjoy Chen Dong's attentive care, stealing glances at his hands, her cheeks flushing. 2 minutes later, Chen Dong withdrew his hand, and the redness and swelling around Lin Yuetong's ankle had vanished as if nothing had ever happened. Does it still hurt? Chen Dong asked softly. Lin Yuetong blinked, then came to her senses. No, it doesn't hurt anymore. That is wonderful. Wow, how miraculous. Just moments ago it was red and swollen. And now it's completely gone. Lin Wanqing marveled from the side, her eyes widening as she stared intently at Chen Dong, as if seeking to uncover some hidden secret within him. Chen Dong felt a bit uneasy under her gaze and asked, Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? I must have a good look at you to discern whether you are human or a spirit. Lin Wanqing squinted her eyes, observing him intently, while pondering, how many secrets does this fellow truly harbor? Chen Dong rolled his eyes in exasperation and replied, During my previous part-time job, I learned traditional Chinese massage from a teacher. It's quite effective for reducing swelling and alleviating pain. He concocted this excuse, clearly knowing that Lin Wanqing was skeptical of his explanation. Well, since everything is fine now, let us head back to the hotel, Lin Yuetong said to Lin Wanqing. Then turning to Chen Dong, she expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Xiao Dong. Sister Lin, it was merely a small effort on my part, Chen Dong replied with a smile. Subsequently, the group boarded a vehicle and journeyed towards the hotel. Hey, have you noticed? Our boss seems to have an interest in this guy. One hotel staff member remarked to another on the boat. Surely not. A fisherman and a hotel owner? How could that be possible? The other scoffed. Are you blind? It's so obvious. What kind of luck does this kid have to charm our ice queen? If I had such fortune, I'd do backflips while eating a pie. Enough of that. With your looks, you might as well go find true love with a lamppost. Get to work, or you'll be in trouble when it gets dark. Upon arriving at the hotel, the group directly ascended to a private room on the 3rd floor. On the way, Lin Yuetong instructed the hotel to prepare some signature dishes. The efficiency of the Grand Hotel was impressive. As soon as they were seated, the dishes began to arrive one after another. It must be said, the cuisine was exquisite, both in presentation and flavor, though the portions were rather modest. If it were to open in the bustling metropolis, it would surely thrive. Bang! A bottle of Maotai was uncorked by Zhang Fei, who exclaimed with delight, Brother Xiao Dong, we shall not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated. That depends on Brother Fei's capacity, Chen Dong jested. Haha, you're quite the straightforward one. With that, Zhang Fei began to pour drinks for everyone. Lin Yuetong stood up, smiling, and said, Let us have a toast first. After downing a glass, she turned to Chen Dong, beaming, and declared, Xiao Dong, this toast is for you. Thank you for your assistance with the hotel and for helping me today. Seeing the earnest expression on Lin Yuetong's face, Chen Dong smiled and quickly returned the gesture. Sister Lin, you needn't mention it. It was merely a small favor. In fact, I owe you my gratitude for taking care of me. Let's refrain from such formalities in the future. It would only create distance between us. Of course, this was merely his pretense. His goods were in high demand. Even if Hongyun Hotel did not take them, selling to others would also yield a handsome profit. All right then, let us drink to that. Lin Yuetong raised her glass once more to address everyone. Besides business engagements, she rarely indulged in alcohol. This occasion was primarily to express her appreciation for Chen Dong's trust. Not only had he assisted her multiple times, but he had also treated her foot injury today. Now, she felt indebted to him and resolved to find a proper way to thank him later. She just wasn't sure what someone like Xiao Dong would appreciate. As they dined and conversed, the atmosphere was exceedingly harmonious. Meanwhile, the weights of the silver pomfret, stone grouper, and spotted grouper had been tallied. Xiao Dong. There are 106 pounds of silver pomfret over 2 pounds, and 220 pounds under. For the over 2 pound category, I can offer you 260 yuan per pound. And for the under 2 pound category, 200 yuan per pound. The stone grouper totals 290 pounds at 150 yuan per pound. And the starry grouper totals 160 pounds at 360 yuan per pound. The yellowfin tiger grouper weighs 80 pounds at 450 yuan per pound. Lin Yuetong reported the seafood weights and prices, which Chen Dong found quite satisfactory. Simultaneously, the 2 exquisite lobsters were weighed. Xiao Dong, those 2 lobsters have been weighed. The larger one is a hefty 6 pounds, and the smaller one is 4 pounds. I can offer you 400,000 yuan for these 2. What do you think? Upon hearing the price, both Zhang Fei and De Chun gasped in disbelief. Can these 10 pounds of creatures truly be worth 400,000 yuan? Chen Dong waved his hand grandly and confidently replied, No problem, Sister Lin, let us go with that price. This amount was in line with his expectations, even slightly exceeding them. Good, Lin Yuetong replied with a gentle smile. The next step was to calculate the total earnings. Armed with a calculator, Lin Yuetong began her calculations. her delicate fingers tapping the keys with an enchanting rhythm. Thus, the total earnings amount to 688,000 yuan, she announced. Upon hearing the final figure, Chen Dong maintained a calm demeanor, as it aligned closely with his own estimates. Zhang Fei, however, wore an expression of disbelief. He couldn't fathom that. On their first outing, they had amassed such a substantial haul. It was beyond his wildest dreams. This was merely the yield from half a day. It was no exaggeration to say that this rate of profit was akin to plucking money from thin air rather than fishing. De Chun shared in the excitement, exclaiming that their bounty was extraordinary. The income from a small boat had exceeded 600,000 yuan, surpassing even that of some large fishing vessels. If they were to switch to an ocean-going vessel, the profits would be astounding. Following tradition, Lin Yuetong handed Chen Dong 90,000 yuan in cash, while the remainder was transferred to his bank card. After several rounds of drinks and an array of delectable dishes, both Chen Dong and De Chun were thoroughly indulged, their faces aglow from the wine. Dishes like French foie gras, scallion braised sea cucumber, abalone rice, and golden stew were all delicacies that Chen Dong had never encountered before. Each was a rare culinary treasure. To draw forth any one of them was to reveal a luxury beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Chen Dong couldn't help but reflect on the extravagant lifestyle of the wealthy. How delightful it is to be affluent. The table was cleared of 2 bottles of Maotai and 4 bottles of red wine, leaving only 1 bottle of Maotai, which Lin Yuetong firmly refused to let anyone drink further. A little is pleasurable, but too much is detrimental, she stated. Both Lin Yuetong and Lin Wanqing, unable to drink white liquor, collectively consumed a bottle of Petrus red wine. Meanwhile, Zhang Fei had long succumbed to intoxication, sprawled beneath the table. Chen Dong and De Chun were still in good spirits, pleasantly tipsy but not overly impaired. They packed up some leftovers to take home for Chen Dong's grandmother to taste. As time swiftly passed, it was 9 o'clock in the evening. Lin Yuetong invited the two to stay the night at the hotel, but Chen Dong politely declined, citing prior commitments. Seeing that Chen Dong was unwilling to stay, Lin Yuetong had no choice but to acquiesce. Chen Dong and De Chun then waved farewell to Lin Yuetong and the others. They proceeded to a fishing tackle shop, where they purchased a net lifting machine and a small ice maker, instructing the owner to load them onto the boat before their outing the following day. Only then did they take a taxi home. Arriving at the dock, De Chun, feeling slightly tipsy, asked, "Brother, is money really made of paper? Those 2 lobsters sold for 400,000? Sitting in the tricycle, Dachuan's face was alight with astonishment. Today, the sales from lobsters and captured seafood amounted to nearly 700,000. Had he continued delivering milk, it would have taken him at least 20 years to earn such a sum. While 700,000 might not seem substantial for many ordinary individuals, it could represent a lifetime of earnings. To his surprise, he had achieved this in merely half a day's time. Of course, he was well aware that this was entirely due to Chen Dong's efforts. "Dachuan, what is the big deal? I mentioned before that our future would only get brighter. Who knows, perhaps our next voyage might yield 1 million or even 2 million in revenue," Chen Dong stated calmly. Though he spoke nonchalantly, he felt a thrill within. Such a bountiful first outing signified that future endeavors would be even more fruitful. He could almost envision colossal cargo ships beckoning to him. "Bro, your technique today was astounding." Just a gentle knead on Boss Lin's swollen ankle, and it was instantly relieved. "How come I didn't know you had such skills?" Dachuan leaned in close to Chen Dong's ear, teasingly. "Oh, that was just some acupressure I had learned previously, and it came in handy," Chen Dong replied casually. "Come on, confess honestly, was it all smooth and soft to the touch?" Dachuan exclaimed, releasing a strong whiff of alcohol mixed with the scent of food. Chen Dong nearly retched. With a swift motion, Chen Dong gave him a light knock on the head. "You rascal, what are you thinking? Sit still." Hee, bro, that little smack felt great. "I'm not particularly bright, but with your skills, if you give me a few more hits, who knows, I might just become smarter," Dachuan remarked, leaving Chen Dong speechless. Chapter 58, Rebuke from Big Brother. The night was cool and serene. Before long, the two arrived at Dachuan's home. Zhang Xuemei stood at the door, as always waiting for their return. Upon seeing them, she joyfully trotted over. "Granny," Chen Dong greeted with a smile. "Granny, didn't I tell you to wait inside? It's freezing out here," Dachuan added, descending from the tricycle with concern etched on his face. "You little rascal, you make it sound easy. It's already past 10, and I was worried sick waiting for you both." Zhang Xuemei chided, casting a sidelong glance at Dachuan before her tone softened. "Xiaodong, hurry inside. I'll prepare some honey water for you to help sober up." "All right." With that, the three of them entered the house. After brewing the tea, Zhang Xuemei draped a coat over both of them, for the evening air in the fishing village was still quite chilly. "Granny, can you guess how much we earned from our outing today?" Dachuan asked with a playful grin, his clever little eyes seemingly saying, "We had a bumper harvest today. So hurry and ask how much we made. Guess? It doesn't really matter how much you earned. What's most important is that you both return safely." Zhang Xuemei replied with a smile. For someone of her age, the well-being of family was worth more than all the riches in the world. "Oh, come on. Just take a wild guess," Dachuan insisted, playfully pouting at Zhang Xuemei. Just then, Chen Dong, witnessing Dachuan's antics, nearly spat out his tea. "Who isn't a baby weighing over 180 pounds? Dachuan retorted. "Well, I'd say around 100,000, Zhang Xuemei suggested, offering her ideal figure. After all, it was their first voyage, and achieving such earnings was commendable. Even seasoned fishermen might not achieve such a figure. Dachuan shook his head defiantly. "No, Granny, guess again." "But higher." "What? More than 100,000? Could it be 200,000? Zhang Xuemei exclaimed, her face a mask of astonishment. "Incorrect, try again," Dachuan urged. "All right, Dachuan, it's late. Don't tease your grandmother." Chen Dong chuckled before turning to Zhang Xuemei. "Granny, today we sold a total of 688,000. "What? 688,000? That's incredible," Zhang Xuemei exclaimed, her hands trembling as she held her cup. Initially, she had thought that earning even 100,000 would be remarkable, but this haul far exceeded her expectations. "Yes, indeed, Granny," Chen Dong affirmed with a serious nod. Once Zhang Xuemei's excitement had somewhat settled, he proceeded to distribute the earnings, a moment that everyone eagerly anticipated. For money is indeed a delightful thing. Dachuan received a base salary of 200 yuan, and with a 2-share, his earnings amounted to 13,800 yuan, totaling 14,000 yuan. As he spoke, Chen Dong counted out 140 crisp bills and handed them to Zhang Xuemei. Trembling with excitement, she accepted the thick stack of cash. Her breath quickening. Though she had experienced such moments before, the thrill of holding a substantial sum still made her heart race. "Xiaodong, even if you don't like to hear it, I must thank you," Zhang Xuemei said, her eyes glistening with tears. She understood that today's success was all thanks to Chen Dong. With this money, Dachuan's future would be much less worrisome for her. With a light-hearted smile, Chen Dong replied, "Granny, Dachuan is my good brother. Rest assured, as long as I have food, he won't go hungry." Good. Observing Zhang Xuemei's kind expression warmed Chen Dong's heart. After a brief conversation, he bid farewell to the two and headed home. Upon arriving, Laifu rushed out, his canine face displaying displeasure as he fixed his gaze on Chen Dong. "Woof, woof, woof. Where have you been all day, little master? Have you been sneaking off for a private feast without me? What is that delightful aroma of meat? I must investigate." With a swift tap on Laifu's head, Chen Dong remarked, "I was thinking of you. I specially brought back this delicacy from Hongyan Hotel." As he spoke, he opened the package and placed it in Laifu's bowl. Seeing this sumptuous feast before him, Laifu's eyes sparkled with excitement, his tail wagging furiously. "It seems my little master hasn't forgotten about me. I must savor this thoroughly." As Laifu began to devour the food, Chen Dong took the opportunity to wash up quickly. After his shower, he lay comfortably on his bed. By this time, Laifu had finished his late-night snack. "Woof, woof, woof. The little master's supper was exquisite, but I still crave some essence to help me sleep soundly." Ensuring good health and longevity, Laifu declared. "Come here," Chen Dong beckoned, and Laifu approached with a look of servitude. With a flick of his finger, a drop of essence emerged and fell into Laifu's mouth. Once he tasted the essence, Laifu let out a satisfied yawn, curling up in the corner of the bed, ready to sleep. Meanwhile, Chen Dong opened the system store, noting that his points had reached 21,000. He then spent 20,000 points to upgrade both the beast language technique and the breath-holding technique to level 2. He winced as his points plummeted to just 1,000. At this moment, the sea breeze howled outside, rustling the trees in the courtyard. It seemed that rain was imminent. Chen Dong murmured to himself, "This might be for the best. I won't have to rise so early tomorrow and can enjoy a good, restful sleep." Then, after sending a message to Dechun on his phone, he fell into a deep slumber. The following morning at 9, the rain continued to fall outside. Knock, knock, knock. In his hazy state, it seemed as if someone was knocking at the door. Woof, woof, woof. Laifu barked at the door while licking Chen Dong's arm with his tongue. The sensation of being licked by the dog was quite ticklish. "Is someone knocking?" Chen Dong instinctively remarked to Laifu. "Woof, woof, woof." Laifu replied, "Yes, you lazybones. I've been calling you for ages. I'm coming. Chen Dong shouted from within, hastily getting out of bed to open the door. Upon opening it, he saw Chen Ming standing outside, holding an umbrella and a lunchbox. "Brother? What brings you here? Come inside." Chen Dong rubbed his eyes, looking at his older brother with a puzzled expression. He had thought it was Dechun who had come, not his elder brother. A warm feeling surged within Chen Dong as he reached out to take the lunchbox. only to have it pushed away by Chen Ming, who strode into the house with purpose. What on earth? Chen Dong muttered, quickly washing his face upon entering. You rascal, explain what's going on, Chen Ming abruptly stated, placing the lunchbox on the table. Chen Dong was utterly bewildered by his brother's words. What do you mean, what's going on? He opened the lunchbox and took a bite of the steaming meat bun, mumbling, sister-in-law's meat buns are truly round, soft, and fragrant. You didn't say a word before setting out to sea yesterday. What if something happened? Chen Ming frowned at Chen Dong, his gaze filled with reproach. Chapter 59. Hold on tight. I'm about to speed up. Firstly, going out to sea is no trivial matter. It often comes with inherent risks. Secondly, venturing out isn't merely about luck. Experience is paramount. Without sufficient experience, one wouldn't know how to handle any situation that arises at sea, let alone catch fish. Moreover, the weather at sea is notoriously unpredictable, with storms capable of appearing at any moment, far more perilous than simply wading into the tide. Indeed, brother, you are correct, Chen Dong replied with a smile, immersing himself in his meal. At this moment, the best strategy was to let him talk a bit more. Eventually, he would tire of speaking. Simultaneously, Chen Dong understood that his brother was genuinely concerned for him. Although he had been to sea before, those experiences were from his childhood, and he had only ventured out a handful of times. A minute later, after Chen Ming had said his piece, Chen Dong quickly shifted the conversation. Brother, the seafood dumpling soup you made is truly delightful. Of course, I excel at making seafood soup, Chen Ming said proudly, then abruptly changed the subject. Wait, how did we even get onto this topic? Just then, Chun pushed the door open and entered. Brother, Grandma asked me to bring you breakfast, and look, Big Brother is here too. As he spoke, Chun retrieved the breakfast from under his raincoat and placed it on the table, a silly grin on his face. Hearing Chun's words, Chen Dong felt a warm glow in his heart. No matter the time, Chun always thought of him. Chen Dong chuckled, you little rascal. Be sure to thank Grandma for me. Looking at the meals his brother and Chun had brought, Chen Dong felt that this life was incredibly pleasant. Not only was he earning a substantial amount of money daily, but he was also surrounded by people who genuinely cared for him. Simple yet blissful. Brother, can we go out to sea today? Chun asked, glancing at the weather outside, his voice slightly dejected. After all, having had such a significant catch on their first outing yesterday, it seemed only natural that their luck would hold today as well. He had already envisioned the little boat overflowing with fish, just like yesterday. Once the rain stops, we can, Chen Dong replied with a smile. Last night, his beast speak skill had leveled up to 2, and he wanted to test whether he could form a contract with marine creatures. If successful, they would automatically deliver seafood to him, making fishing much easier. Lying on the boat, earning money, doesn't that sound appealing? It seems my previous words were in vain. The ocean's resources are no longer what they used to be. Even the experienced fishermen struggle to catch anything. And you too, who are barely out of your teens. Chen Ming remarked with a hint of exasperation. Brother, who says we lack experience? Whether you believe it or not, I'm following Little Dong. I truly believe he's the chosen one, especially since we made 680,000 yesterday, Chun declared earnestly. Hiss. Upon hearing Chun's words, Chen Ming couldn't help but gasp. What? 680,000? So much. His eyes widened in shock, staring at the two. His fingers, which held a cigarette, hovered in the air, trembling slightly. After a moment of astonishment, he regained his composure. Did you two really make that much? You're not pulling my leg, are you? Chen Dong nodded with a smile. Yes, brother, Chun is speaking nothing but the truth. Since you're on vacation these days, why don't we go out to sea together? What do you say? Yes. The more hands, the less strain on me and Little Dong. Chun chimed in eagerly. Chen Ming pondered for a moment before responding. All right, I'll join you two to see if what you're saying holds true. Wow, that was quick. Chen Dong exclaimed, surprised. He had anticipated that his brother would disagree, but he was pleasantly surprised by the swift change of heart. He jokingly added, Brother, you sure are quick. Of course, when it comes to speed, I have no equal. Chen Ming said, puffing up with pride, only to immediately realize something was amiss. He rolled his eyes, get lost. Meanwhile, the rain continued to fall lightly from the sky. At noon, neither Chen Ming nor Chun returned home. They had a simple meal at Chen Dong's place. After eating, the three of them engaged in idle chatter and played games. At 2 in the afternoon, the rain finally ceased. Brother, Chun, let us head out now, Chen Dong said, glancing out at the now clear skies. After spending the morning indoors, he felt a bit stifled. In the past, he had no desire to go out on weekends during work, but now that he was off, he found it hard to stay cooped up at home. Sounds great, brother. I can hardly wait, Chun replied eagerly. One must admit, aside from his head, Chun was quick in everything he did. All right, at this hour. We can head out and be back by evening, Chen Ming agreed. The three of them then prepared to leave. Just then, Chen Dong's phone buzzed. Pulling it out, he saw a message from Lin Wanqing. Lin Wanqing, Xiao Dong. Are you all going out to sea today? Chen Dong. Yes, we're just about to head out. Lin Wanqing. That's wonderful. Where are you now? I want to join. Chen Dong. Do not jest. We are going fishing, not for leisure. Lin Wanqing retorted. I do not care. I simply must go. Quickly, tell me the location. Chen Dong replied. We are still in the village. Lin Wanqing insisted. Wait for me. I shall arrive shortly. With a swift motion, a striking red Jeep Wrangler came to a halt outside the courtyard. Moments later, Lin Wanqing emerged from the vehicle. Her visage adorned with a subtle touch of makeup, presenting a fresh and natural allure. She donned a crisp white short-sleeve shirt paired with wide-legged trousers, exuding an air of coolness. A sun hat perched atop her head, while two playful pigtails cascaded down either side of her face. I remarked, Miss Lin. We are embarking on a fishing expedition, and we may not have the luxury to entertain you. Chen Dong shrugged nonchalantly. That's all right. I can play with Laifu, she chirped. Glancing at the dog. Woof woof. Laifu barked, you little enchantress, arriving empty-handed? Very well then. I have no desire to play with you. Chen Dong's thoughts aligned with Laifu's. Once aboard, ensure you keep an eye on her. I shall reward you with an entire grouper. Upon hearing the prospect of grouper, Laifu's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Woof woof woof. Laifu conceded. For the sake of grouper, I shall begrudgingly oblige. Miss Lin, let us depart. Without delay. The group boarded the vehicle. Virum, hold on tight. Lin Wanqing declared as she pressed down on the gas pedal, propelling the car forward like an arrow. Chapter 60, Lin Wanqing. I possess a license too. Inside the vehicle, Lin Wanqing was asked, Miss Lin, could you drive a bit slower? It is already quite slow. She replied. Can we exit the vehicle? Absolutely not. The doors are locked. The others exchanged glances. Astonished at how the seemingly innocent and charming Lin Wanqing exhibited such a commanding demeanor. As they drove, Lin Wanqing skillfully maneuvered the vehicle at a brisk pace. Yet her driving remained steady. Within 10 minutes, they arrived at the county dock. The group procured various supplies from a nearby store, ensuring they were well prepared. Lin Wanqing's small backpack was filled to the brim with an abundance of items typical for a girl. Soon, they boarded the boat. Equipped with a net reel and an ice machine already positioned in the cockpit, Chen Dong and Dachuan meticulously checked all the fishing and foraging tools. Lin Wanqing spread a layer of sand on the deck, stepping on it to create a delightful crunch. In her words, it was a good omen for their first voyage. Virum. Dachuan started the fishing boat, and black smoke billowed from the chimney. The small fishing vessel cut through the waves, heading into the deep blue sea. Chun Ming conversed with Dachuan in the cockpit, seemingly instructing him on his driving skills. He later moved to the deck, appearing to search for signs of fish. Lin Wanqing dashed about, her excitement palpable as it was her first time aboard a fishing boat. Meanwhile, Chen Dong calmly surveyed the waters with a discerning eye. As they remained close to the shore, the fishery resources proved to be scarce, merely consisting of small shrimp and fish. Woof woof woof. Laifu leapt onto the deck, expertly catching a KFC chicken nugget tossed into the air by Lin Wanqing. The golden nugget was crispy on the outside and tender within, its aroma enticing. Laifu eagerly swallowed it in one bite, his eyes fixated on Lin Wanqing with a glimmer of desire. His tail wagged enthusiastically, exuding charm. Here, Laifu, Lin Wanqing said, tossing another nugget into the air, replicating her earlier action. In a moment, Chen Dong connected with Laifu's thoughts. Laifu thought, women are troublesome. Hurry up, my stomach is growling. A subtle smile graced Chen Dong's lips as he turned back to observe the sea's surface. Soon, Lin Wanqing's apologetic voice echoed, Laifu, the chicken nuggets are all gone. Shall we play another game? Woof woof woof. Seeing the chicken nuggets had vanished, Laifu lost interest and sauntered over to sit beside Chen Dong. Lin Wanqing murmured, all right. Let us take a break for now. We can play later. She then approached Chen Dong. What are you doing? She inquired, noticing Chen Dong's intense focus on the sea. I am observing the schools of fish, he replied with a light chuckle. Aren't schools of fish detected by fish finders? Can one truly spot them with the naked eye? Certainly, he affirmed. It is all about understanding the wind's speed, direction, humidity, temperature, and the currents of the sea. Ugh, that sounds too complicated. I shall just help you reel and fish later, Lin Wanqing said dismissively. As anticipated, her interest waned immediately. She turned and reclined in a deck chair, pulling out her phone to take selfies. Women. Xiaodong, have you spotted anything? Chen Ming inquired. Just some small fish and shrimp. I suggest we head straight to Pearl Island. The rocky areas there should yield a better catch, and there are mangroves on the island. Chen Dong replied. Agreed. Let us proceed to Pearl Island. Chen Ming nodded. Time slipped by swiftly, and before long, an hour had passed as the boat neared Pearl Island. Chen Dong's keen eyes caught sight of promising prospects. Dachuan, Chen Ming, let us set the nets here, he commanded. Having utilized his keen observation, he had discerned the underwater landscape. There were some grouper, black crabs, and three-knife fish in the vicinity. Shall we use a large or small net? Chen Ming asked. The mesh size of the nets varied. Larger holes captured bigger fish, while smaller ones caught smaller specimens. Let us opt for the larger mesh. Yesterday's experience indicates there are sizable catches here, Chen Dong asserted confidently. Then we shall follow your lead. Chen Ming agreed, and they set to work. Meanwhile, Chen Dong continuously scanned the surface and the depths of the sea. Would they encounter the exquisite lobster again today? Chen Dong mused, gazing at the vibrant coral reefs beneath the waves. The marine environment was splendid, with the water clear and azure, beckoning him to take a swim. Bro, Dachuan, I am going for a quick dive. You both stay on the boat, Chen Dong instructed. You're going in without diving gear. Are you sure? Chen Ming paused, astonished. This boy, who previously had an aversion to swimming, now displayed such audacity. It's all right. I'll only be down for a moment and will surface quickly. He reassured them. Don't worry, brother. Xiaodong is an excellent diver. Those 2 exquisite lobsters were caught by him yesterday. Dachuan chimed in, grinning. Very well, do take care. Upon hearing both of them express their concerns, Chen Ming could only nod in agreement. At that moment, Lin Wanqing, upon learning that Chen Dong was about to dive into the water, hurriedly approached him. Are you going swimming? I want to join. Can you swim? Of course. I even have a diving certificate. Lin Wanqing replied with a proud smile. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Dong responded, all right then. I possess a golden finger. So even if any danger arises, I can swiftly rescue you. With that, he plunged into the water with a splash. The next second, another sound erupted from the surface. Chen Dong turned his head to see Lin Wanqing leap in right after him. At that moment, clad in a beige swimsuit, her alluring figure was immediately unveiled before Chen Dong's eyes. He stole a glance, and his heart began to race uncontrollably. He had not anticipated that Lin Wanqing's physique would be so captivating, igniting a surge of excitement within him. From this angle, it felt as if he was face to face with an overwhelming presence. Impressive, exhilarating. Chen Dong quickly averted his gaze, and, with a gentle sweep of his hands, he glided through the water like a fish, swimming deeper beneath the surface. Meanwhile, Lin Wanqing, halfway through her descent, decided to abandon the venture and began to swim upwards. Before long, Chen Dong found himself amidst a vibrant array of coral reefs. He looked around but saw no sign of the prized lobster. Various fish darted about the coral, resembling ornamental pets. The seabed was scattered with some sea snails and sea urchins, albeit of little monetary value. Suddenly, a peculiar black-striped fish caught his eye. Nestled within an inconspicuous crevice of the coral, Chen Dong swiftly swam over for a closer inspection. Chapter 61. The Night Sprite, the Butterfly Fish. Whoosh. The little creature seemed to sense danger and retreated further behind the rocks. Drawing nearer, Chen Dong finally discerned its true form. To his astonishment, it was a butterfly fish. Elated, he realized that this species was a striking temperate ornamental fish, typically measuring around 20 centimeters in length, a true sprite of the ocean's depths. Its body was adorned with alternating black and white stripes, edged with brilliant lemon-yellow lines, reminiscent of a mysterious dancer. Due to its extreme rarity, the price was exorbitantly high. A specimen as exquisite and sizable as this could fetch around 30,000 yuan. If one were to encounter a truly passionate admirer of butterfly fish, the price could potentially double or even triple. Without hesitation, Chen Dong decided to capture the butterfly fish. Catching fish barehanded underwater is no trivial task, yet for Chen Dong, it posed little challenge. He deftly snatched the butterfly fish and secured it in his net. To his surprise, another identical fish followed closely behind, suggesting they were a pair. The coloration had deceived Chen Dong's discerning eye. Witnessing the capture of its companion, the other butterfly fish charged towards Chen Dong in a fit of fury. Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly netted it as well. Lovebirds perish swiftly. With a smirk, Chen Dong turned and swam towards the surface. Splash! As he emerged, water sprayed around him. Chen Ming rushed over, and upon seeing Chen Dong lively and well, he breathed a sigh of relief. You little rascal, why were you underwater for so long? Hurry up! Chen Ming's expression reflected annoyance, tinged with a hint of reproach. Chen Dong had been submerged for a full 20 minutes. Both of them had set their nets and were anxious for Chen Dong's return. Brother, I discovered something marvelous down there, so I lingered a bit longer. Chen Dong explained with a grin as he executed a somersault onto the boat. Goodness, 2 butterfly fish. We're going to strike it rich. De Chun exclaimed, nearly leaping with excitement upon seeing the butterfly fish Chen Dong was holding. Up until now, they had garnered little success. And to think Chen Dong had managed to catch 2 butterfly fish right after diving in was unexpected. Woof woof woof. What is this butterfly fish? Is it tastier than grouper? Chen Ming was equally astonished and delighted. Indeed, it is a butterfly fish. As a prized ornamental fish, it is exceedingly rare. Even seasoned fishermen find it challenging to come across them. I can hardly believe Chen Dong captured 2 with his bare hands. Wow, such beautiful butterfly fish. At that moment, Lin Wanqing approached, accompanied by a waft of fragrance. She was wrapped in a large white towel, elegantly draping her alluring form. Yet, it appeared slightly small for her curvaceous figure. Xiao Dong, you are amazing, Lin Wanqing exclaimed, her eyes wide with admiration as she gazed at Chen Dong. Yes, let us quickly keep these little treasures alive. If they perish, they will become worthless, Chen Dong advised. The fresher the seafood, the higher its value. Once it loses its freshness, the price drastically declines. Right, I'll fetch a water basin, Lin Wanqing replied, dashing to the cabin to retrieve a basin. With a glance at the astonished expressions of De Chun and Chun Ming, Chen Dong cleared his throat. Have all the nets been set? Yes, all the large ones are in place, Chen Ming affirmed. Indeed, we've finished setting the large nets. Only the small ones remain, De Chun added. Still, the large nets are preferable, Chun Ming commented. Woof woof woof. Lai Fu tilted his head, puzzled by the trio's conversation. Why do you keep mentioning large? Are you swapping the grouper for larger ones for me? After placing the butterfly fish into the water basin, Chen Dong added a drop of nutrient solution. You little rascal. You've led me astray again. Although your catch is impressive, spending so long underwater is perilous. You must not do this again, Chun Ming admonished, his expression turning serious. Brother, I understand. Next time, let us each get a set of diving suits, Chen Dong replied with a smile. That is indeed necessary, Chun Ming nodded earnestly. By now, the clock had struck 4 in the afternoon. They had yet to encounter the schools of fish like the previous day, so they could only proceed with setting the nets. However, the large nets were already deployed, leaving only the smaller ones to be placed. Brother, should we still set the small nets? De Chun inquired. Small nets typically catch nothing of significant value, but gathering some small seafood for personal consumption could be worthwhile. Chen Dong pondered for a moment before suggesting. Why don't we explore the surroundings to find a suitable spot for the small nets? Chun Ming and De Chun nodded in agreement, and the group steered the fishing boat to survey the area. Half an hour later, while swimming at the upper layers of the sea, Chen Dong spotted some noteworthy seafood: shrimp, crabs, small cuttlefish, grouper, and golden pomfret. Xiao Dong, did you find something? Chen Ming approached to inquire. Brother, let's set the net here. I just spotted some seafood, Chen Dong casually remarked. All right. The two nodded in agreement without hesitation. After all, Chen Dong had always enjoyed good fortune. If he claimed that this was a suitable spot for netting, it was undoubtedly true. Once they completed their preparations, they settled in for the fish to be caught. Generally, once the net is set, it requires several hours before it can be retrieved. It was already 4:30 in the afternoon, and they estimated that they would not be pulling in the net until evening. However, Chen Dong had purchased some bait from the system store. Seizing a moment when the others were preoccupied, he discreetly tossed it into the sea. They should be able to collect the net in about half an hour. Subsequently, the group relaxed on the deck. How about we go fishing? At that moment, Lin Wanqing, having changed back into her regular attire, leaned beside Chen Dong, exhaling sweetly. Miss Lin can fish? Chen Dong asked, astonished. Of course, I am a qualified sea fishing competitor. Lin Wanqing replied with a smile, proudly displaying photos from her fishing competition on her phone. Impressive, Chen Dong exclaimed, giving her a thumbs up. He had never anticipated that beneath Lin Wanqing's pure and charming exterior lay such an array of hardcore hobbies. Was this what they referred to as a contrast? Turning to Chun Ming and De Chun, he asked, would you like to join? In unison, they smiled knowingly and replied, no thanks, we'll just be spectators. How about we fish freely then? Chen Dong suggested to Lin Wanqing. That sounds rather dull. Why don't we make it a competition? Lin Wanqing proposed with a sly smile. Chapter 62, Lai Fu. I've become a water dog. Chen Dong was momentarily at a loss for words. Woof woof woof. Lai Fu interjected, you little girl, you've just hit a brick wall this time. Although my young master is not particularly skilled at fishing, he certainly has an edge. Can we? Lin Wanqing pouted and swayed her body. Sure, no problem. Chen Dong felt a sudden wave of pressure and quickly leaned to his left. Since it was a competition, there would be winners and losers. How do we define winning and losing? Chen Dong asked with a chuckle. Let us do this. We'll set a time limit of 1 hour. Whoever catches the most fish wins. If I win, I'll accompany you every time you go out to sea. If I lose, I'll cook for you all. Lin Wanqing declared. Upon hearing this, a bead of sweat trickled down Chen Dong's forehead. This girl clearly had never even stepped foot in a kitchen. Could she really cook? Even if she could, would the food be edible? All right, Chen Dong nodded in agreement. In the next moment, De Chun brought over both of their fishing gear. They each took out their fishing rods, selected their spots, and began to organize their equipment. Upon seeing Chen Dong's fishing rod, Lin Wanqing froze for a moment. As a fishing competition participant, she had used various types of fishing rods. She could typically gauge the quality of any rod just by a glance. However, the rod in Chen Dong's hand appeared to be a cheap one bought for a mere few dozen yuan, lacking even a nameplate, and was utterly unremarkable. The bait was simply some small fish and shrimp caught from the water. Ha ha ha, your fishing rod looks rather shabby. Are you sure it will work? Lin Wanqing teased with a grin. Absolutely, Chen Dong shrugged and smiled. It's all about participation. He was joking. This rod had been exchanged from the system and could withstand several tons of pull, unlike the ordinary rods on the market. Miss Lin, don't underestimate my fishing rod. It may look plain, but it can catch large fish, quite miraculous. De Chun chimed in cheerfully. All right then, Lin Wanqing mused, then looked at Chen Dong and blinked. I'll raise the stakes. If I lose, this fishing rod will be yours. Chen Dong was taken aback. Lin Wanqing's set of fishing gear was worth at least several thousand yuan. Were modern anglers this extravagant? No need. Friendship comes first, competition second. Chen Dong smiled and declined. To be honest, he was not particularly interested in the fishing rod Lin Wanqing had. He could distinguish between wild and system-provided gear. Before long, both of them had baited their hooks and cast their lines into the sea. Whoosh, whoosh. The sound of slicing air filled the air as their hooks drew elegant arcs before settling into the water. During the waiting period, Lin Wanqing opened her small backpack and began to pull out items one by one. To Chen Dong's amazement, the small bag contained an astonishing amount of snacks, peanuts, sunflower seeds, spicy strips, cashews, cheese, stuffed to the brim, resembling Doraemon's pocket. It seemed every girl was a master of spatial management. Then, they sat on the deck, munching on sunflower seeds while chatting. Laifu, shall we play frisbee together? Lin Wanqing waved a small frisbee in front of Laifu. Chen Dong thought to himself, this girl is quite thoughtful. It seems she came out to play with Laifu. Hearing this, Laifu lifted his head and continued to lounge. Laifu, I'm starving. Without chicken nuggets, I lack the strength. At this moment, an idea struck Chen Dong. Laifu, come here, he beckoned. Laifu sprang up. Woof woof woof. Laifu remarked, why does my young master have such a lecherous gaze? What scheme is he concocting now? With a flick of his finger, Chen Dong released a drop of spiritual liquid into Laifu's mouth. Before Laifu could express his gratitude, Chen Dong scooped him up and tossed him into the sea. Woof woof woof. Laifu stared at Chen Dong in bewilderment, his clear eyes filled with an expression that seemed to say, what on earth is happening? Splash. The moment Laifu hit the water, Chen Dong focused his thoughts and employed the breath-holding technique. Just moments ago, Laifu had struggled to breathe underwater. But now he found it astonishingly easy, as if he were on land, breathing freely and without obstruction. Nice. Chen Dong felt a surge of joy. It turned out that after upgrading the breath-holding technique, he could also use it on his contracted pets. This opened up a new method for fishing, much to his delight. Underwater, Laifu widened his eyes in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. I can breathe underwater too? Have I turned into a water dog? Soon. Chen Dong communicated with Laifu through his thoughts. Search the area thoroughly. If you find anything good, toss it onto the boat. My young master is truly crafty. You want me to catch fish for you? Doesn't tea that weigh on your conscience? After grumbling, Laifu swam freely like a fish, darting through the depths of the sea. Whoosh. Before long, a grouper swam towards Laifu, its clear and somewhat intelligent eyes curiously examining the peculiar creature before it. What on earth is this? Grouper. My favorite. Before the mesmerizing sight of the sesame grouper, Laifu's eyes sparkled with excitement. With a swift movement, he lunged into the water and seized the dazed fish in his jaws, before swimming rapidly towards the surface. Moments later, his head broke through the water's surface as he forcefully tossed the fish upwards. With a resounding splash, a grouper landed on the deck. Wow, brother, it's a sesame grouper. Laifu is fishing in the water. Dazhong exclaimed with exhilaration. Laifu cast a disdainful glance at Dazhong, thinking, what a simpleton. Is it so surprising that a dog can fish? He then plunged back into the water. Chen Dong snapped his fingers, exclaiming, brilliant. Huh, Laifu can fish. That's impressive. But wait, how did Laifu dive to the seabed? Lin Wanqing asked innocently, her eyes wide with confusion. Chen Dong paused momentarily before explaining. Though Laifu is an exceptionally intelligent Chinese rural dog, he has always been a strong swimmer and enjoys fishing. It's just that he hadn't been out to sea before, so you hadn't witnessed it. Now that we are at sea, his fishing instincts have awakened. Moreover, many fishermen train rural dogs to become water hunters. Is that really a thing? How come I didn't know? Chen Ming voiced his confusion. What are you talking about, brother? Dazhong chimed in, trying to undermine Chen Dong. Can't I just show off a bit? Chen Dong retorted. Just then, Lin Wanqing's fishing line suddenly went taut, and her rod bent sharply downwards. Her eyes lit up with surprise. She hadn't anticipated such a quick catch. Luck is on my side, Chen Dong remarked casually. Hee hee, Lin Wanqing giggled sweetly. She then focused her mind, one hand gripping the rod while the other deftly turned the reel to retrieve the line. The fish, snagged by the hook, thrashed in the water, causing the reel to squeak. Thankfully, the fish was small, putting up only a token struggle before surrendering. With a swift motion, Lin Wanqing lifted a 2-pound sea bass from the water. Yay! She exclaimed with glee, forming a victory sign with her fingers, her face beaming with pride. Although the sea bass was not large or particularly valuable, the thrill of catching a fish was exhilarating, especially since it was her first catch, signaling a good omen. At that moment, Chen Dong's rod also suddenly dipped, the line snapping taut. I've got one. A tremendous pulling sensation surged through the rod, as the fish, hooked and furious, darted about in the sea, the reel spinning wildly. Brother, that fish must weigh at least 10 pounds. Dazhong said nonchalantly while munching on sunflower seeds. Oh wow, that fish looks quite substantial. Lin Wanqing added, her curiosity piqued. Chen Ming glanced over briefly before closing his eyes again, relishing the piece. Hearing their comments, Chen Dong smiled faintly and began to tire the fish. After a few minutes, he finally exhausted the fish below, noticing the water had calmed. He quickly reeled in the line. Fishing, much like opening a blind box, held the uncertainty of what one might catch. With a casual flick of his wrist, he brought up a 10-pound red grouper, which landed neatly in the bucket beside him. The red grouper, scientifically known as the red nine-spined sea bass, also referred to as overfish or stone grouper, exhibited a stunning orange-red hue, reminiscent of the coveted star grouper. It typically dwells among coral reefs and rocky substrates in shallow waters, feeding on small fish and shrimp. Its price is generally higher than that of the star grouper, averaging around 600 yuan per pound. The meat of the red grouper is tender and flavorful, excellent whether steamed or braised. A specimen of such size is rare and could fetch around 10,000 yuan. Wow, it's a red grouper. Lin Wanqing gazed enviously at the vibrant fish, casting a longing glance. How could this guy be so lucky to catch a red grouper? It's my favorite, she thought, swallowing hard and lightly biting her lip. Just good fortune, Chen Dong replied with a subtle smile. Humph. Lin Wanqing pouted, feeling like a scorned wife, and cast her line back into the sea. Time flew swiftly, and before long, an hour had passed. Time's up, Dazhong announced, declaring the end of the competition. Chen Dong, 10 fish. Lin Wanqing, 6 fish. Therefore, the winner of this fishing contest is Chen Dong. With that, Dazhong proclaimed the results, and Chen Dong emerged victorious. They began to tally the catches. Not only did Chen Dong surpass Lin Wanqing in quantity, but he also triumphed in quality. The red grouper, mouse grouper, star grouper, and emperor fish he caught were all over 5 pounds each, while Lin Wanqing had only managed to catch a few smaller fish, such as sea bass and sea bream, weighing just 2 to 3 pounds. Much obliged. Chen Dong clasped his hands together in a gesture of respect, acknowledging his victory with humility. Following that, he began to tidy his fishing rod. A bet is a bet. This fishing rod is yours, Lin Wanqing declared grandly, offering her prized rod to Chen Dong. This rod is too precious. I can't accept it, Chen Dong replied, waving his hand in refusal. He was merely fishing for leisure, not taking it too seriously. No. A loss is a loss. I, Lin Wanqing, am not one to go back on my word, she insisted, shoving the rod into Chen Dong's hands, crossing her arms defiantly while gazing intently at him. Seeing Lin Wanqing's earnest demeanor, Chen Dong was both amused and exasperated. He hadn't anticipated her to take it so seriously. Unable to refuse her any longer, he pondered for a moment and finally relented. All right, I'll keep it. As an aficionado of fishing, who wouldn't he want a fine rod? However, compared to the one he purchased from the system store, this rod was still inferior. So he resolved to give it to Dazhong later. Wong, wong, wong. At that moment, Lai Fu began barking at the bow of the boat. The group turned to see an impressive array of seafood piled high at the front, including stone grouper, spiny lobster, giant blue lobster, stone crab, and more. Lai Fu strutted about proudly, resembling a triumphant general. Two-legged creatures, behold what a professional looks like, he seemed to say. Lin Wanqing thought. I haven't caught as many as Lai Fu. Am I less than a dog? Ha ha ha, Lai Fu, that largest blue crab and spiny lobster are your dinner, Chen Dong said cheerfully, admiring the bounty of seafood. Wong, wong, wong. Lai Fu's eyes gleamed with excitement as he flipped over and plopped down on a blue crab, which promptly snapped its claws, pinching his tail. Ouch! Lai Fu yelped, baring his teeth in a display of defiance towards the crab. By now, it was already 5:30 in the afternoon, and the sun began its slow descent in the sky. A stroke of crimson sunset painted the skyline, casting its vibrant hues across the sea, creating shimmering waves that resembled a magnificent oil painting, breathtaking in its beauty. Chen Dong was also busy stowing away the fishing gear, preparing to haul in the nets. Let us gather the nets. I have a premonition that today we shall have a bountiful catch, Chen Dong declared with unwavering confidence. All right. This is my first time sailing with you all. If the harvest is substantial, I shall no longer worry about you, Chen Ming remarked, his face alight with anticipation. In just half a day's time, he felt that Chen Dong was far more seasoned than he had imagined. whether in fishing or navigating the boat. He exhibited a remarkable level of expertise. De Chun wore a goofy smile, and Lin Wanqing waved her small fists, brimming with excitement. Hauling in the nets felt akin to opening a blind box, evoking a sense of tension and thrill. Before long, the group located the spot where the sticking nets had been placed. Chen Dong activated the net hauler and began to pull in the nets. The net hauler made the task remarkably swift and effortless, far more efficient than manual hauling. Soon, the first net was drawn up, revealing a lobster, an impressive giant green lobster. Chun Ming's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not expected that the very first catch would be a lobster, particularly a valuable giant green one. More importantly, its size suggested it could fetch a handsome price. Not bad at all. Today we have indeed started off on a high note. Chen Dong smiled contentedly. Chapter 64. The Hermes of the Sea, the Stone Dog Netted. The giant green lobster, also known as the wave-patterned lobster, boasts a blue-green back adorned with black stripes. These lobsters are known for their firm, delectable flesh. While they may not compare to the exquisite ornamental lobsters, they still command a price of around 200 yuan each, which is quite respectable. Wow, it's a giant green lobster, Lin Wanqing exclaimed, unable to suppress her admiration. Though giant green lobsters are commonplace in large markets, witnessing one being pulled from the sea elicited an exhilarating thrill. Xiao Dong, you and Lin Wanqing should pull the nets together, while De Chun and I will handle the lobsters, Chun Ming instructed Chen Dong. I'll join you, Lin Wanqing volunteered eagerly, wishing to assist in dealing with the lobsters. However, Chun Ming declined her offer. It was not that he was unwilling for her to help, but handling lobsters is not only laborious, but also requires a degree of experience and skill. If one were to inadvertently break the lobster's antennae or legs, the quality, and subsequently the price, would be adversely affected. All right then, Lin Wanqing nodded obediently. Though she yearned to help, her lack of experience left her to watch from the sidelines. Observing her, Chen Dong smiled, pleasantly surprised that Lin Wanqing bore none of the airs of a wealthy girl, but instead was quite approachable. In no time, the first lobster was successfully extracted from the net, while Chen Dong continued to haul in the nets. Several more giant green lobsters soon followed, along with a good number of orchid crabs, red flower crabs, and banana prawns. Before long, the entire net was raised, revealing a bountiful catch. Given the variety of seafood, the group conducted a brief inventory: banana prawns, orchid crabs, red flower crabs, giant green lobsters, small white crabs, yellow-footed crabs, and stone dogs. This modest net was estimated to yield around 20,000 yuan. While not an enormous sum, it represented a significant income for ordinary fishermen. Brother, let us hurry to gather the larger nets. If this small net yielded such an abundance, I believe the large nets will surely be even more fruitful. I can hardly contain my excitement, De Chun exclaimed with a broad grin. Let us make the most of the twilight, Chen Ming agreed. All right, Chen Dong nodded, steering the fishing boat towards the location where they had set the larger sticky nets. Before long, they arrived at the spot designated for the large mesh sticky net. De Chun clasped his hands in prayer. Mazu, may you bless us with an abundant catch this time. Hearing De Chun's plea, Chen Dong chuckled. De Chun, I believe Mazu has heard your prayers. Just moments ago, Chen Dong had already spotted a bounty of white-mustached lobsters within the net. The white-mustached lobster, scientifically known as the mixed-color lobster, is also referred to as the fur lobster. Its two antennae are strikingly pale, and its flesh is firm and delectable. Notably, these white-mustached lobsters are comparable in size to the earlier giant green lobsters, each weighing around 2 pounds. However, they are far more aesthetically pleasing than the giant green variety. Soon, the sticky net was drawn up. Wow, it's a fur lobster. Truly a fur lobster, De Chun exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Brother, have your lips been blessed? I can't believe that my wish was granted so swiftly. The entire net was soon raised, revealing exclusively fur lobsters, with no other seafood in sight. Chun Ming was utterly astounded, thinking to himself, to catch an entire net filled with fur lobsters, this luck is simply extraordinary. He quickly brought his hands together in earnest prayer, bowing toward the horizon. In a matter of moments, all the lobsters in the net were carefully extracted. The group then proceeded to the location of the second sticky net. As the net was drawn up, the first catch was a few stonefish. These fish are notoriously unattractive, resembling decayed rocks, yet their flesh is remarkably delicious. Let us go, Chen Ming said, using a net to toss the stonefish into a bucket. This creature bears venomous spines on its dorsal fin, and being pricked by one is no trivial matter. The fishing net continued to be slowly pulled up. Wow, it's a stone dog. It's truly a stone dog, De Chun exclaimed, nearly jumping with joy at the sight of the stone dog in the net. This is incredible. Chen Ming also wore a face of delight. The stone dog, also known as the red-spotted fish, red-spotted grouper, or crimson-spotted grouper, exhibits a body predominantly brown or red, adorned with stripes and distinctive red spots. This grouper is hailed as the Hermes of fish, a true delicacy. Its skin is rich in collagen, while the flesh is firm, tender, and deliciously succulent, providing a delightful chewiness. In the hearts of the people of Xiangjiang, it holds a particularly esteemed status, often regarded as one of the four kings of fish. Brother, we've hit the jackpot this time. We ought to buy some lottery tickets when we get back. Chen laughed. Chen Ming nodded in agreement. Sure, let us do that once we return. He then rushed to the control room and returned with a slender needle. After extracting the stone dog, he carefully punctured its abdomen. Why are you doing that? Lin Wanqing asked, her face a picture of confusion. Brother is helping it release gas, Chen Dong explained with a smile. Due to the difference in pressure between the seabed and the surface, these fish cannot quickly acclimate once brought aboard, which could lead to their demise. By releasing the gas within the stone dog, we can ensure its survival. Upon hearing Chen Dong's explanation, Lin Wanqing nodded in understanding. Oh, I see. That is quite fascinating. She looked at Chen Dong with bright eyes. You know so much. Chen Dong smiled. As fishermen, we are knowledgeable about these matters. It's nothing extraordinary. At this moment, Chen Ming held the stone dog and exclaimed with joy. It weighs at least 4 to 5 pounds. Each pound is approximately 500 yuan, so this one could sell for around 2,000 yuan. If we were in Xiangjiang, the price would double. Not only that, but the price also rises in accordance with the size of the fish. Chen Ming was right. The sea perch can indeed be farmed artificially. However, its flavor pales in comparison to that of its wild counterpart, and its price is significantly lower as well. Generally, wild sea perch weighs around 1 pound. Specimens of such size are quite rare. Wow, that is so expensive, Lin Wanqing exclaimed, unable to suppress her astonishment. Today had granted her a thrilling experience of net fishing. Who says fishermen are impoverished? This net alone could yield dozens of fish, potentially fetching over 100,000. A fisherman making over 100,000 from a single net? Xiaodong, let us keep going. I hope the next net brings us the same fortune, Chen Ming remarked, his excitement palpable. All right, Chen Dong replied, eager to haul in the remaining net. Brother, I just prayed to Mazu for us to catch a net full of large yellow croaker. De Chun cheerfully declared as they approached the last net. What the hell? Chen Dong and Chen Ming exclaimed in unison upon hearing De Chun's wish. Chapter 65, The Golden Legend. You really dare to wish for that, huh? Do you think this is a novel where wishes come true? Chen Ming shot a disdainful glance at De Chun. A few fish would be one thing, but an entire net of large yellow croaker? I doubt even Mazu has ever encountered such an outrageous request. Well, ISNT they're saying, dreams are meant to be had. Who knows, they might just come true. De Chun scratched his head, grinning foolishly. His words elicited laughter from the others. Don't worry, we will, Chen Dong replied with a smile. Although it sounded like a jest. He had already discerned the situation within the net. The net was slowly being pulled from the water, and the next moment, the deck erupted in a chorus of exclamations. Wow, what a massive yellow croaker. We're going to be rich. Oh my God, is that the golden legend? As night fell, the sea breeze rustled around them. Under the glare of the spotlight, a brilliant golden hue glimmered enticingly. Chen Ming's eyes ignited with fervor as he beheld the golden yellow croaker. And De Chun jumped with excitement beside him. Brother, our luck is extraordinary. It seems Mazu has been watching over us. De Chun beamed. Wait. At that moment, Chen Ming pressed down with his hand, leaning forward to scrutinize the fish in the net, eager to confirm whether it was indeed a large yellow croaker. In the ocean, many species resemble the large yellow croaker, such as the yellow croaker and the three-toothed fish, which, in both size and color, bear a striking resemblance to it, often referred to as the false large yellow croaker. However, the price and taste differ vastly from the genuine article. Wow. Chen Ming swallowed hard, filled with excitement. It's really a large yellow croaker. Ha ha, we're going to strike it rich. After exclaiming, he meticulously began to process the fish. Observing this, De Chun hurriedly extended his hand to help. Slap. Chen Ming playfully smacked his hand away, saying earnestly, You youngsters tend to be clumsy. Just watch how I do it first. It wasn't an attempt to show off. This fish was far more precious than any they had caught before, and the processing required utmost care. If any scales were accidentally dislodged, it would adversely affect its value. De Chun quickly withdrew his hand, watching attentively. Before long, the largest yellow croaker was expertly processed by Chen Ming, appearing vibrantly fresh and shimmering under the light. Beautiful. Chen Dong's gaze also became inflamed as he admired the gleaming yellow croaker. He had seen wild yellow croakers before, but they were typically smaller, around 1 pound. This specimen, with its exceptionally pure color, was his first catch of such quality. This size should weigh over 5 pounds, classifying it as an exceptional yellow croaker. Chen Ming held the fish aloft, his hands trembling with excitement. Brother, how much is this yellow croaker worth? Chen Dong inquired, curiosity piqued. While he was somewhat knowledgeable about yellow croaker prices, much of what he knew was outdated, having read it online several years prior. He was unsure of the current figures, and prices vary by region. Well, the price is indeed quite high. Around 3,000 per pound for those weighing about 1 pound. For those over 2 pounds, it hovers around 10,000. For those above 5 pounds, most are traded through auctions. Chen Ming replied earnestly. Wow, brother, we're going to be rich. Chun's eyes sparkled with excitement. Chen Ming continued. Previously, a neighboring village caught a 5-pound wild yellow croaker, which was sold for a staggering 100,000. Our catch, in terms of both size and color, surpasses that one significantly. Therefore, I believe it should fetch at least 150,000 or more. Well, that sounds reasonable. Chen Dong nodded, agreeing as the price aligned with his expectations. After all, large yellow croaker is a rare seafood in the market. The larger the wild yellow croaker, the higher the price. Fish weighing less than 1 pound are often less expensive than some grouper, but those exceeding 1 pound see their prices soar like a rocket. Those over 5 pounds belong to an entirely different category, typically traded through auctions. Brother, let us hurry and put the fish in the water tank. Chun pointed towards the tank. With a splash, Chen Ming tossed the yellow croaker into the tank. The fish flicked its tail joyfully and began to swim around, shimmering with vitality. Bark, bark, bark. Lai Fu exclaimed, this fish looks delicious. I need to think about whether to eat the head or the tail first. Lin Wanqing also took out her phone, snapping pictures of the golden legend and posting on her social media. Wishing all my friends who see this golden legend an abundance of wealth, daily prosperity, and overnight riches. Soon, her feed was flooded with messages of good luck. After a brief moment of joy, the three quickly regained their composure and continued processing the remaining large yellow croakers. The next two were not as large as the first, but still weighed around 3 pounds each, likely fetching several thousand. They tossed these large yellow croakers into the previously prepared tank. Luck, however, proved less favorable subsequently. While there were no more yellow croakers, they did haul in several sea perch and some stone fish. Chun took charge of processing the fish, while Chen Ming was responsible for deflating them. The once plump belly of the sea perch quickly shriveled down, but once placed in the water tank, they sprang back to life, exhibiting a fascinating resilience. Before long, the entire net was completely drawn from the water. At the moment the net surfaced, a golden-hued fish hung from the bottom. Whoa, brother, another large yellow croaker. Upon spotting the large yellow croaker, Chun exclaimed with excitement. Today is indeed a stroke of luck. At that moment, Chen Dong approached, raising an eyebrow as he drew near and remarked, that is not a yellow croaker. It is a three-toothed fish. The three-toothed fish, scientifically known as the three-pronged fish, bears a striking resemblance to the yellow croaker in both color and appearance, often leading to misidentifications. Unfortunately, some unscrupulous vendors take advantage of this confusion, passing off the imitation three-toothed fish as yellow croaker to unsuspecting customers. While the flesh of the three-toothed fish is tender, it possesses a notably salty flavor, making it more suitable for drying into fish jerky. With a price tag of merely a few dozen yuan per pound. Wow, it truly is a three-toothed fish. What a letdown. Chun lamented, instantly losing interest and tossing it onto the deck. Observing this, Chen Dong jestingly scolded, you should be grateful. Having any fish at all is a blessing. This three-toothed fish is still worth 100 or so yuan. It seemed that their recent bounties had spoiled them to the extent that they dismissed a fish worth mere dozens. Chun scratched his head sheepishly. Hee, brother, I got a bit too excited. Chapter 66. A night on Pearl Island. Before long, all the nets had been gathered. The sun had completely dipped below the horizon, vanishing into the sea's embrace. The sea breeze had intensified, stirring waves upon the surface. Brother, the wind has picked up. Should we head back now? Chun turned to Chen Dong. Chen Ming, standing nearby, frowned slightly and replied, I don't think so. Our fishing boat is too small to withstand such winds and waves. What do you think, Xiaodong? He asked. Chen Dong acknowledged his elder brother's experience, realizing that he lacked the same level of expertise in maritime matters. For their small wooden fishing boat, encountering rough seas at night posed considerable danger. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Dong earnestly proposed, how about we spend the night on Pearl Island? I'm concerned about potential dangers if we stay on the boat, although there is a cabin for resting. An unexpected increase in wind could present unpredictable risks. Furthermore, this vessel is rather old and quite distant from the village, making a return journey laborious. If we were to encounter sudden fog while navigating, we could easily lose our way. Therefore, the wisest course of action would be to spend the night on the nearest Pearl Island. Agreed. Chen Ming nodded. Me too. Chun chimed in, his face alight with excitement. Chen Dong smiled, but offered no response. While the three men were quite agreeable, he wondered if Lin Wanqing, with her delicate and refined nature, would share their enthusiasm. Turning to her, he inquired, Miss Lin, what do you think? Wow, Are we really going to stay on the island tonight? It's like a real-life survival scenario. How thrilling! Lin Wanqing exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with anticipation upon hearing of their overnight stay on the deserted island. Chen Dong responded, but this is a deserted island. Do you truly possess such bravery? Such a pure-hearted young lady harboring wild thoughts. He pressed further, Miss Lin, aren't you reconsidering? This isn't a vacation, you know. I don't need to think twice. Wherever you go, I shall follow. Besides, we are comrades. How could I abandon you in the midst of this adventure? She replied with a playful smile. Very well, Chen Dong said, relieved. He was pleased to discover that this girl was not only amiable, but also quite loyal. Soon, the group set sail on their fishing boat for half an hour before finally catching sight of Pearl Island. Chen Dong had visited this small island before, recalling its lush vegetation and freshwater sources. He remembered a stretch of fine, soft white sand on the eastern side, as well as a mangrove area on the southern side that was perfect for catching blue crabs. They could explore that once the winds died down tomorrow. Hold on tight, everyone, Chun Ming cautioned as he carefully navigated the boat around the rocky shallows near the island, steering towards the white sandy beach. Having frequented this island for fishing, Chun Ming was quite familiar with its geography. Without such knowledge, it would be easy for their boat to run aground. All right, we've arrived. Though it was merely a small island, spending the night here should pose no significant issues. Chun Ming expertly anchored the boat not far from the shore. Wong Wong Wong. Lai Fu was the first to leap from the boat, paddling through the water towards the beach. I'm suffocating on that boat. Chun Ming and De Chun secured the vessel while Chen Dong inspected the seafood in the water tank. At that moment, the seafood appeared somewhat lethargic. Suddenly, Chen Dong concentrated, and a drop of spiritual liquid seeped from his fingertips into the tank. Instantly, the previously lifeless fish began to jump energetically, brimming with vitality as if they had just been pulled from the water. Excellent, Chen Dong declared, highly pleased. What should we do with these fish? They might die if we leave them overnight. Chun Ming expressed his concerns. The absence of an oxygen machine on the boat, combined with the large catch, meant that some fish might struggle to adapt to the sudden environmental changes and perish. Not to worry, brother. They seem to be doing just fine. Chen Dong reassured him with a calm smile. Observing the lively fish in the tank, Chun Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. Wow, after all this time, they are still so vigorous. He marveled at the fish, each one appearing lively and vibrant. They look quite excited, almost as if they've been stimulated, he added, puzzled. Chen Dong placed a reassuring hand on Chun Ming's shoulder. That's the best outcome. Perhaps it is the blessing of the sea goddess. He then urged, let us head to the island quickly, gather some food. I'm starving. All right, Chun Ming replied, albeit still slightly confused, but he decided not to press further, encouraged by Chen Dong's confidence. As the fishing boat could not dock directly on the beach, there remained a distance of at least 10 meters from the boat's deck to the shore. The group retrieved a kayak from the cabin, preparing to paddle ashore. Chen Dong jumped down first, ready to assist Lin Wanqing onto the kayak. Suddenly, Lin Wanqing lost her balance and began to topple into the sea. Oh no! Chen Dong reacted swiftly, catching her in his arms. In that instant, he felt the softness and fullness of her form, reminiscent of cotton candy. What a sensation! It was far more delightful than fishing. Bathed in moonlight, Chen Dong noticed a faint blush on Lin Wanqing's cheeks, and her eyes held an unspoken meaning. Are you all right? He asked, hastily releasing her, concern evident in his voice. I'm fine, really, Lin Wanqing stammered, avoiding his gaze, her cheeks still flushed. Good to hear, Chen Dong replied, ensuring she was steady before taking the tent handed to him by his brother. The group then loaded their cooking utensils and barbecue grill onto the kayak before paddling towards the beach. As they neared the shore, Chen Dong leaped lightly from the kayak onto the sand. Chen Ming, witnessing this, exclaimed in astonishment, Xiao Dong, how did you jump over? The distance from the kayak to the shore was at least 4 or 5 meters. As I prepared to wade into the water to push the kayak ashore, I was taken aback to find that in the blink of an eye, Chen Dong had effortlessly leaped onto the beach. With a smile, Chen Dong remarked, brother, I merely took advantage of the momentum. Hand me the rope, and I shall pull you up. All right. Chen Ming, not wishing to delve further, tossed the rope towards Chen Dong. With ease, Chen Dong brought the kayak to the shore and secured it. Before long, the group arrived on the island. Chen Ming, Chen Dong, and De Chun began to collaborate diligently. Chen Dong instructed Lin Wanqing to simply play with Lai Fu, for he was concerned that if anything were to happen, he would have no way to explain it to Lin Yuetong. Chen Ming chose a relatively flat and open area to set up the tents one by one. De Chun assembled the cooking gear, set up the grill, and ignited the charcoal. Meanwhile, Chen Dong busied himself with cleaning fish and peeling shrimp in preparation for the evening's meal. The scene was bustling with energy. In Chapter 67, titled Culinary Delights on a Deserted Island, Lai Fu, eyeing the grouper in Chen Dong's hands, drooled profusely. What a sight! Chen Dong teased playfully. Woof woof. Lai Fu responded. Little master, hurry up. Lai Fu's belly is quite hungry. At that moment, Chen approached with a jovial grin. Brother, doesn't this feel like a survival scenario on a deserted island? Do you like it? Chen Dong casually replied. Absolutely. How wonderful it would be if this were our private island. Chen exclaimed excitedly, fiddling with the charcoal. We could use it as our secret base. Spending a few days here whenever we please. It would be a veritable paradise. He then clasped his hands in prayer towards the air, sincerely beseeching the goddess Mazu. Smack! Chen Dong playfully knocked Chen on the head. You fool, if you make wishes like that, Mazu might just pack her things and leave. Chen scratched his head sheepishly and grinned. Brother, I may lack other skills, but my ability to make wishes is both substantial and effective. Observing Chen's endearing demeanor, Chen Dong chuckled. Rest assured, it will happen. In truth, the natural environment of several small islands near the village was quite splendid. Pearl Island was one of them, and it was relatively close to the village. The island boasted a thriving ecosystem, with fresh water, dense vegetation, and pristine white beaches. Chen Dong contemplated that the money earned from future fishing ventures would surely increase, allowing him to eventually purchase a small island to transform into a tourist attraction or his private retreat, which seemed rather appealing. Before long, Chen Dong had expertly prepared the grouper and red grouper fish. He placed the two large fish directly onto the grill, brushing a layer of oil over them. The golden oil sizzled and crackled on the fish, and the delightful aroma soon wafted through the air. Brother, I'll leave the grilling of the fish to you, Chen Dong said with a smile to Chen Ming. My grilling skills have always been commendable, Chen Ming replied confidently. In the past, while out at sea, I often grilled various seafood on the boat. The flavors, oh, they were exquisite. As he spoke, Chen Ming licked his lips, lost in nostalgia. The process of oiling, flipping, and seasoning commenced, while Chen Dong turned his attention to the cooking station, igniting a flame that illuminated the dark beach. The sizzling sound of hot oil filled the air. And as he tossed diced squid into the pan, followed by ginger, garlic, and other seasonings, the squid curled rapidly and turned a deep red. A wave of enticing fragrance emanated from the pan, heightening everyone's appetite. Gurgle. Chen swallowed hard, his throat bobbing as his stomach growled audibly. Even Chen Dong felt a pang of hunger. Lai Fu, meanwhile, was incessantly licking his lips, drool dripping from the corners of his mouth. Wow, it smells amazing. A man who can cook is simply irresistible. Lin Wanqing inhaled deeply, her sparkling eyes filled with admiration. In the next moment, she opened her phone to video call Lin Yuetong. Ding, ding, ding. The call connected swiftly, revealing a stunning visage on the screen. Lin Yuetong lay languidly on the couch, appearing serene and beautiful. Sister, I am currently on a deserted island with Xiao Dong and two others. We are preparing wilderness delicacies. Look, we're making spicy squid. Lin Wanqing proudly showcased the cooking process to Lin Yuetong. Wilderness delicacies? That sounds delectable. Wait, Xiao Dong can cook? Lin Wanqing exclaimed, her face a picture of surprise. Chen Dong glanced at the screen, a smile gracing his lips. Don't blink. The true essence of this dish is about to unfold. Woof, woof, woof. Lai Fu chimed in. Everyone, pay attention. The little master is about to show off. Chen Dong retrieved a small amount of dabanjiang, blending it with chili and brown sugar. Once the squid was nearly cooked, he poured the sauce into the pan. Sizzle. Flames erupted from the iron pot, causing Lin Wanqing to gasp and step back quickly. Chen Dong deftly stirred the ingredients, finally adding the scallions and garlic. Unfazed by the roaring flames, he plated the succulent squid, presenting a dish that was fragrant and visually appealing. Woof, woof, woof. Chen Dong snatched up a piece and tossed it into Lai Fu's mouth, who gulped it down eagerly. Looking up at Chen Dong with adoration, Chen Dong playfully tapped Lai Fu on the head. Wait, those fish heads are all yours. With eyes sparkling, Lai Fu transformed into an eager puppy. I want some, Lin Wanqing exclaimed, unable to contain herself as she quickly picked up a piece and popped it into her mouth, completely disregarding her ladylike demeanor. Her cheeks bulged slightly as the squid burst with flavor, succulent and springy. After swallowing, she extended her delicate tongue to lick her lips, which glistened with the sauce. In the next moment, Lin Wanqing slowly opened her beautiful eyes, exhaling a fog of delight. Ah, this is simply divine. Gurgle. On the other side of the screen, Lin Yuetong involuntarily swallowed. Her hunger peaked despite the seemingly rustic preparation of the seafood, which paled in comparison to the finesse of hotel chefs. Oh dear, watching this makes me so hungry. I wish I could escape to such an island and relax. I wonder if someone would be willing to take me? Lin Yuetong feigned calmness. Hearing Lin Yuetong's wistful tone, Chen Dong smiled gently. No problem, Sister Yuetong. All right. Lin Yuetong replied with a sweet smile. They chatted a bit longer, but as Lin Yuetong had work to prepare for the next day, she eventually ended the call. Meanwhile, the pot beside them released a fragrant steam, revealing a whole steamed grouper, prepared without any seasoning. Chen Dong carefully plated the fish and set out vinegar and soy sauce for dipping. The seafood, freshly retrieved from the depths of the ocean and nourished by the essence of spirit liquid, is remarkably fresh. There is no need for additional seasonings, as there is not a hint of fishiness. Soon, a variety of dishes emerged from the pot. In addition to the sautéed baby octopus, there was a crab soup, stir-fried seasonal vegetables, and braised turbot. The turbot, often referred to as natural brain gold, is rich in various vitamins and minerals essential for the human body. Although reasonably priced, its exquisite flavor and exceptional nutritional value are truly remarkable. Gurgle. As they gazed upon the sumptuous dinner, their stomachs, in unison, began to grumble. "What are you waiting for? Let us eat," Chen Dong exclaimed, promptly picking up a piece of fish. The taste was delightful, leaving a lingering fragrance on his palate. Chun Ming and De Chun soon joined in, relishing their meal, while Lin Wanqing, sitting beside them, was also enjoying her food with a mouthful of grease. Chapter 68. Encounter with spicy strips, Lai Fu shows his might. Woof, woof, woof. Lai Fu, young master, quickly toss the fish head into my mouth. Better yet, throw both at once. Chen Dong chuckled as he scolded Lai Fu lightly, tearing off the fish head and tossing it to him. This creature had been drooling incessantly, resembling a starving ghost. At that moment, De Chun opened several bottles of beer. "Let us make a toast," Chen Ming suggested, raising his glass. Bang! Burp! A refreshing gulp of beer was consumed, and a wave of comfort washed over them. The conversation flowed as they ate, reveling in the joy of the moment. De Chun, holding a beer in one hand, gestured wildly with the other, as if proclaiming that all expenses for the night would be covered by Master Chun. Such beautiful scenery, delightful wine, delectable food, and charming companions. Surely, even the emperor would envy this. What more could one desire? Oh, that reminds me of a poem, Chen Dong mused, his eyes glinting as he contemplated. Wine and meat for supper, all worries cast away. Late night drinking, intoxicated bliss, wandering in a daze. Uft. Lin Wanqing giggled, covering her mouth. "You're quite the scholar. Brother, that was a splendid poem." De Chun chimed in, taking a sip of his beer. "I too recall a line. Barbecue and beer, happiness for eternity." Upon hearing this, laughter erupted among them. Rough words, yet they hold truth. De Chun chuckled awkwardly. Chen Dong gave him a thumbs up. "You have a way with words." He then produced a cigarette and offered it to Chen Dong. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Dong replied, "All right." Though he seldom smoked, the excitement of the evening prompted him to indulge. 3 hours swiftly passed, and the table was cleared of all dishes, each person now sporting a round belly. The clock struck 11 at night, and they prepared to retire for the evening. "Xiaodong, come here for a moment. I need to speak with you," Lin Wanqing suddenly called to Chen Dong. Chen Dong responded, "At this late hour, in the middle of nowhere. What could you possibly want to discuss?" After stepping aside, Lin Wanqing blushed and hesitated before saying, "I need to use the restroom. Would you accompany me? I'm scared." Chen Dong was taken aback and scratched his head. "Huh? That? Isn't that inappropriate? What are you thinking? I meant for you to accompany me, not to go with me." Lin Wanqing rolled her eyes. Chen Dong chuckled awkwardly. "All right." They walked about 20 meters towards the vegetation behind the beach before Chen Dong halted. Lin Wanqing ventured 10 meters further, ensuring Chen Dong couldn't hear her before she began. Soon, the gentle sound of a babbling brook reached their ears. Thanks to the nourishing spirit liquid, Chen Dong's hearing was extraordinarily sharp. Taking a deep breath, he patted Lai Fu's head, saying, "Stay here and keep watch. I'll step aside for a moment." Lai Fu replied, "Young master, why are you being so rough? You're making my fur thin." Suddenly, Lin Wanqing let out a piercing scream. Chen Dong dashed over to see Lin Wanqing sitting on the ground, her face as pale as a ghost. Before her slithered a large, black and white sea snake, a bichial sea serpent. The creature, evidently startled, was advancing towards Lin Wanqing in an aggressive manner. "Get away!" Lin Wanqing shouted, momentarily paralyzed by fear. With swift reflexes, Chen Dong scooped Lin Wanqing into his arms and shouted to Lai Fu, "Lai Fu, go!" Lai Fu opened his mouth wide and swiftly snapped the snake in half. The serpent struggled for a moment before succumbing. "Are you all right?" Chen Dong gently inquired. I'm fine," Lin Wanqing panted, still shaken. "Let us head to the beach." With that, Chen Dong led Lin Wanqing towards the shore. Hearing the commotion, Chen Ming and De Chun hurried over. "Xiaodong, what happened?" Chen Ming asked, concern etched on his face. "Brother, what is going on?" De Chun inquired eagerly. Lin Wanqing encountered a sea serpent, but Lai Fu took care of it. Chen Dong explained. At that moment, Lai Fu proudly dropped the serpent at their feet. Upon seeing it, Lin Wanqing screamed again, retreating behind Chen Dong. "Bad Lai Fu. Throw it away," Chen Dong scolded, tapping Lai Fu on the head. Lai Fu gave an indifferent glance at the group before trotting off with the serpent in his mouth. Before long, they arrived at the tents. "Xiaodong, Thank you, Lin Wanqing said gently, looking at Chen Dong. She tried to calm herself, though her body trembled uncontrollably. Oh, we're good friends. No need for thanks. Chen Dong shrugged with a smile. He then offered her some water infused with spirit liquid. Sure enough, the trembling subsided, and her pale complexion visibly brightened. All right then, rest well, Chen Dong said, rising to leave. Chun Ming and Chun shared a tent, while Chen Dong opted for a separate one, as he preferred not to sleep in cramped spaces, especially with other men nearby. Lin Wanqing settled into the middle tent, with Lai Fu stationed outside, acting as a vigilant guard. The night passed without incident. Morning soon arrived at 7 o'clock. The entire sea was shrouded in a delicate blue mist, resembling a gossamer veil, creating an extraordinarily picturesque scene. The sun gradually emerged over the horizon, tinting the mist with shades of orange. Nearby, the coconut trees swayed in the sea breeze, rustling softly. From this angle, the view was simply breathtaking. Oh, what a beautiful sunrise. Chen Dong stretched and couldn't help but marvel. Since returning to the village, this was the first time he had witnessed such a stunning dawn. Not far away, Lai Fu frolicked along the beach, while Lin Wanqing chased after him, her laughter ringing out like bells. A flock of seabirds scattered in all directions, startled by Lai Fu, leaving feathers strewn across the sand. A seagull swooped down above Lai Fu, cawing loudly before dropping a droppings. This scene was undeniably heartwarming. Observing Lin Wanqing's cheerful demeanor, it was evident that she had not been adversely affected by the spicy snacks from the previous night. Xiaodong, what are you staring at? Chen Ming inquired as he approached Chen Dong, who appeared lost in thought. I'm admiring the beautiful scenery. It's been ages since I've encountered such a view, Chen Dong replied, pulling out his phone to capture a few photographs. Such vistas were a rarity in the village. Only on this little island could one truly appreciate them. What's so remarkable? You grew up in a fishing village. Haven't you seen enough? Chen Ming exhaled a puff of smoke, casually remarking. Perhaps Chen Ming had grown accustomed to it and found the landscape unimpressive. Chen Dong chuckled but remained silent. Such beauty was serendipitous, unattainable in the bustling metropolis, where one might never witness it in a lifetime. Before long, the group had a light breakfast and prepared for the next activity. Chapter 69. The contract. Let's call you crab, not meat. Gazing at the stunning scenery surrounding the island, Chen Dong mused. It seemed quite splendid to be out at sea. Although he had visited previously, it had only been a fleeting stop. He was not thoroughly acquainted with the island's intricacies. With ample time ahead, he proposed, why don't we explore the island a bit before heading back? His intention was twofold: to thoroughly explore this small island and to test his upgraded beast language skill in hopes of forming a contract with some marine creatures. Sounds good. Chen Ming and Chun nodded in agreement. Yes. Lin Wanqing also flashed a peace sign, revealing her buoyant mood. Subsequently, Chen Dong, along with his brother and Chun, set off in a kayak to retrieve their sea foraging equipment. What on earth is happening? Are these fish possessed? Chen Ming exclaimed, his eyes widening at the sight of the lively fish in the water tank. After a night had passed, the fish still appeared vigorous, as if freshly pulled from the ocean. Hee, brother, it seems like the goddess Mazu is truly looking out for us. Chun chuckled, noticing Chun Ming's puzzled expression. Chen Dong encouraged, come on, brother, isn't this even better? Let us hurry. Wanqing is still waiting for us on the beach. The spicy snack incident from the previous night made Chen Dong wary. Thankfully, nothing unexpected had occurred. Otherwise, it would have been quite troublesome. Having Lai Fu accompany her provided him with some peace of mind. Right, Chen Ming agreed, setting aside his concerns. The three of them loaded their sea foraging tools onto the kayak, with Chun adding 5 or 6 snakeskin bags. Chun, what's with all the snakeskin bags? Chen Dong glanced over. Better safe than sorry, right? What if we hit the jackpot? Chun grinned. After all, dreams should be pursued. Who knows what might come to fruition? Chen Dong mentally acknowledged Chun's occasional cleverness. In no time, the trio reached the beach. Brother, do we have a target now? Chun inquired. Let us head over to that mangrove forest. I have a feeling our luck will be good today. Chen Dong replied casually. Soon, they arrived at the mangrove area. At this moment, Chun clasped his hands together, earnestly praying towards the distance. Brother, I just asked the goddess Mazu to let us casually catch some butter crabs. Just 200 pounds will do. Wow. Upon hearing Chun's wish, Chen Dong and Chun Ming simultaneously voiced a resonant traditional saying. Are you making a wish? It sounds more like a dream. Chen Dong activated his water eye technique, scanning the surroundings intently. Before long, he spotted something promising. Brother, Chun, check out that pile of rocks over there. I have a hunch there's something good there. He pointed towards a nearby rock formation. Okay, Chun nodded, trusting Chen Dong's intuition. Xiaodong said there's something good. There must be, he affirmed, heading with Chen Ming towards the rocky shore. Turning to Lin Wanqing, Chen Dong said, Wanqing, wait here for me. I'll be back shortly. Why? No way. I want to go too. Lin Wanqing puffed her rosy cheeks, dissatisfied. Seeing her pouty face, Chen Dong smiled and explained, because there are spicy snacks inside. It wasn't that Chen Dong wished to exclude her. Rather, the dense mangrove vegetation and the complex underwater conditions posed risks, with sea snakes occasionally surfacing. For safety's sake, it was wiser for her to stay on shore. Moreover, he wished to utilize his beast language skill. Having Lin Wanqing closely following him would hinder that effort. Huh. At the mention of spicy snacks, Lin Wanqing instinctively took a step back, pouting, all right then, but you better be quick. Okay, Chen Dong replied, rolling up his pant legs and stepping into the water. The tide had receded significantly, with the water barely covering his ankles. Although it was morning, the sea felt pleasantly warm rather than cold. Before long, Chen Dong discovered a large blue crab at the entrance of a mudflat. The crab lay peacefully at the mouth of its burrow, basking in the sunlight, seemingly unperturbed. It appeared substantial, weighing around 2 pounds, with formidable claws. This crab was blissfully unaware of the impending danger. With a swift motion, Chen Dong deftly seized the crab with his catching tool. The moment it was captured, the crab flailed its claws, struggling fiercely, exhibiting tremendous strength and wildness. Wow, what a specimen! In the next instant, Chen Dong activated his beast language skill. Almost immediately, a system notification appeared above his right eye. System, a contractable target has been detected. Do you wish to contract the current blue crab as a pet? Below this text were 2 options, yes and no. Just as I suspected, with the upgrade of the beast language skill, I can indeed contract marine creatures. Without hesitation, Chen Dong selected the yes option. This blue crab was a native of the island. If he could make it a pet, it might yield unexpected surprises. Thank you, dear system. Chen Dong expressed his gratitude as the contracting process commenced. System, yes, I see you understand. Now go and flirt with your new pet. Chen Dong. The system could be rather cheeky at times. With a mere thought, Chen Dong connected with the blue crab, instantly gaining additional information in his mind. Blue crab, little master, please don't eat me. My meat isn't tasty. The blue crab next door is much more delicious. Chen Dong was taken aback. What kind of logic is that? Aren't you a blue crab yourself? Are you betraying your kin? Is this a grand betrayal? Lai Fu watched the crab, drooling. Woof woof woof. Lai Fu exclaimed, this crab is so big, it must taste amazing. Whack. Chen Dong gently tapped Lai Fu on the head, saying, this blue crab, like you, is my pet. You both need to love each other from now on, understand? As he spoke, Chen Dong brought the large blue crab close to Lai Fu's mouth, allowing the dog and the crab to make acquaintance. With a sharp snap, the blue crab clamped Lai Fu's muzzle without hesitation. Letting out a yelp of pain, Lai Fu instantly recoiled, whimpering and baring his teeth as he emitted a low growl at the formidable crab. The blue crab, in turn, waved its massive pincers in response, clattering defiantly. All right. Chen Dong chuckled at the amusing standoff between the two creatures. I shall bestow upon you a name, from now on. You shall be called Crab No Meat. The blue crab waved its pincers excitedly, seemingly pleased with its new moniker. In the following chapter, fully automatic crab capture, Chen Dong set the blue crab down on the ground. With a mere thought, droplets of spiritual liquid oozed from the tips of his fingers, which he offered to both Lai Fu and the blue crab. As they consumed the liquid, they exchanged playful barks and grumbles, reminiscent of 2 feuding cats squabbling over a toy. The scene was delightfully comical. Once they finished the droplet of spiritual liquid, both Lai Fu and Crab No Meat appeared thoroughly content, with the latter circling around Chen Dong, evidently in high spirits. Concurrently, a message materialized in Chen Dong's mind. Little master, follow me swiftly. I shall lead you to the luxurious abode of the neighboring blue crabs. With a swift motion, Crab No Meat darted off into the distance, demonstrating impressive speed akin to V8 power. Chen Dong observed with satisfaction and hastened to follow. Lo and behold, a multitude of blue crabs emerged as Chen Dong traversed the muddy terrain. Although these crabs were not as sizable as Crab No Meat, each one appeared to weigh over a pound. At that moment, Crab No Meat joyfully waved its pincers. Little master, just watch and behold. It then dashed into the throng of blue crabs. The marching blue crabs immediately raised their pincers in defense. However, their size and strength paled in comparison to Crab No Meat, who swiftly clamped down on one, deftly capturing it before scampering back to place it at Chen Dong's feet. Goodness, this is akin to an automated crab transport system, Chen Dong exclaimed with delight. Well done. Woof woof woof. Lai Fu barked at the display of Crab No Meat's antics. Standing aside, too intimidated to approach after having been pinched moments earlier, Chen Dong shot a disdainful glance at Lai Fu, remarking, is that all you can do? Such a waste of my spiritual liquid. Lai Fu looked up at Chen Dong with a charmingly obsequious expression, wagging his tail. Though I may not capture crabs, I can certainly be adorable. Meanwhile, at the rocky outcrop, brother, Come quickly and see what's over there. It's a vast dark mass, exclaimed Dachuan in surprise. Not far away, a large patch of something dark materialized between the rocks. It resembles sea cucumbers. Let us hurry over and check, Chen Ming observed closely. Due to the distance and dim lighting, Dachuan couldn't make out the details clearly, but Chen Ming, with greater experience, deduced it was indeed sea cucumbers. Upon reaching the site, Dachuan exclaimed, "Wow, they truly are sea cucumbers." He added, "Little Dong, you were right. Though not particularly large, each sea cucumber measured around 10 centimeters and boasted excellent quality, likely due to the favorable ecological environment surrounding the small island. Ha ha ha, they're all ours. There must be at least 100 pounds. Let us gather them," Chen Ming exclaimed, excitement radiating from him as they rolled up their sleeves and began collecting. In no time, their buckets were nearly full, having gathered every single sea cucumber from the previously dark mass. "Brother, let us go find Little Dong," Dachuan suggested eagerly. Meanwhile, Crab No Meat continued its diligent task of capturing crabs, while Chen Dong swiftly tied up the large blue crabs and tossed them into a snakeskin bag. Binding crabs was not exhausting, yet it was rather tedious. If only there were an automated binding machine, he mused. As Crab No Meat completed its task of capturing blue crabs, a few smaller ones remained unclaimed. Impressive. This little creature is quite clever and understands the principle of sustainable harvesting, Chen Dong noted as he secured the remaining blue crabs in the bag. "Little master, there are butter crabs over there. I shall raid their lair," Crab No Meat declared, darting into a nearby hole. "What? There are more?" Chen Dong exclaimed, somewhat astounded. After a brief moment of exhilaration, he secured the snakeskin bag and quickly followed Crab No Meat. With a thud, a butter crab was tossed from the hole by Crab No Meat. Just as Chen Dong prepared to bind it, Dachuan and Chen Ming approached, followed closely by Lin Wanqing. At that moment, a hefty blue crab placed the captured butter crab at Chen Dong's feet. Blue crabs capturing blue crabs? My goodness. Dachuan and Chen Ming stared in disbelief, their expressions reflecting utter astonishment. Lin Wanqing covered her mouth, her eyes wide in surprise. "Brother, what's going on? This crab is astonishingly powerful," Dachuan exclaimed, while Chen Ming stood speechless. "What on earth? Has this blue crab become sentient?" Chen Ming rubbed his eyes, convinced he must be dreaming. Typically, blue crabs would scuttle away from humans or hide in their burrows. Yet this one not only stayed put, but also brought other crabs to Chen Dong. Lin Wanqing observed Chen Dong with a knowing smile, her eyes seemingly asking him to explain the extraordinary scene. Chen Dong stammered, seeing the bewildered expressions on their faces. "Please allow me to clarify. This blue crab and I share an inexplicable bond. It seems as though fate has intertwined our destinies. I cannot explain why, but I feel as though this crab is a long-lost acquaintance from a previous life, one I once saved. Thus, it has reincarnated to repay my kindness. Furthermore, it appears remarkably intelligent, almost as if it understands my words, smarter than Laifu. In fact, Chen Dong concocted this elaborate tale without hesitation." "Woof woof woof," Laifu interjected. "What nonsense is the little master spouting? Does your conscience not ache? I, the venerable dog, wish to give it a piece of my mind." Hearing Chen Dong's earnest yet absurd explanation, Lin Wanqing burst into laughter, her figure shaking with mirth. Chen Dong shrugged, indifferent to whether they believed him or not. After all, how could he admit to possessing a golden finger? Is there truly a crab this intelligent in the world? I've never heard of such a thing outside of novels. Chen Ming remained incredulous, his face a portrait of disbelief. Chen Dong shrugged his shoulders with a smile, remarking, "This matter is not something that can be easily elucidated in a brief moment." He then refrained from further explanation, for sometimes, the more one explains, the less effective it becomes. As for his elder brother and Dachun, they could be forgiven, but Lin Wanqing's presence complicated matters. Explaining things to a woman? Indeed, at times, it can be rather challenging. "I understand now. Brother, perhaps it is truly the Mazu goddess who is watching over us, bestowing upon Xiao Dong a clever crab." "Yes, it must be so," Dachun declared with a smug grin, clearly pleased with his own interpretation. Chapter 71. "Brother, the crab is extraordinarily fierce." Chen Dong, smiling, gave Dachun a thumbs up, appreciating his explanation. After all, there are many peculiarities in this world, some of which even science cannot elucidate. Never mind. There are countless serpents and spirits in this world. As long as we can earn money, that suffices. Chen Ming waved his hand, no longer dwelling on the matter. Lin Wanqing, meanwhile, wore a slight smile, her gaze flickering uncertainly towards Chen Dong. Chen Dong remarked, "I know I am handsome, but there is no need to look at me in such a manner." Suddenly, another butter crab was tossed from its burrow by a creature named Crab Not Meat. Whoosh! The creature darted into a nearby hole, only to re-emerge with yet another crab. The shells of these crabs were pale yellow, while their claws and legs exhibited a more golden hue, indicating their substantial size. Gulping, both Chen Ming and De Chun stared at the plump butter crab before them. It is worth noting that the price of butter crabs far exceeds that of blue crabs, and their wild population is exceedingly rare, with a notably short lifespan. Even in many coastal regions, they are seldom seen and command an exorbitant price. De Chun, what are you waiting for? Hurry and collect them. This is not just crab gathering, it is akin to collecting gold. After a moment of astonishment, Chun Ming rushed over to gather the crabs. There were simply too many to ignore. De Chun responded immediately, eagerly joining the fray. These are top-tier crabs, Chen Ming exclaimed, grasping a butter crab and admiring its golden legs, a testament to its superior quality. Time swiftly passed, and before long, half an hour had elapsed. All the butter crabs were secured and placed into a snakeskin bag, estimated to weigh several dozen pounds, promising a profit of at least several tens of thousands. At this moment, Crab Not Meat stood proudly nearby, its eyes gleaming like green beans, seeking acknowledgement from Chen Dong. This one is for you. Enjoy it. Chen Dong generously tossed a butter crab to Crab Not Meat. With glee, Crab Not Meat waved its large claws, eagerly tearing into the crab meat and stuffing it into its mouth. Chun Ming and De Chun exchanged glances, bewildered. Crab Not Meat is truly ferocious. It is devouring its own kind. De Chun exclaimed, his face a mix of confusion and horror. How brutal. It is almost unbearable to witness. Crab Not Meat protested, waving its claws. Youngster, I advise you to mind your own business. Chen Dong chuckled, saying, Crab Not Meat has helped us catch so many crabs. Rewarding it with a butter crab is only fair. Now let us return. By this time, it was already 10:30. The journey from Pearl Island to the county seat would take another hour and a half. Chen Dong was eager to return and sell the seafood. Crab Not Meat. We are leaving. Take care of yourself on the island, and don't let anyone or any sea creatures harm you. With a cheerful clack, Crab Not Meat assured, young master. Rest assured, my powerful claws are not for show. Chen Dong smiled faintly and offered Crab Not Meat a drop of spiritual liquid. After consuming it, Chen Dong noticed that Crab Not Meat's size had noticeably increased, its claws appearing even sturdier. Crab Not Meat scurried around Chen Dong's feet a few times before vanishing from sight. The group then began their journey homeward. Suddenly, a small creature resembling spicy strips swam past Chen Dong. He immediately recognized it as a flower eel. Ah! Lin Wanqing let out a sharp cry, instinctively clutching Chen Dong's solid arm, which had made her feel particularly secure the previous night. A familiar wave of softness washed over her. It's nothing, just an eel. Chen Dong reassured her with a smile. However, his words only made her grip tighten further. At that moment, Chen Dong had a thought and attempted to use the beast language technique on the flower eel again. To his surprise, the system did not respond this time. Is the beast language technique malfunctioning? System, what is going on? He called out, puzzled. The system replied, I see you're dreaming. If every marine creature could be contracted, wouldn't that allow for effortless profit? This does not align with this system's values, so please do not harbor such unrealistic expectations. With that, the system fell silent. It turned out that not every marine creature could be contracted, which was a relief as it saved a considerable amount of spiritual liquid. Before long, the group arrived at the boat. After placing all the seafood into the water compartment, they set sail towards the county seat. On board, Chen Dong occasionally checked the underwater conditions, but encountered nothing of value, merely small fish and shrimp. It seemed that the coastal fishing resources were not abundant. A larger ocean-going vessel would be necessary for future endeavors. Lin Wanqing reclined in a chair, her beautiful eyes gently closed, resembling a tranquil kitten. As they approached the county seat, Chen Dong sent a message to Lin Yuetong. Sister Yuetong, we will arrive at the dock in half an hour. I have some excellent seafood. Let me share a preview with you. Moments after sending the message, Lin Yuetong promptly replied, Yes. The hotel is about to enter peak season, and I want all of your goods. Her soft voice was refreshing to hear. Subsequently, Chen Dong recorded a video on his phone and sent it to Lin Yuetong, showcasing the splendid array of seafood: white-bearded lobster, blue crabs, butter crabs, sea bass, large yellow croaker, and mouse grouper, all high-quality ingredients. These are all premium seafood. See you soon. After sending the message, Chen Dong tucked his phone away. Soon enough, half an hour had passed, and the fishing boat docked precisely on schedule. Chen Dong quickly spotted Lin Yuetong amid the crowd. Today, she wore a crisp, white casual business outfit, her hair tied in a high ponytail, exuding an air of poise and vitality. Her loose-fitting attire could not conceal her proud figure, attracting envious glances from those around her. Xiaodong. Lin Yuetong waved at Chen Dong, while swiftly approaching with several workers in tow. Sister, it's so wonderful to see you, Lin Wanqing exclaimed as she threw herself into Lin Yuetong's embrace. Silly girl, what are you saying? Lin Yuetong chided playfully. It's just that I'm so happy to see you, Lin Wanqing replied with a sweet smile. While both women wore charming smiles, They each possessed a distinct beauty. Lin Yuetong exuded an air of intelligence, whereas Lin Wanqing radiated the innocence of a neighborly younger sister. Yuetong Jia, Chen Dong greeted with a smile. You lucky rascal. How do you manage to come across so many treasures? Lin Yuetong replied with a radiant smile. Well, I'm not quite sure. Perhaps luck is on my side. Chen Dong shrugged. It seems the goddess of fortune is favoring our little fishing prince, Lin Yuetong remarked, her bright eyes playfully studying Chen Dong. Feeling the weight of her gaze, Chen Dong found himself blushing slightly. All right, let us go take a look at the seafood, Lin Yuetong declared, shifting the conversation. The group soon boarded the boat, where Chen Dong instructed Dachuan to bring out the 3 large yellow croakers. Wow, they are enormous and so vibrant, Lin Yuetong exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment as she beheld the majestic yellow croakers. It was her first encounter with wild yellow croakers of such exquisite hue. Yuetong Jia, how much is this large yellow croaker worth? Chen Dong inquired, curiosity piqued. Although he had researched the species online, he understood that the exact price depended on current market conditions, which varied by region. Well, this size of yellow croaker is considered a premium catch. Let us weigh them first, she instructed the nearby workers. Observing the lively yellow croakers filled Lin Yuetong with joy. Soon, the weights were determined. Xiaodong. The largest one weighs 8 pounds, 8 ounces. The other 2 weigh 4 pounds, 6 ounces, and 4 pounds, 8 ounces, respectively. Your yellow croakers are exceptionally fresh. So of course, I won't let you lose out on the price, Lin Yuetong said, her brow furrowing in thought. For the largest one, I'll offer you 200,000 yuan. The other 2 will be 80,000 yuan each. That brings the total to 360,000 yuan. What do you think? Instantly, Lin Yuetong transformed into a serious businesswoman, her demeanor shifting from that of an approachable older sister to a commanding figure in the world of commerce. Yes, I am very satisfied with the price. Chen Dong nodded without hesitation, pleased that it exceeded his expectations by several thousand. Hiss, both Chen Ming and Dachuan gasped in astonishment. Chen Ming was more shocked, while Dachuan expressed delight. Chen Ming even questioned if he was hallucinating. He knew yellow croakers were expensive, but hearing the quoted price left him astounded. If they sold all the fish in the water tank, it would yield a staggering income of several 100,000 yuan. In contrast, Chen Dong maintained a calm demeanor. As they spoke, the other fish were gradually weighed. All right, I will take these 3 yellow croakers. As for these sea breams, they are in excellent condition, large and uniform. I'll price them at 800 yuan per pound, which is above the market rate. The white shrimp are also sizable, each over a pound, at 600 yuan apiece. The mouse breams are decent too, priced at 200 yuan per pound. The blue crabs and orchid crabs are 120 yuan per pound, while the butter crabs are 1000 yuan each. Lastly, the stone crab males are 260 yuan per pound. Lin Yuetong quickly listed all the seafood weights and corresponding prices. Then, she smiled at Chen Dong, saying, Xiaodong, let us stick to our usual arrangement. If you feel the prices are unreasonable, feel free to speak up. Absolutely, Chen Dong replied with a grin. Given that the seafood prices were all above the market rate, he felt no qualms about the arrangement. Next came the calculation of total earnings. 120 pounds of sea bream amounted to 96,000 yuan. 90 white shrimp totaled 54,000 yuan. 50 orchid crabs brought in 6,000 yuan. 50 blue crabs also contributed 6,000 yuan. 60 butter crabs reached 60,000 yuan. And 60 pounds of mouse bream accounted for 72,000 yuan. The final total earnings were 600,000 yuan. Upon seeing the final quote, Chen Ming and Dachuan were instantly elated. They hadn't anticipated that merely this batch would sell for 600,000 yuan. And there were still various other seafood items on board. Although those prices might not rival the primary catches, selling them all would still yield several thousand yuan. Yuetong Jia, in the future, let us price according to the market rate. You consistently offer above it, and it's beginning to feel a bit awkward. Chen Dong said with an awkward smile. Ha ha, Lin Yuetong laughed heartily in response. Silly brother, what do you think I do? You can relax. She then pulled out 50,000 yuan in cash and handed it to Chen Dong, while the remainder was directly transferred to his bank account. Ding! A notification popped up on Chen Dong's phone, indicating a deposit of 600,000 yuan. It was curious how their method of payment had developed into an unspoken understanding. Cash in hand certainly had a more substantial impact than merely numbers on a screen. With the transaction completed, both parties were delighted. You all must not have eaten yet. Let us head to a restaurant now, my treat. Lin Yuetong smiled at Chen Dong. No, Yuetong Jia, we need to handle the remaining seafood first. Let us save that for next time. Chen Dong replied cheerfully, acknowledging that they had all grown a bit weary after a long day at sea. Lin Wanqing, in particular, appeared as wilted as a frostbitten eggplant, lacking any energy. Seeing this, Lin Yuedong didn't press the issue. All right then, but next time we go out to sea, make sure to think of me. Absolutely, next time for sure. Chen Dong replied casually, not fully considering Lin Yuedong's words. After all, she had numerous responsibilities at the hotel that required her attention, leaving her little personal time. Perhaps it was merely a jest. After exchanging a few more light-hearted words, Lin Yuedong took Lin Wanqing back. Suddenly, Chen Ming slapped his thigh. Brother, what's wrong? Chen Dong asked, puzzled. I completely forgot to ask if Miss Lin knows any other hotel or acquisition station owners. We still have some scattered seafood left to sell, he remarked, realizing that the seafood was too mixed up for Lin Yuetong to take it all. Feeling awkward, Chen Dong chuckled. I also forgot that. I'll call Yuetong Jian now and ask. With that, he took out his phone to contact Lin Yuetong. At that moment, a voice resonated from behind. Little Dong. My brother. Chen Dong turned around to see a portly middle-aged man approaching. Clad in a white shirt and black trousers, he carried a black briefcase tucked under his arm, with a gold chain around his neck as thick as a pinky finger. His large head and thick neck exuded the demeanor of a nouveau riche. Who are you? Chen Dong furrowed his brow. The man before him was both familiar and unfamiliar, as if he had encountered him somewhere before, yet he couldn't quite place it. It's me. Little Dong. Have you forgotten? The middle-aged man chuckled, revealing a mouthful of gold teeth. Damn it. If you don't tell me your name, how am I supposed to know who you are? The man added, Yang Wei, remember now? Chapter 73, The Resurrected Yang Wei. Yang Wei? Chen Dong strained to recall. His impression of the man somewhat hazy, though the name struck him as rather amusing. Puffed. Chen Ming, overhearing the introduction, promptly spat out a mouthful of water. Woof woof woof, Lai Fu interjected. That name sounds odd. Lai Fu sounds much better. At Old Mo's acquisition station, we once traded sandworms. Oh. Chen Dong rubbed his forehead and extended his hand with a smile. My apologies, Boss Yang. I've been quite preoccupied lately. Ha ha ha. No worries, no worries. Yang Wei bellowed with a hearty laugh, waving his hand grandly. By the way, I owe you my gratitude for those sandworms. They've made your sister-in-law particularly attentive to me lately. Yang Wei spoke animatedly, as if reminiscing fondly about the last encounter with the sandworms, which had seemingly rejuvenated him, rekindling his youthful vigor. Ha ha ha. You're too kind, Boss Yang. We all have our needs, Chen Dong replied. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he cut to the chase. I still have some seafood here. I wonder if it might pique your interest. If Yang Wei had merely come to chat, Chen Dong would have to terminate the conversation, as he needed to sell the seafood on the boat promptly. If he delayed, the freshness of the seafood could be compromised, and it would be a regrettable loss. Strangely enough, we're on the same wavelength. I just saw the Hanyun Hotel loading goods from the boat, and it made me quite eager. Let us go take a look, Yang Wei exclaimed joyfully. During the golden months of September and October, the hotel business was about to enter its peak season, leading to an increased demand for seafood. Thus, he had come to the dock hoping to strike a lucky deal. To his surprise, he discovered Chen Dong's boat engaging in trade with the Hanyun Hotel. All right, Chen Dong nodded. Soon, they boarded the boat. The haul was impressive. East Star grouper, banana prawns, spiny lobsters, stonefish, and stone bass. Surveying the lively seafood in the water tank, Yang Wei beamed with delight. Each specimen was vibrant and fresh. Yang Wei then leaned in closer, scrutinizing the tank, as if searching for something specific. Boss Yang, what are you looking for? Chen Dong inquired, puzzled by Yang Wei's movements. Little Dong, do you have any sandworms? Yang Wei leaned in and whispered. Chen Dong shrugged and replied casually. Not this time. If I have any next time I go out to sea, I'll set some aside for you. He chuckled. Sandworms are a rarity. They're not exactly family, so I can't guarantee their availability. Ha ha ha. Yang Wei laughed heartily. All right, I'll take all this seafood. However, the price might not compare to what Hanyun Hotel offers. You truly are a shrewd negotiator. Chen Dong replied with a smile. It was already noon, and the three had only had a light breakfast, their stomachs growling with hunger. Yang Wei chuckled. You youngsters are quite impatient. He then instructed the nearby workers to begin weighing the seafood. East Star grouper, 30 pounds. Stonefish, 20 pounds. Stone bass, 22 pounds. Orchid crabs, 18 pounds. Banana prawns, 25 pounds. Spiny lobsters, 16 pounds. Bluefin tuna, 35 pounds. Pearl grouper, 40 pounds. After a lengthy half hour, the weighing was finally completed. You all are quite fortunate. These leftover items should fetch several $1,000s. Yang Wei remarked, astonished. Fishing these days was not as effortless as it had been a few years prior, especially in coastal areas, where overfishing had depleted resources. For such a small boat, aside from the large haul taken by Hanyun Hotel, the yield was remarkably fortunate. Little Dong, if you find my price reasonable, we can proceed with the transaction. If you think my offer is too low, we can negotiate further. Sounds good. Chen Dong nodded. Yang Wei proceeded to quote prices for the seafood. East Star Grouper at 300 yuan per pound, stonefish at 400 yuan per pound. The orchid crabs and spiny lobsters, both in excellent condition, were priced at 120 yuan and 180 yuan per pound, respectively. Bluefin tuna was 350 yuan per pound, stone base at 120 yuan, and pearl grouper at 220 yuan. Soon, Yang Wei had quoted prices for all the seafood. Little Dong, what do you think of these prices? Yang Wei asked, eyeing Chen Dong. All right, Chen Dong nodded. The prices were reasonable. Though they did not match the figures Lin Yuetong had offered, they were within an acceptable range. After all, as a businessman, one could not expect to operate without profit. Upon hearing this, Yang Wei's face lit up with joy. The next step was to settle the payment. East Star Grouper, 9,000 yuan. Stonefish, 8,000 yuan. Stone bass, 2, for 100 yuan. Bluefin tuna, 12, 250 yuan. Spiny lobsters, 2, 880 yuan. Pearl grouper, 8, 800 yuan. Before long, the total revenue was calculated, 49, 500 yuan. Yang Wei promptly produced 5 stacks of red bills and handed them to Chen Dong. Not bad. This aligns closely with my expectations. For most fishermen, several thousand yuan represented a substantial gain. With the transaction concluded, Yang Wei was in high spirits. These seafood would bring him another profit. He then cheerfully suggested to Chen Dong, "You all must be hungry. Why not come to my restaurant? I'll treat you." Little brother. Of course, his invitation was not entirely altruistic. Firstly, he had secured the seafood at a favorable price, which pleased him immensely. Secondly, he recognized the promising haul these young men had brought back from sea. Establishing a good relationship with them could potentially lead to his restaurant acquiring even higher quality seafood in the future, allowing him to earn more. Chen Dong pondered for a moment before replying with a smile, "No need, Boss Yang. We still have some other items to procure. Perhaps we can visit next time." Chen Dong felt that the current relationship was not quite established, so he did not wish to owe anyone anything. Upon arriving at the hotel, most of the dishes were seafood. The three had been consuming seafood since last night and were eager for a change in flavor. Noticing the resolute gaze of Chen Dong, Yang Wei ceased to press the matter further, saying, "All right, do make sure to call me next time." "Sure thing, Wei Gu," Chen Dong replied with a smile. "You rascal. Can't we drop that first character? I find it much more endearing that way," Chen Dong added with a chuckle. Yang Wei responded, "Fine, call me however you like. It's just a title after all." He smiled and did not dwell on it. Chapter 74, Don't Speak, Just Hold On. After exchanging a few more casual remarks, Yang Wei prepared to leave with the workers. "Xiaodong, if you come across any good catches later, do reach out to me. Rest assured, I won't let you suffer a loss on the pricing," Yang Wei said to Chen Dong with sincerity. Chen Dong thought to himself, "How can one simultaneously bargain and claim not to let me incur losses? Has he just contradicted himself?" After hearing Yang Wei's words, Chen Dong began to contemplate. His luck had been remarkably good these past 2 days, returning from each outing with a bountiful catch. Moreover, he intended to purchase a larger boat, which would surely increase his seafood yield. Although Hanyun Hotel was quite large, it was unlikely they could consume everything. Sometimes, selling and buying are akin. One must compare prices across various sources. Expanding one's sales channels is indeed a prudent choice. "All right, sounds good," Chen Dong replied with a smile. Although Yang Wei's prices were lower than those offered by Hanyun Hotel, they did assist him in alleviating some of the seafood. The next time he visited the county, he could check out the prices at other purchasing stations in the city. If the prices there exceeded Yang Wei's, he would simply cease cooperation with him. After all, business is fundamentally about making a profit. "Brother, doesn't that young boss seem a bit unreliable? He certainly knows how to sweet-talk," De Chun remarked from the side. "Indeed. When we return to the county next time, let us check out the nearby purchasing stations to compare prices before making any decisions," Chen Ming chimed in. Chen Dong chuckled. The prices are indeed lower than what Hanyun Hotel offers, but slightly higher than those at the village purchasing station. They are likely comparable. So we probably haven't suffered any losses. Let us let it go this time. A small loss is acceptable, as Chen Dong did not wish to fuss any more over it. Time flew swiftly, and soon it was 1 o'clock in the afternoon. "Let us head straight to the county for a meal. It'll save us the trouble when we return," Chen Dong suggested to Chen Ming and to Chun. Afterward, the three of them found a small stir-fry restaurant near the dock. Having already enjoyed 2 seafood meals, they unanimously agreed to try something different. The restaurant, though not large, was clean and tidy. They ordered 6 dishes, including meat, soup, and vegetables, and the total came to just over 300 yuan, a most reasonable price. Before long, an hour had passed, and the three, with full bellies, prepared to head home. As they passed by a shopping mall, they picked up some supplies. Chen Dong also bought several pounds of ribs and a few bags of premium dog food for Lai Fu. After all, Live food deserved a treat for his hard work. Woof, woof, woof. Eating seafood every day has become monotonous. A change of flavor is quite welcome. Live Fu strutted proudly with his dog food, striding with an air of indifference, while several female dogs trailed behind, casting flirtatious glances his way. However, Live Fu paid them no mind, for nothing could compare to the allure of dog food. The fishing boat was directly docked, ready for the next trip. The trio then took a taxi back to the village. On the way, Chun exclaimed, "Bro, the world has gone awry. Is money really worth so little now?" 2 large yellow croakers sold for 360,000. Today, all the seafood combined fetched 650,000. Seated in the car, Chun Ming nodded in agreement. Indeed. Today's harvest is astonishing, to the point of feeling surreal. I can hardly believe it. This was his first time accompanying the others at sea, and they had reaped such an incredible bounty. 650,000, a sum that countless families nationwide might take a lifetime to earn. Yet they managed to acquire it in a single day. Chen Dong couldn't help but chuckle, then said earnestly, "Brother, don't get too carried away. This is merely the beginning. Today marks 650,000. Next time it could be 1, 3 million, or even 6, 5 million. In short, the future holds even greater promise." At that moment, Chen Dong felt a profound sense of joy. The earnings from these 2 outings had been extraordinarily rewarding. In the past, during his arduous days, he would have needed a decade or 2 to amass such wealth. Indeed, experiencing this firsthand with you both makes achieving a modest goal seem imminent. Chun Ming agreed with a smile. The 3 chatted jovially, and soon they arrived home. At that moment, Zhang Xuemei sat on a stone stool at the entrance, awaiting their return. Upon seeing the 3 alight from the taxi, she quickly stood up, a broad smile lighting up her face. "Grandma," they greeted her cheerfully. "Have you eaten yet? I can cook something for you," Zhang Xuemei said with delight. Judging by their expressions, the day's haul must have been substantial. "No need, Grandma. We've already eaten," Chen Dong replied. "Yes, Grandma. Do I look like a balloon?" Chun laughed, patting his belly, the sound echoing like a drum. "You rascal. Hurry and put your shirt down. Don't catch a chill." Zhang Xuemei shot Chun a disapproving glance and turned to Chen Dong, saying, "Xiao Dong, a Ming, come inside and have some water." Once inside, Chen Dong prepared to divide the earnings, as this was a customary ritual following their return from the sea. And everyone was eager for it. "Grandma, today our total earnings from the sea are 650,000. According to our prior agreement of a 2 profit share and a base salary of 200 yuan, Chun's earnings this time amount to 13,000 yuan. Chen Dong swiftly calculated Chun's share and retrieved a thick bundle of cash from his bag, handing it to Zhang Xuemei. "My goodness, you've earned so much again. A full 650,000. Ordinary families might not earn that in decades," Zhang Xuemei exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Although she had witnessed such scenes before, holding a thick stack of cash still stirred her emotions. "Grandma, this is just the beginning. Once we purchase a large fishing boat, we could be looking at millions, even tens of millions in profit," Chen Dong replied, smiling at Zhang Xuemei. "Yes, Grandma believes in you." Zhang Xuemei nodded enthusiastically, her eyes crinkling into a line of joy, glistening with tears. At that moment, she, like Chun, had complete faith in Chen Dong. Observing the gratitude and joy on Zhang Xuemei's face filled Chen Dong with happiness. He then turned to hand a similar amount of money to Chun Ming, saying, "Brother, this is your share. Although you haven't officially joined us, I've calculated your earnings based on Chun's share. Please don't think it's too little. Don't say a word, just take it." "All right then." Chen Dong hesitated for a moment before extending his hand, eagerly accepting the money. Drawing from his previous experience, he refrained from uttering any indecisive remarks this time. The events of the past few days had profoundly impacted him, and he was genuinely impressed by his brother's fortune. He realized that his younger brother had indeed matured significantly, which filled him with immense satisfaction. Subsequently, the group engaged in further conversation before Chen Dong and Chen Ming rose to depart, making their way home. Chapter 75, Wang Dachui. "You truly are a blockhead." As the 2 brothers walked side by side, Chen Ming broke the silence. "Brother, I have something to discuss. Are you thinking of inviting me to join your venture?" Chen Ming interjected swiftly. "Wow, brother, you're quite perceptive. To be frank, that's exactly what I had in mind." Chen Dong replied with a smile. During his first expedition at sea, Chen Dong had contemplated bringing his elder brother along. However, given that it was their maiden voyage, he was uncertain about the potential returns. After this experience, he was convinced that the forthcoming profits would be substantial. "Hey, how else could I be your brother?" Chun Ming playfully punched Chen Dong's chest, boasting with pride. Their brotherly bond remained as strong as ever. "That is fine, but..." Chun Ming raised his hands in a gesture of concession, continuing, "As you know, I'm now a married man. I should discuss this with your sister-in-law first." Of course. Please talk it over with her, Chen Dong responded. I've also been adjusting to life at sea these past few days. Had it been in the past, Chen Dong would not have made such a suggestion, considering that his elder brother was still the family's primary breadwinner. Yet now, equipped with his newfound advantages, he was confident that the future profits would only improve. With that being said, brother, should you decide to join us, I propose a 5 share of each profit. Without a base salary. What do you think? What? A 5 cut? Given today's earnings of over 30,000, doesn't that seem excessive? Chen Ming paused, astonished, before shaking his head. No need for that. Just give me the same deal as Dachuan. Absolutely not. We will distribute it as I proposed, Chen Dong asserted firmly. He offered Dachuan a daily base salary of 200 yuan plus a 2 commission, and naturally, he intended to provide his own brother a more favorable arrangement. All right then. I suppose that works, Chen Ming acquiesced, seeing Chen Dong's earnest demeanor. The two brothers then returned to their respective homes. Feeling fatigued from the past few days, Chen Dong resolved to indulge in a good rest. Upon arriving home, he took a brief shower, having gone 2 days without a proper wash, his clothes carrying a slight odor. After applying some soap and rinsing off, he felt refreshed. Ah, what a comfort. Lying on his 2-meter-wide bed was a sheer delight. Gazing at the cold figure of over 3 million in his bank account, he considered himself a modestly wealthy man. Yet, compared to the affluent entrepreneurs, he recognized that he must strive harder. He then opened the system shop, noting his points had reached 12,000. After perusing the offerings without finding anything of interest, he succumbed to a deep slumber. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was 6:30 p.m. Chen Dong opened his bleary eyes. Hey, I'm awake. Though it was more accurate to say he was roused by the affectionate licks of Laifu. Woof, woof, woof. Young master, rise and shine. Laifu was quite famished. Chen Dong opened the dog food he had purchased that morning and poured it into Laifu's bowl before heading to Wang Dachui's home. On his way, he made a quick stop at Guofugui's convenience store. Upon seeing Chen Dong, Guofugui greeted him with a broad smile. Ah, little Dong has arrived. What can I get for you? Mr. Gua, I'd like 2 packs of Yushi and 2 bottles of Haijilon. Do you have them in stock? Yes, indeed. Freshly arrived. Just a moment, I'll fetch them for you. Delighted to see Chen Dong purchasing fine wine and cigarettes. Guofugui knew these items amounted to several hundred yuan. As Guofugui packed the items into a black plastic bag, he cheerfully announced, Little Dong, that will be 700 yuan in total. I've heard you've struck it rich at sea lately. Seems it's true. Chen Dong chuckled lightly. Mr. Gua, don't pay attention to those idle rumors. You know how reliable the gossip from those folks in torn cotton pants can be, right? Haha, indeed. I'll just take it as a bit of fun, Guofugui replied, before asking, would you like me to deliver it to your home? No need, Mr. Gua. I can manage, Chen Dong said, handing over the 700 yuan as he made his way to Wang Dachui's house. As he approached the entrance, he overheard a conversation taking place in the courtyard. A familiar voice rang out. Old Wang, stop watching TV. Your good fortune is on the way. This voice was unmistakable and quite familiar to Chen Dong. It belonged to Zhao Bilian, the village's information station chief, colloquially known as Zhao Big Mouth. At that moment, she was munching on sunflower seeds and animatedly chatting. What good fortune? You are being vague, Wang Dachui replied, glancing at her with a bemused expression. I'm telling you, Chen Dong has made quite a sum using your boat these past few days. If that money were packed in a box, you wouldn't be able to lift it. Is that so? What is your point? You don't have any other thoughts? Wang Dachui countered, somewhat perplexed. What thoughts could I possibly have? If little Dong is making money, that's his talent, proving he is exceptional. Besides, shouldn't we be pleased that the younger generation is thriving? Wang Dachui retorted. Bah. Zhao Bilian scoffed, her face contorted in disdain. Just think about it. If it weren't for your boat, could he have earned so much? Since he made all this money using your vessel, shouldn't you at least get a fair share? With that money, you could repair your house and find a partner easily. Wouldn't that bring you happiness? Don't you think that makes sense? Zhao Bilian grinned broadly, her cunning evident. Wang Dachui snorted derisively. I believe that not only is there no logic in that, but it's entirely nonsensical. Just because someone else earns money, I'm supposed to be happy? So if others rent my boat to profit, that's akin to me profiting? What kind of reasoning is that? Seeing that Wang Dachui was unyielding, Zhao Bilian's expression soured. Oh, you truly are a blockhead. How can a man of your age be so obtuse? Stamping her foot in frustration, Zhao Bilian continued to stoke the flames. In my opinion, considering how much he has earned, honestly, you should at least have him cover your medical expenses for that leg of yours. Zhao Bilian's fishing boat was far superior to Wang Dachui's. Yet Chen Dong had chosen to rent Wang Dachui's modest vessel. The disparity in their earnings left her feeling somewhat irked, prompting her to provoke Wang Dachui. Wang Dachui took a deep breath. Listen here, Bilian, consider what you're saying. Firstly, how much money little Dong makes at sea has nothing to do with me. The ocean's resources are public. Everyone must earn their keep based on their own abilities. That's just the way it is. Secondly, even if he didn't pay me rent, I would still lend him the boat. Finally, as adults, let us exercise some decency in our speech. All right, you should hurry back, Wang Dachui remarked, turning his attention to the television, dismissing her presence entirely. Observing this, Zhao Bilian ceased her attempts at persuasion and flung the sunflower seed shells forcefully onto the ground. Chapter 76. Do you not fear retribution? Zhao Bilian's expression darkened as she confronted Wang Dachui directly. When will you repay the 10,000 yuan you owe my family? It has been a year with no word from you. What are you thinking? Failing to incite a quarrel, Zhao Bilian resorted to resurrecting old grievances. As for Chen Dong, let that be, but what gives you the right to speak to me in such a manner, you cripple? With a derisive laugh, Wang Dachui retorted, Zhao Bilian. Oh Zhao Bilian, you truly are a reflection of your name. How dare you approach me for money? I never asked for compensation for my leg. You should be counting your blessings. In the past, Wang Dachui had borrowed 10,000 yuan from Zhao Bilian's family to purchase a boat. Later, while at sea together, he had been wounded by a swordfish while attempting to save Zhao Bilian's husband, Yang Xiaojun. The medical expenses alone had amounted to 50,000 yuan, leaving him with lasting repercussions. Yang Xiaojun, feeling guilty, had suggested that they forego the 10,000 yuan debt and offer Wang Dachui an additional 10,000 as compensation. However, Zhao Bilian had lambasted him mercilessly, not only refusing to compensate Wang Dachui, but also proclaiming in the village that, without her intervention, he would have lost his leg. Today, her intentions were driven by envy, seeking to sow discord between the two men. Narrowing her eyes, Zhao Bilian seethed, Wang Dachui, do not be ungrateful. I'm merely offering you advice in light of your financial struggles. Instead, you bite the hand that feeds you, failing to recognize goodwill. Zhao Bilian maintained an air of superiority, as if she were a self-appointed mentor. I, Wang Dachui, do not steal or rob. I earn my keep. Though my leg may be crippled, my spirit remains unbroken. You are simply envious of others' prosperity, like a thorn lodged in your heart. You feel discomfort, do you not? With that, Wang Dachui hobbled toward Zhao Bilian, intending to escort her out. What are you doing? Do not touch me. Hearing their exchange, Chen Dong felt a surge of gratitude for Wang Dachui. He had not anticipated such steadfastness and sense of justice from him. Creaking open the door, Chen Dong stepped in. Both Wang Dachui and Zhao Bilian froze momentarily. Zhao Bilian cleared her throat and instinctively shifted aside. Xiao Dong, you've come. Wang Dachui greeted him with a smile. Chen Dong returned the smile. Yes, I just returned from the sea and thought it best to settle the rent. Come in quickly, have a cup of tea. Wang Dachui urged enthusiastically. He then cast a cold glance at Zhao Bilian. You should leave. We have an esteemed guest. Pay up and be on your way. Zhao Bilian stretched out her hand, eyeing the items Chen Dong held, which appeared rather valuable. Today presented a golden opportunity that she could not afford to miss. Marvelous. Chen Dong scoffed. His expression then shifted to a steely gaze as he addressed Zhao Bilian with a hint of amusement. Aunt Bilian, is it not somewhat unethical to speak ill of others and engage in divisive machinations behind their backs? Zhao Bilian felt her pride wounded by Chen Dong's words, her countenance darkening in an instant. Chen Dong continued, what one does is observed by heaven. If one engages in wrongdoing, retribution is inevitable. Hence, it is wiser to perform acts of kindness. What manner of speech is this from a young man? Zhao Bilian glared at Chen Dong, her breath coming in heavy gasps, her chest heaving. His words had pierced her heart like a needle, leaving her deeply unsettled. She realized her previous comments had likely reached his ears. Speaking ill of others was indeed a disreputable act. It's merely the truth. If Uncle Wang were to pursue this matter seriously, you might find yourselves in a position where selling your boat would not suffice to cover the debt, Chen Dong stated calmly. He felt it necessary to admonish Zhao Bilian. Should she continue to stir trouble at Wang Dachui's home, it would become intolerable for anyone. Fine, fine. Zhao Bilian's face fluctuated between shades of green and white as she felt cornered. Unable to gain the upper hand, she stormed out in a huff. Xiao Dong. Pay her no mind. She is nothing but a mad woman. Wang Dachui chuckled, pulling Chen Dong into the house. Uncle, here is the 300 yuan for the boat rental, Chen Dong said, producing the money for Wang Dachui. He then placed a bag containing cigarettes and alcohol on the table. These are for you, a token of my appreciation. Wang Dachui was taken aback and insisted, oh no, this is too much. Xiao Dong, I feel bad accepting the 150 yuan rent you give me daily. With these gifts, I cannot accept. He pushed the items back toward Chen Dong, shaking his head. Though lacking exceptional abilities, Wang Dachui understood the principle of not accepting what does not belong to him. Uncle, please do not overthink it. This is merely a gesture of goodwill, and I am grateful for your willingness to rent the boat to us, Chen Dong replied earnestly. Grateful for what? You using my boat is a favor to me. I will accept the money, but you must take the gifts back. Uncle, if you return them, would that not be a slap in my face? If you value our friendship, please accept them. Chen Dong's expression turned serious. Seeing Chen Dong's unwavering resolve, Wang Dachui rubbed his hands together and relented. All right. I will accept them. Now that's the spirit, Chen Dong said with a smile, admiring Wang Dachui's character and courage. Despite his physical limitations, he adhered to his principles, never compromising his integrity. Individuals of such upright moral character, like Wang Dachui, were few and far between in the entire Zhonggong village. Xiaodong, you haven't had dinner yet. Have you? Let me whip up a couple of dishes so we can share a drink together, Wang Dachui said, his face glowing with anticipation. Since his leg had been injured, Wang Dachui had found his circle of friends diminishing. Those who had once been close had gradually distanced themselves. Initially, he felt a sense of loss and sorrow, acutely aware of the world's coldness. However, he eventually came to terms with it. In this world, a person deemed without value could seem like a burden to others. Yes, that sounds great, but I apologize for the trouble, Uncle, Chen Dong nodded. Oh, trouble? Your presence alone is already a favor to me, Wang Dachui replied, rising to prepare the meal. Uncle, let me help you, Chen Dong quickly offered. No, you sit there. A guest should not be required to cook, Wang Dachui insisted, blocking Chen Dong's path. Uncle, I have a feeling your cooking may not compare to mine. Chen Dong joked. Ha. Chen Dong's playful banter lightened the atmosphere significantly. Very well then, Wang Dachui conceded. Chen Dong hurried to the kitchen to lend a hand. The two worked swiftly, and soon the dishes were ready. Wang Dachui, filled with joy, opened the fine liquor Chen Dong had brought. He poured each of them a generous glass. Uncle, I toast to you, Chen Dong declared. Wait, let us drink to a common level, Wang Dachui replied. All right. Chapter 77, Laifu biting people and dogs is my specialty. Time swiftly slipped away, and soon it was 10 o'clock in the evening. Chen Dong and Wang Dachui clinked their cups together, engaging in cheerful conversation within the confines of the room. A bottle of liquor was quickly consumed by the two, leaving them both slightly inebriated. It wasn't that they had drunk excessively, but rather that in a state of relaxation and merriment, one is more susceptible to intoxication. Wang uncle, I can't drink anymore. If we continue, I fear I won't make it home later, Chen Dong remarked, gently restraining Wang Dachui's hand as he reached for the bottle. Wang Dachui set down the bottle, his face alight with joy. Haha, all right. Mainly because I am simply too happy today. It has been ages since I enjoyed drinking like this. With a cloud of smoke swirling around him and his eyes glazed, Wang Dachui thoroughly relished the moment, appearing significantly younger in spirit. Wang uncle, if Xiao Billion behaves like this again next time, just kick her out. If it's anything like today, let me know, Chen Dong said, irritation creeping into his tone. It wasn't that he was meddling, but rather that Xiao Billion's behavior was utterly intolerable. If it weren't for being at Wang Dachui's home, he would have ensured she received a proper reprimand. Oh, that's just her nature, always chattering away. Don't worry, I can handle it, Wang Dachui chuckled. Chen Dong nodded in acknowledgement, choosing not to press the matter further. It was evident that Wang Dachui wished to preserve the joyous atmosphere. However, excessive kindness can often lead to personal harm. After exchanging a few more words, Chen Dong finally returned home. Once there, he whispered a few instructions to Laifu before collapsing onto the bed, succumbing to a deep slumber. In the early hours of the morning, Laifu stealthily leapt into Xiao Billion's home, swiftly sinking its teeth into her beloved pet dog, Tai Ritian. The unfortunate creature barely had time to bark before being dispatched to the afterlife. Subsequently, Laifu also claimed the lives of 2 free-range chickens and 3 plump geese, demonstrating a discerning eye by selecting the largest among them. Having completed its nocturnal endeavors, Laifu returned home and nestled beside Chen Dong, drifting off to sleep. The following morning, at 9 o'clock, Chen Dong was roused by a series of persistent knocks at the door. Upon opening it, he discovered Dachuan standing outside with a goofy grin, holding a lunchbox. Brother, you must be hungry. Come on, eat and get to work, Dachuan said, brandishing the lunchbox with enthusiasm. Smack. Chen Dong playfully swatted him on the head. Speak properly, you rascal. Wong, Laifu interjected. Dachuan, if you keep talking like that, I might just take a bite out of you. Hee, bro, you're getting too big for your britches, Dachuan retorted. All right, come in. Chen Dong quickly washed up and began his breakfast, which consisted of seafood dumpling soup, 3 flavor buns, rice balls, stir-fried vegetables, and eggs. As he savored the steaming meal, warmth enveloped both his body and spirit. Having a woman at home certainly makes life easier, he mused. Meanwhile, Dachuan, carefree and oblivious, continued to tease Laifu, showering it with playful jests. Hey, brother, what's going on with you today? Chen Dong inquired, noticing Dachuan's odd behavior. Bro, Laifu is getting stronger and its fur is even shinier now. Look at its tail, so big and round. Adorable, I assent it. Wong wong wong, Laifu scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Dachuan. When did I become a water ghost? As Chen Dong sipped his porridge, he nearly choked with laughter. All right, if Laifu gets angry, I want to be able to control it, he teased. Upon hearing this, Laifu bared its teeth at Dachuan, prompting him to back off. Are we going out to sea today? Dachuan asked eagerly. No, we're taking a break today. We'll just head to the beach for a look, Chen Dong replied. What? Not going out? Dachuan's enthusiasm instantly deflated. What's wrong? Isn't beachcombing enough for you? Chen Dong retorted, slightly annoyed. Well, going out to sea means making more money, Dachuan replied with a cheeky grin. Chen Dong shot him a knowing glance. You fool, money is never ending. We earn it to spend it, but we must also take care of our health. Only then does earning money hold any significance. Soon, Chen Dong finished his breakfast, and Dachuan had packed away their beachcombing gear. Just as they were about to set off, Chen Ming arrived in the courtyard with Xiao Hao, who was holding a large lunchbox. Uncle, this is breakfast made by my mother for you. You should eat it while it's hot. Xiao Hao chirped. Chen Dong lifted Xiao Hao into his arms, affectionately saying, It's been a few days since I last saw you. You've grown taller and a bit chubbier. I'm not chubby, Xiao Hao protested. Chen Dong laughed heartily. Such a little one already concerned about appearances. He then turned to Chen Ming and asked, How is everything going? All good. Just need a few more days to wrap things up. I have to hand over my work responsibilities first, Chen Ming replied with a smile. Hearing this, Chen Dong's face lit up with joy. No worries, there's no rush. First, I can earn money now, so I want to bring you along. Plus, your experience at sea is invaluable. Having another person makes things easier. Wow, Big Brother is joining us too. We must celebrate tonight, Dachuan exclaimed, his face brimming with excitement. The three shared a knowing smile before setting off in their tricycle. As they exited, a familiar voice echoed nearby, filled with anguish. Oh my heavens! My chickens, ducks, geese, and dogs. Those were the chickens and geese I painstakingly raised for half a year. They were nourished on grains, meant for the New Year feast. Who could have been so vile as to kill them? Zhao Billion lamented, seated on the ground, panting heavily, pounding her chest in despair. Just the day before, someone had offered a high price for her chickens and geese, but she had turned them down, deeming the offer insufficient. Now, unbeknownst to her, they had been slaughtered without her even noticing. A few villagers gathered around her, murmuring among themselves. What has gotten into Zhao Billion so early in the morning? Chen Ming asked, perplexed. Huh, brother, you don't know? Know what? Chen Ming shook his head. I heard that a water ghost broke into Zhao Billion's house last night and killed her dog, severing its head from its body. The scene was brutal, truly brutal. Dachuan explained, his nose twitching. Laifu, observing from the sidelines, tilted its head disdainfully at Dachuan. When did I become a water ghost? Laifu scoffed. But that is not all. 2 roosters and 3 geese as well. If it weren't for the circumstances, I would have liked to taste one. Such a pity, Dachuan lamented dramatically. You better not think about it. Zhao Billion's reputation is well earned, Chen Ming warned with a knowing glance at Dachuan. Hee, big brother, I was just saying it casually. Dachuan replied, grinning. Chen Dong couldn't help but smile at Dachuan's antics before turning to Laifu, who was now strutting around the tricycle with a swagger, completely unrepentant. Biting people and dogs is indeed my specialty, Laifu proclaimed proudly. Billion, it's just an animal. Don't let it ruin your health, one villager advised sympathetically. Another suggested. Since the dog is dead, why not stew it? That way, it won't have been a wasted effort. And the geese? They would taste best in a stew.